18 years ago, there was a flood in the village. A group of scoundrels threw my mother into the river. Finally, the flood water receded. I thought the river god accepted my mother. But I didn't expect that 10 months later, she climbed out of the river again. And holding a baby in his arms. Dragon eats illegitimate child, will die in 9 years. Please protect my son. After saying that, my mother was washed away by the river. Death without a complete body. The person who picked me up was named Jiang Jiushuan. Since then, she became my teacher. But my master is a little strange. She always wears a white dress. And the body is very cold. And the very night she brought me home, she announced to the world that I was a dragon. It is said that whoever has a dragon son will have a successful career. But my master has a requirement: only women born in the year, month and day of the phoenix, that is, women with the phoenix destiny, can get me, and the more the better. Using many phoenixes against one dragon may save my life. That night, our village was bustling with traffic, and my master's house was even more crowded with people. Hundreds of people came, all of whom wanted me, comparable to the Spring Festival travel rush. My master is a fortune teller. After some reading, he found 18 girls with the destiny of Phoenix for me that day. They were all only 3 years old and still very ignorant. My master cut my finger and let each of them drink a drop of my dragon's blood. Then at night, I got married with the 18 girls according to the wedding ceremony. I held 9 of them in each of my 2 little hands. What a spectacular scene it was. I'm afraid that even the emperors in ancient times were not as good as me. That night they all slept around me. That night there were lightning and thunder, strong winds, and a rainstorm that occurred only once in 100 years. The yellow river rolled as if it had come alive, with the cold roar of a dragon. But there were 18 girls with the fate of Phoenix to protect me, so even though that night was very restless, I still slept until dawn. The next morning, my master sent these 18 girls away and told them that from today on, they would become the best in their respective fields, but their good luck would only last for 18 years. This is indeed the case. Among the 18 people who married me, the one who got married the fastest just urinated on the side of the road on her way home that day. A palm-sized piece of gold unexpectedly came out of the mud and she became rich. The latest one bought a lottery ticket at random 3 months later, and won the jackpot of 5 million. My master told me that with the protection of these 18 Phoenix girls, I could live safely until I was 18 years old, and before that I must learn all of her skills. In addition, I have to live in a girl's house every year, and then move to the next one after a year. Yifeng can only protect me for 1 year, so I can only change my position every year. 18 Phoenix girls, you can protect me for 18 years. Then when I turn 18, I can really find a wife among the 18 girls. That way I might be able to live past the age of 18, but I asked, what if the other person doesn't agree? Anyone who disagrees is a fool, said my master. I listened to it, but the reality slapped me hard in the face. In addition, my master warned me that before this, I must pretend to be blind, because there is no way I can see a dragon. Even if I see the Dragon King, I cannot recognize him. Pretending to be blind will help me get away with it. This is also called covering one's own eyes. This is the life-saving method my master taught me. At first I was young and didn't remember much. When I was 2 or 3 years old, I only remember that my master took me to live in a strange girl's house pretending to be blind for a year, and then moved to another house on New Year's Day. I repeated this process over and over again, and I actually managed to avoid the Dragon King's pursuit. It was not until I was old enough to remember and became sensible that I realized how much my master and I were disliked. It is human nature to despise the poor and love the rich. These 18 girls have become rich one after another and have entered the upper class overnight. They look down on the poor people who are inferior to them from the bottom of their hearts. You know, when a person with a broken leg heals, the first thing he throws away is the crutch that supported him before. I remember clearly that when I was 8 years old, the 8th girl was 12 years old at that time. She was so beautiful and was wearing all branded clothes. I lived in her house, but she looked down on me and despised me. She even refused to sleep in the same bed with me at night. She tried every means to drive me away all day long. Once, she even took off her pants, squatted down, and peed on my face when I was sleeping at night, saying that I was her toilet. I woke up crying, but she insisted that it was just water. She thought I was really blind and stupid, and that I really couldn't see, so I made such excuses. Could it be that I couldn't smell the smell of water and urine? I could smell the unpleasant odor during those days. I really wanted to cry at that time, but fortunately, after my master knew that I was bullied, she would comfort me at night and was willing to let me sleep leaning on her thighs. I like this the most, because my master's thighs are icy cool, just like hugging an ice cube, which is very comfortable in the summer. A good sleep like this can also make me temporarily forget the smell of urine on my face. Sometimes I would curiously ask the master, "Why are you so cold?" Her explanation to me was that she had anemia, and I believed her because she was so nice to me. When I was 1 year old and was about to go to the next girl's house, this girl set off firecrackers to celebrate. I remember her very much. Her name was Lu Wenwen. I was very angry at that time, so my master pulled me aside and said to me seriously, "She saved your life. But I also made their family rich." I was very unwilling. It's human nature to destroy the bridge after crossing it. You will understand when you grow up. My master shook his head and took me to the next girl's house in the evening. In fact, every year, I understand this sentence more and more, and I also realize what it means to live under someone else's roof. Every time I entered a girl's home, they looked at me with disdain and tried to drive me away, which accompanied me as I grew up. It can be said that I grew up under the contempt of others. Fortunately, I did not disappoint my master's expectations. Over the years, I have learned almost all of his skills, including the art of fortune-telling. Calculate the heavens, the earth and people. I can use divination to predict life and death, fortune and misfortune, good and bad luck. However, my master strictly forbids me to tell fortunes for others, because this will reveal that I am not blind and will attract the Dragon King who wants to eat me. I clearly have abilities, but I can't show them at all. That feeling of frustration has been with me for more than 10 years. When I was about to turn 18, I had already lived in each girl's home for a year. This was the last girl's home. Her name is Lin Wanner, her family is in real estate, and she herself has become a big star. She also has a boyfriend who is a rich second-generation man, and she deliberately shows their love in front of me every day because she knows I am blind. She thought I couldn't see. There was even one night when they deliberately got intimate in front of me just for excitement. I felt really uncomfortable because they were cheating on me right in front of me, and I couldn't show that I could see, so I could only continue to pretend to be blind. That night, I just watched helplessly as the most torturous and painful 28 seconds of my life occurred. The year is almost over, which means this is the last year that the 18 Phoenix girls will protect me. If I want to continue living, I must find someone to marry tonight. On the New Year's Day, my master hurriedly took me back home, and then decorated the wedding hall and bridal chamber for me, and I also wore festive red clothes. But I was uneasy and even desperate. I had seen enough of their disgusted faces in the past 18 years. They often called me a cripple and a blind person. So I don't believe that any of them would be willing to marry me. If no one is willing, I will definitely die tonight. I felt like I was begging them to save me, but it was clearly my status as the dragon's son that gave them their current wealth and status, and they are not grateful at all. The master warned me seriously, "Listen, I will call all 18 of them over now, and you can choose the one you like from among them. But master, if I choose, will they be willing? I asked again. It's a very powerless feeling. Whoever is unwilling will regret it for the rest of his life. My master sneered, also, if they really don't want to, then you should personally take back the dragon blood that remains in their bodies. Because they don't deserve to have dragon blood. How do I get it? I don't understand why, but I have known for a long time that the dragon blood I left in their bodies has been too long and it will ruin their bodies. After all, dragon blood is very strong and can also improve my Taoism, but how do I get it? You must take him alive. Just remember that. My master looked at me with twinkling eyes. I nodded subconsciously. My master then said solemnly, 18, it depends on the situation. Tonight you will largely rely on your luck. At this time, my master hesitated for a moment, and finally took out a golden sachet, just in case, if none of them are willing, then you can open this golden sachet, maybe it can save your life. But don't despise me, your master. Dislike her? What does this mean? But after he finished speaking, my master went out. I worriedly said, Master, there is thunder outside. It is thundering. Be careful. My master turned around and looked at me in a daze, then left quickly. I waited anxiously at home holding the lucky bag until night, and then I saw 18 luxury cars driving towards us one after another. The car doors opened and 18 beauties got out. Each of them had beautiful long legs. It was like the scene of a beauty pageant. Who among them is my wife? I looked at them, feeling extremely nervous. But I knew that I couldn't reveal the fact that I was not blind, so when they all came, I pretended not to see anything. I could only stare at them secretly. I have stayed at the homes of these 18 girls every year, some when they were only 5 or 6 years old, some when they were in their teens, and now I haven't seen some of them for more than 10 years. They have all grown up and become rare beauties. 18 beauties met each other. Some of them had known each other before, but some of them didn't. The 18 were divided into 3 groups. They had just met and they had already formed their contempt chain. The flowers are competing for beauty, comparing legs, waists, and bags. The key point is that each of them carried a bag, which seemed to contain something in a plastic bag, and a hint of blood red could be vaguely seen. What surprised me even more was that I immediately saw a woman who stood out among the 18. It was Lu Wenwen who secretly urinated on my face that night. Now she is the tallest among them, with a height of 1.78 meters. She is wearing high heels. Her long legs are as straight as telephone poles. However, her eyes are the coldest and most arrogant among the 18. To be honest, as a man, I am attracted to her because of her appearance. Who wouldn't love her tall, sexy figure and long legs? But when I thought about the disgusting things she had done to me, I felt like vomiting, and I vaguely smelled that ammonia smell that I will never forget. In addition, Lin Wanner is dressed very casually today, but it still can't hide her proud figure. As a man, she is also a man's dream, but she has cheated on me, how can I want her? The other women either have big breasts or big butts. To me, it's just like a beauty pageant. But after my screening, I finally set my sights on 2 of the girls. One of them is called Wang Qingcheng, and she is actually a bit shy. I remember when I was a child, she deliberately took me to the middle of the road while I was pretending to be blind, hoping that a passing car would hit me to death. I guess it's because she has grown up, so her personality has changed a lot from when she was a child. The key is that she has an angry look on her face, and she must have learned some Taoist magic, and she also carries a bag. The other one was called Zhong Ting. Although she also disliked me at that time, she didn't do anything too extreme. Moreover, her face showed that she was the type who would bring good luck to her husband. Her figure was no worse than Lin Wanner's, and her waist-to-hip ratio was even more exaggerated. So I wanted to choose one of them to be my wife. But just when I was making my wishful choice, Lin Wanner's eyes rolled and she suddenly praised Lu Wenwen. "Sister Wenwen, your legs are really long. They can be used as crutches for that cripple Long Shiba. Why don't you marry him? You can save him the money for a crutch." Ha ha ha. Long legs and a blind man, this is a perfect match. Congratulations. The other 16 women also followed suit and gloated. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenwen just glanced at her, swayed her long legs and walked over, and actually raised her hand to slap Lin Wanner. "You are so mean. Let me ask you, is Long Shiba a cripple?" Lin Wanner was stunned when she was suddenly beaten, and the other women were also stunned. Who could have thought that Lu Wenwen would suddenly attack? When I heard this, I was moved. Lu Wenwen was actually speaking for me? Did her personality change? If things have really changed, then I might forgive her. Just when I was feeling a little touched, Lu Wenwen's next words made me feel sick again. "I tell you, he is not just a disabled person. He is a big disabled person. You want me to marry a disabled blind man? I would rather die than agree to that." Lu Wenwen's tone was cold and firm. "You dare to hit me?" Lin Wanner finally reacted, her pretty face full of anger. "I was just joking with you, and you actually hit me?" Lu Wenwen sneered, "A joke? Then I'll tell you, if I let you marry that blind man Long Shiba and let him kiss you with his eyes rolled back in horror all day, you will definitely be excited, right? Is the joke I'm playing on you funny? No, no. I don't want to marry a cripple like him." Lin Wanner was extremely panicked. "That's enough. If anyone plays such a disgusting joke on me again, I will beat him." Lu Wenwen became indifferent, and even squinted her proud eyes and stared at me. Now the other women were all grumbling, "Don't look at me. I don't want to help the poor. Let me tell you, when he lived in my house, he never even used the toilet. His shit just piled up in the pit, almost blocking the toilet. It was so smelly. You want me to marry such a disgusting person? My family is a wealthy one, how dare a poor guy like him marry into our family?" They either express disgust or curse. This made me feel as if I had fallen to rock bottom. As expected, none of them wanted to marry me. However, just when I felt hopeless, a voice rang out, igniting my hope. "No matter what, all of us present here have been married to Long Shiba when we were young. If he really wants to choose to marry one of us, that is Long Shiba's right." The person who spoke was none other than Wang Qingqing, whom I had just been eyeing. I was touched that she actually spoke for me. She was worthy of being the person I had my eyes on. What rights? Do you think we are still choosing concubines in ancient times? I don't admit that I have ever been married to him. Let him die, it has nothing to do with me, said a girl coldly. That's right. We were only 3 years old at that time. We knew nothing and were tricked into marrying him. It's fine that I didn't sue him for marriage fraud, but you still want me to marry him? Now that we've grown up, we have the right to choose. I have good looks and a good family background. Why should I commit myself to marrying a blind man, said another woman viciously. Other women expressed their opinions one after another, some saying they wanted to regret the engagement, while others wanted to cancel the engagement. These harsh words were like thorns piercing my heart. It's hard to imagine that such hurtful words came from the mouths of these young and beautiful women. I feel so heartbroken. Without me, Long Shiba, how could you have the superior and wealthy life you have now? I hate it in my heart. You actually betrayed me? Have you forgotten that we have the wealthy life today because we married Long Shiba? It was he who changed our destiny. Without him, we don't know where we would be suffering now. Wang Qingqing sighed. Lu Wenwen and the others were stunned. For a moment, everyone was speechless and unable to refute. But soon, their sophistry made them become shameless. Humph, so what? How long do we have to talk about such a trivial matter? Didn't each of us protect him for a year? Without us, he would have died long ago. Isn't this a settlement? Yes, we've settled the matter long ago. What's money compared to life? In my opinion, it's he who owes us now. Lin Wanner sneered. You guys. Sigh. Wang Qingqing sighed heavily, since none of you want to, then let me marry him. I, Wang Qingqing, will pay him back today for what I owe him. Wang Qingqing was silent for 3 seconds and slowly walked towards the house. The other women were shocked. Are you crazy? He's a blind man. You're going to marry him? Who cares? He's going to marry a blind man. She's going to have a hard time in the future. The other women quickly calmed down and looked gloating, especially Lin Wanner, who laughed the happiest. I was so moved that I almost cried. It was like I had gone from hell to heaven in an instant. Wang Qingqing actually took the initiative to marry me. I don't have to die today. 18th brother, are you there? Wang Qingqing walked to the door with a very sweet voice. I pretended to be blind, groped my way through the door with both hands and walked out. In order to show my blindness, I tripped at the door without paying attention and fell flat on my face. This scene immediately caused Lin Wanner and the others to laugh at him. If you are blind, just go and die. Why do you have to bring harm to us? You are such a waste. 18th brother. Wang Qingqing hurried over and helped me up. This sweet voice and gentle movements instantly warmed my heart. But just when I decided to make her my wife, I saw Wang Qingqing's sweet face suddenly reveal a hint of disdain and cunning. 18th brother, come, I want to marry you now. As she spoke, she actually took out a hen with a talisman attached to it from her backpack. She thought I was really blind and couldn't see, and asked me, a normal man, to marry a hen. I never expected that I had made a mistake just now. This Wang Qingqing is even more vicious and evil than when he was a child. He even asked me to marry a hen. This is a marriage between an animal and a hen. Once I really get married to this beast, then according to the monogamy law, it will be impossible for me to marry any of the 18 of them. She had planned this long ago and wanted to kill me sincerely. Am I worse than an animal in her eyes? A feeling of humiliation instantly made my heart angry and cold. The other 17 girls were all surprised, but soon their faces turned into anticipation. They actually expect me to get married with a hen. I don't understand how there can be such a vicious woman in the world. I made all 18 of them rich, but in the end, not one of them was willing to save me. Brother 18, come here, I'll hold you up, I'll be your eyes, then you'll never fall again, come in and get married with me. Wang Qingqing's kind face, even showing a hint of excitement at her evil plan succeeding, was seen clearly by my eyes. But I can't expose her in person because I have to pretend to be blind. Wang Qingqing kindly wanted to help me into the house, but in my eyes, her tricks were nothing but child's play. This Taoist technique of controlling the hen with talismans was too easy to break. Wang Qingqing thought I was blind and couldn't see the hen, so he used such a low-level Taoist technique on me. I casually pointed my finger at the hen. We fortune tellers practice to condense yang energy in our bodies. Suddenly, a trace of yang energy shot out from my finger and hit the hen on the head. The hen suddenly spread its wings, flapped its wings and made a squeaking sound, which scared Wang Qingqing and made her panic. Hey, where does the crowing of a rooster come from? I sneered in my heart, but asked in confusion on the surface. Brother 18, you heard it wrong, there was no rooster crowing. Wang Qingqing hurriedly covered the hen, but the blow I just made hurt the hen, and it flapped its wings and broke free from Wang Qingqing's restraints, running away cackling. Wang Qingqing was so angry that he stomped his feet and looked very confused. He seemed to not understand why the hen, which was fine just now, suddenly went berserk. "Isn't this the crowing of a rooster?" I asked again. "I don't know where the hen came from. I have already driven it away. Everything is fine now." Wang Qingqing lied in front of me with his eyes open. I said, "Oh," and took her wrist, "Then let's go in and get married." Wang Qingqing suddenly panicked and instinctively struggled to break free from my hand, but I held it tightly and she, a woman, couldn't break free for a while. "Don't waste time, let's go in and worship." Seeing her panic-stricken look, I thought of how she bullied me when I was a child. I felt happy and decided to drag her in today. "Brother 18, Long 18, let me go. Who wants to get married with a blind man like you?" Wang Qingqing finally revealed her true face and glared at me. The sweet and pretty girl she had just been was gone. The sudden change surprised Lin Wanner and Lu Wenwen who were watching the fun. I pretended to be surprised. "Wang Qingqing, didn't you just say you wanted to marry me? Which ear of yours heard that I want to marry you? You are blind, and now your ears are going deaf too. Let go." Wang Qingqing hit me like a shrew. It hurt so much that I had no choice but to let her go. Wang Qingqing stared at me with a teasing look on his face. "You toad want to eat swan flesh? You want me to marry you? Fine, I can marry you, but you have to kneel down and beg me first." The 3 words, "kneel down," were like a slap in the face. How could I kneel down when I was standing upright? "Kneel. Why don't you kneel? Kneel down and bark like a dog, and I will marry you." Wang Qingqing's face was full of teasing. She is playing with me. The other 17 women acted like the queen. "Kneel down. You bastard. Didn't you ask us to marry you? Kneel down and we will marry you." So harsh. I was furious. You want to marry me, but you don't want to kneel down and beg me. How can it be possible? Wang Qingqing sneered, "I think you should just be a good toad." My heart sank. Originally, I thought that after she married me, my status as the dragon's son would help her family prosper more, but now what she said was like a direct rejection of the endless wealth in the future. I don't know if she will regret it. Wang Qingqing, don't forget. Without my dragon blood, you wouldn't be where you are today. If I die, you can expect your family to fall into poverty or even be destroyed. Now that we've already fallen out, I won't be polite either. The playful expression on Wang Qingqing's face twitched. Obviously, as a Taoist practitioner, she also knew this cause and effect relationship. The other women who gathered around looked at each other, some of them showed worry, and the always aloof Lu Wenwen showed a bit of fear. But soon Wang Qingqing sneered and said disapprovingly, "Humph, don't bluff me. My Wang family now has assets of over 100 million. How difficult would it be to make our family fall into decline? So-called karma. You're right. Without your dragon blood, we wouldn't be where we are today. So if I return your dragon blood to you now, won't that settle this karma?" Wang Qingqing confidently took out a bag that I had just seen from her bag and threw it at me with disgust. I subconsciously looked down and saw a bloody piece of 7-dimensional space in the bag. I was shocked and could hardly believe my eyes. What I gave them was precious dragon blood that could bring good luck, not the menstrual blood that you excrete. An endless feeling of humiliation made me almost explode with anger. "I'll give you mine too. Dragon blood all the time. Is dragon blood so great? Do you think I want it? I'll give it back to you." The other 17 women took out the 7 dimensions that they had already packed from their bags. They sneered and swarmed over me. It turns out that they all came prepared. Crackling. They used me as a toilet trash can. These 18 bags were like 18 knives ruthlessly slashing at me. Some of these bloody bags hit me on the head, and 18 kinds of bloody smells filled the air around me, some of which were a bit fishy. I was trembling all over. The humiliation made me clench my fists, and I couldn't help but shed tears of shame. I can only try my best to hold it back. Stare at their disgusting faces. Long Sheba, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Collect your dragon blood. He's blind, he can't see. Ha ha ha. They burst into laughter. Tick. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Faced with the humiliation, I finally couldn't hold back and shed tears for the 12th time in my life. Ha. 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 I started to laugh coldly. Because I have noticed that the area around their foreheads has started to darken, which is a sign of bad luck. I'm afraid that it's not just me who won't survive tonight. They are also about to die, just like me. They were actually still feeling smug. Especially Wang Chengcheng, who seemed to think that this was the final solution to the cause and effect. Is he crazy? They laughed at them, not knowing that they were in big trouble. At this moment, I subconsciously looked up and found that I don't know when, the dark sky was already covered with dark clouds. Could it be that the Dragon King knew that no Phoenix girl was willing to marry me, so he came to eat me? I looked down at the lucky bag my master had given me. My master said it might be able to save my life. What was inside it? I have already returned the dragon blood to you. Lu Wenwen walked over, swaying her long legs. I tightly grasped the treasure bag in my hand. Even if I saw the bloody bag on the ground, would pretend not to know, because I had to pretend to be blind. The dragon blood you returned stinks. Take it away, take it away. I roar. I almost cried again. I have been feeling aggrieved for 18 years, pretending to be blind every year, and now facing this kind of humiliation, I can't even refute it. What are you barking about? Lu Wenwen's face was cold. Damn it, who are you calling stinky? I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart. The other women came over fiercely. I am blind, but my nose is intact. Is what you are giving me back my dragon's blood? I roared at them. Their expressions all changed suddenly, and they became angry immediately. Stop barking like a dog. Why isn't it? The dragon blood has been returned to you, and you are still being picky? Who do you think you are? Whether it is or not, you know it in your heart. I sneered. The 18 of them looked unhappy. Also, if I don't survive tonight, you will all be buried with me. My words completely angered the 18 women. They glared at me, some sneered, and some didn't believe me at all. He got so anxious that he actually said that we would be buried with him. Ha ha ha. The laughter pierced my ears. You said we would die? I want to live well and live a long life. Lu Wenwen said coldly, I've returned the dragon blood to you, don't be ungrateful. I think you are the one who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. At this time, a cold voice came. Lu Wenwen frowned, the other women also looked unhappy, but I was surprised because my master had returned. And you, and all of you. My master pointed at the other women one by one and scolded in a stern voice. When they saw that it was my master, the arrogance on their faces disappeared by a large margin. After all, they knew that my master was really capable. You 18 have the 1 in 10,000 fate of a phoenix. If it were in ancient times, you would have been queens who were the mothers of the country. Looking back at the past 1,000 years of Yanxia, there have been hundreds of queens, and all of them were the mothers of the country. How could you be like you 18? You are cunning, willful, cruel, and you despise the poor and love the rich. You even broke your engagement. Where is your integrity and shame? Where are your 3 obediences and 4 virtues? You are simply insulting the fate of a phoenix. Now you're using your aunt's blood as dragon blood? Isn't that disgusting? Every word my master said was so powerful that all 18 of them lowered their heads, feeling extremely ashamed. Even the proud Lu Wenwen lowered her head slightly, bit her lips lightly, and silently accepted the scolding from my master. I almost cried. My master is a single woman, but she raised me since I was a child, and she also suffered from other people's contempt. Master Jiang, it's not that we don't want to, it's just that he is blind. How can we marry him? Wang Qingqing said aggrievedly. Then why did you agree to it in the first place? My master said bluntly, now that you have money, you are going to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. You even used your period's blood as dragon blood. It must have been your bad idea, right? Wang Qingqing was speechless. Master Jiang, we are not sure whether he can survive tonight. Do you want us to be widows forever? Lin Wanner felt aggrieved. Who said no one is willing to marry him? My master's eyes were cold. For a moment, Lu Wenwen, Lin Wanner and the others looked at each other in surprise. I saw my master looking at me and said, "Open the sachet." I nodded subconsciously and opened the brocade bag. Inside was a piece of red paper with a marriage certificate on it. On one side was my birth date and on the other side was the birth date of a person with a phoenix destiny. Whose is this? My master found another girl with the phoenix fate to protect me? Master, this birth date seems to be... I was a little confused, because if I read it correctly and remembered it correctly, this birth date and time seemed to be my master's. I was completely stunned. In my impression, my master was not very old. When my mother took me from her arms, she was about 17 or 18 years old and was wearing a veil. Now I am 18 years old, and she still looks about 17 or 18 years old. She hasn't changed at all, really. Although I have never seen my master's full face, her eyes have never changed, clear and calm. But I never expected that she would sacrifice herself to save me. I understood now. No wonder Master just said, "Don't look down on her." Wang Qingqing is a Taoist magician. He saw at first glance that what I held in my hand was a marriage certificate. Since Master Jiang has already found the 19th Phoenix girl for Long Shiba, then there is definitely nothing for us to do. It's none of our business, right? No way. Is there really someone willing to marry a blind man? The other women were extremely surprised. They curled their lips, some sneered, and some were reluctant. Apparently they thought that no one would want someone like me. Long Shiba, is there anyone who wants you? Wang Qingqing came over with a gloating look on his face and whispered in my ear, "I've seen your marriage certificate. It's with your master, right? I'll tell you a secret after I learn Taoism. Your master is not a human being. I wish you a happy wedding. Goodbye." Wang Qingqing threw down a curse. Not wanting to stay for even a second longer, she turned around and was about to leave. Did she conclude that I would not survive this night? But when she left, she even glanced at my master. I subconsciously looked at my master, and the words, "He is not a human being," echoed in my ears. However, I did not feel the slightest bit of fear, nor the slightest bit of surprise, because I knew it since I was a child. Long Shiba, it's a pity that the person who is willing to marry you will become a widow tomorrow. Look at you, you're going to die tonight, and you're even getting the girl into trouble, aren't you selfish? People like you should die and be reborn sooner rather than later. The other women also expressed their curses and wanted to leave. They also determined that I would die, but starting from tonight, the ones who would die might be them. I stared at them, feeling chilled. Wait. My master spoke coldly at this time. Wang Qingqing, who left first, turned around and said unhappily, "Master Jiang, do you have anything else to say? Long Shiba has already found a wife, so why don't you stop causing trouble for us?" She even raised her voice when she said the word wife. His life or death has nothing to do with us now. The other women also looked very unhappy. My master pointed at the bloody bag on the ground and shouted, "Take all your garbage away. Using menstrual blood as precious dragon blood? Picking up shit from the toilet and thinking it's gold? How wicked are you? Take it away. Take it all away." Wang Qingqing was so angry that her face turned red, and the other women also blushed with shame. After all, this is not a glorious thing. Due to my master's authority, they could only come over covered in dust and picked up their own bags with disgust. "Go away," my master waved his hand. Only then did they leave in shame. I didn't stop them, but just looked at them coldly, because each of them had a dark fate palace, which was a very bad omen. You can survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes brought upon yourself, said my master, shaking his head. Long Shiba, I didn't expect there would be a woman willing to marry you. Lu Wenwen came over and picked up the bloody bag that belonged to her. I can tell her character from her face. She is very jealous and strong-willed. Obviously, in her eyes, she despises anyone who doesn't want her, and other people will also be like her and not want me. This is her unique character. Is that woman also blind like you? Lu Wenwen snorted. She is 10,000 times better than you, I said coldly. This irritated Lu Wenwen. She was jealous and said, "How ridiculous. 10,000 times better than me? Did I hear it right? How can a blind man like you tell the difference between good and bad?" I didn't answer her, but covered my nose. Lu Wenwen frowned and said unhappily, "What do you mean? Do I stink?" "No, you're slutty," I said. Lu Wenwen was stunned. She thought of her childhood and her pretty face flushed. She was a little angry and said, "I'm telling you, Long Shiba, if you tell anyone else about this, I'll never forgive you." She was about to leave after saying that. Lu Wenwen, you have a strong liver fire. You need to pay attention to your diet and drink less soup, I reminded her coldly. Lu Wenwen's face looks wrong. There is a dark line at the position of her life palace. In addition, there are bloodshot eyes, and her forehead and ears are black. This shows that she has been poisoned, but it is a long-term poison. It seems that someone has been working against her these past few months. Of course, I don't want to meddle in other people's business, even though she is going to die like me tonight. Long Shiba, are you disgusting? It's been such a long time, and you still remember it? Are you a pervert? Do you still want to drink my? You are so disgusting. Go to hell. I will come to collect your body tomorrow. Lu Wenwen turned around and glared at me, then got in the car and left. She misunderstood what I meant. I reminded her that I wanted to stop her from being poisoned, but she understood that it meant that her urine was yellow. When I heard her say this, I suddenly felt sick and wanted to vomit. Wasn't it you, Lu Wenwen, who was the perverted one back then? At this time, my master came over and I came to my senses. Master, about the marriage certificate. I want to ask something clearly. But to be honest, my master is as tall as Lu Wenwen, and a little thinner than Lu Wenwen. It's the standard that 1 pound taller looks fatter, and 1 pound less looks thinner. Her legs are probably longer than Lu Wenwen's. It can be said that my master embodies the standard of a great beauty. But after all, I have respected my master since I was a child, and I was thinking about repaying her, but suddenly she wanted to marry me, and I was still confused for a while. It's like a rich woman suddenly wants to marry you, no one can accept it all of a sudden. What are you thinking? I am your master. This is just a temporary expedient, my master said seriously. It turned out that I was overthinking it. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that my master didn't want to see me die tonight, so he had to do this. But I never expected that my master was also a girl with the destiny of Phoenix. Also, I want you to. Before my master could finish his words, a loud thunder suddenly struck the sky, followed by a strong wind and heavy rain pouring down from the sky. In just a moment, it looked like a waterfall before my eyes. I felt the hairs all over my body stand up, and I was shocked. Is the Dragon King coming? My master narrowed his eyes slightly, looking serious. It seems that my guess was right. She immediately pulled me into the house, and I subconsciously asked her what I should do. Because I have a natural fear of the Dragon King who wants to eat me for 18 years. You know, he is my biological father, and he wants to eat me just because I am his illegitimate child. He has been hunting me for 18 years. When we got to the room, my master closed the door and said to me seriously, "Don't panic. The two of us will get married right now." I was stunned. Let me get married with my master? This. I looked at the veiled master in front of me and was stunned for a moment. I have never seen the master's appearance, but her eyes are as clear as spring water. With such eyes, it is obvious that her other facial features must be good. She might be a peerless beauty. But she is my master. I have never thought about her since I was a child. Is this like a teacher on the podium getting married? My master was still serious. What are you thinking? If you want me to protect you with my life as a phoenix for a year, you and I must get married. I came to my senses and realized that 18 years ago I seemed to have been married to 18 girls at the same time. That's why I survived. My master quickly changed into the bride's dress, and at this moment, she looked so stunning with her tall figure. Seeing me in a daze, she knelt down first. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you kneel down quickly?" I said, "Oh," and ran over quickly. After pausing for a few seconds, I also knelt down beside my master, but pushed the candle back a little to prevent it from getting too close to my master. My master gave me a deep look. "Bow to heaven and earth," my master said. She had already started to kowtow, but seeing that I still didn't move, she asked, "What's wrong with you today?" I came to my senses and kowtowed hurriedly. When I turned my head, I saw that my master's eyes were serious. She seemed to have noticed my gaze and met my eyes. I quickly avoided her gaze. "You dislike my age, right?" my master asked calmly. I shook my head, a little bit unable to believe it. After all, I had never dared to have such a dream. "Don't worry, we are just going through the motions. You can just divorce me after a year." My master continued to kowtow. And I just stood there in a daze, not moving. My master's eyes turned complicated. "Do you think I'm not a human being?" I shook my head. "No." "When did you know that I was not human?" my master asked. "When I was a kid, I felt very cold when I slept on your thighs, and I thought it was strange. Once I saw that you had no shadow in the sun, so." I said calmly, "So I was not surprised when Wang Chengcheng kindly reminded me just now. When I was 3 or 4. Weren't you afraid of me then?" "Not afraid." I shook my head. "Why?" "Because I feel that the master is very good to me, so what does it matter whether you are a human or a ghost?" I said. My master's eyes were slightly stunned, and a hint of relief flashed across them. "I just feel sad. When I was a child, I knew that my master was a ghost, but I was not afraid at all. Instead, I felt very sorry for her. Why did my master die?" Then, I kowtowed on my own initiative. After 3 bows, the wedding ceremony between my master and I was completed. But strangely enough, as soon as the ceremony was completed, I felt a sense of peace in my heart. It seems that my master has begun to use her phoenix life to protect me. However, it seems that this can only protect me for 1 year. Does this mean that I have to marry someone with a phoenix fate every year to save my life? My master stood up and said, "Give me a drop of your dragon's blood." I came to my senses and hurriedly bit my finger. Because I was too nervous, I bit a big cut on my finger and blood was flowing out. Why are you so careless? While my master was speaking, she walked over and put my finger into her mouth. I was shocked all over, this action was too ambiguous. Then my master bandaged me with gauze and said, "It's done." I stood there in a daze. In this way, my master also had my dragon blood in his body. My master had already looked through the crack of the gate, his eyes becoming even more solemn. After all, the sound of thunder and rain outside was extremely loud and scary at the moment. I even vaguely heard the sound of a dragon's roar, and the hair on my body stood up. It was a feeling of fear and anger. As expected, what is coming will eventually come. I just don't know if I can get through the night like this. Come in. My master murmured to himself. Master, have you ever seen the Dragon King? I asked subconsciously. Have you seen me? The master walked to the door. I am a conquest. What are you standing there for? Come with me into the bridal chamber. My master said seriously. I exclaimed, in disbelief, whole, bridal chamber? What? Come in quickly. My master walked in. I walked to the door of the room, which to me was not a door, but a wall. I hesitated for a long time. What can I do inside? Do you really want to have a bridal chamber with my master? My mind is very confused. Still not coming in, my master's urging voice came from inside. I hurriedly walked in, only to see my master with her back to me. Her back was very graceful, with peaches hanging from her waist. Her figure was unparalleled. I hesitated for a moment, then gritted my teeth and walked over. After fighting in my heart for a long time, I dared to stretch out my trembling hands and hug my master's slim waist. I could even hear my extremely nervous heartbeat. I had never done anything like this before, and I even felt an unspeakable sense of guilt in my heart. But in order to survive, I can only do this. Long Sheba, you have to remember what I said. Later you go, Long Sheba, what are you going to do? When my master was speaking, she turned around, and she saw my hand stretched out in the air, almost touching her flat belly. I quickly pulled my hand back and my face almost turned into a monkey's butt. My master looked at me deeply with his eyes. You put your hand so close to me, where do you want to touch me? Do you want to spend the wedding night with me? My face has turned red all the way to my neck. Come on, you can choose to do it. Anyway, I am your wife. It is natural for a husband to do it to his wife. Come on. My master actually seemed to be indifferent. Having known her for such a long time, I knew her character clearly. The more she acted like this, the more it showed that she was angry. Master, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I felt so ashamed. It seemed that I had misunderstood what my master meant just now. My master narrowed his eyes, was silent for a few seconds and said, I am your master, don't have any other ideas about me, otherwise it would be treason, understand? I nodded repeatedly. After saying that, my master looked out the window, his eyes became serious again, because I also heard the noise outside the window getting louder and louder. The rainstorm and lightning were so fierce that it was terrifying. This made me nervous, and I couldn't help but look outside. After hiding for 18 years, was I still unable to escape death? At this moment, the noise outside was so loud and the dragon's roar was so creepy, as if the Dragon King was already somewhere, staring at me with murderous intent. As the old saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but a dragon actually wants to eat me, its illegitimate child. I am angry and powerless. My master's eyes flickered, and she seemed to have made up her mind. She even sighed, alas, your destiny has been awakened now, and you are no longer the same as you were 18 years ago. So if we just get married in the same way as when you were little, it won't work. Let's have the wedding night today. After the wedding night, the dragon and the phoenix will combine, and I will be able to protect you completely. You don't have to feel guilty. The union of a dragon and a phoenix is nothing more than a passing cloud. A brief physical contact doesn't mean anything. You are still just my apprentice, and I am still just your master. This is the only part of our relationship. You can also betray me, and you can also choose to divorce me after a year. Master, if this layer of paper is broken, I really can't face you. With a bang, my mind went blank. My master had to sacrifice so much to save me. Do you think I want to? There are so many good men in the world, but I want to spend the wedding night with you right now. I can't get over this hurdle of yours. Forget it, don't talk for now. My master continued to approach me. Her eyes were very tangled, aggrieved, and pale. It seemed that I was not the man she wanted to have. In fact, I was far from the man she wanted. In a daze, I saw my master reaching out and starting to unbutton her shirt. His considerate gesture was even more beautiful than that of a fairy. I was completely dazed. I staggered back and fell onto the bed. My master stretched out her beautiful hand and turned off the light. In the dim light, a graceful figure slowly walked towards me. I was frozen, at a loss. Take your hands away. Is there any part of your body that I haven't seen? Lie down, take off your clothes, close your eyes, don't move. I'll do it, said my master. I looked at my master's red lips slowly approaching me, and I couldn't help but think, it would be wonderful to be kissed by such lips, right? No, this is the most beautiful thing in the world. Unconsciously, I listened to my master's words and slowly closed my eyes. I was uneasy and nervous. A strong sense of guilt swept over me. How could I treat my master like this? At this moment I really wanted to refuse, but my body did not listen to my brain and I was pressed under my master and could not move. A hint of expectation suddenly emerged in my heart. Boom boom, my heart was beating like a deer in my chest, as if I was being favored. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, I didn't feel anything. I couldn't help but open my eyes and saw my master's beautiful face. She almost kissed me, but her face was full of entanglement and struggle. Is she regretting this? I can't do it. My master shook her head, her eyes full of rejection. Master, I called out, and the expectations in my heart were immediately extinguished. My master stepped away from me and turned away. Put your clothes on. I sat up from the bed in a daze, and an awkward atmosphere spread. I have a husband. After a long silence, my master said softly. I was shocked all over and my face was filled with shock. I know my master is a ghost, but I don't know how long she has been dead, and I don't know if she was married before she died. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward, and it felt like I was having an affair with my master. Master, I don't mind. Seeing that the embarrassment was getting worse, I somehow said something to ease the atmosphere. Why do my words feel more exciting? My master turned around, her eyes firm. I was married to my husband in a formal ceremony, brought into the family in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. How could I not be a good wife? How could I give my chastity to you? Just now I tried hard to convince myself, because you and my husband are the same age, and even have a little similarity. I vaguely saw the shadow of my husband in you, but I really can't do it, because you are not my husband after all. My husband has been dead for 100 years. I was stunned. By marrying you today, I have violated the 3 obediences and 4 virtues and have brought shame to my husband. I absolutely cannot do anything to let my husband down again. Her eyes became more determined, and she even took a few steps back, keeping a proper distance from me. I fell silent, but there were still lightning and thunder outside, and even the terrifying dragon roar was getting louder and louder, which was terrifying. Fortunately, I can use my phoenix life to protect you today, but I haven't combined with you, so the Dragon King will still come to take your life tonight," said my master. I came to my senses and asked my master what I should do. My master looked at me and said, 18, this is all my fault. I'm sorry. I really can't do this. I hurriedly shook my head, Master, don't say that. You have done your best for me by marrying me. This is not my master's fault, it's the fault of my cruel father the Dragon King. My master fell silent, and then she walked out of the room. When she came back, she brought in a paper figure that looked exactly like me. It was so lifelike that I was shocked. My master also has this skill? My master asked me to take off my clothes. I understood what she meant, and quickly took off my groom's suit and put it on the paper man. My master blew out a breath, and the paper figure was dressed in groom's clothes and looked like me. It originally looked like a real person, and now with a breath of air, it became even more vivid, making me feel like I was seeing twins. But when my master exhaled this breath, his face turned much paler, and it was obvious that his energy was seriously depleted. We'll just have to hide for tonight, my master murmured to herself. I nodded and walked to my master. She subconsciously stepped back and kept a distance from me. I didn't expect that what I did just now would make her feel alienated from me. Although you and I are married, I am not yours. We are still just a master and a disciple. I found this relationship to be really complicated. But I saw my master turned into a white gas, and then turned into a white, simple jade pendant with mountains and rivers carved on it. Although you didn't marry me off in a formal ceremony, I will still follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues within this year. I will always follow you. I will follow my husband's lead. I will do whatever you ask me to do, and I will try not to show up in front of outsiders. But after 1 year, you must write a letter of divorce and divorce me. I nodded. I want you to say it yourself. Well, I will definitely write you a letter of divorce after a year. I said affirmatively. I thought that after a year, I wouldn't regret anything. It's just a divorce letter, right? I can write anything. Why don't you take me away? My master's voice came from the jade pendant. When I came to my senses, I heard the terrifying roar of a dragon outside. I hurriedly and gently grabbed the jade pendant and asked where my master had gone. According to the rule that 18 phoenixes have protected you over the years, you have to stay at my house for the whole year so that I can protect you. I have a store in the city, let's go there first. I nodded and stayed at my master's house, so I wouldn't have to live under someone else's roof anymore. I put the jade pendant in my pocket, packed up my things, and ran out in the rain. I ran as fast as I could, and soon I heard the roar of the Dragon King, followed by a loud bang. I subconsciously turned my head and saw flames rising into the sky in the distance, carrying endless anger. My master's home was gone. The Dragon King really appeared. An indescribable feeling of oppression swept over me instantly. If I hadn't run away, I would have died for sure. I just felt terrified and cold sweat broke out on my back. I stared at this direction, and in an instant, I clenched my fists tightly. I hope the master's paper figurine has been able to conceal the truth. I have hope in my heart, but at the same time, I feel confused. I thought I had been hiding like a dog for 18 years, hiding here and there, living under other people's roofs. Today was the day when all the hard days would end, but now it seems that I am 19 years old and still have to continue hiding? If I survive at 19, what about 20, 21, and 22? Do I have to find a woman with a phoenix fate to marry every year in order to continue living? If I live to be 60, I have to find 60 girls to marry. If you live to be 80, you have to find 80 girls to marry? Is my life over? If we want to end this life of hiding, the only way is to kill the Dragon King. My master's voice rang out. My eyes are sharp. I don't want to live under his shadow and pursuit all my life. I, Long Sheba, don't want to hide or depend on others anymore. I want to live my life honestly. Master, from today on, the two of us will depend on each other. I murmured to myself, the 18th Phoenix girl had torn up the engagement and severed ties with me, and now I only had my master by my side. Haven't we always been dependent on each other, said my master. I was stunned, yes. The 18 Phoenix girls despised me, and their families hated me too. Over the years, it was really me and my master who managed to get through it together. From today on, you are my apprentice during the day and my husband at night. I was stunned by what the master said. It was easy to understand that he was her apprentice during the day, but what did it mean that he was her husband at night? It seems a bit exciting. Could it be that she suddenly agreed that I could spend the wedding night with her tonight? Not allowed during daytime? Master, it seems to be night now, I said. Yes, husband. That's it? Am I overthinking this? Husband, go to my shop first. You and I have to survive first. My master's voice sounded again. When I took the bus to the city, I arrived at the door of the shop opened by my master. It was a very remote location, with few people around. However, the entrance was bumpy, which showed that it was very crowded when it opened. That's true. My master is very famous in the fortune-telling industry. I pushed the door open and went in. The space was not big, but there was a curtain and behind it were tables and chairs for fortune-telling. I cleaned up quickly and saw that it was already 6 or 7 in the morning, so I simply took out the fortune-telling sign. After all, staying in the master's house is different from staying in other women's houses. The first thing to do is to make money to survive. Besides, I was still a little worried. Could it be that the Dragon King was really deceived last night? But I saw a white mist coming out from my body. It was my master. She appeared and went to the back silently. Before I could react, a fragrance came out. While I was stunned, my master had already brought a bowl of fragrant egg noodles. You are responsible for supporting the family, and I am responsible for cooking, said my master. I felt a little touched and ate the egg noodles quickly. Then she came over and cleaned up the dishes silently. But this really made me uncomfortable. Were all wives in ancient times so virtuous? Is this what married life is like? I instantly felt filled with happiness. Why are you looking at me? My master wondered. Master, I want to hold you in my arms while sleeping like we did when we were little. I asked a little nervously, worried that she was overthinking it. Okay, come here. My master nodded and waved to me. I walked over and saw that the master was already sitting on the bed, and then I lay on her lap, feeling very cold. I looked at her with my eyes open, and she looked down at me, our eyes meeting, so close. This instantly reminded me of my childhood. Whenever I felt wronged, my master would comfort me in this way. Go to sleep, sleep like you did when you were a child. My master said softly. I closed my eyes, feeling very guilty. After all, I am no longer a child. I have grown up now. If I still sleep like this, isn't it a bit blasphemous? Just when I was about to go to bed, my master said, "There's business coming." My expression changed and I sat up immediately, but my master continued, "The one who came was Wang Qingcheng." She? I was immediately furious, but I sneered in my heart. Last night I saw that something was going to happen to those 18 women. It was obvious that Wang Qingcheng had sensed the danger. It seems that my chance for revenge has come. I don't use my real name for this shop, but the name Li Sanchuan. It suddenly dawned on me, no wonder I hadn't been here since I was a child. At this moment, my master flipped her hand, and a human skin mask appeared from her hand like a magic trick, and she threw it to me. I subconsciously looked at it and found that it was a human skin mask that looked like an ordinary man. It could fit the face perfectly. I was surprised. After all, the material was so delicate and it gave me the feeling of touching a woman's back. Could this be real human skin? I was just surprised. "Don't forget, you were dead last night," said my master. "Yes, I can't expose myself, otherwise my escape last night would be in vain." I put it on without hesitation. It fits perfectly. This is the ancient disguise technique. Ordinary people can't see the flaw at all. This has changed me into a different person, and that's the best. Soon, Wang Qingqing ran into the store with a panicked look on his face. "Master Li, help." Wang Qingqing's life palace was full of death at the moment, which meant that the retribution for her betrayal was coming. "You actually came to me for help. Have you, Wang Qingqing, ever thought about this?" Seeing her so flustered, I felt so happy. My master was sitting behind the curtain, and I walked out decisively. At this moment, I was wearing a human skin mask with another man's face, so I was naturally not afraid of being recognized by her. Wang Qingqing just glanced at me, a little confused, and naturally didn't recognize me. I guess she must have thought that I must have died in the fire last night. Wang Qingqing ran to the curtain, but because of the curtain, she didn't recognize her master. "Since last night, I've felt like someone is following me. Master Li, please help me figure out what's going on with me." Wang Qingqing continued. "You have been disloyal and now your death is imminent," said my master. Her voice changed a little and became rough. Wang Qingqing's face turned pale with fright. It was exactly as my master said. Her fate palace was too dark, and her death was indeed imminent. As a Taoist magician, she must have keenly realized that she was in absolute danger at the moment, otherwise how could she have come here? No way. How could this happen? Wang Qingqing simply couldn't accept it. She rolled her eyes and seemed to have finally thought of me. She hurriedly said, "Master Li, this is what happened. My parents were deceived and had an engagement with a blind man. Yesterday, that blind man even insisted that I marry him according to the engagement. Of course I don't want to. You know, I'm the victim. Could it be that this incident caused me to be in such a disaster?" When I heard this, I was furious. "Yes." My master's voice became a little colder. "Long Shiba, you are such a troublemaker. You won't let me go even if you die, right?" Wang Qingqing immediately blushed and cursed, but her face soon turned pale again. "Then what should I do?" "Master Li, please save me." "You really want me to save you?" "Yes." Wang Qingqing quickly wiped away her tears, her face full of anticipation. "Then go and sleep with my apprentice. After he's done sleeping, I'll save you," said my master. Wang Qingqing was dumbfounded. Not only was she dumbfounded, even my eyes almost popped out. Logically speaking, since I'm married to my master, she should abide by the rules of being a womanizer, and I should also abide by the rules of being a man. And she's still trying to get benefits for me? What is going on? "Master Li, don't be like this. I don't even know him, how can I sleep with him?" Wang Qingqing was panicked. "If you don't want to sleep, forget it. I'm not forcing you. You can leave now." Behind the curtain, my master shook his head. Wang Qingqing looked at me subconsciously, her eyes were very conflicted and miserable, she seemed to be keenly aware of a greater crisis. Then, before I could react, Wang Qingqing ran towards me crying, grabbed my hand and ran towards the inner hall. She chose to compromise and save herself by sleeping. And I didn't move. Wang Qingqing stamped his feet in anxiety. "Master, what you are doing seems," I lowered my voice, really not understanding. In our era, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was standard. As the principal wife, I must personally select concubines and side rooms for my husband. I am just doing what I should do now. Go ahead. You were supposed to have spent the wedding night last night. My master's voice reached my ears. I was shocked. Before I could react, Wang Qingqing forcefully pulled me into the inner hall and began to desperately take off my clothes. I don't know you, and you don't know me. We slept together today, but we had no choice. It will be over tomorrow. I never expected her to say such a thing, considering that she would rather sleep with a stranger like me than marry me. As Wang Qingqing said this, she began to kiss me with tears in her eyes. Smelling Wang Qingqing's sweet saliva, I was not moved at all, I just felt very disgusted. I pushed her away. Wang Qingqing was so anxious that tears were streaming down her face. She immediately came closer to me. She pressed so close to me that the fragrance from her body kept drilling into my nose. I sneered in my heart. What would her expression be if she knew that the person she was kissing at this moment was Long Shiba, whom she hated so much? I pushed her away again, and Wang Qingqing began to unbutton her clothes, revealing her perfect figure. Please, don't reject me. I said coldly, I am disabled. Disabled? It doesn't matter, I don't mind. Wang Qingqing said without thinking. I feel heartbroken. She didn't mind that a stranger she didn't know had a disability, and she was willing to sleep with him. But when it came to me, I pretended to be blind and disabled, and she minded? Such a disgusting double standard. Last time you used a hen to marry me? Then humiliate me in public. I really don't mind. Wang Qingqing came closer again. She was extremely afraid of death. Why are you so mean today? Looking at you, shouldn't you be high and mighty? I sneered. Wang Qingqing was stunned, tears streaming down her face. She had never been insulted like this before. I asked you why you were so mean today. You didn't answer me. I continued. I, Wang Qingqing, am a lowly person, okay? Then what do you want from me that will make you willing to sleep with me? Wang Qingqing was so angry that she started to cry. Under the mask, I stared at her, kneel down and talk to me first. She once insulted me, showed contempt for me, and looked down on me. I want to take it back tenfold. Wang Qingqing was shocked. With tears in her eyes, she knelt down in front of me. It seems that people who are afraid of death are really obedient. Have I offended you in any way? Why do you treat me like this? Wang Qingqing choked. Take off your clothes now. One by one. I said coldly. I took out my cell phone and turned on the video. I wanted to take back the dignity that she gave me last time when I got married with a chicken. Wang Qingqing's face flushed red. I don't want to. No? Then you can get out now. I sneered. Wang Qingqing was completely stunned. Her tears flowed like raindrops. With her humiliation, she finally closed her eyes and slowly took off her clothes one by one. I continued recording the video. Wang Qingqing was shaking all over. Slowly, her perfect figure was recorded by my mobile phone. When she took off the last piece of clothing, she bit her lip and asked, "Will you upload the video to the internet? What do you care about me? Take it off." I scolded. Tick. Wang Qingqing's pearl-like tears fell to the ground. She was already enveloped in humiliation. I stared at her and sneered. Can't you bear this little humiliation? Why did you let me marry a beast? And why did you give me my aunt's blood as my dragon's blood? Looking at Wang Qingqing's deathly pale face, her self-esteem had reached the limit. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? I turned off the video. Whoa! Wang Qingqing collapsed on the ground. She used the clothes she had taken off to cover her hot body, and then she was in a daze for a long time, unable to recover. I didn't bother to look at her again and walked out directly. Wang Qingqing hugged my legs and said, "I beg you, please don't upload the video to the internet, otherwise you will ruin me." "Why do you care whether you upload it or not? You have a video but you don't want to share it with netizens? Are you going to burn it to the crematorium afterwards? I'll send a WeChat message to the group right now." I broke away from her. Wang Qingqing stood there in disbelief, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. I walked out from inside. My master saw me coming out, his eyes were a little surprised. "Are you too nervous? According to your face, you have a straight nose, you shouldn't be so fast." My face turned red and I quickly shook my head to say that I didn't touch her. My master asked, "You didn't touch her? Do you think the concubine I chose for you is not good enough?" I shook my head and said of course not. My master looked at me again. "So how do you plan to get the dragon blood back in her body?" It suddenly dawned on me that what the master wanted me to do just now was to retrieve the dragon blood. I said, "You can get it any way you want, but I absolutely do not accept this method. Because this approach makes me sick. Another method is to ask her to give me the dragon blood voluntarily, but this is difficult. How could she voluntarily give it to me? Should I let her fall in love with me? Then she will return it to me voluntarily. It's just that this is even more impossible." "It's up to you," my master said in a flat tone. "But if I want my dragon blood, I have to keep Wang Qingqing safe for the time being. Otherwise, once she dies, my dragon blood in her body will become useless dead blood. Also, judging from Wang Qingqing's appearance, something will happen to her in 3 days, so I plan to send her away first." After some hesitation, I asked my master if I could just rob it. I rushed into their house and took back the things that originally belonged to me. This is the natural thing to do. Even if the King of Heaven came, I would have my reasons and I would be right. "It's best if they volunteer," said my master. I am speechless. If they force me into a desperate situation, I will just rob them. At this time, Wang Qingqing came out with red eyes, lowered his head and said nothing, looking distraught. "You cry when you are rejected? When you reject others, do they also cry?" Behind the curtain, my master glanced at her. Wang Qingqing looked confused. "You'll stay here for the next 3 days." My master said something that made me helpless, but it was the only way. Otherwise, if something happened within these 3 days, it would be troublesome. "Really? Then thank you, Master Li." Wang Qingqing cried with joy. "Yes, you can sleep anywhere, but only on the ground." After my master finished speaking, he went back to his room. Wang Qingqing came over and wanted to monitor me and prevent me from uploading the video. "Get away from me, or I'll upload it now," I said coldly. "Ah. I'm going to." Wang Qingqing was frightened and stayed away from me. Because we just opened today, many people didn't know that the store had started doing business. In addition, there were few people passing by, so there was no business at around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. I closed the door while yawning. My master had already prepared some steaming egg noodles for me. After I finished eating, I walked into the room. Just when I was embarrassed about how to face my master, I saw that she had personally made the bed for me. "Do you need me to warm your bed?" my master asked. I came back to my senses and shook my head hastily. "Master, don't be so nice to me. This is what a wife should do." My master seemed very calm. "Come and sleep." I could only go over and lie down stiffly. My master covered me with a blanket and I said I had hands. "It has nothing to do with having hands or not. In my time, wives would do the same," my master said softly. "Call me if you have any problems." Then, she changed back into a jade pendant. Looking at the only room in the store, I felt helpless. Does this count as living together as a couple? There seems to be not much difference between having a wife and not having one. I can only sleep alone in silence. Wang Qingqing was sleeping soundly on the chair, with tear marks still on her face. The next morning, I opened the door with high spirits, hoping that business would be prosperous today. After all, if there was no business for a long time, how would my master and I get through the year? I sat at the door while my master went to prepare breakfast for me. She did fulfill her responsibilities as a wife, except not letting me touch her. A few minutes after I finished breakfast, a woman walked in. She was in her 30s and dressed in a business suit. I could tell at a glance that this woman should be a real estate manager. After all, she had a good-looking face. But the bad thing is that the position of her life palace is very dark, and even has a bit of yin energy, which is most likely due to evil spirits. I already knew most of it from her face. "Where is Master Li?" the woman asked puzzledly. "I'm her apprentice, tell me if you have anything to say." I said calmly. "I'm not looking for you. I'm here to see Master Li. You have to know that ordinary people can't solve our company's problems at all." The woman shook her head and did not trust me at all. "The evil spirit that has befallen your company isn't a big deal. Don't bother my master. I can handle it," I said directly. The woman's expression changed slightly, and then she softened a bit. "I haven't told you yet, how did you know?" "I saw it," I said. "How did you see that? You can also read faces?" The woman was surprised. I nodded. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said helplessly, "Well, come with me quickly, it's urgent." I nodded, even a little excited. I have been learning from my master for so many years but have never had the opportunity to display my skills. Today I finally have the chance to show my talents. I went into the house to pack a few things, but found that the master was looking at me. "In our time, when the husband went out, as a wife, I would wait for you at home." That's truly what a wife would say. I nodded, glanced at Wang Qingqing who was still sleeping on the chair, and followed the woman out. There was a BMW 7 Series parked at the door, and a woman was already sitting in the driver's seat. As soon as I opened the door and got in, a fragrant breeze blew in. It turned out that Wang Qingqing had also squeezed in. Was she pretending to sleep just now? "What are you doing?" I was very unhappy. "If I don't follow you, what if you upload my video?" Wang Qingqing said. I wanted to kick her out, but unfortunately the woman had already driven. "Master, what's your name?" asked the woman driving. "Lin." I made up a surname at random. The woman nodded and then introduced herself. Her name was Lu Yongyang and she was the manager of the Imperial City Group. She also said that there was a problem with her company's recent project on the bank of the Yellow River. When I heard this, I was shocked. "We have to go to the Yellow River?" "You know, my cruel father is the Dragon King of the Yellow River." "Master Lin, are you okay?" Lu Yongyang couldn't help asking when he saw that I suddenly stopped talking. "It's okay, go ahead." I shook my head. When Wang Qingqing heard the word Yellow River, his face turned pale with fright. "Well, our company is planning to build a new observation deck there recently, so when we were laying the foundation yesterday on the bank of the Yellow River, there was a problem and a coffin was actually dug out. The workers didn't take it seriously at the time, but in less than an hour, 5 or 6 people died in succession. When I just came here, 19 people had died. Everyone in the company was terrified. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way here to ask Master Li for help." Lu Yongyang showed a little fear when he said this. I was slightly shocked. "Is this so weird? What did you do with the coffin?" I asked hurriedly. "It hasn't been dealt with yet, no one dares to deal with it." "Okay, I understand. Just take me there." I didn't ask any more questions. It seemed that my first thing was a bit tricky. When we arrived at the place and Lu Yongyang called me, I came to my senses. I got off the car and the Yellow River was not far away. The sound of the rushing river was shocking. There was indeed a construction site nearby and there were quite a few excavators, but they were all stopped and had been blocked off. After all, so many people died at once. The surroundings were very strange, and there was a faint unpleasant fishy smell in the air. I was worried that the Dragon King might suddenly appear. Wang Qingqing was still a little scared, probably regretting following me here. I was too lazy to pay attention to her and just hoped that she wouldn't cause any trouble for me. Master Lin, let me introduce you first. This is Mr. Lu, the president of our company. Lu Yongyang pointed over as he led the way and spoke. I looked over subconsciously and saw a man with long legs in a professional suit, looking at a large coffin with a grim face. My expression suddenly changed. Isn't this Lu Wenwen among the 18 women? She is actually my employer in this business? This is really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Her family also started to have bad luck. But I was very confused. After all, I noticed that something was wrong with her face the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect that she was actually fine. This was too strange. After hearing the introduction, Lu Wenwen looked at me and frowned. He is Master Li? Isn't Master Li a woman? It seems that the human skin mask I wore completely changed my face. She was just like Wang Qingqing and didn't recognize me. Should I be happy or sad? She probably thought I was dead a long time ago. He is Master Li's apprentice, Master Lin, Lu Yongyang introduced. I asked you to invite Master Li, not her apprentice. Don't you want to do this anymore? If you don't want to do this, just pack up and get out. Lu Wenwen immediately turned hostile, looking cold and indifferent. Lu Yongyang's face turned pale and he lowered his head in fear, not daring to answer. Other people nearby were also too frightened to speak. It seemed that a boss like Lu Wenwen was a tyrant in the eyes of her employees. Now go get someone to get me some black dog blood, cinnabar, pen and paper. Also, some incense. I walked straight over and took advantage of the noon hour to quickly deal with the coffin issue. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if I delayed it until night. Lu Wenwen stared at me like a queen. Who do you think you are? How dare a little apprentice show off his skills in front of me? Go, invite your master over. As expected, he is still so arrogant and domineering, ignoring everything. The coffin is close to water, it absorbs evil spirits and ghosts. If you still want someone to die, don't waste time. Hurry up. I said coldly and walked to the coffin. I won't be polite to her. Lu Wenwen was stunned. It seemed that even though she had been a boss for so long, no one had dared to speak to her like that. She stared at me for a few seconds, probably stunned by my professional words, and began to instruct Lu Yongyang, go, buy what he wants first. If it doesn't work, ask Master Li to come over. Also, if you can't do it well again, get out. Lu Yongyang immediately nodded and did it. This coffin is very large and is not an ordinary wooden coffin. Although it is covered with sewage and silt, you can still see that the entire coffin is a strange blood red. The evil spirit is very strong. Even I feel a tingling sensation on my scalp. This should be an evil coffin because it is too close to the Yellow River and the humidity is so heavy. I'm afraid the things inside have become spirits, otherwise so many people would not have died. I looked carefully at the coffin and the surroundings. Soon my heart sank. The pit where the coffin was dug was still there. It was very large and very deep, and even cold steam was coming out of the pit. What did you see? Lu Wenwen's cold voice sounded. She was very brave and not afraid of these things. Your company is too unprofessional. How can you lay the foundation in a place like this? This is a Shuayin acupoint. I said coldly. Lu Wenwen was confused by what I said. How would I know this? Oh, what is Shuayin acupoint? This is a bend in the Yellow River, and it is also a place where water is stored. There is a mountain on the opposite side, which blocks the wind, making the moisture and yin energy heavier. Water gathers yin, and this is the Shuayin acupoint. Yes. I understand. Lu Wenwen nodded, and looked at me with a feeling of respect. She said politely, "Then how do you plan to solve this problem, Master? Do you want to burn the coffin directly or bury it again?" None of them. I shook my head. Burning the coffin will release the evil spirit inside, which would be like poison gas, killing a large number of people. What's more, ordinary fire cannot burn this kind of coffin, but the three-flavor true fire can, but where can I borrow it? As for burying it again, that is even more impossible. This Shuayin acupoint has been destroyed, which means that the things inside have been awakened by anger. Burying it now is no different from covering one's ears and stealing a bell. After hearing my analysis, Lu Wenwen looked anxious. What should we do? We have to resettle the coffin. I said slowly. Lu Wenwen was stunned. How to suppress it? You won't understand even if I tell you. Today's incident is very serious. You should let the other workers leave quickly. Otherwise, if we are not careful, more people may die. I continued. After all, this was the first time I was forcing someone to do something. Lu Wenwen reacted and immediately asked the people nearby to go back quickly. Soon, Lu Wenwen and I were the only ones left on the entire construction site. At this time, Lu Yongyang also bought the things over. I first lit the 3 incense sticks and then inserted them in front of the coffin. I want to see first what the attitude of the things in this coffin is now. If 3 incense sticks are all the same length, then it's okay, which means the thing inside is still okay. But if 2 are short and 1 is long, then it's troublesome, which means the thing inside is very angry. The cigarette smoke floated up, but what I didn't expect was that the 3 incense sticks were instantly broken by some force. So weird. I was shocked. This seemed like he didn't want to communicate with me at all. The thing inside is very dangerous. Lu Wenwen and the others next to them were also shocked. Cold sweat broke out on my palms. What should I do? Lu Wenwen was a little scared. Don't panic. I took a deep breath and used cinnabar and a brush to draw a talisman. I wanted to draw the talisman to suppress the corpse first. My master once taught me how to draw talismans, but I have never put it into practice. To draw talismans, one must concentrate one's mind and complete one stroke from beginning to end. Only then can a talisman be completed. Otherwise, it will just be a mess. For so many years I have been pretending to be blind and have been looked down upon, so it is easy for me to ignore external things and concentrate. After I was prepared, I started to draw talismans with a brush dipped in cinnabar. The tip of the brush moved, and when I lifted the brush, the pictures and strokes on the talisman glowed with a faint golden light, and it was completed in one go, indicating that the talisman was completed. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that with the foundation of fortune-telling, I could easily learn other things and master them once I started. I drew 10 corpse-suppressing talismans in a row and only failed twice, which is an amazing success rate. Then I held the talisman in one hand and the black dog blood in the other hand, and slowly walked over. Lu Wenwen didn't dare to follow me at all. When I was 5 steps away from the coffin, I stopped because I didn't dare to get any closer. I vaguely felt that there was a creaking sound in the coffin. It was too creepy. I stared at the coffin and said, "You and I were originally not interfering with each other, but a few ignorant juniors disturbed you. I apologize to you on their behalf. Since things have come to this point, I have a good way to solve this matter. I will find you a new feng shui treasured site and bury you. And let those who disturbed you burn incense for you for 10 consecutive years. What do you think? Be polite before using force. Crunch. There was no response from the coffin, but the strange noises inside were getting louder and louder. Even from the cracks in the coffin, a sticky liquid seeped out. It looked like blood, but not really, and it emitted a foul odor. Besides, the sun is shining brightly now. I am taking advantage of the weather and the terrain to suppress you again. Then you will inevitably suffer the pain of being suppressed. Think about it carefully. Do you want to be worshipped or be suppressed by me? I forced my tone, mixed with the fortune teller's yang energy, making my voice louder and more powerful. After all, I had to force it. No matter how soft or hard it is, you must let it make the decision. But it's strange that the noise in the coffin has actually become smaller. Could it be that the thing inside has sensed my extraordinary strength? After all, I am a great fortune teller. Sufficient yang energy in the body can also drive away evil spirits. When Lu Wenwen saw this, she was so nervous that she dared not even breathe. I breathed a sigh of relief. This was a person who would only respond to hard words and not soft words. I was just about to continue communicating. The sky and the earth are boundless, the Qiankuan talisman drives away evil and destroys monsters. Suppress them for me. A cold voice rang out, and I saw 10 talismans emitting golden light shooting over from the side and sticking to the 4 sides of the coffin. Suddenly, the 10 talismans glowed and formed a golden net, covering the coffin. I was shocked and even angry. Because the one who took action was Wang Qingsheng, who had not dared to come out just now. Wang Qingsheng, what are you doing? I was so angry that I almost yelled. What are you screaming about? I've already used a talisman to suppress it. Wang Qingsheng said proudly, you are Master Li's apprentice, but I don't think you have any experience in suppressing corpses. It's useless to reason with this kind of thing, you have to use tricks. You have to use talismans. Hurry up, let's rebury the coffin and then go back quickly. I'm worried that the Dragon King will appear in this place. Wang Qingsheng walked over. You are sick. I glared at Wang Qingsheng. Why are you scolding me? Wang Qingsheng was a little unhappy. Didn't I just use a talisman to suppress the corpse? What's the big deal? What's there? Look. I pointed angrily at the coffin not far away. Wang Qingsheng looked over subconsciously, her eyes almost popping out of her head. Because the coffin began to tremble violently, dark red blood gushed out from the gaps like a fountain. The black blood was like sulfuric acid, instantly soaking the talisman attached to the coffin, causing the spiritual light on the talisman to dim and thick smoke rising. The entire coffin began to shake violently, making a deafening muffled sound. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingsheng's expression changed drastically, bold. She gave a sweet shout, took out a stack of talismans again, muttered something in her mouth, and threw them away. The moment these talismans were taken off their hands, golden light bloomed, turning into streaks of golden light and shooting onto the coffin. Crackling. The talisman once again formed a large golden net, wrapping the entire coffin. Town. Wang Qingsheng pinched his fingers and pointed at the coffin. Crunch, crunch. The golden net began to close in, causing the entire coffin to make a tense, sharp sound. But the next second, with a bang, the coffin shook violently, like a beast awakening, and it burst the large net covering it. Puff! Wang Qingsheng was suddenly affected in the middle of casting a spell, and her face turned red. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her pretty face turned extremely pale. And snap, snap! The coffin was shaking, and the coffin lid was slowly propped up, as if the person inside the coffin was propping the lid open with his hands. My heart skipped a beat when I saw this scene. Lu Wenwen and Lu Yongyang, who were not far away, were so frightened that their faces turned pale, as if they had been covered with white paint. Wang Qingqing was shocked and immediately asked me, "This thing is so fierce, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I'm furious. I was just negotiating with this thing, and you suddenly appeared and cast a spell. Did I have time to say anything?" With a loud bang, the coffin lid was instantly blown open, flying up 7 or 8 meters before falling heavily to the ground. A rolling dark energy came out of the coffin. For a moment, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, but dark clouds appeared from somewhere, causing the sky and earth to change color in a small area. The air was filled with the smell of terror. With a gulp, I swallowed. Ah! Wang Qingqing was seriously injured just now. When he saw this scene, he was also frightened and ran over to ask for help. "What should I do? What should I do? It seems that we have angered it. Just understand, it was you who irritated it, not me. I wanted to slap her in the face. She was more likely to cause trouble than help. Could you please stop being so petty at this time? Now is not the time to assign responsibilities. Even if I irritated it, aren't you wrong? You'd better think of a solution first." Wang Qingqing was extremely panicked. I stared at the coffin not far away. It was still daytime. No matter how fierce this thing was, it wouldn't dare to show up in broad daylight, right? I asked her if she still had the talisman in her hand, and she shook her head and said no. I suppressed my anger and gave her half of the talisman. She was so scared that she wanted to throw it away. "What are you doing? You want me to deal with it alone? Are you still a man?" I shouted, "Shut up. It's still daytime, it doesn't dare to come out of the coffin yet, let's go over and stick talismans on its limbs, head, neck, and heart. Use the talismans to suppress it." I don't dare to go." Wang Qingqing shook his head. "It's you who caused the trouble, why don't you dare to go?" I glared at her angrily. Wang Qingqing was so panicked that he was speechless. "Hurry up. Wait for me to splash the black dog's blood in there, and then you can stick the talismans on its legs. Stick as many talismans as you have on your hand." I stared at her and said, I. Wang Qingqing hesitated, and finally agreed reluctantly with a pale face. I took a deep breath, and just as I was about to go over, Lu Wenwen's frightened voice sounded behind me, "Master Lin, what are we going to do?" "If you see anything wrong, run away," I said without looking back, and quickly ran to the coffin. Wang Qingqing shivered with fear and ran over with her eyes closed, but her whole body was shaking, and it was obvious that she was frightened by this thing just now. I found that the coffin was filled with thick negative energy and I couldn't see what was inside at all. But my guess was right. This thing had just been angered, but it didn't dare to come out in broad daylight. This is the opportunity. Prepare. I uttered 2 words, raised the black dog blood in one hand, and prepared the corpse-suppressing talisman in the other hand. Puff! I poured all the black dog blood and the bowl into the coffin, sizzling. Black smoke billows. The entire coffin shook violently in an instant, making a deafening sound of pain. My eardrum hurt so much that I almost fainted. I endured the pain, gritted my teeth and shouted, "Do it!" Looking at the thick yin energy in the coffin, I couldn't see my hand in front of me at all. It was a kind of unknown fear, which was almost the same as putting my hand into a blender. But I didn't care about so much. I grabbed the talisman and stuck it into the yin energy. My arm instantly felt cold, as if I had been invaded by the yin energy. It was as if I had reached my arm into a cave and was suddenly bitten by a snake inside. My hair stood up and my forehead was covered with cold sweat, which increased my speed. Puff, puff, puff. In less than 2 seconds, I finally finished sticking all the talismans in my hand, without thinking twice. I felt bubbling to the touch, as if I had pressed my hands on a rotting corpse. But fortunately, it should have stuck to its head, heart, and arms. Just as I was about to continue with the next action, a roar suddenly came from the coffin. As the negative energy rolled, a corpse covered in negative energy suddenly bounced out of the coffin. I was shocked because I saw talismans on its head, chest, and arms, but there were no talismans on its feet. I was shocked and could hardly believe it. Wang Qingqing didn't do anything. Wu, I just told you I was scared, but you still forced me to come. Wang Qingqing was in tears and full of fear. She was trembling all over. The talisman in her hand had been deformed by her clenching, and she didn't dare to stick it out. Wang Qingqing, you. Before I could curse with a red face, the talismans on this thing's head, heart and arms all burned to ashes with a bang. Oh no, this thing has really become a spirit. Roar. The corpse jumped down from the coffin, hopped around, raised its two sharp claws with black nails, and stabbed them towards me fiercely. I was shocked. The talismans and black dog blood in my hand were all used up. I could only mobilize the yang qi in my body, pinch my fingers, and directly cast out a yang qi gu. With my current fortune-telling skills, the yang energy in my body is still sufficient. With a dull thud, the corpse staggered back, but like an indestructible cockroach, it jumped towards me again. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I raised my hand and used the yang qi technique again. The corpse spirit was repelled by me again, but it still pounced on me. This thing is too powerful, and this is not a solution. I took a deep breath, bit my finger, and used the blood to draw a blood talisman on another finger. This blood talisman has the effect of immobilizing the body. The higher the level of the caster, the longer the immobilization time. However, with my current level, I'm afraid it can only last for 1 or 2 minutes. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law. Give me the order. I roared, raised my hand and slapped the air. The blood rune drawn in my hand shot out and hit the corpse's forehead. Suddenly, the world became quiet. The corpse spirit became still, and even his roar stopped. What are you still standing there for? Let's run. Seeing that the corpse spirit was motionless, Wang Qingqing ran over immediately. Run? This corpse spirit has already locked onto us, how can we run? I sneered. What should I do? I don't want to die yet. Wang Qingqing was so scared that his face turned pale. Lu Wenwen, who was not far away, was also frightened. As for Lu Yongyang, he had already run away. Don't you want to die? I stared at her and thought of something. If I take back a drop of my dragon blood now, then this corpse spirit will definitely not be my opponent and the crisis at this moment can be resolved. I definitely don't want to die. Do you want to die? I turned and looked at Lu Wenwen. She also shook her head desperately, with pitiful tears of fear in her eyes. It seems that no matter whether it is a president or a strong woman, seeing the corpse spirit of a zombie will make them feel scared like ordinary people. People are afraid of the unknown. If you don't want to die but want to resolve the problem, you will have to pay a certain price. I stared at her and said, I don't want to die. The problem must be solved. There can't be any problems with this project. Lu Wenwen said hurriedly. Her character is such that she will do whatever it takes to achieve her goal. Very good. I nodded. Lu Wenwen was stunned. She subconsciously looked down at her hot body, a trace of struggle flashed across her face. Finally, she bit her lip and nodded calmly, well, I understand the so-called price of being an adult, and I know what to do. Wait for me in the car. I ordered. Lu Wenwen gave Wang Qingqing a complicated look, then turned and ran towards the car. Wang Qingqing, keep an eye on the corpse. I gave the same order and immediately ran to the car door. I opened the door and saw Lu Wenwen inside had already started to unbutton her shirt. Her face was calm, as if she was just receiving business. I've been doing business for so many years and have seen all kinds of situations. As long as you can solve the problem, the other processes are not important. Come on. Lu Wenwen tied up her hair with both hands, then took the initiative to pull me into the car, and then her red lips covered my lips. Looking at Lu Wenwen's sexy red lips, I have to admit that any man would completely lose his mind when seeing a sexy beauty like Lu Wenwen. Because she is so beautiful, with skin as white as jade and a figure as sharp as a snake, she is born with the temperament of a female CEO and a cold face, which can easily arouse men's desire to conquer her. But I feel sick. I pushed her away. Mr. Lu. Please stop your improper behavior immediately. Who do you take me for? I refused coldly. Lu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, her face full of disbelief. Master Lin, didn't you ask me to do this? I asked you to sleep with me, didn't I? I didn't say that. But didn't you say that I should pay the price? Isn't this the price an adult has to pay? Lu Wenwen said as a matter of course. I sneered, ha. Mr. Lu. You think too highly of yourself. Do you think I will have any feelings for you just because you have a good figure and are pretty? Do you think that all men in the world like you? And that they should all kneel down at your feet? You. Lu Wenwen was speechless and her face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. She was so ashamed. Looking at her dejected look at this moment, I felt so happy in my heart. Then what do you want me to do? Lu Wenwen managed to say this. I took out a fruit knife from the car and said, I'm going to cut your fingers. That's it? Lu Wenwen was stunned. What else? I sneered, raised my knife and cut one of Lu Wenwen's fingers. The wound opened up and blood flowed out, which actually felt faintly like gold powder, as if it was mixed with gold. You should know that this gold powder is my dragon blood. It's a pity that the one drop given to her can only be taken less than 1% using this method. I immediately used her blood to draw another blood rune. As soon as this blood rune appeared, I could clearly feel the amazing power. I caught some of her blood with my other hand, then immediately opened the car door and tried to get out. Wait, who are you? How do you know the secret of the blood in my body? Lu Wenwen asked. I ignored her and ran out. Wang Qingqing outside was already extremely panicked. She even left me behind and ran away alone. It's moving, the corpse is moving. Wang Qingqing screamed. The corpse spirit that I had frozen was trembling all over, as if it was about to be thawed after being frozen. My eyes jumped and I rushed forward quickly. He slapped out his hand with the blood talisman and hit the corpse's spirit accurately on its nest. The next second, the corpse screamed and was knocked 7 or 8 meters away. The corpse spirit felt pain and was also enraged, and it jumped towards me again. This time its actions were more ferocious than when it tried to catch me just now. Obviously, it was completely irritated by me. The way of heaven is complete, 3 and 5 are complete, the sun and the moon are together, out of the shadows, into the dark, break it for me. I raised my hand and slapped the air. The blood talisman in my hand flew out like glue. A golden light appeared, like an arrow shot out, piercing the corpse in an instant. So easy. After all, this contains my most powerful dragon blood. With a bang, golden light penetrated the corpse's back. The corpse screamed and stayed where he was. The negative energy wrapped around his body suddenly dissipated. A disgusting corpse with a swollen body full of decay was revealed, which was extremely disgusting to look at. Although the corpse-suppressing talisman I had pasted on it had been burned, it still left a black mark. I walked over, dipped my fingers in Lu Wenwen's blood, and started drawing blood talismans directly on the corpse. The appearance of a blood talisman as big as a human made the corpse spirit tremble all over and was filled with fear. I clapped my hands. "Get back here." As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse screamed as if he was hit by a car, and the whole person was knocked away. With a thud, he fell right into the coffin. I lifted up the coffin lid with all my strength and closed it firmly again. The coffin didn't move at all, and the corpse inside seemed really unable to move. I used the remaining blood in my hand to draw runes on the coffin lid. After doing all this, I kicked the coffin with my foot and it slid out more than 10 meters and fell into the deep pit that had been dug for it. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. My dragon blood was indeed incredibly powerful. Wang Qingqing, who was about to escape in the distance, was so shocked when she saw that I had dealt with the corpse spirit in such a short time that her eyes almost popped out of her head and she stood there stupidly for a while. At this time, Lu Wenwen came out of the car after hearing the noise. Her expression was also shocked. "Ask someone to refill the pit. Remember, the surface must be sealed with cement mixed with black dog blood." I turned to Lu Wenwen and the others. Lu Wenwen came back to her senses at this time and nodded hurriedly, "Okay. Master Lin, thank you so much today." At this time, Lu Wenwen came over politely. Her expression was very natural, and it seemed that she had completely forgotten about taking off her clothes in the car just now. People like her don't know what shame is. I looked at her, and she took out a card from her bag and handed it to me. "Master Lin, there is 100,000 in it, please accept it. This is my reward, so of course I will take it. After all, I have to support my master and I." I took it. But then she actually took out another card. "Master Lin, this is another gift from me. There are 200,000 in it. You'd better keep it for yourself." I sneered and refused directly. Lu Wenwen looked surprised and even confused. She didn't understand why I rejected her at all. I stared at the surging yellow river not far away, but the Dragon King didn't appear. Is it because I'm wearing a human skin mask? I pondered in my heart. What? You said Long Shiba is really dead? At this time, I suddenly heard Lu Wenwen's shocked voice. I turned my head and looked over, only to see Wang Qingqing whispering with her. That's right. Long Shiba's house was burned to ashes, he must be dead. People like him are a waste of food if they are alive, he deserves to die. Wang Qingqing said viciously, as if he was talking about a very trivial matter. Lu Wenwen's face turned pale. Will we be okay? Didn't Long Shiba say that if he died, we would be in trouble too? I don't know. Wang Qingqing was also a little scared. Long Shiba is really harmful to us. He wants to kill us even though he's dead. Does he want to drag us down with him? He's dreaming. When Lu Wenwen heard this, she hurriedly came back to me and said, Master Lin, I'll give you 300,000 a month. How about you protect me? I stared at her from under the mask. 500,000. I'll give you 500,000, what do you think? 800,000, 1 million. Lu Wenwen was a little anxious. To be honest, this amount of money is astronomical. But I won't bow down for a little bit of rice. You'd better keep the money for buying a coffin. You have a strong temper and I'm afraid you're about to die. I said coldly. I'm not exaggerating. I saw from her face last time that she was suffering from chronic poisoning. I'm afraid the poison is taking effect. Master Lin, what did you say? Lu Wenwen was terrified. A few days ago, someone said the same thing to me. He also said that I have a strong liver fire. Is there anyone? I, Long Shiba, am not even worthy of a name now, right? Master Lin, I know he is talking nonsense and I don't believe him. But now you say so too, am I really suffering from a strong liver fire? Lu Wenwen asked hurriedly, covering her chest and seeming to feel the pain. I sneered, right. So use your money to buy a coffin. I was planning to take a car back by myself, but Lu Wenwen was so scared that she hurriedly chased after me. Master Lin, you are still a fortune teller, right? Don't leave. What do you want me to do in order to save me? You tell me. As long as I, Lu Wenwen, can do it, I will never refuse. I glanced at her and said, kneel down and call me Dad, maybe I will consider saving you. It is my, Long Shiba's, dragon blood that has given you, Lu Wenwen, the wealthy life you have today. Without me, Long Shiba, your Lu family would still be in poverty, and you might not even be able to afford to go to school, let alone have your own development company. It can be said that I, Long Shiba, am your Lu family and your, Lu Wenwen's, adoptive parents. She called me Dad, and I, Long Shiba, could handle it. Lu Wenwen was stunned. You're so awesome. Thanks to you today, otherwise we would all be dead. At this time, Wang Qingqing, who had finally come to his senses, ran over with a full sense of security. But I just glanced at her, raised my hand and slapped her in the face. With a snap. Sudden. Crisp and loud. Wang Qingqing was dumbfounded, covering her swollen cheek. You are a worthless person who can't do anything good but always makes things worse. I stared at Wang Qingqing. If I didn't slap her today, I was afraid that I would kill her with a knife tomorrow. You know, she almost killed me just now. Wang Qingqing knew that she was in the wrong, so her face turned red with shame. She covered her cheeks and lowered her head, not daring to fart at all. And I feel inexplicably happy in my heart. You don't even dare to refute me when I call you a waste? You, Wang Qingqing, are the waste. I walked to the side of the road and hailed a passing taxi. Just as I was about to get in, I felt a chill on my back. I turned around suddenly and found that it seemed to be Lu Wenwen who was staring at me, but that was not right, she was dumbfounded. Then who was staring at me just now? My back is hairy. I shook my head slightly and sat on it. Just as I asked the driver to drive, Wang Qingqing came running over and sat on it as well. She still wants a ride now? Don't be so stingy, I'll pay for the fare. Driver, drive. Wang Qingqing took out 200 yuan and stuffed it into the driver's hand. The driver nodded and drove us back. Wang Qingqing smelled of perfume and was wearing very youthful denim shorts. Because of the bumps in the car, her long legs occasionally bumped into me, and her legs bounced up and down like jelly. I knew she was deliberately trying to seduce me so that I would give her the video I took of her. I didn't have the leisure to appreciate all this. I stayed as far away from her as possible. This made Wang Qingqing anxious and helpless. Soon she felt aggrieved again. After returning to the master's shop, Wang Qingqing shamelessly squatted on the ground to rest. After all, she was a little injured just now. As soon as I entered the house, my chef had already prepared 4 dishes and a soup for me. It's like a wife preparing a sumptuous dinner for the man who is about to come home. Having someone waiting for me at home instantly made me feel at home and my heart felt warm. A woman like my master would be a great wife, but I can't touch her. I took out the card I earned today and gave it to the master. She asked, "What for?" "For you. My husband is so awesome. He can make money just by going out," said my master. This kind of comfort instantly gave me a great sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. "But you keep the money." "My wife manages the money in my family," I said. My master narrowed his eyes and thrust the card at me. "You can call me wife again, but I'm afraid you won't grow taller because I might break your legs." I was so scared that I trembled. She can only call me husband, but I can't call her wife? Come and eat. My master became gentle again, picked up a lot of dishes for me, and then said to me. I ate quickly, and when she saw that there was not enough food in my bowl, she immediately filled it up until I finished all the food. My master made the bed for me and covered me with the quilt. She watched me close my eyes, and then she planned to change back into the appearance of the jade pendant. I opened my eyes and said, "Master, please let me eat your pussy." "Why?" "Cooking is tiring and troublesome," I said. "It's not a trouble. This is what I should do. I am your wife now," my master said gently and turned back into the appearance of a jade pendant. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled unconsciously and closed my eyes beautifully. The next morning, after I finished the breakfast prepared by the chef for me, I saw a car parked in front of the store. Lu Wenwen came as expected. She got off the car hesitantly and looked at me with a troubled look. I sneered in my heart and wanted to get her out immediately. But she looks very bad today, and something might happen today. I can't let the dragon blood in her body turn into useless dead blood. This time I have to find a way to get the dragon blood back. And Wang Chengcheng was still sleeping. "Master, I'll go out for a while," I said. "Well, I'll cook and wait for you to come back in the evening." My master nodded. I walked straight out the door. By the way, husband, solving the problem is the key. Killing or not is not important. Fortune teller, you must have your own bottom line. These words were very calm, but they contained an invisible power. I nodded thoughtfully and walked out of the store. "Master Lin, please." Lu Wenwen walked over and said politely. "What did you call me?" I turned my head and looked at her coldly. Lu Wenwen bit her lips so hard that she almost broke them. She looked very pale, probably because she had suffered from the poison yesterday. She went to the hospital but they couldn't find anything wrong with her, so out of fear she still came to see me. No matter how rich she is still afraid of death. Death is man's most feared enemy. "Dad, Dad." Lu Wenwen's face turned red to her neck and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Her face looked very bad, she was very conflicted and scared, she lowered her head, but I could still see that she was forced. "Are you standing and talking to me now?" I said in a cold voice. Lu Wenwen's eyes turned red. It seemed that since it was a matter of life and death, she could put aside her noble self-esteem. With a thump, Lu Wenwen knelt down, her voice choked with sobs, "Dad." Seeing her kneeling, I felt happy but also sneered. "You refused to marry me even if I beat you to death, and even laughed at me. Now, in order to survive, I asked you to kneel down and call me daddy, but you agreed? You are the high and mighty President Lu Wenwen. This is so ironic." She probably would never have thought that the person she called dad now would be Long Shiba, the person she hated so much. If the queen was not here, I would make her take off her noble clothes one by one in front of me. I would trample her lofty self-esteem under my feet. I looked down at Lu Wenwen who was kneeling in front of me. "Lu Wenwen, have you ever thought that the person you despise so much can make you kneel down at this moment? I won't let her go so easily. I'm going to pee on her face and avenge the shame that I peed on her back then." I got in the car, and Lu Wenwen then stood up silently, walked over and drove the car, biting her lip. This time Lu Wenwen drove the car herself. She calmed herself down and looked ahead. After more than 10 minutes, she spoke, "Master Lin, what's wrong with me? Am I poisoned?" "Yes." I responded coldly. This respectful attitude really annoyed me. At this moment, I really want to take off the human skin mask on my face in front of her, so that you, Lu Wenwen, can open your eyes wide and see that the person you are treating with such respect is the one you never thought of, Long Shiba. Then what should I do? Lu Wenwen was a little panicked, and she subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. "Take me back to your home first. I could already tell something was wrong with her face. Okay. Lu Wenwen started driving seriously. When we were almost at Lu Wenwen's villa, I instinctively felt very repulsed. I really didn't want to go into this house again. Because here, when I was 8 years old, I suffered from rejection and contempt, especially Lu Wenwen, who even peed on my face. This is a shadow that I will never be able to erase in my life. Master Lin, you can get out of the car. Lu Wenwen got out of the driver's seat and opened the door for me. The Lu family's villa is now more luxurious than it was 10 years ago. There are several Rolls-Royces in the garage at the door. It should have been renovated not long ago. It seems that the Lu family has really made a lot of money because of me. Soon, a man and a woman walked out of the villa. The man was in his 40s or 50s and his name was Lu Daxixi. The woman was in her early 40s and her name was Li Jing. They were Lu Wenwen's parents. As soon as they saw me coming, they immediately came over with a grin on their faces, as if I were a distinguished guest. Hello, Master Lin. Are you tired from the ride? Come in and have a rest first. I've already made some tea for you. I was wearing a human skin mask, but they didn't recognize me. It makes me sick to see their flattering, amiable expressions. You have to know that I had been living at his house for a year before, and he had never been so polite to me, not even a smile on his face. 10 years ago, their faces were not as polite as they are now. They were as vicious as they could be and targeted me as much as they wanted. When I was 8 years old and living in Lu's house, I cried at least 20 times. Seeing that I didn't respond, they looked at each other in confusion, but became even more polite, like two pugs. Master Lin, please. Lu Wenwen said again. I ignored Lu Wenwen and stared at Lu Daxi's disgusting face. Your life palace is dark and your nose is dark. Has your business been having trouble recently? Lu Daxi looked surprised and said quickly, Master Lin is right. My business has been going bad recently. I don't know what went wrong. I think it's all the fault of that unlucky Long Shiba. Li Jing couldn't help but complain at this time. Lu Daxixi kept winking at Li Jing, and she reluctantly shut up. I sneered in my heart, and you blame me? This is retribution from your Lu family. You didn't keep your engagement with me, and you still want to continue to have my dragon luck? Lu Daxi looked at me flatteringly. I wonder if Master Lin has any solution? There is a way. I looked at him and said. Lu Daxi was immediately delighted, and even Li Jing and Lu Wenwen beside him were full of anticipation. What's the solution? Lu Daxi looked expectant. Now kneel down at your door. I said. Master Lin, are you kidding me? You want me to kneel down? Lu Daxi looked incredulous. Li Jing and Lu Wenwen looked at each other in surprise. The aura of your fate palace is too high, which suppresses the fortune of your wealth palace. This has caused problems in your business recently. Now if you want your business to improve, you must first lower the luck of your own fate palace. Therefore, kneeling down is the most direct way. I sneered under the human skin mask. But, you don't have to kneel down. Lu Daxi hesitated. I have already told you the solution. It is up to you whether to kneel or not. I said calmly. Lu Daxi hesitated for a moment. Li Jing was very ambitious and would do anything for money, so she agreed immediately. Husband, why don't you try kneeling down first? Lu Daxi shook his head and said reluctantly, that won't do. I am a director of a listed company after all. How can you ask me to kneel down? Is your face more important, or the company? Go quickly. Li Jing's face darkened. As Lu Daxixi is a henpecked man, he didn't dare to refute me. He could only say thank you politely, then ran to the door dejectedly and closed it. Then he hesitated again, and finally knelt down reluctantly. "To me," I said. Lu Dashi turned his body towards me and lowered his head embarrassedly. Seeing that the person who used to despise me so much is now being ordered around by me like a dog and kneeling obediently in front of me, I feel so happy. As a daughter, Lu Wenwen was stunned. "Master Lin, should I do anything?" Li Jing asked. "Go kneel beside him," I ordered calmly. "Why do I have to kneel too?" Li Jing was reluctant, but her cell phone happened to ring at this moment. She answered it puzzled, and her expression soon turned into surprise. I could tell from her face that her company was improving a little, and she must have closed a big deal. This is normal. After Lu Daxixi knelt down and admitted his mistake to me, his luck will certainly recover a little. "Master Lin, you are truly a living god. You are right. As long as our Lu family bows their heads, the deal will be done." "Okay, I will kneel too." Li Jing said thank you to me happily, then knelt down obediently beside Lu Daxixi, and smiled at me in a flattering manner. She was more like a lapdog than Lu Daxixi. Seeing her grateful expression made me feel even better. When Lu Dashi heard what Li Jing said, he was shocked and even knelt down more vigorously. Lu Wenwen was completely stunned. I looked at them and they were so obedient even when I asked them to kneel down. It was obvious that they had no personality at all. They were really born dogs. However, once such people turn against you, they are like two vicious dogs biting people. "Daughter, why don't you take Master Lin in?" Li Jing urged. "Mom and Dad, you." Lu Wenwen was helpless. "Go quickly. Don't waste Master Lin's precious time," Li Jing and Lu Dashi both urged. Lu Wenwen was speechless and asked me how long her parents would kneel like this. "Kneel for 3 hours first," I said. Lu Wenwen had no choice but to invite me in again. I walked in and vaguely heard Li Jing's words, "Honey, I think this Master Lin is good, young and promising, and he is actually quite a good match for our Wenwen." "I think so too, but I don't know if Master Lin has a girlfriend. I'll find a chance to ask him later." Lu Dashi also agreed. I heard these whispers and I didn't react at all. I walked into the villa. The layout inside had not changed much from 10 years ago, but the walls and furniture were all brand new. They were all mahogany furniture worth hundreds of thousands or millions. The whole house reveals 2 words, super rich. I went up to the 2nd floor and went straight to Lu Wenwen's room. I pushed open the door to Lu Wenwen's room. "Master Lin, have you been to my house? How do you know my room?" Lu Wenwen was very surprised and looked at me again. I said calmly, "From your face, you have a very good fate, so you naturally won't live on the 1st floor, but only on the 2nd floor. Also, you like the south side, so one of the rooms on the south side should be yours, am I right?" It almost got exposed. "Yes, the master is right." Lu Wenwen nodded. I started to look carefully and asked her, "Have you felt something is wrong recently?" Lu Wenwen shook her head. "No, it was just that last time someone told me that I had a strong liver fire. After I went back, I felt uncomfortable in the pit of my stomach. I didn't feel uncomfortable at other times." "Who told you that you have a hot temper?" I asked with a sneer. Since a person has already died, he is probably just talking nonsense and it's not worth mentioning. Lu Wenwen shook her head. He. In her eyes, I am not even worthy of my name? It seems that she feels the same as Wang Qingsheng, that I have been eaten by the Dragon King. "Master Lin, what's going on with me?" Lu Wenwen couldn't help but ask. I looked at her carefully. Last time I found that she had a strong liver fire, a sign of long-term poisoning. In addition, I discovered from a close distance today that her eyebrows, that is, the area above her forehead, was very dark, which indicates a serious problem in her moral character. This dark line connected to her life palace, indicating that her poisoning was most likely her own fault. After analyzing this secretly, I said coldly, "Tell me all the bad things you have done in the past 3 months." Bad things? I didn't do anything bad. Master Lin, did you ask the wrong question? Lu Wenwen didn't quite understand. I sneered, "Your food palace is so dark, which means there is a serious problem with your morality. In addition, your nose tip is dark, and your fate palace is in conflict. 3 months ago, you should have hit and killed a woman with your car, right?" Lu Wenwen's face changed slightly, and she calmly explained, "I hit a woman with my car, but she didn't die at the time. I don't think it was a bad thing." Not dead? If you weren't dead, how could you have been poisoned by someone else's ghost? I scolded coldly. Ghost poison? Lu Wenwen's face suddenly changed. Master Lin, are you saying that woman poisoned me? Yes, you hit her to death with your car. Shouldn't she turn into a ghost to seek revenge on you? I was annoyed. Lu Wenwen was such a selfish person. A human life was so insignificant in her eyes? Master Lin, are you sure? She was not dead at that time. I saw her being carried into the ambulance with my own eyes. Moreover, I paid her a large sum of money as compensation. She should be content with that. Why is she seeking revenge from me? She is too ungrateful. Lu Wenwen shook her head, her face revealing the anger that only victims have. Seeing that Lu Wenwen, the perpetrator, actually showed the aggrieved expression of a victim, I wanted to slap Lu Wenwen right away. It's no wonder that such an extremely selfish person would break his promise and refuse to marry me. The gene of looking down on others is branded in her bones. You hit someone to death, and you think it's a big deal to pay compensation? Master Lin, please help me kill this evil ghost. She is so hateful. She didn't even think about how she could afford to stay in the hospital without the money I gave her. Now she can't even rest in peace after death, and she even poisoned me? She is so vicious. Lu Wenwen said. I stared at her coldly. If you didn't kill her, why would she seek revenge on you? Lu Wenwen shook her head, not feeling guilty at all. Master Lin, traffic accidents are unavoidable. If I didn't hit her, someone else might have. She herself is a short-lived ghost, so you can't blame me. I can only say that she has a bad fate, and I am unlucky. Lu Wenwen, are you still human? I was angry. These words were too harsh. I could never have imagined that they would come from the mouth of a normal person. I wanted to turn around and leave immediately. Lu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, then said aggrievedly, Master Lin, of course I am a human being. Don't forget, she is dead, but my car has also become an accident car. My car is worth more than 1 million. It's a new car, no matter how you calculate it, I am the one who suffers. She's regretting her car. I clenched my fists and wanted to kick her to death. But this ghost is also strange. Why didn't he just kill Lu Wenwen directly? Why did he have to spend several months to use ghost poison to avenge Lu Wenwen? Are they trying to torture Lu Wenwen slowly? There must be something fishy about this matter, so I stared at Lu Wenwen's face again. I paid compensation to her and didn't use insurance. Lu Wenwen continued. You keep talking about paying compensation. Let me ask you, is a life only worth 800,000? I glared at him. Isn't 800,000 enough? Lu Wenwen said as a matter of course. Then I'll hit you to death with my car and give you 800,000 yuan in compensation. Is that enough for you? I sneered. Lu Wenwen frowned, Master Lin, you are the disciple of the Water Palace lady, don't you know that people are divided into different classes? She is poor, so it is enough for me to pay her 800,000 yuan, but I have plenty of money. If you hit me to death, let alone 800,000 yuan, even 80 million or 800 million yuan would not be enough. I'm so mad at her. Besides, humans and ghosts have different paths. She should go to hell after she died. Why is she still doing evil in the world of the living? Master Lin, you should get rid of this harm to the people and kill her. Lu Wenwen continued. I was furious. No matter how long Lu Wenwen's legs were, they were not as cruel as her heart. Are you teaching me, your dad, how to do things? I scolded. Lu Wenwen's face suddenly turned red with shame, and her ears turned as red as grapes. I just remembered what the Water Palace lady said to me when I came here. Taoist priests, you must have your own bottom line. I suppressed the urge to leave immediately and gave Lu Wenwen a cold look. You want me to kill the ghost? Then find this ghost first. Okay, but how do we find her? I know where her house is. Should we go to her house and block her now? Then I'll call a few cars to go over there. Lu Wenwen's complexion returned to normal and she asked hurriedly. It seemed that she wished that the ghost would be scared away immediately. She even knew the location of the victim's home. What did Lu Wenwen want to do? How vicious is her heart? But I suddenly understood and saw her clearly again. After all, when she was a child, she was able to urinate on my face to insult me, which shows that she did not treat me as a human being when she was a child and already had the concept of hierarchy. Now that she has grown up, she has become even worse. What else can she not do? Not yet. I shook my head. Let's just sit back and wait. This ghost came to poison Lu Wenwen, so the ghost will still appear. After all, Lu Wenwen's fate palace is getting darker at this moment, which means that the person who poisoned her will come again tonight. Lu Wenwen exhaled, then when the evil ghost comes later, Master Lin, you have to scare her soul away. I have to let her know that I am not someone you can mess with. I glared at her and Lu Wenwen quickly lowered her head. I walked to the window, squinted my eyes and looked over. Then I took out some incense ash from my backpack and sprinkled it directly on the window sill. Soon, a strange scene appeared. A small hand, even as big as a baby's, appeared on the incense ash. My eyes widened, and I became even angrier in an instant. I couldn't accept it. No, it wasn't what I thought, it was definitely not. At this time, I found that Lu Wenwen had already gone downstairs. I happened to see through the window that Lu Wenwen was talking to her parents. Soon, their faces changed and became very fierce. Isn't it just a case of killing someone? These poor bastards didn't have the ability to seek revenge when they were alive, but now they're showing off after they die. I heard Li Jing complain viciously. A poor ghost is a poor ghost. Wenwen, you will ask Master Lin to kill this evil ghost later. Don't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Lu Daxixi also warned. Lu Wenwen nodded. I looked at them coldly. It seemed that they were not from the same family and would not enter the same door. I knew long ago that they were not good people. 3 hours passed and it was already evening. Lu Dashi, Li Jing and the others were almost fainting from kneeling so hard that they were supported by Lu Wenwen before being brought inside. Their knees were probably almost broken. After a while, Lu Wenwen came up and brought me food. I refused coldly. Even if I starved to death, I would never eat another bowl of rice from the Lu family. Lu Wenwen was very surprised. Master Lin, have I offended you in some way before? More than just an offense? I sneered in my heart and asked her to go to bed first. Lu Wenwen understood what I meant. She took off her coat obediently, then got into the quilt and closed her eyes pretending to sleep. As soon as I turned off the light, the room suddenly became dark. I planned to go to the bathroom and hide, but Lu Wenwen whispered, Master Lin, will this evil ghost really appear? I ignored her and went straight into the bathroom. I don't know how much time had passed before I came to my senses and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. I stood up quickly, and gently turned the door lock. The door quietly opened with a gap. I looked out through the gap and saw Lu Wenwen sleeping quietly on the bed, with no other movement. I glanced toward the window, thought for a moment, and was about to close the door again. But suddenly a hand pulled the door lock. It was Lu Wenwen, who was only wearing thin pajamas. She was touching her neck with one hand, as if she had a stiff neck from sleeping. However, this posture was very sexy. I frowned. Who told you to get up? No, Master Lin, I feel a little uncomfortable in my neck. Lu Wenwen said while rubbing her neck. I looked at her and asked, are you made of gold? Do you want everyone to know about your slight discomfort? Lu Wenwen struggled for a moment, then touched her neck helplessly and went back to the bed. I was too lazy to pay attention to her. Just as I was about to close the door, I suddenly felt a cold gaze. I was slightly startled and looked around quickly, but didn't see anything. Am I feeling wrong? No, Master Lin, my neck is really uncomfortable and painful. Can you help me take a look? Lu Wenwen turned her head again, with a little pain on her face. It would have been fine if I hadn't turned around, but as soon as I turned around, I was immediately startled. Because at some point, a baby covered in blood was suddenly lying on Lu Wenwen's fair neck. The baby's face was torn and deformed. His small body was also severely deformed, as if he had been hit by a car. He looked extremely pitiful and sad. There was also an angry expression on his little face. His small hands were pinching Lu Wenwen's neck viciously, and soon 2 creepy black handprints appeared on her neck. This is a ghost baby? I was shocked and suddenly felt uncomfortable. It was just as I thought. Master Lin, why don't you speak? I'm really having trouble breathing. Master Lin, please help me. Is there something on my neck? Lu Wenwen came over, rubbing her neck constantly with her hands, and she looked like she was having difficulty breathing. It was visibly that the black hand marks on her neck were getting darker. The ghost baby was pinching hard, his blackened nails invisibly penetrated into the flesh, and traces of ghost energy flowed in. This was the ghost poison. No wonder Lu Wenwen didn't die for several months. It turned out that the ghost poison of the ghost baby was too shallow, so it couldn't kill Lu Wenwen in one go. I rushed out of the bathroom angrily. Lu Wenwen, you are a beast. Lu Wenwen was feeling uncomfortable. Master Lin, why do you say that to me? What's wrong with me? I feel so uncomfortable, as if someone is strangling me. You deserved it. Do you know that you hit and killed 2 people with your car? 2 living people. I was really furious. This ghost baby hasn't grown up yet, it's clearly 2 lives for 1 corpse. How could Lu Wenwen feel at ease with such an extremely immoral act? But what about his mother? Yes, I knew she was pregnant, so I compensated her 800,000. Lu Wenwen, on the contrary, calmed down. I was shocked by her cold expression. She knew she was pregnant, so she should have stayed at home. Why did she go out and hurt people? She hurt herself. You! I roared angrily. I knew Lu Wenwen looked down on the poor in her heart, but I didn't expect that she was so vicious. Master Lin, oh my, she thought of something, touched her neck, and then her face was full of fear. Could it be that there is a ghost on my neck? Ah, get out quickly. She was extremely terrified, and started tearing her clothes randomly like a headless fly. Even the thin pajamas straps on her shoulders were pulled down by her. The pajamas slipped down, but fortunately her proud figure stopped them. But this ghost baby is a ghost. How can a mortal like Lu Wenwen catch it? Master Lin, please save me quickly. I feel so bad. Lu Wenwen begged me. As a human being, I stared at her without moving. Seeing her painful expression, my thought at that moment was, she brought this upon herself. Ah! Lu Wenwen was in a hurry and her nails accidentally scratched her neck. A few drops of blood flowed out, puffing. The ghost baby holding her screamed suddenly, and black smoke came out directly where the blood touched. The ghost baby felt pain and had to let go. Seeing this scene, I was slightly surprised. Could it be that because Lu Wenwen is a phoenix, her blood can also break the evil spirits? Lu Wenwen also realized this, her eyes became cold, she put her hand on her neck, her palm was immediately stained with blood, she scratched randomly, "You can hurt me? Go to hell, go to hell. You are such a bad guy, I deserve to kill you. Go to hell." But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't grab anything, and she started to get scared. "Master Lin, save me, ah!" Lu Wenwen ran towards me in a panic. But I saw that the ghost baby had bloodshot eyes and jumped onto Lu Wenwen's head. He held Lu Wenwen's cheeks with both hands, his face full of resentment. "He is going to be possessed by a ghost." I hurriedly said, "Don't do anything stupid. Once you become a human, you will be stained with human energy, and then your reincarnation will become a problem." I died miserably. She was the one who killed me. I want her to pay for my life. The ghost baby spoke intermittently. He squatted on the ground and stuffed his head into Lu Wenwen's head. The next second, Lu Wenwen was trembling all over, her eyes were all white with fear, her frightened expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a strange wooden expression, "I want to crash the car, I want to crash the car." The voice was surprisingly childish, yet full of revenge and resentment. After saying that, Lu Wenwen decisively jumped out of the window. I hurried to the window and looked down. Without any hesitation, I jumped down from the building. I don't want to save Lu Wenwen, but to save this ghost baby, because once he really kills Lu Wenwen, he will never have the chance to reincarnate. Lu Wenwen, who was possessed by the ghost baby, ran to the street. Fortunately, it was night and her home was in the suburbs, so there were not many cars on the road. "I want to crash into Chechesh, where is Chechesh? Where is Chechesh?" Lu Wenwen was madly trying to stop passing vehicles on the road. As long as there was a car, she would run over and scared many drivers to death. For a while, the sound of brakes, curses, and horns was heard continuously, and some people almost overturned the car due to sudden steering. "You're looking for death," many drivers cursed. Lu Wenwen didn't care and continued to run towards the car as if she was playing, "Car, car, I want a car, 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 hit me, hit me." Seeing this scene, I was also terrified. I ran over in a hurry. After all, there were cars coming and going, and not every driver could react in time to avoid the car. If this continued, Lu Wenwen would be hit by a car and turned into a meat paste sooner or later. By then, things will be out of control. I rushed over and forcibly pulled Lu Wenwen aside. "Don't mind your own business. She killed me before I was even born, so I'm going to kill her now. A life for a life, this is only natural." Lu Wenwen stared at me with terrifying eyes, her voice still childish, but full of resentment. "Although you are taking revenge, you will also lose the chance to reincarnate. Why bother? Your mother must be waiting for you. Go find your mother." I shook my head and said, "If it were you, would you let her go?" Lu Wenwen questioned me harshly. Every word he spoke was like a soul-searching question, which shook my whole body. I held Lu Wenwen's hand tightly, but at this moment, I unconsciously let go. "Yes, the person is dead, why do you still care about these things? If anyone kills me, I will never let him go even if I become a ghost. Not to mention that there is no chance of reincarnation, even if I die, I will still take revenge." Lu Wenwen regained her freedom, ran back to the middle of the road, and rushed towards the car again. This scene still makes people jealous. Master Lin, what happened to my daughter? At this time, because the noise at the door was too loud, Lu Dashi and Li Jing both limped out. This was the sequelae of kneeling for 3 hours. When they saw Lu Wenwen looking at cars on the road, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Master Lin, please save my daughter. Li Jing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Your precious daughter hit and killed a pregnant woman, and also killed the unborn baby in her belly. I witnessed Lu Wenwen continuing to stop cars. So what if she was killed? Is that a big deal? Master Lin, you'd better save my daughter as soon as possible. Li Jing said hurriedly. Master Lin, isn't it just a case of killing someone? Just pay compensation. Besides, my daughter didn't do it on purpose. Is it necessary to harm my daughter like this? Lu Dashi also said. These words are really harsh. Your daughter is a human being, but the mother and son are not human beings. The baby in her belly didn't even have a chance to be born, it was killed. What did the mother do wrong? What did the baby do wrong? I couldn't control myself and roared, my eyes turned bloodshot. Are the 3 beasts I'm here to help today? Lu was overjoyed, and Li Jing was stunned and speechless for a moment. Master Lin, don't worry about these things, just save people first. Lu Dashi said slowly. I'll give you 1 million if you save my daughter immediately. Li Jing became more and more anxious. I shook my head slowly and looked at Lu Wenwen in the middle of the road. I was calm at this moment. This woman was once engaged to me, and I lived with her for a year, but unfortunately she was too selfish. He ran over and killed a mother and child with his car and showed no remorse at all. This is truly intolerable. You, Lu Wenwen, should pay this debt to a dead person with your own life. This is human nature and also the law of nature. Ding ding ding. At this moment, a terrifying car horn suddenly sounded deafeningly, and a fully loaded truck drove over. The driver stepped on the brakes desperately. Lu Wenwen showed a weird smile on her wooden face, and she did not dodge. It was just that the truck was too heavy, leaving long brake marks, but the driver couldn't stop at all, and just like that, the wide front of the truck just crashed into Lu Wenwen. Ah, my daughter! Li Jing screamed, her eyes widened, and she fainted on the ground instantly. Squeak! After a series of horrific braking sounds, black smoke came out of all 8 tires of the truck, and the car finally stopped. A dull bang. The breath of death was like a flood, no one could resist it. Everything is quiet. Lu Shi's eyes widened, his face turned pale, and he also exclaimed, my daughter. With such a loud noise, Lu Wenwen must have been killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, I was stunned for a few seconds, then fell silent and slowly walked towards the front of the car. To be honest, I feel great at this moment. I feel a great sense of revenge in my heart. I have been bullied by her for peeing since I was a child, and the seed of wanting to take revenge on her was planted in my heart a long time ago. Today, I saw her being hit to death with my own eyes, how could I not be upset? Lu Wenwen broke her promise, refused to acknowledge her engagement with me, and killed a mother and her child. She took human life without any remorse, so she deserves what she gets. This is their retribution. But I felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. No matter what, she and I were married when we were children, and she used her phoenix life to protect me for a year. Now she died like this, and my mind went blank for a moment. I staggered over and with a click, the driver staggered out of the driver's seat and almost fell to the ground. But his expression was not one of shock and regret for killing someone, but fear. Why is this happening? Ghost, ghost. The driver turned pale, and ran away, suddenly bumping into my arms. I hurriedly supported him and asked, "What's wrong?" There's a ghost, there's a ghost." The driver pushed me away in fear and ran away without even driving the car. A chill ran straight to the back of my head. Is there a ghost? Could it be that the driver saw the ghost baby on Lu Wenwen's neck? Gurgle. I swallowed, and when I walked to the front of the car, I found that it was intact and there was no sign of collision. I was shocked. What happened? I glanced hurriedly and saw that Lu Wenwen was intact, with the ghost baby still riding on her neck. Lu Wenwen is not dead? I felt a little disappointed for a moment, but I immediately became alert. Because the key thing about Lu Wenwen at this moment is that she was actually arguing with someone, and they were pulling each other out of thin air. This weird scene made me feel creepy. You know, there is no one around Lu Wenwen. So who is Lu Wenwen arguing with and who is she fighting with? Mom, why did you stop me? I want to kill her, I want her to pay with her life. Lu Wenwen struggled violently, her face full of unwillingness. When I heard the word "Mom," my whole body trembled. I subconsciously squinted my eyes and looked carefully around Lu Wenwen. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked, but when I did, I felt goosebumps on my back. I saw a hand pulling Lu Wenwen, and the owner of this hand was a white figure. Her feet were suspended in the air, making her look light and floating. Her face was tilted to the side, and her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional. She was a rare beauty. It's a pity that her other cheek was broken and collapsed. It was smashed by the car. It's very scary. But I only saw 2 words from her: pitiful. The ghost baby controlled Lu Wenwen, who was struggling, but the other side of this woman's face was intact, and she tried her best to show doting and tenderness. This is her son, but she actually stopped the ghost baby just now. Saved Lu Wenwen's life regardless of past grudges? This caught me off guard and I stood there in a daze for a moment. Mom, please let go. She caused me to die before I was born, and also caused you to die at such a young age. She deserves to die. I want her to experience my pain too. I want her brains to be shattered to the ground. The ghost baby screamed with resentment. The woman still held Lu Wenwen lovingly, allowing the ghost baby to beat and scold her. She did not fight back or say anything, and even smiled. This is... I understand what she means. She turned her head and looked at me, her voice soft. Master, do you have any way to calm my son's resentment? I was stunned, even shocked. I never expected that she would ask me such a question. I came back to my senses, still in disbelief. You don't hate Lu Wenwen? Hate. I wish she was dead. Her eyes showed coldness, but it was soon replaced by tenderness. She sighed, but what's the point of killing her? Once a ghost possesses a human life, I won't be able to reincarnate, and neither will my son. She has harmed me once before, and I can't let her harm me twice. I can't let her harm my son's reincarnation. The words of this gentle and kind mother, revealing both kindness and helplessness, were like thunder in my ears and left me standing there in a trance. I looked at Lu Wenwen, who was controlled by the ghost baby, and felt angry. She actually hit and killed such a gentle mother. I clenched my fists. It's so unfair. Lu Wenwen, the person who caused the accident, is alive and well, but the innocent mother and child are dead. Even after death, he still couldn't bear to take revenge. I don't want to be reincarnated, I want her to die. Mom, let go. The ghost baby became even more resentful and struggled frantically. Baby, I'm sorry for you. I shouldn't have come out on that day because I was pregnant. As she spoke, the gentle mother began to choke and shed pitiful tears. The tears slid down and dissipated in the air. Mom, don't cry. It's none of your fault. It's her fault. It's all her fault. The ghost baby shook his head and tears began to flow on his tender face, but his tears were black because he hated. Watching this innocent mother and son crying one after another, my nose started to feel sore. Without Lu Wenwen, they would definitely be a happy mother and son. But she wanted me to help calm her son's resentment, and the only way to calm it down was to kill Lu Wenwen. But when I looked carefully just now, the dead look on Lu Wenwen's face had unconsciously faded a little, which means that she had survived today's disaster. Everything is determined by fate, and no one has any control over it. At this moment, I feel powerless. The ghost baby was even more resentful, his eyes were already red, and the woman hurriedly tried to hug her son. Without the control of the ghost baby, Lu Wenwen fell to the ground as if she had died. But the ghost baby was full of resentment, which made her, as a mother, a little overwhelmed. She hurriedly said to me, "Master, please think of a way quickly. I want my son to be reincarnated. I am willing to do anything you want me to do, as long as my son is fine. Give me a month and I will give your son an explanation." I said slowly. I think the reason why Lu Wenwen is dead is probably because there is still a drop of my dragon blood in her body. If I take the dragon blood back, her good luck will end completely, and she will definitely die. Okay. The woman hurriedly said to the ghost baby, "Baby, did you hear that? The master said that he can give it to you in a month." "I don't want it, I want her to die today," the ghost baby screamed madly. Resentment condenses and the evil spirit is overwhelming. When this woman saw that her son was about to become a ghost out of control, she cried even harder. She looked so pitiful, just like a poor mother. I looked at Lu Wenwen lying on the ground, walked over and pulled her up. I pulled her up with great force, and Lu Wenwen woke up in a daze. "Lin, Master Lin?" I pressed her head hard. She was stunned. Her legs softened and she knelt down with a thump. I said coldly, "Kowtow to him and admit your mistake and apologize." When Lu Wenwen saw the spiteful ghost baby, she was immediately frightened out of her wits. "Ah, ghost, ghost. Hurry up and kowtow and apologize." I scolded. I'm sorry. I was wrong, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me." Lu Wenwen was so frightened that her face turned as pale as paint, and she kowtowed desperately to apologize. The ghost baby stared at Lu Wenwen with his vicious eyes, and murderous intent was floating in his eyes. "Baby, she has admitted her mistake, you should forgive her first. The master said that he will explain to you within a month." The woman hurriedly persuaded. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Lu Wenwen continued to kowtow, tears streaming down her face. "Baby, don't you want to be reincarnated with your mother?" The woman shed pitiful tears. "Mom, I'm sorry for you in this life. Can I be your sister in the next life? I will definitely protect you and let you bully me as you please, okay?" The woman choked up. The blood red in the ghost baby's eyes slowly faded a little, and his eyes also turned red. He hugged the woman's neck. "Mom." The woman's tears were like pearls falling from a broken string, and she cried with joy while holding the ghost baby. I had a complicated expression. 1 month, I'll give you 1 month. The ghost baby turned and stared at me. I nodded. "Master, thank you." The woman thanked me while holding the ghost baby. I shook my head, I didn't do anything. "My name is Yi Suzhen." The woman smiled with tears in her eyes and left with the ghost baby in her arms. I nodded in a daze, and only then did I understand what the master said to me before he came. Lu Wenwen seemed to sense that the ghost had left. She looked up tentatively, then sat down on the ground with a sigh of relief. She raised her pale face and asked, "Master Lin, what did he say about a month?" I stared at her coldly. "Don't you know that a life means a life for a life?" Boom! Lu Wenwen was stunned. She collapsed on the ground with a dull look in her eyes, as stupid as a puppet. Soon, tears of regret finally flowed down her face. Crocodile tears can't bring back the mother and child. Daughter. At this time, Li Jing and Lu Daxixi ran over in surprise. When they saw that their daughter was fine, they were immediately overjoyed. Li Jing quickly helped Lu Wenwen up, and everyone returned to the villa. Lu Dashi began to look at me with respect. Master Lin is indeed a young talent. Thank you for saving my daughter this time. This is 200,000, please keep it, master. He took out a card and handed it to me respectfully. I glanced at him and put the card away without any courtesy. I was about to leave, but he quickly stopped me and said, Master Lin, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my daughter? I think that Master Lin, you and my daughter are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. I looked at Lu Dashi's flattering expression and sneered in my heart. What an ironic statement. Didn't your Lu family hate me, Long Shiba? Didn't you, Lu Dashi, want to drive me away since I was a child? Now you are actually personally arranging a matchmaking for your daughter. Are you going to push your daughter into the fire? I said coldly. He said this many times during the year I lived in his house. Master Lin, you're joking. Master Lin, you're not a pit of fire. You're a young talent. You and my daughter are a perfect match made in heaven. If you are willing to be with my daughter, I, Lu Dashi, will absolutely agree. Lu Dashi was a little embarrassed. What a pity, you have said more than once that I am not worthy of her. I sneered and strode away. Hey, Master Lin, when did I say such words? Hey, Master Lin, I never said such hurtful words. Lu Dashi was confused. I walked out of the villa gate and looked back. Lu Wenwen, I will give an explanation to the ghost baby within a month. But Lu Wenwen chased out, Master Lin, please save me, I don't want to die yet. I looked at her coldly. Lu Wenwen began to cry, Master Lin, you don't know, I have been very pitiful since I was a child. My parents married me to a blind man, and that blind man lived in my house for a year. He also harassed me all day long, like a madman. Do you know how miserable I was? After all the hard work, the blind man died, the engagement with him was annulled, and I regained my freedom. But before I even had the chance to start living a good life, am I going to die? She told me about her unfortunate experiences, and it sounded so harsh to me. Harassing you? How dare you say that? Does that give you the right to pee on his face? I scolded. Lu Wenwen was shocked, Master Lin, what did you say? How did you know about Long Shiba? You. She looked at me with an incredible look, a hint of doubt on her face. I sneered and took a taxi back to the store. It was already evening and I didn't know where Wang Qingqing had gone. Husband, are you back? I have prepared the bath water for you. Come here, I will help you take a bath. It was my master's voice in the room. I walked in absent-mindedly and my master came up to me and took off my clothes before I could react. It was a bit cold, and I shivered and woke up. Master, what are you doing? Sit in the bathtub, I'll give you a bath. In our time, wives had to bathe and change clothes for their husbands. Sit down quickly. My master said. I was a little embarrassed, but luckily the master left me a pair of pants. Is there any part of your body that I haven't seen? My master glanced at me and said in a voice that was suddenly unquestionable, you didn't take a shower yesterday, you must take a shower today, sit down. I shuddered with fear and quickly jumped into the bathtub, sitting down shyly. My master immediately started to scrub my body with very gentle movements, and she really treated me as her husband and served me. This makes me feel that men in ancient times were really happy. I went from being nervous to enjoying myself, but when I thought of Yi Suzhen and her son, I felt very uncomfortable. "Master, why don't good people live long? Yi Suzhen was so kind, why was she hit and killed?" My master fell silent, then said, "Birth, aging, sickness and death, fortune and misfortune, all have their own destiny. You can't change your fate against the will of heaven. You just need to have a clear conscience and don't think too much." I nodded. As a fortune teller, I actually understand this truth, but I just don't agree with it. What is life? In my opinion, good people should live a long life. Yi Suzhen and her son really shouldn't have been hit and killed by a car. But the only consolation is that cause and effect are still cyclical, and the perpetrator Lu Wenwen will definitely die within this month. This month has been absolutely a torture for her. Soon the bath was over, and I sat in the bathtub without getting up. My master looked at me and said, "Get up, I'll dress you." I shook my head and said no, but her eyes were unquestionable yet a little gentle. I couldn't refuse at all and could only stand up awkwardly. I closed my eyes and comforted myself. After all, she was the one who bathed me when I was a child. Is there any part of my body that she hasn't seen? After the master dressed me, I felt much more relaxed. I asked casually, "Master, aren't you going to take a shower?" After asking this, I regretted it. She is a ghost, does she need to take a bath? Do you want to help me wash it? My master glanced at me. I hurriedly shook my head. I was willing, but she wasn't. But the master didn't make my bed today. Was she bored? Just when I was wondering, my cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. I answered it subconsciously, but I didn't expect that it was Wang Qingqing's anxious voice that rang, "Come and save me." I frowned immediately. No wonder I didn't see her when I came back. I can see that she's going to be unlucky within the next 3 days, so is the retribution starting now? For the sake of the dragon blood in her body, I asked her what was going on. "Yes, I'm at 309 of the Longting Bar, come and save me." Bang. Before Wang Qingqing could finish her words, her cell phone was thrown heavily to the ground. To be honest, I didn't really want to go, but dragon blood is important. I looked at my master and she said, "Go ahead, you have to find a way to get a drop of dragon blood first." I nodded, tidied myself up a bit, and asked on a whim, "In ancient times, when your husband left, would the wife give him a kiss goodbye?" "I'm kidding, of course." My master gave a slight gesture, then walked over to me. She bit her red lip slightly and came towards me. My heart started pounding immediately. "I'm just talking casually." I quickly closed my eyes, but instead of a sweet kiss, I got a slap in the face. I touched my cheek feeling aggrieved. "We've kissed goodbye, go," my master said expressionlessly. I walked out speechlessly, but just as I walked out the door, a BMW 7 Series stopped at the door of the store, and a man with red and swollen eyes got out. It was Lu Daxixi. I frowned and was about to tell him to get lost when Lu Daxi came over and said with tears in his eyes, "Master Lin, my daughter. You want me to save her?" I sneered. She would definitely die within a month. This was my promise to Yi Suzhen and her son. I will never interfere in this matter again. No, my daughter just committed suicide by taking medicine. We didn't have time to save her in the hospital. She has already passed away. Lu Daxixi's tears started to flow as he spoke. He cried like a middle-aged child sending off a loved one. Boom! I felt like I was struck by lightning and my mind went blank. Lu Wenwen actually committed suicide? How is this possible? How could such an extremely selfish person like her commit suicide? I couldn't wrap my mind around it for a moment. Wow, my daughter was afraid of being possessed by ghosts again and being hit by a car to pieces. She didn't want to die like that, so she chose to commit suicide out of despair. This way, at least her body could be left intact. Lu Daxixi covered his mouth with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Hearing him say this, I came to my senses. If this is the case, it would be better to commit suicide. After all, women always love beauty. How can they accept their bodies being smashed into pieces by a car? I looked at Lu Daxixi's face. His life palace was dark, especially the children's palace was lifeless. It was indeed the face of a man who lost his daughter in middle age. There was no doubt about it. After all, appearance cannot deceive people. But it all happened too suddenly. Before I could retaliate against her by peeing on her face, she was gone. As the president, is Lu Wenwen so capable of execution? Just commit suicide if you say so. After I fell silent, to be honest, I didn't feel much pleasure. Lu Wenwen committed suicide. As someone who was abandoned by her, should have been secretly happy, but I didn't feel that way. Instead, I was very calm, but I just couldn't accept it a little bit in my heart. It seems that my last impression of Lu Wenwen stayed on her pair of perfectly straight long legs. As for the dragon blood in her body, after her death, it naturally became useless dead blood. I feel very sad about this. So you came here to ask me to help deal with her funeral affairs? I asked. I won't bother Master Lin with my affairs after my death. I have already found someone. I came here this time to ask Master Lin to convey a message that my daughter is dead. As the saying goes, when a person dies, all debts are forgiven. I hope that mother and son can let us go. Lu Daxi sighed and couldn't stop crying. I nodded. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Master Lin. My daughter, you died such a tragic death. Lu Daxi wiped away his tears, turned around with a sob, got into the car and left. I was silent for a while, then I took out a piece of yellow paper and drew a talisman to summon ghosts. Then I shook my fingers and the talisman started to burn. I began to chant, Yi Suzhen, Yi Suzhen. The sound continues. After a few minutes, a gentle voice sounded, Master, do you want to ask me something? A white shadow appeared not far away. It was Yi Suzhen. As for her son, he was lying in her arms, drinking milk. But the ghost baby stopped and began to stare at me coldly. It's like this, your enemy Lu Wenwen has just committed suicide. I said slowly. Master, what did you say? Yi Suzhen's expression changed, similar to mine just now, very surprised. Obviously, no one expected that the matter would be resolved at lightning speed before the agreed one-month deadline had even expired that evening. The ghost baby in her arms was about to jump up immediately. You said she was dead? You were not lying to me? How could I lie to you about something like this? I shook my head and explained Lu Daxi's facial features in detail. The ghost baby stared at me intently, the coldness in his eyes disappeared a little, but he was still a little skeptical. Mom, let's go see if the bad guy is dead or not. No need, how could the master lie to us? Yi Suzhen shook her head, remained silent for a few seconds, and sighed, if she didn't kill my mother and me, why would she commit suicide today? Baby, she is dead now, and your resentment should be gone. Yi Suzhen said to the ghost baby. The ghost baby stared at me for a few seconds and said coldly, if I find out that you lied to me, I will never let you go. I will let a car hit you to death. Of course. I nodded. The resentment on the ghost baby's body began to slowly dissipate, and Yi Suzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Baby, can mommy take you to reincarnate? The ghost baby nodded, and Yi Suzhen said to me sincerely, thank you, master. I didn't expect the matter to be resolved so quickly. I shook my head. I didn't do anything. Lu Wenwen committed suicide herself. She smiled and nodded at me, holding the ghost baby contentedly, turned and left, slowly disappearing into the darkness. Looking at her receding back, I felt mixed emotions. I hope they can be reborn into a wealthy family, after all, she is so kind. I then stopped a car and planned to look for Wang Qingqing, but as soon as I reached the side of the road, a car rushed towards me. I was startled and dodged in panic, and stumbled and fell to the ground. How do you drive? I got up, feeling annoyed. Sorry. The driver was looking at his mobile phone just now and hurriedly apologized to me. I waved my hand and the driver left with a sigh of relief. But then I felt a burning pain in my palm. I looked down and found that the skin on my palm was scratched. A bloody disaster in the middle of the night was not a good sign. But I didn't do anything wrong, so I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? I guess it was just an accident. I calmed myself down, simply put a band-aid on the wound, and took a taxi to the Longting bar that Wang Qingqing mentioned. After paying the fare and getting off the car, there were many beautiful women with long legs at the door, dressed very sexy. Their long legs were so white that they were dazzling, and many men passing by stared at them. Before I even reached the door, I heard the booming sound of the subwoofer, which made me feel annoyed. What's the point of a place like this? Women come here to drink, and men come here to pick up girls and pick up corpses? I just wanted to get out of here quickly, so I walked straight in. After all, as a fortune teller, I can tell what these people are thinking just by looking at their faces. No, because I already have a wife. I walked through the flowers and went straight upstairs to room 309. I knocked on the door and it opened soon. A 1.9-meter tall burly man opened the door with a scar on his face. He looked ferocious and had a steel pipe in his hand. I felt very oppressive. He is obviously a fierce thug and most importantly, he is a martial artist. Although there is not much energy on his face, it is not bad. This made me secretly frightened. How did Wang Qingqing offend such a person? Did you see the house number clearly? Why are you knocking randomly? Tell me who you're looking for. If you can't tell me, I'll treat you to a steel pipe. The sturdy man put the cold steel pipe in his hand on my shoulder and asked coldly. I remained expressionless and said, I'm here to see Wang Qingqing. I'm here. The next second, Wang Qingqing's anxious voice came from inside. I breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, the fortune teller this bitch was talking about is you? You are a fortune teller with your character? Are you kidding? Ha ha ha. The burly man looked at me with disdain and said, come in. I walked in, and the burly man locked the door in a sinister manner. I saw Wang Qingqing squatting pitifully in the corner, with 2 slaps on her pretty face, 1 on each side. In the private room, on the large sofa, a young man was glancing at me lazily with a look full of contempt. I was slightly surprised because this young man turned out to be a Taoist master with quite good skills. At least his level is much higher than Wang Qingqing's. However, there were obvious red wine stains on his clothes, which meant someone had splashed red wine on him. I secretly began to look at the young man's face and quickly analyzed the whole story. Wang Qingqing took advantage of the fact that I was out today helping Lu Wenwen deal with something, and because she was bored, she came out to the bar to drink. Judging from the young man's appearance, he suddenly received a very lucrative business order today, so he came out to spend some money for entertainment. He saw that Wang Qingqing was pretty and had long legs, so he naturally came over to chat with her. It's just that Wang Qingqing, although extremely selfish, is unusually conservative when it comes to men and women. Plus, she was upset, so she lost her temper and played tricks on the young man, pouring red wine all over him, making him lose face in front of everyone in the bar. Naturally, this pissed him off. The matter is very simple. What this young man wants is to regain his face and vent his anger. My name is Ma Tianming, and I am. As soon as the young man started to speak lazily, I said, Wang Qingqing was wrong in this matter. I apologize to you on her behalf. The young man was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Obviously he didn't expect that I would apologize so readily as soon as I entered the door. This disrupted his rhythm. Do you think a simple apology will suffice? Ma Tianming came back to his senses and his face darkened. I didn't say anything, but walked straight to Wang Qingqing and pulled her up. Wang Qingqing was so frightened that she immediately hugged me with both hands. I took a look at her and tore off her clothes, revealing her perfect body. Just like the goods displayed in the glass cabinet, the thin waist and long legs make people marvel. Wang Qingqing was dumbfounded by this sudden scene. Ma Tianming was dumbfounded. Even the sturdy man blocking the door was dumbfounded. The huge private room suddenly fell silent. Ah! Wang Qingqing came back to his senses, covered his chest and screamed desperately. You lost face, and now she has lost face too. We are even now. I said calmly. Ma Tianming was stunned for 10 seconds. He really didn't expect me to be like this. I guess he had already thought about how to humiliate me and how to save his face before I came. But he never expected that I would suddenly take off Wang Qingqing's clothes and beat him to death. It took him a full 10 seconds to utter a single sentence, "Brother, you're awesome. Don't leave yet." I gave Wang Qingqing a cold look. Wang Qingqing was so angry that tears came out. She wanted to scold me, but she didn't dare. She could only glare at me fiercely, cover her chest, and ran out angrily. I naturally went outside. I heard from her that you are the disciple of that Li Sanquan. Ma Tianming sat down leisurely. I stopped. My master often says that your master Li San is not good enough. Ma Tianming said mockingly, which made me very angry. I looked back at him and walked out. Sure enough, a useless master will teach all his apprentices to be trash. Ha ha ha. Ma Tianming's disdainful laughter was heard in the private room. I clenched my fists. Finally I walked out of the bar and took a deep breath. You bastard. As soon as I came out, Wang Qingqing stared at me with red eyes. It was you who called me to save you, and now I have saved you, haven't I? I asked back. But I didn't ask you to take off my clothes. Wang Qingqing got angry. You didn't ask me not to take it off. I said calmly. Wang Qingqing was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Tears welled up in her eyes and she felt very aggrieved. My body, none of my 3 boyfriends have seen it. You were the only one who saw it last time. Not only did you see it, you even recorded it. Why did you show it to other people? How can I face people after you treated me like this today? I was too lazy to pay attention to her. I walked to the side of the road and stopped a car. Wang Qingqing ran over and said angrily, "Don't do this next time. I don't want other people to see my body." She looks so pitiful, as if a woman is complaining about her grievances to her boyfriend. Are you okay? I glanced at her and got in the car. Wang Qingqing was so angry that he wanted to get in the car, but the driver had already stepped on the accelerator and started driving. I saw through the rearview mirror that Wang Qingqing was stamping his feet in anger. "Driver, I'll go." I told the driver the address. The driver ignored me and just drove. I was helpless. The taxi driver was indeed awesome. I planned to take a nap and rest for a while, but gradually, I found that the speed of the car was too fast. I couldn't help but remind him, "Driver, you are going too fast, aren't you? This is still the city center. If there is a car accident, wouldn't the people who were hit be in big trouble?" But the driver still ignored me and stepped on the accelerator faster. Rumble. I suddenly became a little nervous. I reached out and patted the driver on the shoulder. "Hey, driver, why are you driving so fast? The road doesn't seem right. Where do you want to take me?" The next second, the driver turned around with a weird smile on his face. The key point was that his eyes turned white and his face was full of gloom. He grinned, "I'm going to send you to the underworld." "Who told you to lie to me?" Car, I'm going to crash into cars, car." Seeing the driver's sinister face and listening to his creepy words, I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I was extremely shocked. I pointed at him, my voice trembling, You are. Look who I am. You don't recognize me so quickly?" The driver gave me a sinister smile, revealing a row of big yellow teeth. Then on his neck, I saw a baby's hand, and even more, I saw a pair of hands hugging the driver's neck, and a little face full of resentment was staring at me. His eyes are sharp, like a poisonous snake. My whole body was shocked and all the hairs on my body stood up instantly. I simply couldn't believe my eyes. Because the ghost baby in front of me was actually Yi Suzhen's son. I witnessed them reincarnating with my own eyes 2 hours ago. What's going on? Why did he suddenly turn back to hurt me? My brain short-circuited instantly. Wait, he just said that I lied to him. What did I lie to him about? Please sit tight, Che, I'm going to start crashing cars. The driver chuckled and stepped on the accelerator instantly, and the speed suddenly exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. The strong push on my back almost made me fall backwards. A strong sense of crisis made my heart hang in the air. Wait, tell me clearly, what did I lie to you about? You swore that Lu Wenwen was dead, but my mother and I didn't see her at all on the road to the underworld, so she is not dead at all. The driver roared gloomily, especially the ghost baby on his neck. His eyes were filled with endless resentment, and his resentment was even stronger than before. Boom! I felt like I was struck by lightning, and my brain went blank in an instant. Lu Wenwen is not dead? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As a fortune teller, I have clearly seen from the face of Lu Wenwen's father, Lu Daxixi, that he is a man who has lost his daughter in middle age. So Lu Wenwen is absolutely dead. This is a foregone conclusion. How could he not be dead yet? Looks can't deceive others, and they can't deceive me. You're lying. I think you're the one who lied to me. Lu Wenwen is clearly dead, ah. I yelled, but at this time the driver saw a dump truck coming in the opposite lane. He immediately showed a weird smile, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the huge dump truck. Ding ding ding. The terrifying sound of the horn pierced my ears deafeningly. Facing the oncoming dump truck, all the hairs on my body stood up, cold sweat poured down, and the breath of death instantly enveloped me. This needs to be hit, and I need to use a shovel to collect it. When the dump truck driver found out, his eyes almost popped out of his head. He honked the horn and started to brake suddenly. Squeak. The tires were locked, but the car still couldn't stop immediately. The black brake marks stretched for more than 10 meters. The front of the car crashed down like a mountain, unstoppable. Death is so close that it will take my life in the next second. At this moment, I thought back to the past 18 years, when I moved to a new house every year, and was spurned and chased away like a stray dog. My life was so frustrating and miserable. Now, even death is going to be so miserable. Even now there is no complete corpse. I won't accept it. The driver was facing death, but he still had a weird smile on his face. I came to my senses instantly. No matter what, I opened the door and jumped out. Even if the car was going 100 kilometers per hour, I would jump to save my life. I jumped down, and the huge inertia almost made me flip over. I closed my eyes, protected my head with both hands, and decided to leave it to fate. But with a splash, the cold river water suddenly surrounded me. It was freezing cold, but I was lucky enough to jump into the river. The huge impact made me dizzy, as if I had fallen on a concrete floor, and my whole body fell into the water like a cannonball, going deeper and deeper. Just when I thought I was going to suffocate and pass out, I suddenly felt like someone pushed me from behind. It was so real, someone was really pushing me. Who? Who's underwater? I feel creepy. 18, I finally see you. Then I heard a woman's voice. Before I could react, this push made me float out of the water. I instinctively crawled to the shore. I was a little confused, and when I turned around desperately, I only saw a very fast shadow flashing in the water. It seemed to be a person, but it didn't seem to be because the speed was too fast. I coughed violently and coughed up a lot of river water. When I came to my senses, it felt incredible, even like a dream. Who was that under the water just now? Why save me? Because my master has always told me since I was a child to stay away from water, especially from the Yellow River, and because my father is the Dragon King, I have always kept it in mind. Could it be that I am confused and fainted, and my imagination is just wandering? I coughed a few times, but before I could think any more, the sound of a car accident above me, a bang, pulled me back from my thoughts. There has been a car accident. Someone's dead, help, there's a car accident. The above are the voices of passers-by exclaiming. I quickly got up and ran away. I'm not trying to escape, I'm trying to find out what's going on. I ran along the river, ran to the road, stopped a car, and went straight to Lu Wenwen's house. As soon as I got off the car, I saw that Lu Wenwen's villa had been decorated like a mourning hall, with white lanterns hung on both sides of the gate. The word Ming was written on the lanterns, and wreaths that were only used for the dead were placed at the door. It was a standard mourning hall. There were scattered paper money on the ground, and bursts of crying could be heard from inside. Some people kept crying, "My daughter, you died so tragically. Wenwen, you are so young and have a bright future ahead of you. Why are you so depressed? You died so young, leaving your parents behind. How can your parents live?" Listening to these crying sounds, if I had not been retaliated by the ghost baby just now, I might have felt a little sad about Lu Wenwen's suicide. But at this moment, I frowned and strode in. The ones crying were Li Jing and several women wearing high-end clothes. Their eyes were red and their faces were covered with tears. On one table was a black and white photo of Lu Wenwen. The incense, gold ingots and candles have been lit. Cigarette smoke was floating around Lu Wenwen's portrait, making this black and white photo look a little creepy at the moment. What made me unable to take my eyes away was that at this moment in the hall, in front of the black and white portrait, there was a coffin, and Lu Wenwen's body was lying inside it. So fast? My eyes flashed. The ghost baby said that I lied to him, so what he meant was that Lu Wenwen was not dead at all. In other words, Lu Wenwen faked her death for her own selfish sake and almost killed me. I clenched my fists, my heart burning with anger, and strode over, putting my hands on the coffin lid, intending to push it open with force to see if Lu Wenwen, who had committed suicide, was lying inside. But at this moment, a big hand reached out and covered the back of my hand that I was trying to push hard. I turned my head and saw it was Lu Daxixi. His eyes were still red and swollen, and there were traces of tears on his face. He forced a smile and said, "Master Lin, is that you? Are you here to see my daughter off for the last time?" I squinted my eyes and looked at him carefully again. The position of Lu Daxi's children's palace was indeed lifeless. In addition, his life palace was dark, and it seemed to be broken, which means that his family line would be cut off. So, this is really the standard appearance of a man who has lost his daughter. Lu Wenwen really committed suicide. Looking at his face again, I was not wrong. Because appearance can never lie. But the truth was clearly before my eyes, so why did the ghost baby still say that I had lied to him? Why did he even deliberately give up the chance to reincarnate, and even risked his life, to come and hit me to death with his car. Thank you, then. If my daughter knew about this, she would definitely be grateful to you. Lu Dashi sighed. I pulled my hand away from the coffin, and Lu Dashi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his subtle expression, I took the opportunity to look at the coffin again. Lu Dashi suddenly showed a trace of nervousness, and hurriedly pulled me in front of Lu Wenwen's portrait. Master Lin, why don't you burn some incense for my daughter? My daughter still has a good impression of you. I think my daughter will be very happy if you can burn some incense for her. He lit 3 incense sticks and handed them to me. I looked at him, then inserted the incense directly into the incense burner. Light smoke rose around Lu Wenwen's portrait, but soon the incense went out by itself. Ghosts are not affected by incense? My eyes narrowed, a surge of anger suddenly rose in my heart, and I immediately clenched my fists. Until this moment, I knew I had really been cheated. Thank you, Master Lin. Master Lin, please sit here for a while. Lu Dashi wanted to take me aside. I just sneered. Lu Dashi's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately said with a full smile, Master Lin, what's wrong with you? Did I not treat you well enough? Tell me, and I'll fix it now. Change? I think you should not set up a mourning hall, but just hold a celebration banquet instead. I said coldly. Master Lin, what do you mean? I don't understand. Lu Dashi was a little flustered. Li Jing and the others who were crying also looked up, their faces filled with surprise and doubt. I stared at Lu Dashi. You don't understand? Or are you playing dumb? If Lu Wenwen is really dead, how could she not even be able to accept the incense? Lu Dashi was still trying to argue, shaking his head. Master Lin, are you drunk? I really don't understand what you are saying. You are so cruel. I was furious. Lu Wenwen is not dead at all. You came to me on purpose and said that Lu Wenwen committed suicide. In fact, someone with great power had given you instructions in advance and deliberately used some means to cover up Lu Wenwen's life. That's why you look like a woman who has lost her daughter, right? This method is really brilliant. It even fooled me. You deliberately let me see your face to make me believe that Lu Wenwen is dead, so that you can easily get rid of Yi Suzhen and her son and solve Lu Wenwen's crisis, right? The muscles on Lu Dashi's face twitched violently. Master Lin. I growled, you have planned everything, but there is still one flaw. You didn't expect that Yi Suzhen and her son would be on guard and deliberately look for Lu Wenwen's ghost on the Yellow Springs Road. No matter how powerful the master you invited is, he can't really make Lu Wenwen's ghost walk on the Yellow Springs Road. Your selfishness almost turned me into a meat paste. I burst into anger. It seems that next time I read a person's face, I have to be careful. Otherwise, if I am not careful, I will be misjudged. Li Jing and the others' faces changed drastically, while Lu Dashi's face turned completely ugly. Master Lin, since you already know, then this plan has failed. But my daughter just wants to live. What has she done wrong? Wrong? She killed a mother and her child. This is not only wrong, it is murder. She must pay with her life. Lu Wenwen, you really did everything you could to survive. But, your life is a life, but my life is not. The lives of Yi Suzhen and her son are not lives. Just because you are rich, your life is more noble. You don't even want to pay for your murder. You are trying to evade it, and you want to fake your death to avoid karma? Fine, I will grant your wish, and I will let you die for real today. I got so angry that I walked straight to the coffin and pushed it hard. Today I am going to stab this evil Lu Wenwen to death with my own hands. Master Lin, what are you doing? Stop it. Lu Dashi was shocked and ran over to grab me. Get out of my way. I kicked Lu Daxixi directly. Lu Daxixi covered his stomach, cried out, and immediately fell to the ground, curling up into a big shrimp in pain. Li Jing and the others were startled, but they also ran over to pull me away. "Don't force me to kick a woman," I said with cold eyes. Li Jing and the others were immediately stunned by my gaze. They stammered and didn't dare to come forward. With a click, I pushed hard and the coffin lid opened. Just as I was about to push it open, an unmistakable voice came in, "Stop it." I ignored it and continued pushing. "Are you deaf? Or do you not understand what people are saying? I tell you to stop." With a cold snort, a peachwood sword shot out. With a bang, the peachwood sword was firmly inserted into the coffin lid, only a few inches away from my hand. The sword was shaking, making a sharp buzzing sound, which was very annoying. I turned my head and saw a man striding in from outside the door. He was elegant, young and full of vigor and vitality. It was Ma Tianming. I wasn't surprised at all. When I was in the bar, I saw at a glance that he suddenly received a very lucrative business order today, so he went to the bar to celebrate. Now it seems that the business he received was from Lu Wenwen's. And it was he who used Taoist magic to cover up Lu Wenwen's life. Who can you blame for your poor skills? You can't even tell that someone is faking their death. How rubbish are you? You deserve to be avenged by ghosts. Ma Tianming snorted disdainfully. Do you know that you have violated the law of cause and effect? If you help Lu Wenwen without permission, you will be punished by the law of cause and effect, I said in an ice-cold voice. Ma Tianming spit out a mouthful of saliva mockingly. Karma is bullshit. I've made money, why should I be afraid of karma? I'm telling you, I'm the one handling this business for Boss Lu right now. Innocent Lu Wenwen has been harmed by an evil spirit, and I'm here today to rid the people of this evil and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. You'd better not mess with me. I'm going to count to 3 now, and you're going to get out of here right now. 1, 2, 3. You actually refuse to accept my toast and drink a forfeit? Ma Tianming became angry and rushed towards me in a flash. Before he arrived, he had already taken the initiative to slap me hard on the cheek with a big slap. I took a step back and easily avoided the slap. I took advantage of the situation and pushed hard. With a bang, the coffin lid slid directly to the ground. I took out a dagger and stabbed it directly into the coffin without thinking twice. Lu Wenwen, you who once had an engagement with me but broke it, today I will personally send you off. But the next second, there was a muffled sound coming from the coffin, and it was as if I had poked the eardrum, and I reached the bottom of the coffin almost effortlessly. I was suddenly startled and looked inside the coffin hastily. A chill ran down the back of my head. The person lying in the coffin was Lu Wenwen, but it wasn't her. Because the person lying there is a strange paper figure that reproduces Lu Wenwen's figure, appearance, and even expression 1-to-1. This paper figure has its eyes closed, and even its eyelashes look lifelike. If my dagger had not hit the paper man's chest directly but there was no trace of blood, I might not have been able to tell whether the paper man was real or fake at first glance. Anger and suspicion suddenly enveloped me. As expected, they came prepared and actually sent Lu Wenwen away early. So where is the perpetrator Lu Wenwen now? Lu Dashi, Li Jing and the others who fell to the ground all looked grim, but Lu Dashi got up and started to retreat behind Ma Tianming with Li Jing and the others. Ma Tianming sneered, looking very proud. As my employer, how could I put my customers in danger? This is the Yin blood paper figure technique, specially designed for the ghost baby and his mother. You country bumpkin have definitely never seen it. It's just a trifle. How dare you show off in front of me? I shouted coldly. How could I not know this evil Taoist technique? When my master was teaching me the skill of fortune-telling, he also told me all about Taoism, feng shui and other such things. Although I am not proficient in them, I am not so ignorant that I have never heard of them. I remember my master was most disdainful of this kind of unorthodox practice. Among them, this paper figure technique is the most detestable. Ah! Are you still being stubborn? Ma Tianming sneered. Since you have said so much, I might as well let you see what the real blood paper man technique is. I pinched my fingers, and a trace of yang qi suddenly condensed at my fingertips. I pointed a point at the paper man's forehead, and a trace of yang qi drilled into the forehead. Then I took out a piece of yellow paper and drew a talisman on the spot with a brush dipped in cinnabar. What are you going to do? Ma Tianming's expression suddenly changed. Rise! I let out a low shout, and the paper man lying in the coffin jumped up like a zombie and landed steadily in front of me. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law. I am now controlling my body with the talisman, I must obey your orders. Go! I muttered something and pointed my hand at Ma Tianming, and the paper man immediately pounced towards him. Ma Tianming saw that his masterpiece, which he was so proud of, was actually being used by me and was even attacking him. His eyes almost popped out and his face was full of shock. The next second, he became furious. Fuck you. This is mine, stop it. Master Ma, what should we do now? Lu Daxixi became a little scared. After all, the plan to escape has been discovered. Let's go. Your whole family should go find Lu Wenwen right away. Leave this to me. Ma Tianming waved his hand, and the peachwood sword stuck on the coffin lid was immediately pulled out invisibly and returned to Ma Tianming's hand. But our Lu family's property is here. Lu Dashi was reluctant. Is money more important, or life? Isn't it just leaving behind a villa, a few companies, and a few projects? What does this mean to your Lu family? Besides, your Lu family must not have fulfilled the engagement with that Longzi, right? You have been brought to your house because of this disaster, and now you are not avoiding it. If you leave too late, and wait for the resentful ghost baby mother and son to come to your house, then one of you will die today. Ma Tianming growled and immediately began to attack the paper man with the peachwood sword in his hand. Lu Dashi and Li Jing looked conflicted, but finally they gritted their teeth and nodded. Hold the talisman in your hand and ignore anyone who approaches you on the road. Also, if someone calls your name, don't look back. Even if Lu Wenwen calls you personally, don't look back until you meet the real Lu Wenwen. Ma Tianming took out a few talismans and threw them to Lu Dashi and the others. Lu Daxixi took the talisman, split it in a hurry, and ran out. After all, they have money in their cards, and they are just leaving here temporarily to seek refuge, and they will not come back forever. I narrowed my eyes and naturally wanted to chase after him. Lu Wenwen is hiding now, I want to find her and make her pay with her life. But Ma Tianming sneered, don't you take me seriously at all? He didn't dare to actually attack the paper man with the peachwood sword in his hand, because he was planning to use the paper man to let the ghost baby vent his anger, and to resolve the cause and effect between the ghost baby and Lu Wenwen. But at this time, he took a few steps back, showed a weird smile, and actually took out a bag of something from his pocket. I looked at it in confusion and found that he opened the bag and actually poured it on his head. Sizzle! A layer of soot fell down, and he quickly touched his body with his hands, which instantly turned him dark. He looked like a black bear, so funny. I frowned. This is a common ghost invisibility technique, that is, a method of becoming invisible in the eyes of ghosts. Since ghosts cannot see black things, people can use pot ash to become invisible in front of ghosts. What is he doing? Just when I was wondering, Ma Tianming, whose face was black, laughed sinisterly. You never expected it, did you? I came here to lure the ghost baby here. According to the time, it should be here. As soon as he finished speaking, I saw ghostly aura floating outside the door. I was shocked. Oh no. The ghostly aura outside the door was shocking and extremely eerie. It was obvious that the ghost baby's resentment had risen again. The resentment condenses and does not dissipate, and the resentment turns into power. Even if it is just a ghost baby, its strength will only become higher and higher, and more terrifying. You know, the greater the resentment of a ghost, the stronger it will be. I instantly understood what Ma Tianming meant. He was planning to stay out of it and let me and this ghost baby fight a life-and-death battle. I snorted coldly, moved my fingers, and controlled the paper man to attack Ma Tianming again. However, Ma Tianming smiled sinisterly, said the two words, "Sha, Pen," to me sarcastically, and ran out, intending to watch my show with glee. The paper man chased out, and just outside the door, a figure happened to bump into the paper man. The paper man stumbled back. The next second, there was a murderous roar, "It's you, it's you. You are not dead after all. Kill, I will kill you." It was the ghost baby. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his tender face was full of ferocity, and even his skin color began to turn dark. This is a sign of accumulating resentment. If this continues, I'm afraid a ghost king born out of resentment will be born. Seeing this scene, my throat feels a little dry. At this moment, Ma Tianming was right next to the ghost baby, but he seemed transparent and the ghost baby couldn't see him at all. This is clearly very close. It turns out that pot ash can really make one invisible in front of ghosts. Ma Tianming sneered and cast a spell again, secretly controlling the paper man and making him run towards me. He even spoke in human language, "Master Lin, the ghost baby has seen through our plan. Help." The movements and voices of this paper man are exactly the same as Lu Wenwen's. I was shocked. This kid actually had another trick up his sleeve. "Sure enough, you are lying to me. I told you that you are lying to me. But my mother insisted that you didn't do it. Okay, today I will kill you first, and then kill her." The ghost baby stared at me with resentment, and pounced towards me with his fangs and claws bared. He was filled with tremendous resentment, and his small body moved around like a wild monkey, flashing around like a ghost. I was slightly startled and stepped back in a hurry. "Listen to me, the thing is, I want your life." The ghost baby didn't listen to my explanation at all and pounced on me fiercely. A strong ghost aura suddenly hit me in the face. The hairs on my back stood up and I felt cold. I hesitated for a moment and wanted to attack with a dagger, but I stepped back to dodge, but the ghost baby was like a dogskin plaster and wouldn't let me go. He was going to kill me. The paper figurine hid away in fear. Ma Tianming, who was watching the fun, smiled with gloating eyes and mouthed to me, "Then you can have fun. I won't accompany you." Special code. I immediately pointed at Ma Tianming and said, "Ghost baby, look, there's someone over there." Ma Tianming was immediately startled and almost yelled at me. "You don't need to delay any longer. You will definitely die today." But the ghost baby didn't even look where I pointed. After all, when he came in, he didn't see Ma Tianming at all. So he thought I was lying to him again. Seeing that the ghost baby didn't listen to me, Ma Tianming breathed a sigh of relief and became even more proud. "Sure enough, you are a piece of trash. Your master is useless, and the apprentice he taught is even more useless." He looked so arrogant that he almost reached the sky. Only then did he walk out with satisfaction. He stayed out of the matter and went to find Lu Wenwen. I was filled with rage. Facing the ghost baby's attack again, I finally dodged it, my eyes slightly cold. "That's enough. I don't want to hurt you out of pity for you, but don't push your luck." Facing my warning, the ghost baby didn't give me any face. He opened his mouth ferociously and rushed straight to my face. He wanted to suck my yang energy. Humph, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Then it's not my fault. Yang energy immediately condensed out of my fingers, and I cast a spell. Bang! The ghost baby screamed and was thrown away like a ball by me. He stared at me with resentment, and the resentment on his body became more and more intense. Suddenly there was a muffled bang, and the ghost baby that was right under my nose suddenly dissipated and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. I immediately became alert and pinched my fingers again to prevent the ghost baby from attacking me. Just when I was nervous, I suddenly felt a cool breeze behind my ears, as if a ghost was blowing air on the back of my neck. My heart was about to jump out of my chest. Just as I turned around, two small hands had already hugged my neck. These claw-like hands were colder than ice, as if they were wrapped in a layer of snake skin, and the feeling of scales sliding against my neck. Fuck. I got goosebumps all over my body and instinctively turned my head to see that the ghost baby had opened its little mouth full of black fangs and was about to bite my neck. It was like being bitten by a rat. I was so scared that I almost fainted. Fortunately, I instinctively reached out my hand. Being bitten on the hand is better than being bitten on the neck. Squeak. A piercing pain suddenly came from the back of my hand, as if my hand was bitten by a python. I grabbed his mouth tightly and tore him off my neck. Seeing that the ghost baby was still biting my hand tightly, I hurriedly warned, "Let go." Snort. I used my other hand to gather a move and prepared to hit him. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. I was surprised, and the ghost baby that was biting my hand also stopped subconsciously. I turned around and found a person flying in backwards. The key point was that there was a scarlet slap mark on this person's face. It turned out to be Ma Tianming, who had escaped just now. He covered his face in shock and anger, and climbed up from the ground, furious. "Who the hell attacked me? Come out, come out." Bang! There was another sound of flesh slapping, Ma Tianming screamed, and a slap mark appeared on the other cheek. He fell to the ground again, blood flowing from his mouth, 2 teeth lost, and he looked in a miserable state. Who? Come out." Ma Tianming hurriedly got up, his voice became softer and his face showed fear. This time he was obviously not as confident as before. After all, he slapped him twice without anyone noticing, and the key is that no one can find him. Anyone would be scared. "Kneel down." A cold voice sounded, carrying an unquestionable order. Ma Tianming became angry and was about to muster up the courage to curse when, with a slap, the third slap came. Ouch! Ma Tianming screamed and fell to the ground, spitting blood, feeling dizzy and almost fainting. "I don't want to say it for the third time, kneel down." The voice sounded again. I kneel, who are you, senior? Please don't hit me again." Ma Tianming quickly understood what was happening and knelt on the ground obediently, lowered his head, and trembled all over. After these 3 slaps, a lot of the soot on Ma Tianming's body fell off, and the ghost baby that was biting my hand could finally barely see him. "Little ghost, let go, land, lie down, don't move." As soon as he finished speaking, a person walked in quietly from outside the door. When I looked closely, I saw that this person was wearing a veil, hiding her beautiful face, but she was tall and well-proportioned, with long legs like wine glasses, thin hips and a slim waist. Even her exposed hands were as white as jade, just like a fairy who had descended to earth. "Master?" I was delighted because I recognized the voice. It was my master's. Ma Tianming, who was kneeling down, raised his head with a look of shock. "Are you Li Sanchuan?" "This is my master's name in the store." In other words, my master Jiang Zhuoxuan's pen name is Li Sanchuan. It seems that my master has gained a good reputation outside after so many years. With a snap. My master didn't do anything, but the fourth slap mark appeared on Ma Tianming's cheek. Ma Tianming screamed and immediately covered his cheeks tightly with both hands. My master glanced at him and walked straight past him, his eyes slightly fixed, and walked towards him step by step. His steps were light, but with every step, the void felt suffocating and an invisible pressure emanated from him. "Let go." The voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. The ghost baby, full of resentment, immediately let out a strange cry, with a natural look of fear on its face. He didn't have any hesitation or struggle. He decisively loosened his teeth, then fell to the ground with a plop, and lay on the ground very obediently, actually trembling. Where is the madness and terror from just now? At this moment, the ghost baby was like an ant seeing an elephant, or a rabbit seeing a tiger, and was as docile as a good pet. I was slightly surprised, but it was normal. After all, my master was a female ghost who had been dead for at least 100 years. Her abilities could not be compared to those of a ghost baby whose strength was increased by resentment. Don't let resentment cloud your mind. Paper figures are not human beings. My master walked up to the paper figure, raised his hand and waved it casually, and a strong wind blew. The paper man was torn apart in an instant, as if its tendons and skin were being pulled out, revealing the bamboo skeleton inside. The ghost baby was shocked. It was so easy that Ma Tianming's eyes almost popped out. My master then waved his hand again, and the wind blew over, instantly blowing away the resentment from the ghost baby, revealing a baby boy as white as jade. "Go and reincarnate. Your mother is waiting for you on the road to the underworld," said my master. The ghost baby raised his head, but "Shut up and walk faster. If you are slow, your legs will be broken," said my master. The ghost baby looked at me pitifully, then ran out with tears in his eyes, without even looking back. He was so decisive and so obedient. Who can imagine that this ghost baby was a terrifying ghost just a minute ago? From the time my master came in to the time he ordered the mad ghost baby to leave, it only took a minute. I was stunned, and it took me several seconds to come back to my senses. "Master, this ghost baby died unjustly, so you have to do what you promised him," said my master. I nodded, ran out quickly, and shouted, "Just go and reincarnate with peace of mind. I will definitely do what I promised you. Thank you. If there is an afterlife, I will repay you." Outside, a grateful voice came from afar, in a childish voice. I felt mixed emotions and secretly swore to myself that I would give him an explanation. Because I, Long Shiba, always keep my word. Just when I was confused, I heard Ma Tianming scream again. I turned around and found that my master had walked up to Ma Tianming. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and started slapping him in the face. "I am Ma Jiudao's apprentice. How dare you hit me like this? I'll let my master." Ma Tianming hadn't finished speaking. My master continued to fight, as if he didn't hear anything about Ma Jiudao at all. Soon Ma Tianming screamed, spitting blood, and his teeth were almost knocked out. I said, Lu Wenwen went to the Lin family in the provincial capital. Ma Tianming wailed and told the truth, but his face was swollen like a pig's head and his ears were probably deaf. My eyes flashed. Lu Wenwen was really amazing. In order to survive, she actually hid in the provincial capital overnight. Unfortunately, it's no use for you to hide. You must pay for the death of Yi Suzhen and her son with your life. "Husband, shall we go now or tomorrow morning?" my master asked me. I said it would be better to go there overnight as I was worried about other accidents. "That's good. Lu Wenwen is doomed to die. You'd better get the dragon blood back from her body before she dies." My master also agreed. "Yeah. That's exactly what I meant. This drop of dragon blood of mine cannot be wasted." My master walked out, and I vaguely heard the stunned Ma Tianming saying something, "My master will not let you go, no." I ignored him and turned to leave, but I had sharp ears and heard him continue to swear, "One day, I will make you pay the price for daring to hit me. Fuck you. How dare you hold a grudge against my wife?" I raised my leg and kicked him. Ma Tianming wailed and fell to the ground, fainting. "Why did you hit him again?" my master asked puzzledly after coming out. "Who told him to say that I'm old?" I stopped talking hastily. After all, my master's eyes had narrowed slightly. I thought my master would be angry, but I never expected her to reach out and lift up my bitten hand. She gently stroked the wound with her hand, and the ghost energy inside miraculously emerged from the wound. The pain disappeared quickly, just like being iced. "Master, please take off your veil. I want to take a good look at you," I said. After all, there was no outsider here. In fact, these few days, I have begun to accept in my heart that she is my wife. After all, we have been married. Although I can't do anything, it is only natural for me to take a good look at my wife, right? "You've grown up, and your eyes are different from when you were little," my master said. "You have to remember one thing. Although I'm going to marry you, I'll follow you in accordance with the 3 obediences and 4 virtues for 1 year, but how can you have other ideas about me? If you let me be your master, I will not be your wife. If you let me be your wife, then I will neither be your master nor your wife." When she spoke, there was a hint of disappointment in the depths of her eyes. "Master, did I say something wrong?" I said anxiously. She didn't say anything, just looked at me. Then, white smoke came out of her body and she turned into a jade pendant again. I gently caught it, feeling a little sad. I said sorry to the jade pendant and said I would not do that again next time, but the master did not respond to me. I took a taxi back in a bad mood, planning to pack some clothes and go to the provincial capital overnight. But as soon as I got to the store, I saw Wang Qingqing looking around anxiously. I walked over in confusion. When Wang Qingqing saw me, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Lin, are you okay?" Judging from her expression, she remembered what she had just seen, the ghost baby controlling the driver and taking me for a crazy race in the city. I shook my head, walked in directly, picked up a few pieces of clothes at random, then wrote on a piece of paper, "Come back in 3 days," and stuck it on the store door. "Are you going out?" "Where are you going?" Wang Qingqing asked. I ignored her because I knew her personality from her face. She was a masochist. The more you ignored her and tortured her, the more she liked it. But what she didn't expect was that she took out a car key from her pocket and pressed it. A sports car parked on the side of the road not far away beeped twice. "I'll give it to you," said Wang Qingqing. I glanced at her. Her big disaster would probably be tomorrow, so I really had to take her with me. I didn't refuse. She drove the car over and I got in. The space inside the sports car was very small and felt very crowded. She sat in the driver's seat, wearing denim shorts and a pair of long legs that were glowing white. She asked me where I was going, and I said to the provincial capital. She was driving and stepped on the accelerator hard. The strong push on my back instantly made me uncomfortable, mainly reminding me of the terrifying moment in the taxi tonight. "You've never ridden in a sports car before?" Wang Qingqing asked. "You're really a country bumpkin." I frowned. "I was just kidding you, don't be angry." Wang Qingqing's expression changed immediately, and she said a little shyly, "Anyway, thank you for saving me tonight, but don't take off my clothes in public next time." Facing Wang Qingqing's words, I began to close my eyes and rest, but she said, "Let me ask you, after you took the video of me, have you ever watched it again?" I open my eyes and relive it. Why am I reliving this? Don't get me wrong, the video is yours and you can watch it anytime. I'm just asking, she continued. Seeing her shy look, I thought to myself that something was wrong. Her forehead was flushed and her eyes were charming. She looked like she was attracted to someone. Could it be that she liked me? This really left me speechless. You have to know that I not only filmed her video, but also took off her clothes in front of Ma Tianming. For most women, this would absolutely make them hate me to death, and they might even want to kill me. Instead, she did the opposite. Was it just me who saved her tonight? A hero saves the beauty? It seems that Wang Qingqing likes being abused. What kind of fetish is this? Can you shut up? I said. Fortunately, she just had a crush on me, and I had to stop her in time. Okay. Wang Qingqing really shut up and was very well behaved. She began to drive seriously. It was the late night and I was a little sleepy. After all, this night almost made me mentally collapse. Soon I fell into a deep sleep in a daze. I don't know how long it was before someone woke me up. I opened my eyes sleepily and saw that Wang Qingqing looked a little frightened. I subconsciously looked around and found that we were actually in the wilderness. Thick fog was floating around, and occasionally a few owls were calling strangely, making it look very eerie. What kind of car are you driving? How did you get here? I was immediately furious and lost all my sleepiness. After all, I planned to reach the provincial capital at dawn. I don't know. I was clearly driving on the road, but as I was driving, the road disappeared. Said Wang Qingqing. My expression changed slightly. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, looked at Wang Qingqing's face carefully again, and then I was shocked. Her life palace was terribly dark at the moment, and her eyebrows, nose tip, and even her eyes were lifeless. This was a typical sign of being possessed by evil spirits. Needless to say, this is a dead end. As expected, my master was right. Wang Qingqing's retribution would come within these 3 days. But I didn't expect that this retribution would come halfway. What should I do? I just cast a spell, but it's useless. Wang Qingqing was a little panicked. I saw that there were indeed a few talismans on the front of the car. It seemed that after Wang Qingqing discovered the problem, she immediately wanted to solve it, but her skills were not good enough. Don't panic. The more you panic, the more dangerous it is. I shook my head, opened the car door and got out. In fact, the ghost wall is an illusion. Many people encounter it in the wilderness and can't get out. In this case, they should be alert, because there may be some mountain ghost nearby secretly teasing you. The safest and most reliable method is to stay where you are, just lie down and sleep, and wait until dawn when the sun rises. Then these evil spells will collapse on their own. But I heard that someone used this method and woke up the next day to find out with horror that he had slept with an urn in his arms all night. So, you have to choose a good place to sleep. Of course, the method of identifying whether you are really trapped in a maze is actually very simple. Pat your own shoulder with your hand. If you pat the left side and feel something on the right side, then you are most likely trapped. I subconsciously patted my left shoulder, and sure enough, I felt a strange pat on my right shoulder, very lightly and chilly. A chill rushed straight to the top of my head. It seemed that I had really been hit. I looked at the time and it was 3 o'clock in the morning, which meant that daybreak would only take 2 or 3 hours. To be on the safe side, I thought it would be safest to sleep where I was. Otherwise, if I continued driving like this, I would be like a headless fly. If I drove into a cliff, I would be doomed. I got back into the car. Wang Qingqing was still panicking and asked me what to do. It's a cold dish. I closed my eyes and fell asleep as soon as I got in the car. Wang Qingqing was neurotic and became more and more frightened. Is this my retribution? I feel like someone is watching me. Am I going to die? I don't want to die yet. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. I sneered. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? You, Wang Qingqing, have betrayed and broken the engagement, so you must bear the consequences. If you had agreed to marry me, how could I have seen my wife in danger? Wu, I really don't want to die. Wang Qingqing cried bitterly and held my hand begging, what do you want me to do in order to save me? Can you take another video for me? I will definitely cooperate with you and take off all my clothes, okay? I was so upset by her crying, let me save you. Okay. Give me the dragon blood in your body. I will save you. Wang Qingqing was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. How did you know I have dragon blood in my body? Code, the dragon blood is mine, how could I not know that? Facing Wang Qingqing's shocked eyes, she looked me up and down again, and a trace of doubt flashed across her face. She was also smart, and she immediately thought of me as Long Shiba. I said coldly, 18 years ago, the story of the dragon recruiting 18 phoenixes caused a sensation at the time. Do you think I wouldn't know about it? Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you were. Wang Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, impossible, he is blind. Then she whispered, dragon blood has been in my body since I was a child. It has been inseparable from me for so many years. I have developed feelings for dragon blood. This is really sad and ironic. You have feelings for my, Long Shiba's, dragon blood, yet you still reject me so resolutely? I, Long Shiba, am a living person. How can I be worth more than a drop of blood? If you don't give it to me, then prepare to die. I closed my eyes. Suddenly, only the two of us could hear our breathing in the car. I could clearly feel the change in Wang Qingqing's breath. I felt very uncomfortable and conflicted. I even started to cry. I looked very conflicted. Can't bear to part with it, right? It was my dragon blood that enabled your Wang family to change their fate of poverty and come to where they are today, so you're reluctant to let go, right? Just when I was about to go to bed, I heard Wang Qingqing's choking voice, okay, I'll give it to you, but you must keep your word and save me. I really don't want to die yet. Also, I think I'm starting to like you a little bit, because I like bold people. You are bold, and I, Wang Qingqing, am not a coward either. You're bold and a scumbag, so I like you. Wang Qingqing's voice actually changed from being tangled to being nervous, and there was even a sound of laughter in between crying. Just as I was about to open my eyes, she came closer to me, her red lips slightly parted, and a faint fragrance blew on my face, which felt a little itchy and hot. Her face blushed. Let me tell you one thing. The blind man who was engaged to me before was too timid and he was blind, so I didn't like him very much. But you are different. You are much braver than him. When I heard this, I was extremely annoyed. Am I timid? I grabbed her and looking at her tempting red lips, I moved straight up to her. Are you saying I'm a coward? I'm going to be bold for once today and show you. Half an hour later, I could feel a drop of golden blood in my dantian, and I felt mixed emotions. This drop of dragon blood has been away from me for 18 years, and today it finally comes back. You have to know that these 18 drops of dragon blood were obtained by my master back then. I almost died of lack of blood. After all, I was born from the union of a human and a dragon. Half of my body is the blood of my mortal mother, and the other half is dragon blood. At that time, almost all the dragon blood in my body was divided among the 18 girls. Now that the dragon blood has re-entered my body, I feel like the yang energy in my body has become much more abundant. I was pleasantly surprised. If I could collect all 18 drops of dragon blood, then after a year, I might be a match for my ruthless father, the Dragon King. Will you really save me? In the car, Wang Qingqing looked at me in a daze. I glanced at her and saw that her clothes were intact. I stopped myself just now. This drop of dragon blood was given to me by her on her own initiative. You know, my master, my wife who I married, is on me. She must be watching. Although the jade pendant she turned into didn't react at all, I can't do anything to let down my wife just because of Wang Qingqing's contemptuous words. I can't do the live broadcast thing. I nodded. Since I helped her get through this dangerous situation, we no longer owed each other anything. Yes, I believe you. Wang Qingqing said, then she let out a breath and slumped in the car, her face obviously a little disappointed. I wanted to indulge myself tonight. You can indulge yourself with anyone, but never with me. I shook my head. Why? A man and a woman alone. You'll regret this. I warned. Wang Qingqing smiled, and her smile was quite charming. My vision has always been very accurate. Even if I really indulged myself with you just now, I will definitely not regret it. No, you will. I issued a final warning, looking at Wang Qingqing's self-satisfied look. If I took off the human skin mask on my face now and she saw my true face, I probably couldn't even describe what expression you would have. Wang Qingqing's smile deepened, her eyes wandering, as if my calmness just now made her feel more attracted to me. She is really a person who does the opposite. I ignored her. But Wang Qingqing suddenly looked a little sad. Do you know why I agreed today? I looked at her. Because I'm getting married, said Wang Qingqing. I felt calm. At her age, I was afraid that it wasn't just her. The other 17 women all had it to some extent. My parents introduced me to a boyfriend a year ago. He's very handsome, but I just hate arranged marriages. I've been engaged to a blind man since I was a child, and now I've finally broken off the engagement. Now it's happening again. I really hate this. It's my own marriage, can't I make the decision myself? Wang Qingqing said in a rebellious tone. I didn't say anything, this has nothing to do with me. If I am really forced to marry him, will you go to the wedding and take me away in front of everyone? Wang Qingqing showed a glimmer of anticipation. What she meant was that I should step on the colorful auspicious cloud to pick her up. You think too much. I sneered. I was being merciful by not going to your wedding and kicking you. Wang Qingqing immediately revealed a hint of disappointment, and even a hint of self-mockery. As the sky gradually brightened, the thick fog surrounding us gradually dissipated, and the ghost wall we had built collapsed on its own. I asked Wang Qingqing to drive. She nodded, restarted the car, and after driving around for a while, she returned to the road. Wang Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the dark color in her life palace became darker and darker. At this time, Wang Qingqing asked me where I was going in the provincial capital. I'm talking about the Lin family in the provincial capital. Wang Qingqing was surprised. Are you sure? Certainly. Do you know what the Lin family in the provincial capital does? They do. What they do has nothing to do with me. I shook my head. You must not be too arrogant. Their family is much more powerful than my Wang family. They deal in antiques and jade, and they are very rich. They are one of the richest people in the provincial capital, so you must not try to challenge others with your strength. Wang Qingqing reminded me. I just closed my eyes and rested. Wang Qingqing was speechless and complained a little. I say, why are you chasing Lu Wenwen so closely? Can't you just let her go? If she wants to go to the Lin family, just let her go. Shut up. My voice suddenly turned cold. Wang Qingqing was a little scared, so she shut up and continued driving. At noon, they arrived at the Lin family in the provincial capital. This is a single-family villa located in the city center. It looks almost like a palace from the outside, especially the two big stone lions at the door, which are actually placed according to feng shui. Wang Qingqing parked the car far away on the roadside and didn't dare to get too close to the Lin family. I narrowed my eyes and wondered why Lu Wenwen came to the Lin family. The Lin family should have known that Lu Wenwen was being chased by a ghost, but they still chose to accept her. Did the two families make some kind of deal? I began to ask who were the members of the Lin family. That's a lot, at least 100 people. The head of the family, Lin Batian, has 10 children. The youngest master of the Lin family, is already 30 years old, but still single, said Wang Qingqing. Listening to Wang Qingqing's introduction, I was lost in thought. Wang Qingqing said, I think you'd better not go. The Lin family is so rich, you definitely can't beat them. Shut up, I scolded. At this time, I saw a luxury car driving into the villa, and 2 bodyguards in suits walked out of the door. I squinted my eyes and took a look at the face of one of them. From a distance, I saw that his fate palace was red, which meant that the Lin family suddenly had some happy event. I thought of something and the anger in my heart suddenly rose up. Why are you so angry? Wang Qingqing saw that my face changed and she was very curious. The bodyguard at the door has a red zodiac sign and looks very happy. This means that there is a happy event happening in the Lin family. Plus, you said that the young master of the Lin family is still unmarried at the age of 30. So what do you think this happy event is? I said coldly. Wang Qingqing thought about it and was immediately surprised. Could it be that this young master of the Lin family is going to marry Lu Wenwen? I nodded and sneered in my heart. I was just curious why the Lin family chose to accept Lu Wenwen despite the danger, even though they knew that Lu Wenwen was haunted by a ghost baby. It turned out that Lu Wenwen chose to agree to marry the young master of the Lin family. This is finding a great backer. It seems that Lu Wenwen will do anything to survive and is willing to sacrifice anything. Just now, there was a fake suicide out of fear of punishment, and today, there is someone getting married to save her life. People like this are really scary. I began to be glad that I did not choose her as my wife. You're not kidding, are you? Wang Qingqing was a little unconvinced, and then shook his head and said, I think you have never been in contact with a big family. Let me tell you, for a big family, marriage is a top-notch event, and it is definitely not a joke, so it is impossible to decide in 1 or 2 days. I only know that appearance cannot deceive people, I said slowly. Wang Qingqing was suspicious for a few seconds. She took out her phone and called someone to ask. In less than 10 seconds, she was already shocked. Are you kidding me? The Lin family is getting married tomorrow? Who is it with whom? The young master of the Lin family and Lu Wenwen? Huh. Wang Qingqing hung up the phone and looked at me in shock. You're right. Lu Wenwen is really getting married, and it's really tomorrow. So what are you going to do? I want someone, I said coldly. What? Wang Qingqing was startled, his face full of disbelief. Are you kidding me again? The Lin family is having a wedding tomorrow. I don't know how many rich people will come to attend. You want to ask for someone? Are you serious? No, you are going to rob someone. You don't take the Lin family seriously at all. You are slapping the Lin family in the face. I am sure that if you dare to go there tomorrow, you will never be able to leave the Lin family's door, Wang Qingqing said with certainty. It seemed that she had already determined today that if I went there tomorrow, I would be beaten by the Lin family and unable to stand up. What's the matter? The Lin family's face is made of gold and can't be hit? I sneered. You really can't fight. You seem to be completely unaware of the strength of the Lin family. He is one of the richest people in the provincial capital. Do you dare to go against him? He can kill you with just one word, Wang Qingqing said warningly. Believe it or not, not only will I go to get the person tomorrow, but the Lin family will also hand the person over to me obediently. I said calmly. I don't believe it. Wang Qingqing's first reaction was to shake her head. She absolutely didn't believe it and thought I was talking nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Batian is very cruel and will never let go of his grudges. If you hit him in the face, he will kill you without a complete body. Let's wait and see. I shrugged. Wang Qingqing stared at me suspiciously, and after a long while, he advised me earnestly, don't do anything stupid. You said you would save me. If you are beaten to death by the Lin family tomorrow, who will I go to? I always keep my word. If I say I want someone, they must follow me. My eyes flickered. Okay, let's find a hotel nearby to sleep, and go to the Lin family to ask for the person tomorrow. I think you're crazy, you're really crazy. Wang Qingqing looked at me as if I were a madman. This look confirms that I will die tomorrow. At this time, several more luxury cars drove into the villa. It was obvious that they were members of the Lin family who were far away and suddenly received news of a happy event at home, so they rushed back overnight. That seems to be Lin Kuan's car. Wang Qingqing's face turned a little pale. Lin Kuan? I asked. You don't know him? He's the biggest underground boss in the provincial capital, running several black markets. I heard he has 300 or 400 followers. Wang Qingqing was a little scared. She hurriedly continued to persuade me, I think you should just forget it. Lin Kuan is back. Don't try to get yourself killed. I didn't say much, just took another look at the car that had already entered. Next, I found a hotel nearby. Wang Qingqing lived next door to me. After a while, she knocked on the door and brought me a takeaway. I took it and just closed the door when I found my master came out again. She was making my bed without saying a word, and adjusted the air conditioner temperature and the windows. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was angry inside, but she would still do her job as a wife. Master. I called softly. My master ignored me and turned back into the jade pendant without saying a word. He was quiet and peaceful, as if he had never appeared before. I was helpless. I finished my takeaway and there was another knock on the door. I walked over and opened it, and Wang Qingqing walked in shyly. I'll sleep here tonight. You. Before I could react, she had locked the door. I'll sleep on the sofa. Wang Qingqing had already taken a shower and was wearing sexy pajamas. She didn't mind and just sat on the sofa and closed her eyes. Her long legs are very eye-catching. I was speechless. She was afraid of death, so she wanted me to protect her. I was too lazy to pay attention to her and just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning at 9 o'clock, I got up and washed up. Wang Qingqing was still persuading me, you'd better not go. You can't afford to offend the Lin family. Why are you trying to fight against the stone with an egg? If you are afraid of death, just stay in the hotel. After I said that, I packed up a little and walked out of the hotel. From a distance, I saw that the entrance of the Lin family villa was decorated very festively. There was even a traffic jam on the entire street, with a large number of luxury cars parked on the side of the road. It was only a little after 9 o'clock, but the Lin family's house was already crowded with people. It seems that there are quite a lot of people attending the wedding. I strode over and was about to enter the door when a bodyguard in a suit stopped me and said, "Please show me the wedding invitation. Or a text message will also work." I don't have an invitation. I shook my head. I was also surprised. It was indeed a wedding banquet of a big family. There was even an invitation letter. Was this to prevent someone from sneaking in and eating and drinking for free? Then I'm sorry, you are not a guest of my Lin family, please leave. The bodyguard's face immediately turned cold, and he directly and coldly ordered me to leave. Just as I was about to speak, Wang Qingqing actually ran over and said, "Let me tell you, you can't even get in the door, how can you ask the Lin family for help? Why can't I get through the door?" I was completely speechless. In the few seconds that the bodyguard spoke to me, I had already analyzed his face thoroughly. This bodyguard is 36 years old, has been married for 10 years and has no children. He has always been depressed and quite pitiful. I can use the art of physiognomy to help him with this. In this way, I can ask him to open a back door for me to enter. Isn't that easy? If you can get in, why would they chase you out? Wang Qingqing shook his head. This is a big family, not a small restaurant you can just walk into whenever you want. Let's go and not embarrass ourselves here. I glanced at her. Wang Qingqing. At this time, an unexpected voice sounded. Wang Qingqing and I turned our heads at the same time and saw a tall, beautiful lady in a dress walking out of a nanny car. The silk dress was tight around her body, and her long legs and thin waist made her a truly beautiful sight. She also wore a pair of sunglasses that covered half of her face, revealing her red lips, exuding her own aura. Wang Qingqing was immediately surprised, and my face immediately darkened. Because the person in front of me is none other than the famous star Lin Wanner, who is engaged to me. She actually came to attend the wedding? When I saw her, I immediately thought of the humiliation of her cheating on me in front of me. "Lin Wanner, why are you here?" Wang Qingqing asked hurriedly. "It's really you." Lin Wanner took off her sunglasses and smiled. "It seems that the 18 women I am engaged to have almost all become good friends with each other. The young master of the Lin family is getting married today, and he specially invited me to be the host of the wedding." Lin Wanner said. "Oh, so that's how it is." Wang Qingqing suddenly realized. "By the way, is this your new boyfriend? He's pretty good." Lin Wanner looked at me curiously. I was wearing a human skin mask, so she naturally didn't recognize me. But her eyes were full of pride, and she obviously thought she was a big star and very great. "No," Wang Qingqing explained with a slightly red face. Lin Wanner smiled and said as a matter of course, "What are you afraid of? Long Shiba is dead. We are free now. We can do whatever we want and date whoever we want. We can do whatever we want. Long Shiba has no right to interfere." I felt annoyed when I heard this. "Before I died, didn't you, Lin Wanner, also date whoever you wanted?" Wang Qingqing just looked at me and said nothing more. "By the way, can you take us in as well?" "No problem, just follow me." Lin Wanner shrugged and agreed generously. She walked in front, swaying her long legs, followed closely by Wang Qingqing. I frowned and followed her. When the bodyguard saw that it was Lin Wanner, he politely let her in without even looking at the invitation letter. "By the way, these two are my friends," Lin Wanner said. The bodyguard looked at us again and nodded slightly. Just like that, under the guidance of Lin Wanner, Wang Qingqing and I walked in easily. The wedding decoration inside is really luxurious. In the open-air wedding venue, a huge arch will witness the entry of the newlyweds. Let me ask you, after Long Shiba died, did you feel anything wrong with your body? Wang Qingqing asked in a low voice. "No, I'm fine. I feel refreshed and my career is going well." Lin Wanner smiled slightly. "This shows that Long Shiba is a jinx. Once he dies, we will be free. Look, now Lu Wenwen has married the young master of the Lin family and instantly reached the pinnacle of her life. Isn't this the best proof?" Wang Qingqing was a little bit unconvinced, but at this moment Lin Wanner was indeed in high spirits. But I sneered in my heart, "You, Lin Wanner, are about to meet with a disaster, let's see how you cry then." "By the way, what are you doing here?" Lin Wanner asked casually. Wang Qingqing glanced at me secretly, then whispered something in her ear. Lin Wanner's expression suddenly changed. Is he mentally ill? Lin Wanner glared at me with disdain, then immediately cut off contact and went straight into the villa, as if I was a scourge in her eyes at the moment. Wang Qingqing began to worry and was completely at a loss as to what to do. I found a place to sit down, and Wang Qingqing also sat next to me, looking around with a nervous look on his face. I soon saw Lu Daxixi and Li Jing. They were both very proud and had arrogant smiles on their faces. It seems that both of them are very satisfied with the son-in-law of the Lin family and have long forgotten about the engagement with me. Of course, the two of them were busy getting to know other business tycoons at the scene, so how could they have time to look at me? I'm afraid that Lu Dashi has completely lost his eye on people with average family wealth nowadays. As for Lin Kun, whom Wang Qingqing mentioned yesterday, he was receiving other guests. He looked amiable, but judging from his face, he was indeed a ruthless person. Hey, have you heard? The Lu Wenwen who married the young master of the Lin family was one of the 18 phoenixes who made a big fuss 18 years ago. People next to me were talking. Really? Then this Lu Wenwen is considered to be married for the second time. Of course not. Lu Wenwen is only engaged to that Longzi, and the engagement can be broken off at any time. What's more, I suspect that it was young Master Lin who snatched Lu Wenwen from that Longzi. That Longzi is so useless. His wife was even taken away by someone else. I heard he's a cripple. How capable do you think a blind man can be? No matter how disabled he is still a dragon's son. So what if he's a dragon? If he can't even keep his own wife, isn't he just a useless dragon? Listening to these harsh discussions, I stared at them coldly. At this time, Lin Kun walked over, and the people who were talking immediately shut up. A dead dragon is not even a stray dog in my eyes. When you discuss this in my Lin family, please be careful. In addition, Lu Wenwen and my brother are a match made in heaven. That so-called dragon son has to stand aside. Lin Kun said slowly. Yes, yes. Several people nodded immediately, as obediently as chicks eating rice. I looked at him intently. How dare you call me a stray dog? I'm furious. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Wenwen hasn't come out yet, I would have to let him see what I can do. I've never met you, but do you have any objection to what I said? Lin Kun glanced at me, his voice was very light, and his condescending eyes carried an invisible oppression. Of course I have some objections. Who did I offend? You've put me down to being worse than a stray dog? Just when I was about to speak up to refute, Lin Kun waved his hand and said, "All right, stop talking. I forgot to tell you that I will not accept any rebuttals to my words. Here, I have the final say." After saying that, he went straight to entertain other guests, as if he didn't take me seriously at all. I was so angry that I almost chased after him and kicked him. But at this moment, as the noisy noise suddenly quieted down, I subconsciously looked over and found that Lu Wenwen in a wedding dress and a very handsome man walked out hand in hand, like a couple in love. Especially on Lu Wenwen's finger, there is a huge diamond ring, which is very dazzling. Seeing Lu Wenwen's face filled with contentment and joy, how could she be so cold and aloof towards me? You know, a few days ago, she was so cold and even heartless that she wanted to break up the engagement with me. It turns out that people's attitudes towards each other are completely different. To be honest, I was very angry. I was watching Lu Wenwen marrying someone else. What was the difference between this and cheating on me in public? In addition, everyone in the audience was waiting with great interest, and many people exclaimed in amazement that the bride was so beautiful. Some people also say that this is a match made in heaven. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. These were originally words of congratulations for a newlywed, but now they sound so harsh to me. I suppressed my anger and began to stare at the face of the young master of the Lin family. Soon I was surprised. The young master of the Lin family actually knows a little about feng shui, but his knowledge of feng shui is not very high, but it is enough. Now it seems that the stone lions at the door of his villa should be his work. As expected, people from big families are basically involved in a lot of things. Speaking of which, Lu Wenwen and the young master of the Lin family are quite a good match. Wang Qingqing beside her couldn't help but say something. Hearing this made me want to slap her, but at this time, the host Lin Wanner began to introduce the bride and groom loudly. Everyone cheered. The young master of the Lin family also began to speak. He talked eloquently, his language was humorous, but his personality was not ostentatious. He caused many guests to laugh, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. To be honest, this is really what marriage is like. Some people cry while talking about their wedding, and are moved by themselves, with tears and snot, not realizing that on this happy day that should be full of joy, crying will have the opposite effect, and they are only moving themselves. After all, the guests have come from far away to enjoy the banquet, and the quality of the food is the key. Who cares about you crying? The young master of the Lin family acted like a domineering CEO, and even Wang Qingqing beside him was a little crazy about him. Who cannot like a man like this? I watched with a cold face. Lu Wenwen then said a few words. The irony was that she was so moved that she shed tears as she spoke. She talked about how she and the young master of the Lin family met, how they fell in love with each other, how loving they were and how much they cared about each other. I almost vomited after hearing this. How long have you known each other? How was this story made up? Lu Wenwen was so moved by herself that of course she didn't notice me in the corner. She finally finished speaking and Lin Wanner continued to host the show. She never looked at me from beginning to end. It seemed that she was pretending not to know me. Hey, the ceremony is about to end, why hasn't Lin Batian shown up? Wang Qingqing glanced around and sounded curious. It would be strange if it appeared. In the physiognomy palace of the young master of the Lin family, the life energy corresponding to Lin Batian is a bit dark, which means that the old man has been bedridden for many years and it is almost time for him to die. He has difficulty even breathing, so how can he come out? Of course I didn't say this to Wang Qingqing, so she was still looking around stupidly. After a while, the young master of the Lin family took the microphone again, and someone brought up a plate covered with a red cloth, which looked mysterious. What is this for? Wang Qingqing was surprised, and the other guests at the scene were also very curious. This is a way for him to show off his rich status. We'll play the roulette wheel later. I said slowly. Turntable? Where is the turntable? Huh? Before Wang Qingqing could finish his words, someone carried up a round turntable. Wang Qingqing was suddenly surprised. Young Master Lin is particularly happy today and welcomes all the guests. So he plans to select 10 lucky people from among the guests here and fulfill everyone's wish. At this time, Lin Wanner began to introduce. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience suddenly became excited. After all, the Lin family is too powerful. Although these people were invited here and their wealth is not low, they are still far behind the Lin family. Therefore, at least 99% of the people at the scene were extremely excited after hearing the news. Master Lin, well done. The Lin family is indeed a big family, and they are very generous in their work. Someone started to flatter me. The young master of the Lin family smiled slightly. Today is a big happy day for my Lin family, and also a big happy day for me, Lin Yang. Since it is a big happy day, then the guests sitting here should also be as happy as me. When everyone laughs, that is the real big happy day. 10 wishes are not many, but they are my Lin Yang's sincere wishes. Please accept them. Then let's see who has better luck next. I'll start. The words of the young master of the Lin family directly ignited the atmosphere at the scene, and almost everyone's impression of the Lin family was raised to a higher level. Even his eyes became full of admiration. This rich man really knows how to have fun. He even uses the wedding scene to win people's hearts. I watched. Next, the young master of the Lin family lifted the red cloth, revealing 10 darts on it. He held the darts and waited for someone to spin the disc. Then he threw them and they soon landed on the disc, where numbers appeared. Each seat at the scene had a number, so the first lucky person was born. She was a beautiful woman, and she was pleasantly surprised. Everyone began to envy. Congratulations. Tell me your wish. The young master of the Lin family smiled slightly. I want the latest model of Hermes bag, said the beauty excitedly. No problem. I'll ask someone to send it to your house tomorrow. The young master of the Lin family nodded. Thank you. The beauty sat down excitedly. The young master of the Lin family started throwing the second ball. Wang Qingqing also started to look forward to it and said nervously, pick me, pick me. Oh no. The second one was thrown out, and the second lucky person was born, a child. If I am chosen, I will ask him to give me 10 billion. Just do it. Wang Qingqing said. If I give you 10 billion, would you dare to take it? I glanced at her. Wang Qingqing's expression was stiff and he didn't dare to nod at all. I dare to ask for it. I said, but today I'm not asking for money. Soon the third, fourth, fifth. The lucky eighth person has appeared. There are both men and women, and with the appearance of each lucky person, the atmosphere becomes more and more exciting. As expected, no one dared to ask for money directly for these people's wishes. The most excessive one was a young man who tentatively asked for a Ferrari. The young master of the Lin family agreed with a smile. The young man felt relieved, as he was afraid that he might have gone too far. These people are so timid that they dare not offend the Lin family. They dare not ask for too much. There are only 2 left, choose me. It must be me. Wang Qingqing was extremely nervous and her fists were clenched tightly. The young master of the Lin family threw out again, and it was obvious that Wang Qingqing failed again. What's going on? Why isn't it me? Wang Qingqing looked frustrated, while I looked calm. You don't have a chance today. Then do you have it? Wang Qingqing was unconvinced. Yes, the 10th person is me. I said calmly. You? Wang Qingqing was the first to disbelieve it. Do you think you are a god? This depends on luck. Besides, young Master Lin hasn't thrown yet, how do you know it's you? I can guarantee it's not you. Then wait and see. If I say it's me, then it's me. I shrugged. At this time, the young master of the Lin family smiled slightly and instantly threw the dart in his hand out. As the young master of the Lin family threw the dart, everyone at the scene held their breath and stared at the rapidly spinning turntable. At this moment, everything around seemed to be still. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Including Wang Qingqing. Lin Kuan, who was outside the crowd, watched all this with a smile. But with a slight bang, the dart was firmly inserted into the turntable, and slowly, the turntable stopped. The last lucky winner is born. In an instant, there was an uproar. I am lost and shouting everywhere, why isn't it me? It was as if a bomb was thrown into the crowd, and it exploded all of a sudden. There are disappointed, regretful, angry, and more are envious, jealous and hateful. Everyone looked at each other and quickly found the lucky person. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on one person, and their looks were full of envy. Among them was the shocked Wang Qingqing. Even Lin Kun was very surprised. Lin Wanner, the host, almost popped her eyes out of her head, her face full of disbelief. Today's heroine Lu Wenwen was stunned and looked very surprised, and her face turned pale instantly. There was only one person laughing in the whole audience, and that was the young master of the Lin family. He looked at me with a smile. Number 83. The last lucky one is you. Tell me what your wish is. Just tell me, I can fulfill it for you. Faced with so many jealous gazes, I remained calm and not surprised at all. Because these people are looking at me. I am the 10th lucky person. Is it really you? Why? You can predict the future, but why can you also control the future? How do you know that the last person must be you? Wang Qingqing was shocked. I ignored her. Why? It's very simple. It's because of the calculation. Number 83. What's your wish? At this time, the young master of the Lin family began to urge me. Everyone looked at me with envy, imagining that they were the lucky ones. Any wish is fine. I looked at the young master of the Lin family indifferently. Don't do anything rash. Wang Qingqing suddenly thought of something, his face turned pale with fright, and he desperately grabbed me with his hands. Lin Wanner on the stage also changed her expression. As for Lu Wenwen, her face was full of nervousness, but she seemed to realize that this was the Lin family, so she quickly calmed down. The strong financial strength of the Lin family in the provincial capital gave her the confidence to remain calm. Of course, I, Lin Yang, have the final say. The young master of the Lin family nodded with a confident look on his face. Well, my wish is. I began slowly. Immediately, I heard the voices of people talking around me. He looks strange. Does anyone know him? I don't know him. I don't know him either. He should be a small boss. He must be a young man with no background, but he is so lucky. That's right. I guess he wouldn't dare to ask for anything too much. Of course. Who are the Lin family? If he dares to make excessive demands, does he still want to see the sun tomorrow? The Lin family gave him face, so he has to accept it. If he, a shameless lion, asks for too much, it would be like seeking death. I guess the most he dares to ask for is a car, or ask for money directly. He probably doesn't even dare to ask for too much money. People like this are timid in their bones. Almost everyone was whispering, and everyone thought that I would definitely have the self-awareness to make the smallest request possible. But what I said next shocked the whole audience. I want someone from your Lin family. I said. The young master of the Lin family was stunned. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Apparently, what I said was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Lin Kun, who was outside the crowd, frowned. The young master of the Lin family looked unhappy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a sense of pressure shot out, trying to use the pressure of a rich man to make me surrender. My guest, who do you want from my Lin family? Are you interested in a girl from my Lin family? There are indeed 18 unmarried women in my Lin family, but they won't marry anyone other than a billionaire. You probably can't meet their requirements, and my Lin family has no plans to accept anyone as a son-in-law for the time being. As a human being, the most important thing is to know yourself. Many of my servants are still unmarried. They are also members of my Lin family. I think you and them are a perfect match. You can find one you like among the servants. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed. Laugh at. They laughed at me for overestimating my own abilities. I actually wanted to change my destiny using this method. They laughed at me for not knowing what was good for me, for not knowing how to behave, for saying that in the eyes of the young master of the Lin family, I was worse than a servant, and even laughed at me for seeking death. Master Lin, you haven't even listened to me finish who I want, but you've already made the decision for me. Don't you think your Lin family doesn't keep their word? I shrugged. Everyone's expression changed at this moment. They were surprised and wondered if I was a fool. Lin Kuan's face darkened and he walked towards me. The young master of the Lin family frowned, his eyes showed coldness, and his voice became icy. When did I ever break my promise? Well, just tell me who you want from my Lin family. As long as you tell me, I will satisfy your request. But you can eat whatever you want, but you must not say anything you want. If you say that, you might get hit by a car and die when you go out. After all, accidents can happen anywhere. Just tell me. He openly revealed his murderous intent, and anyone could hear the threat in it. Everyone's eyes here are on me again. Just when I was about to speak, a hand patted my shoulder heavily and hard. With oppression. I turned my head and saw it was Lin Kuan. His face was gloomy. I was wrong just now. It turns out that you are not a good person. You want to cause trouble in my Lin family. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Now, you just have to say whatever I say. In front of everyone, say that you were drunk just now and change your request. You can ask for money or a car. If you say one wrong word, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. You are such a lowly person, do you have to let me slap you in the face before you can face reality? Take care of yourself. Speak. After Lin Kuan finished speaking, his hand was still on my shoulder, and he continued to squeeze my shoulder hard, causing pain. What a great strength. Remember, listen to my words and say them again. Be an obedient dog, then you can eat meat. Lin Kuan continued to threaten, looking very confident that he was ready to listen attentively. The others looked at each other, and their expressions changed again, becoming more mocking. Wang Chengcheng was almost frightened. Lu Wenwen on the stage looked at me and calmed down again. Young Master Lin saw Lin Kuan next to me and felt that I had been manipulated. He calmed down again and even smiled sarcastically. Tell me, I will satisfy you no matter what you say. It seems that he thinks that I will definitely follow Lin Kuan's instructions. Everyone was looking at me. My request is that I want Lu Wenwen by your side. I stared at the young master of the Lin family and said affirmatively. Boom. As soon as I said this, it was like dropping a bomb into the crowd, and it immediately exploded. Everyone's expression was one of shock. Did I hear correctly? He actually wants the wife of the young master of the Lin family? Oh my God, he is looking for death by slapping young Master Lin in the face in public like this. Could it be that she is the ex-boyfriend of the bride Lu Wenwen? Is she here to mess things up? There were many different opinions, and these words made the young master of the Lin family's face immediately become extremely gloomy, especially when he heard the words ex-boyfriend and come to ruin the place. His eyes burst into amazing murderous intent. He looked completely ferocious. Lu Wenwen beside him was shocked, and Lin Wanner widened her eyes and was dumbfounded. It's over. Wang Chengcheng was so scared that he slumped in his chair, as if he felt that he was going to die today. You mad dog. You're looking for death. Lin Kuan, who grabbed my shoulders, could hardly believe his ears. He was extremely angry. He was going to slap me right there and then. I immediately grabbed his hand and growled, "Get out of here. I have been depressed and cowardly for 18 years. Today, I absolutely don't want anyone to threaten me again." I roared, and Lin Kuan opened his eyes wide in shock, almost unable to believe what he saw. Do you know who I am? With just one word from me, you can die without a burial place. Lin Kuan gritted his teeth. You have a dark forehead and you smashed someone's factory and took away their property a few days ago. Do you think I don't know about these things? You are about to face a disaster, and you are still pretending in front of me? I said coldly and forcefully opened his hand that was holding my shoulder. Over the years, my master has taught me a lot of fighting skills. Most people are no match for me. Lin Kuan felt pain in his arm, and his face showed the shock of having his secret exposed. What did you say? Are you a fortune teller? What do you think? I sneered. Lin Kuan's eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked me up and down again. Do you know what you are saying? At this moment, every word was like thunder, entering my ears. But I saw that the young master of the Lin family had eyes more poisonous than a venomous snake, staring at me. Crunch, crunch. The young master of the Lin family walked off the stage, his large leather shoes rubbing against the ground, making a nervous sound. Everyone stepped back subconsciously, having been frightened by the angry young master of the Lin family. I, Lin Yang, am getting married today, and you come here to ruin my wedding? You even dare to claim my wife? You are so bold. You wild dog. You lowly person. Do you think I, Lin Yang, don't exist? Or do you think my Lin family doesn't exist? The young master of the Lin family said in a deep voice, I'll give you one last chance. Reorganize your words and say it again. What do you want? Remember, if you say the wrong thing again, I want you to die right now. Threaten. A naked threat. Is there something wrong with your ears? I want Lu Wenwen. Now prick up your ears and hear clearly. I said coldly. The whole audience was shocked. He actually dared to scold Master Lin. He is crazy, he is a lunatic. Everyone thinks I'm looking for death. Lu Wenwen stared at me with an ugly expression. Okay, I've given you a chance, and you don't want it? So you can go to hell. Come on, beat him to death. And then throw him out to feed the dogs. The young master of the Lin family suddenly became cold. He turned around, left after giving an order, as if I was already a dead person in his eyes. Swish, 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 many Lin family bodyguards rushed towards me. The others stepped back again, thinking I was about to die. Wang Qingqing was so scared that he was shaking all over. I was extremely calm. So, your Lin family doesn't keep their word? What you, Lin Yang, say is bullshit? If you can't do it, don't pretend. Beat him. Break every bone in his body. The young master of the Lin family did not even turn his head, his voice was gnashing his teeth. Facing more than a dozen ferocious and cold-faced bodyguards, I remained calm. I just looked at the back of the young master of the Lin family and said, You, Lin Yang, are 32 years old this year. Judging from your physiognomy, you have straight and thick eyebrows, thick earlobes, a wide nose, and low cheekbones. Your life is indeed precious, but the bad thing is that you have a mole at the end of your eyebrow, which ruins your physiognomy. Although you enjoy wealth and status that ordinary people can hardly achieve in 10 lifetimes, your health is very poor. You lost your virginity at the age of 10, and you were already impotent at the age of 15. Although your nose tip is wide, it is too flat, and your nostrils are too narrow. Your temples are short and thick, which means that your brother is only 10 centimeters. Your complexion is dark, and there are still traces of illness on your neck that have not faded. This is related to your one-night stand with an 18th tier model last month, which caused you to fall ill and become seriously ill. Also, there are some issues with your orientation. This is because your body is overdrawn too quickly. You can't play as a forward and are forced to play as a guard. Before I could finish my words, the young master of the Lin family turned around in a rage, his face twisted with anger. What the hell are you talking about? I'm very strong, very strong. Very strong. His secret was exposed and he was trying to explain and cover it up. He was in a panic and a little effeminate. The calmness of the rich second generation was gone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Lu Wenwen and Lin Kun were dumbfounded. This expression. Anyone can see that I am right. Whether I am strong or not, you know it in your heart. Now that I have read your fortune for free, you should know what I do. I can see from your face that you still won't keep your promise, so I have something to tell Lin Batian. Let him tell me, and you tell him. People are like trees. When a tree grows big it will wither, but it can be grafted to extend its lifespan. I looked directly at the young master of the Lin family and said, young Master Lin was furious and was about to roar, so I continued, hey, your life palace is slightly bright, which means Lin Batian has heard what I said just now. Then you don't need to tell him, he will come out and tell you to keep your promise. So, you can prepare now, whether it's to say a few final words to Lu Wenwen or something else, it's up to you. Anyway, just prepare for me to take Lu Wenwen away. You're dreaming. The young master of the Lin family was furious and sneered, my father will let you take my wife away? Who do you think you are? What kind of shit are you, her, and my mother? My dad hasn't left his room for months. You can make him come out with just a few words? Are you a ninth-rank fortune teller or some big shot? Are you worthy of my dad coming out to meet you in person? You are such a boaster. Do you think I will believe you? Someone, cover his mouth first and beat him to death. The young master of the Lin family spoke again indifferently. The dozen or so bodyguards surrounding me nodded, clenched their fists, and started punching and kicking me. Everyone was watching me and I was about to be beaten to death. Wang Qingqing was so scared that his face turned pale. Lin Wanner on the stage looked at me in surprise. As for Lu Wenwen, she had an indifferent expression. But at this moment, a cough was heard from the villa, cough cough cough. Younger, stop being rude. Tell them to stop it. Invite this guest in politely right now. It's so quiet at this moment that you can hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression was one of shock. Wang Qingqing, Lu Wenwen, Lin Wanner, and even Lin Jun were all dumbfounded. Especially the young master of the Lin family, he couldn't believe his ears, and was shocked, Dad? What are you talking about? He was messing up your son's wedding, he was destroying the reputation of my Lin family, and you actually asked me to invite him? Are you his father or my father? Why are you so mean? I'm getting married today, why are you helping outsiders to slap me in the face? Shut up. In this house, do I have the final say, or do you? Please invite this guest in right now. Remember, be respectful. If you make this guest angry, get out of the Lin family. An old voice came from inside, and the voice seemed to be so angry that it smashed a cup. The young master of the Lin family was stunned. He simply couldn't believe it. He was furious and full of murderous intent. Just when everyone thought that young Master Lin would desperately order someone to beat me to death again, he finally surprised everyone. His face turned red, and after staring at me intently, his expression twitched, and he managed to say, "Please come in." You're just treating me like this? Why aren't you smiling? Are you unhappy? I asked. Young Master Lin glared at me, and eventually changed his expression into a smile that was uglier than crying. His voice was as hoarse as a needle stuck in his throat, "Please come in." The dozen or so bodyguards surrounding me were all stunned. That's right. The most important thing in life is to be happy. How nice is it to smile? I nodded with satisfaction, but Wang Qingqing beside me was still in shock. I followed the young master of the Lin family into the villa. Lu Wenwen on the wedding stage could hardly believe what she saw. She stood there as if struck by lightning, and fear gradually emerged on her face. Lin Wanner, who was on the stage like her, looked at me with genuine horror. She blinked her eyes slightly, as if she had a new respect for me. Others were already shocked. Soon, the young master of the Lin family took me into the innermost room of the villa. The door of the room was gloomy and there were 2 stone lions placed at the door. It seemed that Lin Batian had arranged feng shui at the door of his room. "Please invite the guests in." The sound inside was urgent. The young master of the Lin family glanced at me and pushed the door open. I looked inside and saw an old man who looked very much like the young master of the Lin family. He was about 70 years old, with a yellow face and a sickly look. His hands, exposed face, and neck were all extremely thin. But a pair of cloudy eyes were staring at me, and the expression on his face showed expectation. "Please." The young master of the Lin family said very reluctantly. I walked right in. "Younger, close the door," Lin Batian said anxiously. The young master of the Lin family walked in and closed the door. He couldn't bear it any longer. "Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. He is not a famous fortune teller. Why do you listen to him? He was just talking nonsense." "Shut up. Do you think I don't know about your little story until this guest tells me about it?" Lin Batian coughed violently and scolded the young master of the Lin family. The young master of the Lin family's face turned red all of a sudden, and he didn't dare to say anything. "I'm sorry, sir. My son has this kind of personality. He didn't recognize the great man today. I apologize to you on behalf of my son," Lin Batian said politely. "I am a great man and I don't bear grudges. Let's just let it go this time." I shook my head. "You." The young master of the Lin family got angry again, but when Lin Batian glared at him, he seemed to be deflated and didn't dare to say another word. Seeing that the young master of the Lin family, who was so arrogant just now, was controlled by me like this, I felt so happy. Just now the guest said that people are like trees. When a tree grows big, it will wither, but it can be grafted to extend its lifespan. What does this mean? After saying this, Lin Batian's expression became extremely nervous and expectant. Even the young master of the Lin family looked at me subconsciously. "I want to take Lu Wenwen away," I answered irrelevantly with a firm tone. "You." The young master of the Lin family was angered again. Lin Batian glared at me, then said, "Guest, can you explain this sentence first?" "Yes. Literally. People are the same as trees. They will wither when they get old. If you want to prolong their lifespan, you can graft them," I said. "Grafting?" What the guest means is, "Let me tell you this, your face looks very bad, your eyes are cloudy and yellow, which means there is a big problem with your liver. Also, your life palace is dark, and this darkness has a lot of sediment, which means that your condition has existed for at least 10 years. Am I right?" I continued. Lin Batian's eyes lit up and he said anxiously, "Go on. From your facial features, this dullness carries a bit of demonic aura, which means it's not an ordinary problem. Also, your condition should have started 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you went to the mountains for a trip, and you were possessed by evil spirits. No, it should be said that you had a romantic encounter in the wild, which led to you being poisoned, but you thought it was a liver problem. What the customer means is that I am the woman who was hit." Lin Batian's expression suddenly changed. "Good." Lin Batian looked surprised and fell into deep thought. "Dad, he's talking nonsense. How could you be possessed by a ghost?" The young master of the Lin family didn't believe it. "Don't I know my situation? Then explain to me, why would a sexy woman appear in such a desolate mountain? And why would she suddenly disappear after spending a night with me?" Lin Batian scolded. The young master of the Lin family was speechless. "Is there a solution to this?" "A liver transplant. I'll give you this woman's, no, it should be said that I'll give you a weasel's liver, and then you can extend your life," I explained. His face looked like he was about to have sex, but judging from the way Lin Batian lingered on, it seemed that the weasel had given him a passionate night that he would never forget. Nonsense. How can you replace the liver of a wild beast with that of a human? The young master of the Lin family was furious. Lin Batian was also conflicted. If you have such evil ambitions, why are you still alive and well? I asked back. The young master of the Lin family was furious. This weasel has become a spirit, that is, it has transformed into a human form. How can it not have a liver transplant? I asked back, you are a feng shui master, don't you know that it has been practicing for hundreds of years and has long surpassed mortals like us? And you still say it can't be replaced? The young master of the Lin family was once again rendered speechless by my retort. Lin Batian's eyes were burning, and he finally nodded fiercely, okay. It's better for her to die than for me to die. I would like to trouble you with this matter, I wonder if you are willing to help me? The young master of the Lin family was anxious, but with a look from Lin Batian, he immediately became timid. Of course, I agreed to the guest's request today. Also, how about I give the client another 2 million as a reward afterwards? I thought about it for a moment and was already surprised. 2 million? Wouldn't I be a millionaire then? But if I hunted the weasel spirit, I might be entangled in bad luck, and I might even plant the seeds of karma. But if you don't agree, I'm afraid I won't be able to take Lu Wenwen away today. I hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. Then when do we set off? Lin Batian couldn't wait even a day. 3 days later. I said, and turned to go out. Okay. By the way, if I get a liver transplant, how long can my life be extended? Lin Batian asked nervously. 5 years is no problem. I said without turning my head. When I walked out of the room, I heard the complaints of the young master of the Lin family and the scolding of Lin Batian. Is it more important for you to marry a wife, or for your father to survive? Then the young master of the Lin family fell silent. It seems that staying alive is a temptation for everyone, a fatal temptation. It can make people give up everything. I feel emotional. Then the young master of the Lin family came out dejectedly and said to me fiercely, you'd better be able to ensure that my father is safe and sound after getting the weasel liver, otherwise I want you to be buried with my father. I glanced at him and said to the door, your son has a mean mouth. I want to slap him. Please help yourself, my guest. With a snap. I turned around and slapped the young master of the Lin family. A scarlet slap mark appeared on the face of the young master of the Lin family. He dared not say anything to me. He is full of hatred for me. I'm going to take your wife away now, do you have any objection? I asked. You. Young Master Lin wanted to speak, but I raised my hand. He shook his head in anger subconsciously, and finally managed to say, have a safe journey. Thank you, and happy wedding. I said and turned to leave. I know that this kind of person is already thinking about how to take revenge on me, but he will be the one who regrets it then. Hasn't he heard that it is better to offend the king of hell than a fortune teller? But when I came out of the villa, I met Lin Kuan. He looked at me in surprise and went in to see his father. After I came out, I saw everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. There was a commotion, and they were surrounding the wedding stage. They couldn't believe what they saw. I was shocked and ran over quickly. I found that Lu Wenwen, who was there just now, had disappeared. I was annoyed. It seemed that Lu Wenwen already knew that Lin Batian would agree to me, so she still wanted to run away. When the others saw that I came out intact, they were even more shocked. I asked Lin Warner, where are the people? Over there. Lin Warner pointed out. I hurriedly tried to chase her, but Lin Warner blinked her big eyes and pulled me aside to ask, are you really a fortune teller? Then can you tell my fortune? I'll give you money. Just name your price. Forget it, you, Mom. I sneered and chased after him. Why are you swearing at me? Hey, Wang Qingqing, do you know him well? How did I offend him? Why is he swearing at me? Lin Wan'er was puzzled and seemed to have gone to find Wang Qingqing. When I ran out of the Lin family, I saw Lu Wenwen in a wedding dress running at the end of the road from a distance. When I thought of the tragic death of Yi Suzhen and her son, I immediately chased after her. She was wearing a wedding dress and had difficulty moving, but her desire to survive was so strong that I ended up chasing her for 5 kilometers. I was so tired that I was out of breath, and her long legs were trembling. Finally, she stopped by a river. The rushing river made a crashing sound, and the turbid water rushed down. Lu Wenwen looked at me and said, "Master Lin, I'm sorry." Sorry? She faked her own death to escape, and the ghost baby almost killed me with a car. I was furious. Lu Wenwen, your life is life, but mine is not life. I never thought you would do anything to survive. You faked your death and even married the young master of the Lin family. But do you think you can escape? Is your life so precious? I just want to live, I don't think I did anything wrong. Lu Wenwen refused to repent. Has the ghost baby already gone to the underworld to be reincarnated? Yes. I stared at her. I feel ashamed. How could a woman who was engaged to me, Long Shiba, be such a murderous gangster? Since he has been reincarnated, Master Lin, why are you still chasing me? I can give Master Lin some money and let this matter go. Lu Wenwen asked. Forget it? People like you will never understand what integrity is. What commitment is. I must do what I promised him. I said coldly. What's integrity, what's promise? Lu Wenwen shook her head. Master Lin, as long as these things conflict with your own interests, why do you need integrity? Why do you need to keep your promises in this world where profit is paramount? There is no need to keep promises. Shut up. I was furious. Lu Wenwen, so with your personality, you can kill someone without regard for their life? You can just ignore the engagement and break it? Is this what you think is your interests first? You. Lu Wenwen was surprised. She looked at me carefully and asked tentatively, I always feel that I have seen you somewhere before. I have never seen your appearance, but your figure seems familiar to me. Do you know Long Shiba? Long 18? I laughed. You and Long Shiba look very similar, but you are not him, because he doesn't look like you and he is blind. Lu Wenwen looked at me puzzled and said. What if I tell you that I am the Long Shiba that you dislike? I sneered and stared at her. I just wanted to take revenge on her. Take revenge on her for being ungrateful. Because Lu Wenwen is dead today. Before she dies, I want her to see for herself that the person whom she once urinated on his face and insulted has now changed and been reborn. He is no longer the Long Shiba who was once looked down upon and laughed at by others. Are you kidding me? I'm sure you're not. Because Long Shiba is blind. Lu Wenwen shook her head with certainty. Can't I just pretend to be blind? I laughed. Are you pretending to be blind? Lu Wenwen was surprised. Then you and Long Shiba look different. Haven't you heard of human skin masks? I continued laughing. Lu Wenwen was shocked, and the muscles on her face were twitching. No, you are not him. Long Shiba can't tell fortunes. He is just a blind loser. He doesn't have your ability at all. I can pretend to be blind, but can't I hide my strength? To tell you the truth, my master started teaching me skills when I was 3 years old, but I never showed them for all these years. In your eyes, my forbearance is actually useless? I laughed again. Hidden strength? No, you are not. Long Shiba is dead. He was eaten by his father, the Dragon King. Even his master's house was burned down. He must be dead. Lu Wenwen couldn't accept it. Her body was shaking and she continued to retreat. I'm sorry to disappoint you. My master made a paper figurine for me in my image. I deceived the Dragon King and survived. No, it's impossible. You are not Long Shiba. Lu Wenwen looked incredulous. She kept backing away and unknowingly reached the shore, approaching the turbulent river. No? Then open your eyes wide and take a good look at who I am standing in front of you. I sneered, and reached under my chin, touching the corner of the human skin mask on my face, and was about to tear it off in front of her. Lu Wenwen opened her eyes wide and stared at the movements of my hands. Her heart was in her throat at this moment. I want her to admit her mistake to me and repent before she dies. But just when I was about to tear off the human skin mask on her face and make her collapse emotionally, Lu Wenwen suddenly screamed, "Ah!" and her body leaned back without paying attention. When she stepped back, she missed her step and fell directly from the shore into the rushing river. Immersed in water instantly. Snap, snap, snap. Help, help, help me, I don't want to die yet. Lu Wenwen's terrified cry for help was heard. She was desperately slapping the water, trying her best to get her head out of the water. I was shocked and didn't even bother to tear off the human skin mask on my face. I quickly ran to the shore, only to see that she had been washed more than 10 meters away by the muddy river water. Her white wedding dress was already full of dirty water, and her delicate makeup for today's wedding was also washed away by the sewage. Save me, save me. Lu Wenwen was still calling for help in panic. At this moment, she was just a poor woman who fell into the water. I looked around and found that the river was so wide. I suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be the Yellow River? This is the river of my cruel father, the Dragon King. I was so frightened that I subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that the Dragon King would suddenly jump out of the murky river and swallow me in one gulp. You know, I'm still not sure whether I really hid it from the Dragon King last time. I was anxious. It wasn't because I was soft-hearted and wanted to save Lu Wenwen who fell into the water, but because she still had a drop of my dragon blood in her body. Hurry up and jump down to save me. Hurry! Lu Wenwen screamed desperately. I was furious. Even if I didn't care about my father, the Dragon King, and just jumped into this turbulent river to save people, what was the difference between that and committing suicide directly? Lu Wenwen is too selfish. Want me to exchange my life for another? Or are you going to take me with you even if you die? Mr. Lin, you are not a man if you don't help someone in need. You are worse than a pig or a dog. You think you're Long Shiba, and you want me to regret it? I'll believe you. You're dreaming. You're the one who killed me today. If you hadn't chased me, I wouldn't have fallen into the water. I will look for you, and I will never let you go even if I die. Gulu, Gulu. 100 meters away, Lu Wenwen stared at me with resentment. I stared at her until she was hit by a big wave and thrown into the water. There was only a whirlpool, and she disappeared completely. The rushing water is still flowing endlessly, and people in such water are so small that they are even smaller than ants. I watched all this and had an indescribable feeling in my heart. Very cool. Indeed. Lu Wenwen is extremely selfish. Wouldn't it be painful for such a person to die? Her treachery in breaking the engagement doomed her to the consequences. But soon I didn't feel happy at all. Maybe it was because she and I were engaged. Maybe I was still a human being and would not gloat over other people's misfortunes. Maybe it was because I felt sorry because I could never get the dragon blood in her body back. I stared at the river in silence for a long time. Lu Wenwen, I didn't expect that your wedding would be your death anniversary. But have you ever thought that if you agreed to marry me, this wouldn't have happened today and you wouldn't have to die? I don't know if you regret it at this moment. At this time, I heard the voices of Wang Qingqing, Lin Wanner, and Lin Kuan. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lin Kuan driving over. He opened the door first and got out. When he walked towards me, he was no longer as cold as before. He glanced around in confusion. Master Lin, where is Lu Wenwen? I ignored him. Lin Kuan subconsciously looked at the rushing river water, realized something, and was startled, but soon returned to normal. By the way, Master Lin, you just said that I was in great trouble. Do you have any way to break it? Didn't you say that I was a lowly lower-class person? Why are you asking me that? I was in a depressed mood and withdrew my gaze from the water where Lu Wenwen had disappeared. Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were a fortune teller. I'm sorry for offending you just now. I hope you can forgive me. Don't hold grudge against me. Lin Kuan immediately put on an apologetic smile. You rich people change your faces so quickly. I shook my head. What's the point of him having money? He still asks me for help in a humble way. The smile on Lin Kuan's face froze. Master Lin, please forgive me. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will save you. I looked at him. Lin Kuan was stunned and at a loss for a moment. Where is Lu Wenwen? Wang Qingqing also ran over, including Lin Wanner. Dead. I said. Wang Qingqing was shocked. Lin Wanner's face also turned pale. Why? She is treacherous and deserves to die. I said coldly. Lin Wanner was so frightened that her face turned pale. She pulled Wang Qingqing aside and said regretfully, did we break off the engagement with Long Shiba and that was wrong? Should we be retaliated against? If I had known it would be so serious, I should have felt sorry for Long Shiba and just married him. Wang Qingqing couldn't accept it for a moment. I got into Wang Qingqing's car and urged her to go back. Wang Qingqing came back to his senses and said something to Lin Wanner before returning to drive. I felt very tired today and fell asleep in a short while. I had a dream in a daze that there was fog all around and I was walking by the river. Suddenly there was some movement in the water. I walked over with confusion and found nothing. When I turned around, a wet hand was placed on my shoulder, and a cool breeze blew into my ears. I told you I would come find you. The water is really cold. If you don't save me, then you stay with me. I want you to come down and stay with me. I was startled and looked back, only to find a bloated woman staring at me viciously. Her eyes were white, her cheeks were swollen, and her teeth were full of dirt. She looked as scary as could be. But I could still tell at a glance that she was Lu Wenwen who fell into the water. She really came to see me. She was very strong and tried her best to pull me into the water. I was so frightened that I broke out in a cold sweat. I tried to break free, but found that I couldn't. I watched myself being dragged into the water little by little. Stay with me, she said in a sharp voice and pulled me into the water. The cold water soaked my clothes. She held my head fiercely and pressed it into the water with all her might. The river water poured mercilessly into my nose, eyes, and mouth. I had difficulty breathing and my chest and throat were itchy. Does it feel good? That's how I was choked to death. Lu Wenwen screamed ferociously. Gurgle. I could hear the sound of splashing water and I struggled desperately. Call. Suddenly woke up from the dream. I was breathing heavily, but before I could catch my breath, my heart almost jumped out. Because I found that I was really in the river at this moment, the cold water stimulated my senses, my body was frozen stiff, and I felt creepy. Was I not dreaming just now? What is going on? Wasn't I on the way back just now, and Wang Qingqing was driving? Wang Qingqing. I looked around and found something in the water not far away, swimming towards me desperately. I looked closely and found that it was a person. Is it really Lu Wenwen who came to take my life? My heart instantly rose to my throat. I instinctively swam towards the shore, because we were in the water. Water Ghost is asking for your life. Water ghosts are extremely powerful in the water. I saw the person in the water getting closer and closer to me, and it seemed like a face foamed by the river water would pop up in the next second. I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out. It's me. After the person in the water approached me, his head suddenly popped up. It was Wang Chengcheng, who was soaked all over. There are still wounds on her face. Still gasping for breath. What is this? What's going on? Weren't you driving? Where's the car? I was a little angry. How could I drive into the water for no reason? She drives a sports car, not a yacht. It crashed into the water. Wang Chengcheng said. How do you drive? I was annoyed and wanted to scold her. At this moment, I suddenly realized that her life palace was very dark. I instantly understood. Could it be that she was trapped in a maze again? So that caused Wang Chengcheng to drive the car into the water? A trace of coldness rushed to the back of my head, and the hairs on my body stood up instantly. I said alertly, let's get ashore first, swim quickly. I growled and swam desperately towards the shore. Wang Chengcheng also realized something and showed fear. The two of us slid quickly in the water. The cold river water kept hitting my body, as if countless cold hands were touching my body. Suddenly Wang Chengcheng was terrified. Something is pulling my legs in the water. I quickly turned around and found that Wang Chengcheng was almost crying. He was swimming desperately, but he couldn't swim. Someone is pulling her. Could it be a water ghost? Can you save me? I'm scared, I'm so scared. Wang Chengcheng shouted. I hesitated for a moment, held my breath, took out the dagger and dived into the water. The first thing I saw was Wang Chengcheng's perfect long legs. Because she was struggling constantly, her legs were bouncing like jelly. My eyes focused and I swam quickly to her feet, only to find that it was not a water ghost pulling her legs, but a black rope. When she kicked, her feet got entangled in the rope at the bottom of the water. I quickly cut the rope with a dagger. Wang Chengcheng broke free and swam away quickly. When I was about to surface, I saw that the rope was tied to something, which was why it was so heavy. It seemed to be a piece of wood, like the kind that prisoners carried during execution in ancient times, with words on it. I couldn't help but swim down and peel off the mud and sand on the wood with my hands. I could still clearly see the words carved on it. I was stunned for a moment and my nose felt sore. Sacrifice to the Dragon King, Su Manyu. This is my mother's name. This rope was the one that ruthlessly tied my mother up. You should know that my mother was only 18 years old when she died. Looking at the rope and wood that had been lying in the river for so many years, I seemed to see the loneliness and pain of death my mother felt when she was thrown into the river, abandoned by everyone, and the despair she felt when she was insulted by the Dragon King. So many years have passed, my mother's body must have been eaten by the fish and shrimp in the river. I feel sad. What are you doing? I heard a voice in my ear. It turned out to be Wang Chengcheng, who found that I didn't come up and decisively dived down to find me. She dragged me to the shore, and even though water was still flowing down my head, my face was already in tears. What's wrong with you? Are you scared and crying? Wang Chengcheng asked me tentatively. Her eyes were still red. She was the one who was scared and crying just now. I wiped away my tears and hated the Dragon King even more. He insulted my mother, killed her, and now wants to eat me. Let's go. I stood up and calmed myself down. I looked at Wang Chengcheng and said, it seems I have to settle your matter first, otherwise I will be killed by you sooner or later. Anyway, there is still time as agreed with the Lin family within the 3 days. Yeah. Wang Qingqing was also a little scared. The two of us walked to the side of the road. Although the road was remote, we still met some kind people who didn't mind that we were covered in mud and let us get in their car and took us back to the city. Halfway through the journey, Wang Qingqing made a phone call, and then a black Mercedes drove over. I saw that the driver was a woman in her early 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She is well maintained and looks very youthful, still has charm and temperament. This is Wang Qingqing's mother, Tang Hong. I was most impressed by her. When I lived in Wang Qingqing's house, she was particularly concerned about maintaining and firming her body. She often did yoga at home wearing yoga pants. She had also cheated on people more than once. I could tell from her face at that time, but I didn't dare say it out loud. After not seeing her for so many years, she looks exactly the same, except for a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but she looks more charming. Mom, let me introduce you, this is. Wang Qingqing exhaled, but in return, Tang Hong scolded her coldly, look at what you look like. You are my daughter, but now you are dirty all over, like a beggar. Do you really want to embarrass me? Mom. Just shut up. Tang Hong looked at me and said, and you, I don't care who you are, but as a man, how did you protect a woman? Why did you make my daughter so embarrassed? Are you still a man? I am very familiar with this lecturing face. During the 1 year I stayed at her house, she would lecture me at least 3 times a week. Every time she has to scold me to death before she stops. However, she, like everyone else, did not recognize me because I was wearing a human skin mask. Are you sick? I retorted rudely. You have scolded me for a year. Now I have changed my face. Do you still want to scold me? What did you say? Tang Hong's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, and her pair of cold eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Mom, don't be angry, he was just joking. Wang Qingqing hurriedly tried to smooth things over and reintroduced me into her ear. Her expression softened a bit, but she still scolded him in a condescending manner, Master Lin, right? You are too young and impetuous. I am older than you after all. Don't you have the least respect for me? Do you respect me then? I was furious. 10 years ago, I wanted to slap her hard for looking at her face. She looked so noble, but she was doing dirty things secretly. Tang Hong frowned and said something like, "You're sick." Wang Qingqing pulled me into the car and I sat in the driver's seat. Tang Hong frowned and looked disgusted. Don't be angry, otherwise it might affect your date with your boyfriend at the hotel tonight. Tang Hong's delicate body trembled, and her expression was shocked. Wait for Tang Hong to drive me to her house. It's not the house I lived in before. It's a new villa. It was bigger and more luxurious than the home I had lived in for a year before. As soon as I got off the car, I felt nothing but anger and annoyance. Your Wang family has become rich because of me and even bought several villas, but you are actually ungrateful? Are you still human? With a creak, Tang Hong opened the car door and got out. She had been staring at me the whole way, and was really choked by my words and was speechless for a long time. Now I don't need to tolerate her anymore. Do you still want to treat me like your grandson and train me? I ignored her and looked at her at the door. Judging from Wang Qingqing's face, she was in great trouble. However, her eyebrows were messy and there was a small red pimple on her eyelid. This was the Palace of Land and House, in physiognomy, which represented the main house. Red pimples are caused by heat, but this heat comes from the home, which means that there is heat in the house. How can an ordinary house have fire? Unless. I already understood it in my mind. Wang Qingqing asked me to come in, but I shook my head. She asked in confusion, "This is my home. You can come in as you please. Tang Hong stared at me and said, You really want me to invite you personally, right? Don't talk. I glanced at her. The muscles on Tang Hong's face were twitching, and she finally chose to shut up. Otherwise, I will tell your daughter in front of you that you are cheating on her. Seeing her being humiliated in front of me made me feel so happy. Wang Qingqing was surprised. Mom. Tang Hong snorted. Why don't you go in? Wang Qingqing was even more confused. Is this your home? I asked. Of course, this land belongs to us. We just bought it some time ago and built the house according to foreign architectural styles. It's okay, right? Wang Qingqing said a little proudly. I don't think so. I shook my head. Go get the incense. Yeah. Wang Qingqing was puzzled, but still ran in. Tang Hong didn't like me and just watched coldly. Soon Wang Qingqing came over with the incense. I took out 3 sticks, lit them, and inserted them at the door. The originally burning incense suddenly went out strangely, and even the incense began to wither and decompose like a flower. How could this happen? Wang Qingqing was a little surprised. Even the nonchalant Tang Hong's expression changed. As expected. My eyes flickered, and I said, It's not that difficult to solve your problem. Just move out immediately, and then demolish the house, throw the land away, and restore it to its original state. Wang Qingqing was surprised. No? Do you know how much this piece of land cost? Tang Hong said angrily, also, the villa cost 3 million to build and 6 million to renovate. You just say you want to push it back. Did I ask you to speak? I turned my head and looked at her again. Tang Hong was so angry that she gritted her teeth and her cheeks were puffed up, but she actually looked a little cute. Why should we push it away? Wang Qingqing was also very reluctant. Although her family was rich, they were not so rich that they would not spend tens of millions. You've taken over someone else's home. You're even shitting and pissing on someone else's head. If you don't leave, won't others mess with you? I shook my head and said. What? Wang Qingqing was stunned, with an expression of disbelief. Even Tang Hong's eyes widened. Whose home? Wang Qingqing asked without thinking. The red pimples on your house and property palace should have been there for 5 or 6 days. According to the experience gained through 2 ghost wall attacks, it has been at least 100 years. So we can calculate it as 1 day equals 100 years, a total of 500 or 600 years. Whose house do you think it has occupied? I analyzed. Is there an imperial tomb underground? Tang Hong was extremely surprised. I sneered, Imperial Mausoleum? You really think highly of yourself. If you build a house on the Imperial Mausoleum, and your family moves in on the same day, everyone will die. Even all 9 clans of your family will die one after another. Tang Hong was speechless. Whose is that? Wang Qingqing came back to his senses and asked in confusion. In this kind of place, the underground tomb must be quite large. It must be a high-ranking official or a person of status. Otherwise, even a Taoist master like you wouldn't be able to defend yourself. This shows that the person is very powerful. It's hard to say who he is for now, but one thing is for sure, this kind of person should not be provoked. So it's best to move away. In addition, all of you must kneel down for 3 days and kowtow 100 times to admit your mistakes. Especially you, Wang Qingqing. When this house was built, it was you who cast a spell to consecrate it. If I'm not mistaken, you must have placed talismans and peach wood at the foundation, right? Then you have to kneel for a month. Kowtow 1,000 times. Remember, your attitude must be sincere. I shook my head. Wang Qingqing's body trembled. Tang Hong also turned pale. Mom, let's just listen to him and find someone to push it immediately. Wang Qingqing said hurriedly. Are you crazy? It's more than 10 million. Tang Hong shook her head. Mom, I almost died twice. Wang Qingqing told her about the ghost wall she encountered, and even about the car driving into the river just now. When Tang Hong heard it, she was so scared that her body trembled. Ah. Is it so serious? That's right. So quickly call someone over to push it. Wang Qingqing said hurriedly. Okay. Tang Hong nodded quickly and started calling her contacts. The advantage of paying more is that in less than an hour, 2 excavators drove over, and the boss came over to confirm again and again. Are you sure you want to push? After all, people can see that this is a newly built house, worth at least 7 or 8 million. Tang Hong gritted her teeth and uttered, push. Okay. The 2 excavator owners said, but just as they were about to push, a voice rang out, stop, what are you doing? I turned around and saw a young man getting out of a sports car. He was very tall, with a big, hooked nose. You can tell at first glance that he is not someone you can easily mess with. This should be Wang Qingqing's fiancé. Although Wang Qingqing has returned the dragon blood to me, I still feel like I'm being cuckolded when I see him. He didn't even look at me, just walked right past me, with the arrogance of a rich man. Mom, Qingqing, what's going on? Why are you demolishing such a good house? The man walked over. Wang Qingqing didn't say anything. Tang Hong briefly explained the amazing aspects, but the man's face immediately darkened. Mom, are you kidding me? What era is this? Why are you still into these feudal superstitions? But he. Tang Hong looked at me. Her family is what it is today because of me. Even if others don't believe it, she definitely does. Mom. You are confused. I will go talk to this liar. The man shook his head, walked directly in front of me, and said disdainfully, you came up with this bad idea, right? I studied abroad and returned from the 10th ranked university. I received a scientific education. I don't believe your nonsense. So before I lose my temper and hit you, get out of here right now. Wang Tianjia. That's enough. Wang Qingqing roared, ran over and pushed the man away. Qingqing. What are you doing? I'm doing this for your own good. You want to push aside a good house? If you're not a liar, what are you? Even though Wang Tianjia was angry, he still acted very gracefully. I frowned, what a complete scumbag and hypocrite. This is my family's business, none of your business. Wang Qingqing scolded him, and then immediately asked the excavator owner to continue. The 2 bosses looked at each other. Qingqing, stop messing around. Wang Tianjia shook his head, but Wang Qingqing asked the boss to continue. The 2 bosses hesitated. This is my house, I can push it if I say so. Are you afraid that I won't give you money? Wang Qingqing roared. The 2 bosses looked at Tang Hong again. Tang Hong gritted her teeth and nodded, push. The 2 bosses started to continue. Wang Tianjia was speechless, you were fooled by him. You liar, you are so wicked. You have to pay me back. You are talking nonsense here, you have to pay me back. Wang Tianjia pointed at me angrily, his middle finger almost pointing at my nose. You are a bastard born of a mother but not raised by her. You can make money, but don't be immoral. How can you do something like asking someone to move their house? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Wang Tianjia's words hurt me. My mother died when I was born, and my father, the Dragon King, has been eating me all the time. If it weren't for my master, I would be a complete orphan. My life has been miserable enough. Do you want me to tell everyone about the fact that you went to find women last night? And you found 3 at once. You really have a lot of fun. I sneered. Wang Tianzhe was shocked and tried to argue, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm talking nonsense? You have peach blossoms between your eyebrows, do I need to talk nonsense? You still have yesterday's records in your mobile phone, right?" I continued. Wang Tianzhe was stunned, his face full of guilt. I reached out and patted his stunned cheek. "You insulted my mother. Now kneel down and kowtow. Apologize." My voice was like thunder, and Wang Tianzhe was startled. He looked at me with cold eyes, gritted his teeth, and knelt down in front of me with a plop. With a bang, he kowtowed. This kind of person has too many secrets in his heart and is too hypocritical. In fact, you can easily control him with just a little handle. Tang Hong was stunned, even Wang Qingqing was surprised. "If I don't leave, you are not allowed to get up." I said this coldly. Wang Tianzhe was obedient and didn't dare to resist at all. His face was flushed with shame and he lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. The two excavator owners were dumbfounded. After they came to their senses, they started pushing the house. It takes half a year or even a year to build and decorate a house, but it takes very little time to demolish it. I thought I had almost done it, so I told Wang Qingqing that I wanted to go back. She was a Taoist master and could handle the next thing. Wang Qingqing said she wanted to see me off, and there was reluctance in her eyes. I shook my head and refused, and also warned her not to dig the underground tomb out of greed, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After all, her father is very greedy. Wang Qingqing nodded. I turned and left, and saw a hint of loss in her expression. The matter between her and I is now settled, and we don't need to meet again in the future. Can we still meet? Wang Qingqing asked me behind me. Tang Hong kept staring at me. We're even, I shook my head. Clear. Wang Qingqing muttered to himself. Then will you come when I get married? She asked. I didn't answer. How could I come? Attending my ex-wife's wedding? Anyway, I'll remember you these days, Wang Qingqing continued. I walked to the side of the road alone, and heard Wang Tianzhe, who was unwilling to accept the defeat, stand up and pull Wang Qingqing and say, "Qingqing, don't deal with people like this anymore. He's full of lies, and is a complete liar. Just now he threatened to harm you, so I had to temporarily succumb to his power and kneel down to beg him to let you go. Please don't misunderstand me." I ignored it. If Wang Qingqing married someone like this, she would suffer beatings, scolding, deception, and even domestic violence in the future. But what does that have to do with me? She could have married me, and I would have made her happy and continued to make her family prosperous, but she refused to do so, so she can only wish her the best. You have chosen the path yourself, so you have to walk on it even if you cry later. I'll continue to stop the car. But a Mercedes stopped in front of me. It was Tang Hong. Get in the car, I'll take you home. I refused, and it seemed like she was trying to gag me. This is the suburbs, do you think there are cars? Tang Hong said. I hesitated for a moment and got in the car. After she asked me for the address, she drove me to the store without saying a word. I opened the car door and got out, but I didn't expect that she also got out and looked at my store with interest. Opening a business in such a remote place? Do you want to open one in the city? I have a shop that you can use for free. I can also help you with the decoration. You don't have to pay for water and electricity. You just need to go there. Tang Hong said. No. Then I'll give you 100,000. I glanced at her. You don't want the money? You don't want the shop either? Then how can you make me feel at ease? As the saying goes, a man who takes something from a man is soft-hearted, and a man who eats something from a man is grateful. Just tell me, what do you want? I will try my best to satisfy you. Tang Hong said casually, clasping her hands on her chest. I want you. You want me? Tang Hong widened her eyes, and subconsciously looked at me again, with a hint of struggle and entanglement in her expression. Leave immediately. I continued. Tang Hong got into the car angrily and left. I tore off the paper on the door, then opened it and went in. It was already afternoon, and I planned to take a rest and open the door again tomorrow. However, as soon as I entered the bedroom, I heard a noise coming from the kitchen. I felt my pocket and the jade pendant that the master had transformed into was gone. I felt warm in my heart. She was angry with me, but she still cooked for me. Indeed, I haven't eaten or slept well in the past 2 days. When I went to the kitchen, I didn't see the chef, but I saw a bowl of steaming and fragrant egg noodles. After I finished my noodles, I returned to my room contentedly. The bed was already made. I tore off the human skin mask on my face and looked at my familiar face through the mirror. I was in a trance for a moment. After a long time, I took a shower, lay on the bed, and closed my eyes contentedly. When I arrived the next morning, I had just eaten the breakfast that the chef had made for me. I put on the human skin mask and opened the door of the shop, and saw Lin Wanner walking in wearing sunglasses. It seems that she asked Wang Qingqing about the location of my shop yesterday, so she came here early in the morning. Master Lin, good morning. Lin Wanner took off her sunglasses and looked at me in a flattering manner. The black spot on her forehead is a very bad omen. It seems that Lu Wenwen's death has made her begin to truly fear the consequences of betraying me. Master Lin, I think there must be some misunderstanding about me. Maybe you don't like the role I played on TV? So you vent your dissatisfaction on me, the person who plays the role? Lin Wanner asked me. I looked up at her and said, you think too much. I hate you because you betrayed me. That's good. Master Lin, can you tell me my fortune? I've been feeling a little uneasy since last night. Go find someone else. Faced with this shameless woman who cheated on me in public, I just didn't bother to pay any attention to her. We can negotiate on the money. Just tell me how much you want, and I will never bargain. Lin Wanner said. This flattering expression is really disgusting. Lin Wanner, do you know what I really look like under the human skin mask as I sit in front of you? 1 billion. Just give it to me. As long as you give it to me, I will calculate it for you. I said. Lin Wanner widened her eyes and was a little angry. Wanner, why do you come to such a shabby place? If you want to find someone to tell your fortune, I can introduce you to someone good. A handsome man also wearing sunglasses walked in. I knew him. He was also an actor. His name was Ching Feng. It was he who made me go through the most torturous 28 seconds of my life right in front of me. He looked at the store with disdain and disgust. Lin Wanner calmed down and said to Ching Feng, don't make noise. Master Lin, can you please help me? Lin Wanner held my hand and looked at me pitifully, with tears welling up in her eyes. This acting touched me a little. If she wasn't so fickle, with her pretty face and perfect figure, I would like her very much even if she had a bad personality. Master Lin, I'm going to the mountains with the crew today to shoot exterior scenes. It's said that it's in the wilderness and will take more than 10 days to shoot. I have to use wires. I'm so worried that something might happen to me. Can you tell me what to pay attention to? I wanted to refuse directly, but when I thought about the fact that she still had my dragon blood in her body, I replied, no wirework. Anything else? Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. No more. Lin Wanner showed a hint of disappointment. Thank you, Master Lin. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Take this. There's 30,000 in it. She took out a card from her bag and stood up reluctantly. Wanner, I see that ever since you got engaged to that Long Shiba, you've believed in these things. In my opinion, you'd better go. Instead of listening to his nonsense, you might as well listen to me. Don't worry, come with me to shoot on location, I will protect you well. Cheng Feng said confidently and hugged Lin Wanner in his arms. Lin Wanner glanced at me and struggled a little. There are people here, can you please not do this? Cheng Feng was even more presumptuous. He kissed Lin Wanner in front of me as if to show off, and also touched Lin Wanner's thigh. If it had happened before, I would have been very angry. But now, I just think it's ridiculous. Seeing that I didn't react, Lin Wanner sighed and walked out. I collected the cards on the table and waited until the afternoon, but no business came. I was a little bored, so at 6 o'clock in the evening, I started to close the shop and take a deep breath. This is a required course for fortune tellers. The next morning, 2 off-road vehicles stopped in front of my shop and several people got out. The leader was Lin Kun, and there was also Lin Yang, the young master of the Lin family. These are the people from the Lin family. Lin Kun was very polite to me, but Lin Yang looked unhappy. I didn't say much, just packed up and planned to go out with them. I was about to call the master, but when I felt my pocket, I found a jade pendant quietly inside. I breathed a sigh of relief and followed them into the car. This time, the Lin family brought 4 other people, all of whom had cold and handsome expressions, were tall and strong, and knew a little bit of Taoism. It seemed that they were all top-notch masters. I also saw a lot of big red nets in the trunk of the car. You could tell by the smell that they were soaked in black dog blood. There were also a lot of peach wood swords and some other things. It seems that Lin Batian is very concerned about today's events and is afraid that he will not be able to catch the weasel. This makes me worried. It seems that I can't avoid violating the law of cause and effect this time. After driving for a total of 3 hours, we arrived at the mountain where Lin Batian had his one-night stand. We got out of the car and looked up. There were dense trees and no signs of other paths. It was obvious that not many people had been here. But what surprised me was that I actually saw more than 10 other large vehicles, including RVs, and many of them had banners on them, indicating that they were from a certain film crew. Could it be that Lin Wanner chose this place when she went out to film? I saw other people busy setting up things like coercion, but I didn't see Lin Wanner. She should be putting on makeup in her RV. Master Lin, I know this crew. Lin Wanner is the heroine. Lin Kun walked over. I said, yeah, and Lin Kun continued, if Master Lin likes her, I can help Master Lin to date her and let her have a good meal with Master Lin. Master Lin, maybe you don't know? Her market price outside is between 500,000 and 600,000. I heard that many people have dated her. When I heard Lin Kun's words, I just felt extremely ashamed. I already knew what kind of person Lin Wanner was from her face, but I never said it out loud. Not interested. I shook my head and didn't look over there. Master Lin, she is the heroine, and you are not interested? Don't you want to see Lin Wanner posing in front of you? I heard from others that she will first dance a pole dance, and then. Lin Kun said. I am annoyed. If Lin Kun really helps me to make an appointment with her, then when she sees that the sponsor is me, her expression will probably be very colorful. But I'm still not interested. Lin Kun saw that I looked unhappy, so he didn't say anything more. He and others began to pack up. Catching weasels is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It may take a week, a month, or even nothing. So they had to carry as much equipment as possible. The other 4 people carried all the tools for capturing weasels, as well as some pots, pans, and other miscellaneous items. As for me personally, I first changed into mountaineering clothes and hiking shoes. I also needed to carry a tent, a lighter, a solar charging panel, some insect repellent and mosquito repellent, and some compressed biscuits just in case. After all, in the wilderness, who can guarantee that they will not be left alone? At that time, these compressed biscuits may be life-saving. In addition, although it is still summer, the temperature difference between day and night in the mountains is large, so you still need to bring a sleeping bag to keep warm when sleeping. Get all this ready and let's go up the mountain together. Lin Kun and the others went first, and I went last. But at this moment, a surprised voice came, "Master Lin. It's you. Did you come here to see me on purpose?" Seeing Lin Wanner running over in ancient costume, with delicate makeup and long hair draped over her shoulders, I have to say that she really looks like a righteous heroine, very fairy-like. "You think too much." I shook my head. When Lin Wanner saw Lin Kun and the others who had already gone up the mountain, she realized that she had really thought too much, and she showed a hint of disappointment. "Why are you here again? Why are you lingering around?" Cheng Feng also changed into ancient costume and looked like a martial arts master. He walked over very unhappy. He came over and put his arm around Lin Wanner's shoulders, saying coldly, "I warn you, stay away from my girlfriend, or I will beat you up." "You really think you can beat me? Can you beat me for 28 seconds? I asked him back. Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment. "I can beat you up all day long." But soon he realized what I said. He stared at me with wide eyes and asked warily, "What 28 seconds? What are you talking about? You should eat more wolfberries." I shook my head and went straight up the mountain. Behind him was Cheng Feng's exasperated voice, "I'm so pissed off. He actually slandered me. Do I still need to eat wolfberries in my current condition? Well, you don't need to eat. Hey, how did he know your time? By the way, Master Lin, our crew said there are ghosts on the mountain, you have to be careful." Lin Wanner comforted him, and I could feel her eyes following me far away. When I heard this, my expression changed slightly. It is quite normal to have ghosts in the mountains, but mountain ghosts usually won't show up in front of us. After all, the 4 men of the Lin family all have heavy evil spirits on them, and they obviously have killed people, so most mountain ghosts are afraid of them. I just have to be wary of the spirits in the mountains. I quickly caught up with Lin Kun and the others. After walking for a few hours, we saw that it was getting late, so we found a relatively open place to set up camp and rest for the night. Lin Yang and Lin Kun were talking about something beside them. Lin Yang was holding a feng shui compass in his hand, using feng shui to locate the weasel. I saw 4 of my men busy preparing dinner, so I went over to help. Although the 4 of them were indifferent, they smiled when I took the initiative to help them. After a few words, I got to know them. They knew I was a fortune teller, so they asked me questions in a low voice, and I answered them one by one, telling them everything I could. This made them like me even more, and they began to open up to me and become more familiar with me. The eldest of these 4 people, Lu Chang, was also more polite to me. He was a poor man, otherwise why would he live under someone else's roof and work for someone else? I also feel very sorry for him. After all, these subordinates who were ordered around made me remember myself who was once ordered around in those women's homes. We cooked a pot of noodles together, and then Lin Kun and Lin Yang came over slowly to eat together. Being able to eat a bowl of steaming noodles in the wilderness is a unique enjoyment. After eating the noodles, Lin Kun and Lin Yang planned to take a rest. As for the night watch, they left it to Lu Chang and the other 3 to take turns. But at this moment, there was a rustling sound. Suddenly, we heard some strange noises. Lu Chang and the other 4 immediately became alert as trained by the experts, while Lin Kun and Lin Yang both took out their peachwood swords. The atmosphere is a bit tense. But soon a man crawled out from the bushes. He was dirty, his clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his face was pale. He looked like a hiker who had been lost in the mountains for many days. "Young master, what should we do?" Lu Chang asked Lin Yang. Who knows whether he is a human or a ghost? Don't bother with him. Let him fend for himself. Lin Yang said coldly. As a person from the lower class, Lu Chang showed hesitation. Lin Kun had a blank expression on his face. I walked over directly, and Lin Yang immediately called me, Master Lin, don't meddle in other people's business at this time. I ignored him and helped him up. Lu Chang, boil some water and cook some noodles. Okay. Lu Chang nodded and immediately did as I said. The other three brothers came over to help me support the person, which made Lin Yang's face darken. Master Lin, where did this person come from in this desolate mountain? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I think we'd better be careful. Lin Kun said. I can't tell whether he is a human or not. I glanced at him. Lin Yang was angry. When Lu Chang brought the cooked noodles over, the hiker woke up in a daze, ate them ravenously, and then lay on the ground gasping for breath. A long-lost look of satisfaction suddenly appeared on his dirty face. Lu Chang and his companions also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, tell me, what did you encounter in the mountains? I asked. As soon as I asked this, the man came to his senses and immediately showed fear. You want to go up the mountain? I advise you not to go. Hurry down the mountain at night, because there are ghosts on the mountain. There are ghosts? Lin Yang frowned. Where do so many ghosts come from in this desolate mountain? Lin Kuan's expression changed slightly. As for Lu Chang, they looked at each other in confusion. What the hell happened to you? I looked at him and continued asking. I don't know what the hell it is. There are 3 of us in total. We've been up the mountain for 15 days, but we can't get out. It's like we've encountered a ghost wall. We've eaten all the things we brought with us, and we're eating tree bark and grass roots. 2 of us fell to death for unknown reasons. Now I'm the only one left. You must not go up. The man cried, as if he had experienced endless fear and torture. Lin Yang's face suddenly changed, and he said disdainfully, You didn't even see any ghost, but you are scared like this? You are really useless. Lu Chang frowned. If you encounter the same situation as me, you will definitely be worse than me, the man said angrily. You are the only one who wants to compete with me? Trash is trash. Lin Yang laughed. I looked at the man and asked him to go to my tent and have a good rest. He nodded and was helped into the tent by Lu Chang and others. Master Lin, you don't have to worry about ghosts or not. We just need to catch the weasel, said Lin Yang. I ignored him and waited for Lu Chang to come out of the tent. Lu Chang came over and said sympathetically, Master Lin, this man is so miserable. I glanced at the tent and said, Lu Chang, call the police right now. Call the police? Lu Chang looked surprised. The other 3 brothers also came over in confusion, including Lin Yang and Lin Kun. What's going on? Lu Chang lowered his voice. This guy is very good at disguise. He almost fooled me just now. He didn't actually encounter a ghost. Instead, he lured his 2 friends to the mountain and killed them on purpose for money. I said slowly. Lu Chang and the others were shocked, and even Lin Yang and Lin Kun looked at each other in surprise. The position of the Fortune Palace on his face is dark, which means he has done something very bad. In addition, this dark line connects to the tip of his nose, which is the position of the Wealth Palace, making the tip of his nose bright, which means that the bad things he did brought him a lot of wealth, so I said he killed someone. I went on to explain. Fuck. Lu Chang cursed immediately, I just cooked noodles for him. I hate people who kill for money the most in my life. They are worse than pigs and dogs. Ghosts are not as vicious as human hearts. So, when you go up the mountain, encountering ghosts may not be scary, and encountering monsters is not scary either. Sometimes, encountering people is the scariest. Because ghosts and monsters will usually harm you head-on, but people will often stab you in the back unexpectedly. It's hard to guard against. Master Lin, don't you think so? I glanced at Lin Yang. Lin Yang's face suddenly changed and he nodded awkwardly. Lin Kuan's face changed color. I'm going to go in and kill this beast right now. Lu Chang said coldly, his face full of murderous intent. Lu Chang rushed in directly, but was kicked out by the man. Then he ran away and disappeared in a flash. Lu Chang wanted to chase him, but I stopped him. No need to chase him. His fate is dark. There will be a catastrophe tonight. God's will can be forgiven, but self-inflicted will be damned. Let him fend for himself. Damn it, he got such a good deal. Lu Chang said angrily. I nodded. If I didn't accept this man and expose him, I was afraid he would go down and harm other people. I hope that I really scared him just now and stopped him from continuing to harm others. Otherwise, if no one interrupts him, he will continue to harm others. Lu Chang and the other 3 buddies continued chatting with me, leaving the 2 bosses Lin Yang and Lin Kuan aside, which made them a little angry. Lu Chang asked me, Master Lin, do you think the weasel we are going to catch this time is more terrifying, or the beast just now? This. I smiled bitterly and couldn't answer. I think it was the beast just now that was scary. Because the weasels in my village would never harm people at all. There is definitely a reason why they harm people, but people harm others mostly because of greed. So, I would rather meet a real beast than a beast in sheep's clothing. Lu Chang said. I was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Nothing happened that night, and the next morning we packed up and continued to climb the mountain. At noon, 2 bloody bodies were found in a deep pit. They were suddenly pushed down and fell to death. You know, both of them had good looks, but they ended up dying in the mountains. It was really pitiful and lamentable. As a human being, I decided to camp here tonight since I was just passing by. I would keep watch over them for one night and let them die with peace of mind. My proposal was supported by Lu Chang and others, but Lin Yang disliked being next to the corpse and couldn't help but complain a few words. Lin Kuan didn't say anything. Anyway, the 2 of them set up the tent as far away from the corpse as possible. After setting up the tent and eating some hot noodles, I had just gone to sleep in the tent for a short while when I heard Lu Chang calling me in a low voice, Master Lin, I saw that beast from yesterday. I woke up confused, what? Come out and show me, this beast is acting very abnormal today. Lu Chang's voice became even lower, and I immediately became interested. I hurriedly climbed out of the sleeping bag and followed Lu Chang to the deep pit. Lin Kuan and Lin Yang's tents were not moved, so they should be continuing to sleep. His 3 brothers were hiding under a big tree. No one knew what they saw, but their faces turned pale. My curiosity grew, and I slowly moved to the edge of the deep pit. Under the bright moonlight, I immediately looked down. The next second, my eyes almost popped out. I saw a person kneeling next to the 2 corpses, and he was kowtowing to the 2 corpses as if he was confessing. This ragged man is the beast who harmed people yesterday. Bang, bang, bang. He hit the stone hard again and again, and soon his face was covered with blood, but he still didn't stop. This scene is indeed an admission of guilt and confession, but it is so weird that it makes me feel creepy. Master Lin, do you think he suddenly realized that he was wrong, so he felt guilty and came back to repent? Lu Chang asked me in a low voice. I stared at the man and shook my head. I don't think so. He looks too fierce. He's not the type to change for the better. I think he's possessed by an evil spirit. Possessed by evil spirits? Lu Chang was surprised. What kind of evil spirit could make a person kowtow to a dead person? I think this evil is probably a spirit. It seems we have encountered an evil spirit that is cultivating its mind. Let me take a look first. Is it a ghost or something else causing trouble? I took a deep breath, injected yang energy into my fingers, and pointed them at my eyes. After my eyes felt slightly burning, I opened them again and was shocked the next second. Because I saw that behind the man who was kowtowing was a yellow thing. It was red and yellow all over. It was neither a cat nor a dog. It had a long tail like a broom. It was actually a weasel. This scene was so weird. The weasel's broom-like tail was dragging slightly, and its pair of green eyes were surprisingly calm and pious, as if it had attained enlightenment. But a chill rushed straight to the back of my head. This is a weasel. I was horrified because I had never seen such a situation before, and I had never even heard of it. Why would this weasel control a murderous beast to repent? Could it be that weasels are kinder than humans? It was in the mountains and witnessed the beast killing someone with its own eyes, so the person controlling it came over to apologize? Lu Chang beside me couldn't help asking me what was going on. I took a deep breath and whispered something. Lu Chang's expression was even more exaggerated than mine just now, but he soon returned to normal, and even said with a little admiration, "I have always believed that sometimes, people are worse than animals." But, is it the weasel we are trying to capture? Lu Chang immediately became very worried. If it is, I really can't bear to kill such a kind animal. I took a closer look at the weasel. Its body was as slender as a woman's, and 2 rows of buttons could be vaguely seen under its belly. It must be a female. Moreover, it seems that it might really be the weasel that had a night with Lin Batian. But she was able to poison Lin Batian, so why did she become so pious 10 years later? Husband, this weasel must not be killed. My master's voice rang in my ears. Why? I asked subconsciously. Just listen to me. If you kill him, it will bring disaster, my master continued. Disaster? Is it that serious? I was immediately in a dilemma when I heard this. After all, I had promised Lin Batian that I would help him get a liver transplant to prolong his life. While I was communicating with my master, Lu Chang beside me began to tremble. Master Lin, do you feel like someone is watching you? My expression changed slightly, and I squinted my eyes. I saw that the weasel on the man's back had already stared at us with its emerald green eyes. The eyes are personified, looking angry. The man was already sitting on the ground, his head bleeding, his pupils dilated, and he was no longer breathing. Oh no, we've been discovered. I was shocked. Just as I was about to react, an excited voice rang out, "Haha, it's really like searching for something without any effort. You offered yourself up, so you can't blame me. Brother, do it." As soon as I finished speaking, I saw a large blood-red net flying over and covering the entire entrance of the pit. Lin Kun jumped to one side and grabbed the net tightly, while Lin Yang pulled the other side. The weasel in the deep pit didn't look frightened at all. It just glanced at us coldly. This simple look was enough to make people's backs spin. This thing is so calm in the face of everything, it must have become a great spirit. Lu Chang, what are you four still standing there for? Why don't you pull the net? The person who spoke was Lin Yang, and he scolded. Lu Chang and the other 3 looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Chang, in particular, glanced at the weasel in the deep pit, showed hesitation, and asked tentatively, "Master, this weasel has become a spirit, very spiritual. If we really kill it, it would be a sin. I think we should just forget it this time. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being punished by me? Do I treat you as human beings? Don't forget, you 4 are just dogs raised by my Lin family. You have to do whatever I tell you to do." Lin Yang scolded coldly. Lu Chang was silent for a few seconds. He didn't dare to talk back. He could only sigh helplessly. Life had turned him into a dog. He glanced at the other three brothers and could only nod, and the four of them appeared, silently grasping the edge of the large net. Lin Yang looked at me coldly and said, "Master Lin, my father is going to give you a lot of money, so you have to contribute as well. Young Master Lin, the fate palaces of the few of you are dark right now. This is a very bad omen. I think you should avoid it today. Otherwise, someone might die later." I said to Lu Chang and the others. "What does it matter if a few people die? What's important is that my dad can have a weasel's liver for exchange. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't catch a weasel." Lin Yang sneered, looking very confident. "Master Lin, you'd better listen to me, I was helpless. It's not that I don't intend to take action, but everyone's faces don't look right, so I can only avoid the limelight for the time being. Is it necessary to risk one's life just to catch a weasel? Master Lin, you don't need to say more. If you don't want to help, forget it. Just watch my performance. But I didn't expect that you, with your fortune-telling skills, are such a coward." Lin Yang showed disdain. Just at this moment, the weasel on the man's back suddenly jumped up, and it jumped strangely on the wall with abnormal speed. "Hurry, it's trying to run away, quickly pull the net. Don't let it get away." Lin Yang was startled. He exerted force and the whole big net covered the entrance of the cave tightly. "No, Lu Chang, retreat quickly, it's not trying to run away, it's coming towards us." I noticed that Lu Chang's fate palace suddenly became much darker, and I knew something was going to happen. Lu Chang nodded and immediately asked the other three brothers to let go and step back. Damn it, I'll see who dares to let go today." Lin Yang was furious. "Lu Chang, are you my dog or his dog? Do you listen to him? Or not to me?" Lu Chang suddenly became conflicted, but because of his delay, something went wrong. I saw the weasel standing on the wall, grabbing a thick rope on the big net with one of its small claws and pulling it hard. The entire net was severely deformed in an instant, as if it had been sucked into a machine. Ah! Lu Chang and his three brothers didn't have time to react before their bodies started to shake. They staggered and could no longer control themselves, and fell directly out of the cave. With a few thuds, the four men fell silent in an instant, and a strong smell of blood rushed up. I was shocked. I didn't expect this weasel to be so strong. 6 people were pulling the net, but they couldn't hold it down. Instead, 4 people fell down as soon as it made a move. You should know that this big net is specially soaked in black dog blood. No wonder each of their faces looked wrong just now. Lin Yang was immediately shocked. Even Lin Kuan's face turned pale. "Lin Yang, this thing is so powerful. Why don't we listen to Master Lin and retreat first, and then make a long-term plan after dawn?" Retreat? What's the difference between that and letting a tiger go back to the mountains? Now that you're already in the mountains, don't be scared. If you're scared, how can you catch it? Humph, you evil creature. I won't let you off today. The heaven and earth are limitless, and I will borrow the power of heaven and earth. Lin Yang came back to his senses, touched his body, and took out a feng shui flag. He shook the feng shui flag in his hand, and suddenly a strong wind blew. It's a big scene. The power of feng shui is very mysterious. He was using the feng shui method to trap the weasel, but before he could finish the spell, the weasel pounced on him first. Wait a minute, I haven't finished casting the spell yet, you're looking for death. Lin Yang was startled and had no time to cast a spell. He could only throw the feng shui flag in his hand. The head of the flagpole was as sharp as an arrow, but the weasel dodged the attack of the feng shui flag with a flash of its body. Lin Yang was startled and hurriedly took out the peach wood sword and stabbed the weasel. The weasel actually jumped onto the peach-wood sword and bit him in the face. This series of actions was really too fast. Help, Master Lin, help. Lin Yang's face instantly turned as pale as if it had been painted white, and he frantically asked me for help. I frowned. How can I save this weasel when it is so strong? Master Lin, please save my brother. Lin Kun on the other side was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Don't kill me. Lin Yang begged, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Where is the slightest bit of the majesty he had just now? I hesitated for a moment, then took out a talisman and said, "Go." The talisman flew out of his hand and instantly turned into a ball of fire, shooting towards the weasel. The weasel looked back at me with its pair of green eyes, and swung its huge tail, actually knocking my talisman flame away. I was shocked. How could this be possible? The monsters are not afraid of fire talismans? No wonder my master told me not to kill it. The key is, can I kill it? Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yang dropped his peach-wood sword and ran away with his head in his hands. Lin Kun had already dropped his big net, and the two of them hid far away. The weasel narrowed its eyes and pounced on me instead. I was speechless and could only throw out all the talismans in my hand. The talismans turned into several fireballs and hit the weasel again. The weasel dodged and miraculously avoided the fireball, becoming even faster. I was really shocked. I reacted instantly and kept backing away, but it had already jumped on me and hugged my neck. It opened its mouth wide and was about to bite off my neck. My heart is about to jump out. Hey, why do you smell like a dragon? Who are you? But the next second, I heard the voice of a strange woman in my ear. To my surprise, the voice was very nice. Is this the weasel speaking human language? I can feel my master coming out to help me, but... Suddenly it turned around and looked toward somewhere on the top of the mountain. It actually gave up attacking me, looked at me deeply, and ran straight up. I was stunned. What happened? Did something happen to his family? Lin Yang was so frightened that he was also stunned. He ran over and complained, "Master Lin, why didn't you take advantage of such a good opportunity just now to catch him? I think you should change your pants first." I looked at him coldly, and Lin Yang's face turned red instantly. I ignored him and ran directly to the cave entrance. I climbed down along the fallen net and hurriedly helped up Lu Chang, who was lying unconscious on the stone. Lu Chang, wake up. Hey, you guys wake up too. Wake up quickly. I called 3 other people as well. Even though they looked bad, they were not at the point of death, so they just fell down just now and were lucky enough to have fainted. I called out a few times and Lu Chang suddenly woke up. He looked at me with a look of shock on his face. "I'm not dead?" "Not yet, you can live to be 80. I breathed a sigh of relief. After Lu Chang woke up, he found that his 3 brothers were bleeding and unconscious. He panicked, wake up, wake up." I circulated the yang energy in my body and touched the center of their eyebrows with my fingers. They were lacking energy and I had to give them some, otherwise the problem would be serious. Sure enough, after I cast the spell, the 3 of them woke up one after another, but one of them had a broken arm. Lu Chang was extremely surprised and immediately knelt down and kowtowed to me, "Master Lin, you saved my brother's life, so my life, Lu Chang, will be yours from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do." The other 3 also kowtowed to me, with a sincere attitude and gratitude. "Who pays you? You're kneeling down now. I've supported you for so many years, why don't you kneel down to me?" Lin Yang had an unhappy expression. Lu Chang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, they looked like they were going to follow my orders just now. "We are all family, don't do this." I said, "Let's go up and bandage the wound first." "That's right." Lu Chang carried his brother on his back and climbed up and down 3 times, and I followed him up. Lu Chang bandaged his brother's wound and also simply bandaged his own broken head. The 4 of them had gauze on their bodies and looked very miserable. I didn't expect that in this first fight, 4 people were injured and 1 was scared to death. It really caught me off guard. Young Master Lin, I think we should listen to Master Lin and go down the mountain first. Lu Chang said after hesitating for a moment. Yes, Master Lin is right. This weasel is even more ferocious than a tiger. It is so powerful. We are no match for it at all. The other 3 people also whispered. Lin Yang's face looked grim, and he looked at Lin Kun. Lin Kun was also in a dilemma. How about listening to Master Lin? No. Now that we're here, how can we give up halfway? This time I must catch this beast. Lin Yang said coldly. Lin Kun didn't know what to say. After all, his father Lin Badian didn't have much time left, and he couldn't waste too much time. Lu Chang and his friends could only helplessly accept this and dared not say anything more. Lin Yang walked over and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Master Lin, just now I saw that beast didn't attack you, Master Lin, and I seemed to hear that beast say something about a dragon. What's going on? What's it to you? I refused. My identity as the dragon's son must not be known to other outsiders. What if he tells my cruel father, the Dragon King, that I am not dead? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Lin Yang was a little angry, but he didn't get angry. It seems that the beast just now knew you. Or knew someone in your family. In any case, the beast didn't attack Master Lin. This alone is enough to surpass all of the rest of us. So, I'd like to ask Master Lin for help. If I encounter this beast again tomorrow, I'll stab it to death when it's not paying attention. That's easy to say. I'll give you the knife. It's best if you do it. I spread my hands. Lin Yang frowned and was turned away. He called Lin Kun and went to the tent to discuss something. Do you think I'm a fool? I won't ask for the reward, since I've already snatched Lu Wenwen away. Master Lin, you must not listen to him. This weasel spirit didn't attack Master Lin. Others would have been happy for this. Lu Chang said with a little envy. I smiled bitterly. I knew that the weasel didn't attack me because of my cruel father, otherwise I might have been injured. But I extremely hate the identity of Longzi. And so, the second night of camping in the mountains ended with 4 people injured. I asked the 4 of them to go and rest. Lu Chang didn't refuse. He said thank you and took his brothers to rest and recover from their injuries. While no one was around me, I started to ask my master, what was the origin of this weasel and why was it so powerful? Husband, if I guess correctly, it should come to you tomorrow night, said my master. I was shocked. What did you want from me? What if it really wants to find me, should I meet it? I asked. Yes, my master replied. I kept watch until dawn with doubts. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Chang and the other 4 seemed to be a little better. Lin Yang and Lin Kun spent the whole night, and just like the day before, they were still full of confidence. It seemed that this kid had a stomachache and wanted to count on me. So we simply cooked some noodles for breakfast. After eating, we packed up the tent and planned to continue climbing the mountain. However, before setting off this time, Lin Yang gave everyone a feng shui talisman. His Taoism skills cannot be drawn, so he must have bought them from someone else. They said it was for our self-defense, and apparently it was also to stabilize the morale of the troops, so I took it without hesitation. After knowing the strength of the weasel last night, Lin Yang was obviously more cautious. When he encountered some caves, he didn't dare to go in at all, so he ordered Lu Chang and others to go in and look for it. Lu Chang was angry but dared not say anything, but before going in every time, he would subconsciously look at me. I looked at his face and made sure there was no danger. After nodding to him, he would breathe a sigh of relief and take his brothers in to look for it. We searched more than 10 caves, big and small, but couldn't find any trace of the weasel. We were all exhausted. Seeing that it was getting late, they had to find a place to camp and rest again. They still had noodles for dinner, but Lu Chang found some wild vegetables nearby. After adding the wild vegetables, the noodles became more delicious. Even Lin Yang, a young master who had eaten all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, couldn't help but eat a few more bowls. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Seeing Lu Chang and the others keeping watch, Lin Yang came over and said, "Master Lin, how about you tell me where that beast is hiding?" I refused outright. This weasel is too powerful. If I attack it rashly, it will only be affected, and alerting it would be even worse. Lin Yang's face was grim. What should we do? Are we going to be like headless flies and keep searching? Where on earth is this beast hiding? If I find it, I will skin it alive. Before Lin Yang finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly came from a distance. Lu Chang and the others became alert instantly. Lin Yang instinctively hid behind us. As for Lin Kuan, the muscles on his face kept twitching. My heart moved and I remembered what my master said last night. Rustle. The noise was getting louder and louder, and Lu Chang and the others were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. But to everyone's surprise, 2 tiny weasels suddenly walked out of the bushes. Both of them are chubby and fat. They didn't crawl, but walked. They came over like humans, except that their 2 front paws were hanging in the air, which looked a bit funny. Lu Chang and the other 3 were scared to death. Lin Yang and Lin Kuan's faces turned pale. What? What are you doing? Lin Yang summoned up the courage to shout, "Lu Chang, I've raised the 4 of you for nothing, why don't you come to me?" Lu Chang was also afraid, but he sighed and had to obey obediently. After all, it was Lin Yang who paid him. Don't panic. I shook my head calmly. Lu Chang and the other 3 were in a dilemma. Lin Yang was so angry that he kept urging Lu Chang to take action, but the next second, he shut up. My ancestor saw you yesterday, sir. I thought about you all night and wanted to talk to you. Please come with me. One of the weasels spoke to me politely with human language, and his expression was very respectful in an anthropomorphic way. The other one also tried his best to smile at me. Lin Yang was dumbfounded by this attitude, as were Lin Kuan. Even Lu Chang and the other 3 were stunned. They never expected that this weasel would change his attitude towards me 180 degrees. Want to talk to me? Say what? I didn't hesitate. After all, my master had already told me. I just glanced at Lin Yang and nodded directly, "Okay, you lead the way." "Okay." The 2 weasels breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned their chubby bodies around, but did not move. I asked why he didn't lead the way. "It's a long journey. You just need to put 1 foot on us too. We will carry you up. My ancestors asked us to invite you up. It would be very rude if you walked." The 2 of them were lying there like 2 little ponies, but they looked very funny, as if I could step on them and make them poop. Seeing how small they were, I really didn't know how to stand on them. But after hesitating for a moment, I tentatively stretched out a foot and stepped on the weasel's back. To my surprise, although they are small in size, they are surprisingly strong. They actually supported one of my feet and were very stable. The key is that they felt very comfortable, just like wearing super thick shit-stepping shoes, and they were a little bouncy. In this way, I naturally put my other foot on the back of another weasel, and it was equally stable. I let out a light breath, and Lin Yang immediately grabbed me and whispered in my ear, "Master Lin, this is a great opportunity. When you see that beast, stab it with a knife. As long as it dies, I will give you another 1,000,000. How about that? I was too lazy to pay attention to him and just told him that we could go. The two weasels then carried me on their backs, which was more stable than riding in an 8-person sedan chair. Lin Yang was furious, but he finally plucked up the courage and did not want to give up this opportunity. He and Lin Kun, Lu Chang and the others followed from a distance, fearing that the weasel would attack them. I think they would turn around and run away immediately if they felt something was wrong. Next, the two of them carried me and walked for about an hour, constantly moving in and out of various hidden bushes. I felt like I was bathed in the spring breeze and did not feel tired at all. However, Lin Yang and the others who followed behind were in a miserable situation. They were already out of breath after climbing the mountain in the middle of the night. Several times I turned around and couldn't see them, but I could still hear Lin Yang complaining, asking why it was so difficult to climb. After walking for another half an hour, there was no sound of Lin Yang behind me. He must have been exhausted. Well, the weasel's cave was located on a steep slope, and it was difficult to climb up without climbing tools. It was understandable that they were left behind. At this time, a cave appeared in front of me, wrapped in various vines. There were some strange green fruits on the vines, and there was a strong fruity fragrance. This cave looks very deep, a bit weird and a bit mysterious. We're here, the two weasels turned around and said. They didn't look tired at all. I nodded and planned to go down, but the two weasels said hurriedly, "Don't panic, I'm just telling you first so that you can be mentally prepared. We still have to carry you in." After they finished speaking, they continued to carry me into the cave. Passing through a long cave covered with various vines, the smell around me became better and better, with a floral scent and a faint girl's body odor. It is said that weasels have a very smelly body, but now it seems that this is not the case. This can only mean that this weasel has become a spirit and has a very high level of Taoism. It has been in human form for a long time, which means it has been a human for a long time, otherwise there wouldn't be such a human smell in this cave. This made me a little confused. Why did it want to see me? After all, it probably recognized me yesterday. What also puzzles me is that there is a medicinal fragrance in the air. Does this mean that ghosts also need to take Chinese medicine? When I went in, I saw that on the wall of the cave next to me, in addition to the vines, there were actually a lot of different books placed at intervals like a bookshelf. But the strange thing was that most of them were not books on cultivation, but many world classics, and most of them were books on self-cultivation, and the cycle of cause and effect. This stunned me. Some of the books were actually ancient books, which meant that the weasel had lived for at least 200 or 300 years. I couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Master, do you recognize it?" After all, as a female ghost, I think my master should have been dead for 200 or 300 years. But the master did not respond to me. Just when I was wondering, I found that the weasel under my feet slowly stopped. Then I realized that the cave was decorated in a modern style, with sofas, tables and chairs, and even TV and refrigerator. In short, it had everything you need. However, I didn't know whether the TV and refrigerator were powered. Anyway, it felt like a rich person living in seclusion in the mountains. Sitting on the sofa was a tall woman in a light yellow dress. She had picturesque eyebrows, red lips, bright eyes and white teeth. She was a rare beauty. Her eyes were faintly flashing green light. I thought that the beauty at this moment should be the weasel spirit that appeared yesterday. But to be honest, this is the first time in 18 years that I have seen a monster in human form. I felt it was extremely strange and marveled at the magic of all things in the world. I instinctively tried to find out the differences between her and humans, but I found that she was more human than humans. People need to disguise their humanity, but she only needs to disguise her animality. After all, in my opinion, animality is fierce, while human nature is much more complicated. In addition, I found that her waist was very thin, and even through the tight skirt, I could vaguely see her waistline. I suddenly understood why a rich man like Lynn Batian was still obsessed with her. Her waist and hips were indeed good. Of course, this is not the point. As a fortune teller, no matter how good someone's figure is, the first thing I look at is the person's face, that is, the person's physiognomy. After a little analysis, I suddenly understood why she asked me to come up. I stepped off the weasel's back. "Ancestor, I've carried the person back to you," the two weasels said politely in unison. "Tea." The beauty waved her hand, and the two weasels immediately ran out, but I shook my head. "No need for tea, I think you still have something to say, mountain god." The beauty's expression changed slightly, and she looked surprised. "You know my identity?" She frowned and looked at the two weasels that carried me up, probably thinking that the two little guys had let the secret slip. The two weasels immediately shook their heads in grievance. "It's not what they said. I saw it. Your life palace is glowing, and the position of your forehead seems to be soaring into the sky. This is a sign of official power. In addition, your eyebrows are straight and your ears are drooping, which means you are a very high-ranking official. I think the highest official in this mountain should be the mountain god," I explained. "In addition, I can confirm this identity because my master reminded me last night that if I kill her, it will cause a disaster. She is the mountain god, and if I kill her, it will indeed bring disaster. But if this happens, Lin Batian's plan might fail. In addition, I also understand why she is so powerful that she is not afraid of even the black dog blood net, because she is the mountain god. With the identity of Earth God, she is not an ordinary evil monster." The two weasels immediately looked at me with gratitude. After all, I defended them. The mountain god didn't look too surprised. "From the moment you came up the mountain, I knew you were a fortune teller. But I didn't expect that you were so good that you could even tell my fortune. I was just trying my luck, but I didn't expect you could surprise me. This is because you, the mountain god, did not deliberately hide it from me, so I could only take a look at it reluctantly," I said modestly. The mountain god smiled. "It seems that no matter whether it is a human or a monster, they all like to be praised. Now that things have come to this, can you tell me why I should look for you?" The mountain god's eyes showed a hint of nervousness. I took a few steps forward, looked at her face carefully, and then said, "Because of your child, right?" The mountain god's eyes suddenly lit up, and his voice suddenly became urgent. "Go on. According to your face, the location of your children's palace is not good. It's very bad." I continued, "Most people's children's palace is bright, which means they either have a son or a daughter, but yours is different. It's like an abyss, bottomless. In other words, you are sick. It's a kind of infertility disease that we humans have." The mountain god's eyes suddenly changed again, and a trace of discomfort surged into his heart. "Plus you suddenly went back last night, and when I came in, I smelled the fragrance of medicine, so if my guess is correct, you should be taking medicine on time to regulate your body, right?" I continued. The mountain god nodded, his voice desolate. "You are right, I am taking medicine, the kind made from centuries-old herbs, but I have been taking it for a long time and it still doesn't work." Even the two weasels looked a little sad. After hearing her say this, I kind of understood. Could it be that she had spent one night with Lin Batian 10 years ago in order to borrow his sperm? After all, she knew that she couldn't get pregnant and become a mother, so she tried every possible way to get married and even started doing good deeds to accumulate merit for the next generation. But judging from her appearance now, these effects are minimal. After all, this is destined by heaven. In addition, because of his rash one-night stand with Lin Batian was poisoned by the demon, which led to the cause and effect of today. After all, humans and demons are different. Humans have mortal bodies, and when combined with demons, the demonic energy alone is enough to seriously damage a person's vitality. Fortunately, Lin Ba has a strong destiny and has held on until now. Will I never be able to be a mother again? The mountain god's eyes were slightly red, and he looked very pitiful at this moment. I fell silent. Her face showed that, but seeing her like that, I didn't have the heart to say anything too harsh. After all, she was doing a good thing last night by killing that beast. But this is not the way to accumulate good karma. Doing good deeds while committing sins of killing is also a way of offsetting the bad luck. The man had a face that showed he would be very unlucky, but he would most likely die in an accident. However, she forcefully intervened, which destroyed the cause and effect, so it had the opposite effect. You are a fortune teller. If you can help me, I am willing to do anything. The mountain god looked at me and said, with a hint of pleading in his tone. Being a mother is every woman's wish. Although she is a fairy, she is also a woman. But I am helpless. This is going against the will of heaven and changing my fate rashly. It will violate the law of cause and effect. If I am not careful, it will backfire on me. Tell me, if I find someone else to lend me sperm, is it possible for me to get pregnant? The mountain god asked me. I can't answer this. Let me tell you this. The reason why I asked you to come up is for another reason, that is, you have the smell of a dragon. She said slowly. My expression changed slightly. The key is the smell on your body, half dragon and half human, so I guess your father should be a dragon, and your mother is most likely a human. But generally speaking, dragons eat illegitimate children, so you should not survive from birth. What surprises me is that you have survived to this day. It is really incredible. You know, there are only two dragons in the world, one is the Yellow River, and the other is the Yangtze River. So which one of them is your father? The mountain god continued. I fell silent. As expected, she had seen through my identity yesterday. Oh, yes, it should be the one along the Yellow River, right? Asked the mountain god. I was silent. She was right. After all, I once heard my master say that the dragon in the Yangtze River is a female. But this is something I really don't want to mention. Because of Longzi's identity, I have been hiding in a woman's home for 18 years. So, you want to go through me, you want to find me, the dragon in the Yellow River, to borrow seeds? I said slowly. Isn't this what she meant? It seems that she thinks that a dragon's body is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. No, I want to borrow your seeds. The mountain god looked at me seriously and said. Are you kidding? I was very surprised. I thought this mountain god would ask my cruel father for sperm. After all, her hope should be placed on a more powerful person, thinking that the more powerful the person, the greater the chance of her getting pregnant. But now it seems that I guessed wrong. Of course not. The mountain god looked serious, but he looked very human. I immediately refused. You should find someone else. When humans and demons come together, there will be problems. The current example is that Lin Batian has been poisoned by a demon and is now on the verge of death. This is a lesson for us. How could I possibly make the same mistake again? But I just want to find you. The mountain god winked at me, looking very charming. I was speechless and asked him why he didn't go find the Dragon King. First, he is too old and I don't like him. Second, he seems to have been out in the past few days. Third, he is dominated by his wife. I don't want to offend his wife, Queen Shuigong, and be hunted down by her shrimp soldiers and generals for such a small matter. Explained the mountain god. I only heard 2 of the 3 points she said, which was that he actually went out. Where did you go? Could it be that my master's trick last time didn't fool him? He is looking for me personally. Another point is that his wife is Queen Shuigong. The mountain god also said that he was dominated by his wife, and he even raped my mother? You should find someone else. I refused again. Are you afraid of being poisoned by my demonic poison? The mountain god smiled slightly. Then you are worrying too much. You are the son of a dragon, and half of your body is the dragon blood of the Dragon King. Let me tell you this, with the power of the Dragon King, your body will be invulnerable to my demonic poison, and even ordinary poisons will have no effect on you. Immune to all poisons, my master told me before. Because when I was living in the home of a woman named Zhang Fang, she secretly gave me a laxative in order to drive me away. I took it and nothing happened. She thought the medicine was ineffective. She just took a sip and then had diarrhea the whole afternoon. At that time, I knew that my body was much stronger than that of ordinary people. You're so young, you probably haven't tried it before, right? You don't have to do anything, I'll do it, said the mountain god. She swirled her fingers around me, making my skin a little itchy. Seeing such an ambiguous action, I immediately felt the jade pendant transformed by the master in my pocket was a little cold. Is this a reminder for me? Sorry, I'm married, I said bluntly. Married? Who did you marry? The mountain god was immediately surprised. 18 years ago, you should have heard about my story of recruiting 18 phoenixes, right? I have some impression. But according to my understanding of human beings, they are all ruthless. I don't believe that all the 18 phoenixes are willing to marry you now. I'm afraid not even one of them is willing. The mountain god shook his head. She is right. But these words came from the mouth of a monster, and I just felt it was extremely ironic. Are the 18 women I am engaged to not even as good as a weasel? It is so sad that humans are even worse than animals. They don't want to, but it's okay as long as someone is willing, I said. The mountain god looked at me again and said, being married doesn't mean you can't go out and have fun. How many men and women in the world go out and have affairs? If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, your wife won't know. I am speechless, I don't know. She heard it all as clearly as I did. Although according to my master's character, she would not stop me. She might even agree with me to take the mountain god as a concubine according to the thinking of her time. But I can't do anything to let my master down. No thanks. I refused sternly. Seeing my attitude, the mountain god was not tempted by her at all. She was a little surprised and a little shocked for a moment. Could it be that your wife is more beautiful than me? I nodded. Indeed, my master is more beautiful than her, and her temperament is nothing like the gorgeousness of the mountain god in front of us. My master has the kind of fresh and unworldly beauty, a beauty that is not of this world. No matter how fragrant the flowers at home are, you will get tired of them eventually. You don't have to rush to reject me. Anyway, I will cooperate with you whenever you have an idea. The mountain god regained his confidence. Tired of smelling it? Can I tell her that my master and I sleep separately? How about this, I'll ask you 2 questions, and you tell me truthfully about your pregnancy, and I'll try my best to help you. I said, actually, I sympathized with her, maybe the people I dealt with were all treacherous, so I felt that she was much better than others. You agree? The mountain god's eyes lit up. No, I can tell your fortune. I explained. I can still use fortune-telling to calculate whether she has a chance. Although she was a little disappointed, she agreed, okay, you can help me in any way you want. Then ask, what do you want to know? I want to know my Dragon King's birth date. I said slowly. If I had his birth date in time, then maybe I could find a way to use my identity as a fortune teller to deal with him now. If he dies, I won't have to hide anywhere. The mountain god was shocked after hearing this, and hurriedly shook his head, saying unhappily, are you crazy? I don't know him well, and I'm not his wife, so how could I possibly know his birth date and time? I was immediately disappointed. Yes, the date of birth is extremely important. If you are not a close person, there is really no way you can know it. I'm having a bit of a wild expectation. Ask the others. Well, let me ask you, does the Dragon King have other children? I asked. It is said that a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, and each son is different. Since he is the Dragon King, he probably has many children. Maybe this is also a starting point for me to deal with the Dragon King. You don't know this? The mountain god was surprised. Of course, I shook my head. Yes, of course. He originally had 9 children, but 18 years ago, for some reason, 7 of them died at once. Now there are only 2 left. When the mountain god told this, he was also a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. I was also surprised when I heard it. The year I was born, 7 people died at once. What happened? Could it be that something else big happened 18 years ago? Where are the other 2? I asked hurriedly. I only know one of them, the youngest one, a dragon girl. She transformed into a human 100 years ago. Now she seems to have opened a company in a secular place in the world. It is said that her business is very big. The mountain god thought for a while and said, "What did you say? Daughter of the Dragon King, in our secular world?" I was surprised. After all, she is your half-sister. How come you haven't met her yet at the age of 18? The mountain god looked a little strange. I immediately shook my head. I had never even heard of her, so how could I possibly have met this so-called sister whom I had never met before? You know, people will never recognize me, their illegitimate child, as their brother. Why should I bother trying to please someone who doesn't like me? Besides, he is born into an Orthodox family, so how could he look down on me? This is not self-deprecation, but the truth. After all, I have experienced too much contempt and disgust in my life, so I concluded that this so-called sister must be just like everyone else and dislikes me from the bottom of her heart. So, I don't need to see her, and I don't want her to see me. But the words of the mountain god really surprised me. When I was bored as a child, my master often told me stories about the human world. She said more than once that some spirits would come to the human world to do something for some reasons. But I never expected that the Dragon King's daughter was actually in the human world. She was even running a company. But I heard that your sister is very rebellious and doesn't get along well with the Dragon King. They often quarrel and are incompatible with each other, so she came to the human world and ran away from home. The mountain god continued, also, I heard that your sister was able to start her own company in the human world because of the help of the Dragon King. Hearing this, I felt bitter. It feels unfair. I am his child too, and she is his child too. She can quarrel with him and disagree with him, and still be secretly helped by him. This is the standard way of being raised in wealth. And I am raising myself as a dog? No, I am raising myself as an egg. I have to be broken and eaten right after I am born. I had never even met him once, but he cruelly ate me. He forced me to hide for 18 years and made me a loser for 18 years. What I mean by saying this is that you may be able to meet your sister. After all, she and the Dragon King are not on good terms. Perhaps you two can get along well, and she will be willing to acknowledge you as her younger brother. Then she may be able to protect you in front of the Dragon King. The mountain god continued. Let's forget about this. I shook my head. I had originally planned to use the Dragon King's other children as a breakthrough point, but now it seems unnecessary. It's up to you. The mountain god shrugged. By the way, your sister's name is Longshiyu. It's no use telling me, I won't meet her, I sighed. That depends on you. After all, she must know the Dragon King's birth date. If you meet her, it is not impossible to get the birth date from her. the mountain god said meaningfully. I was moved after hearing this. This is indeed a very good method. With the Dragon King's birth date in 8 characters, I can use fortune-telling techniques to change his fate. But it seemed too despicable to do so. After all, this so-called sister has never offended me. It is too unmanly of me to use such a despicable method to steal her secrets. So, it's better not to meet her. The two of them had no connection, so why would they meet? Then I asked her what about the other one. The mountain goddess shook her head and said she really didn't know. I knew she didn't hide anything from me. I told her that I would tell her fortune and asked her to come down the mountain to see me within a month. The mountain god nodded. I told him the purpose of our trip, and the mountain god said calmly, I know, if those 2 guys weren't his descendants, I wouldn't show mercy. I said Lin Batian would die. This was the cause she had caused, so it would be best if she could cut off the consequences, otherwise it would have a great impact on her future cultivation. I know. I will take care of this matter. The mountain god narrowed his eyes and looked towards the cave entrance. These 2 things are really persistent. My cave is so steep and secret, but they still followed me. Then I'll go out the back door, I said. I don't want to get too involved in this matter. You 2 see the guests off in person. The mountain god ordered the 2 weasels that brought me up. They both nodded obediently. Seeing them squatting with their backs to me, I naturally stood directly on their backs. By the way, take this. I will come down to find you within a month. The mountain god took out a red box and gave it to me, saying that he would open it after I came down the mountain. When he gave me the instructions, a blush appeared on his pretty face. What's that expression? Shy? I nodded as well and grabbed the box in my hand. After a while, I heard Lin Yang's tentative voice outside, You 4, go in and take a look, my words are no longer useful, right? Come in and take a look. I shook my head helplessly. Lin Yang is too timid and it is impossible for him to achieve anything great. I hope you can show mercy to those 4 men, I said. Since you have spoken, I will give you this face, said the mountain god. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the gate carried by 2 weasels, ignoring all this. When we were almost there, I asked the 2 weasels to let me down. They agreed and pointed out the most direct route down the mountain. I nodded and went down the mountain as they said. I began to ask my master what she thought of this mountain god. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt that the hand holding the box felt a little strange, and there was a faint scent of a woman's body. I turned my head and saw that what I had been holding in my hand was not a box, but a red belly band. It seems that the mountain god just played a trick on me. Is he trying to trick me? I quickly let go and dropped the red belly band in my hand. After all, I don't have the habit of collecting these things. Besides, my master is here. Fortunately, my master didn't say a word throughout the whole process. He didn't seem to care about these things and was even very indifferent to my popularity with women. Should I be happy or disappointed? Just when I was about to leave, I noticed words on the red belly band on the ground. I picked it up and looked at it in confusion, and my face changed immediately. It seems that I have misunderstood the meaning of the mountain god. I hurriedly put my belly band back on and got down the mountain as quickly as possible. Just when I was almost at the foot of the mountain, I suddenly heard some noise. I frowned and looked towards a patch of grass in the distance. The grass over there was rustling, as if there was some ferocious beast hiding in the grass, which made me very alert. After all, it's late at night, and it would be very dangerous if we encounter any ghosts. I held my breath and walked over lightly. When I got closer and closer, I suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Hey, can you please stop? This is on the mountain, I'm a little scared, why don't we go back?" I was immediately stunned. This is Lin Wanner's voice. In the middle of the night, on a deserted mountain, it was obvious that she was looking for excitement with someone. Isn't she afraid of encountering ghosts? I thought it was ridiculous. What was she afraid of? She had been looking for excitement with her boyfriend in front of me before. This was just a remote place. What was she afraid of? I sneered and didn't want to listen anymore. She and I are no longer engaged. Who she does or what she does has nothing to do with me. There is no such thing as her cheating on me anymore. But even though I thought so, I was still annoyed. Very annoying. I really want to pick up the stick on the ground, smash it in with all my strength, and beat the couple to death, but do they deserve to die in my hands? I was afraid of dirtying my hands, so I turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly the movement behind me stopped. I sneered, as if I had seen nothing strange, but it was gone in the next second. Cough, cough, cough. This is the sound of violent coughing, which is very painful. I frowned. Are we playing so crazy? But I soon felt something was wrong. Lynn Warner's cough was not the kind of cough that was meant to strangle someone for fun, but rather the kind that sounded like she was trying to kill someone. I can't breathe anymore, please let go, let go. Lynn Warner's voice was intermittent. I originally wanted to leave, but when I thought about the fact that she still had my dragon blood in her body, I cursed, Lynn Warner, you go to hell, but don't waste my dragon blood. I could only turn back. He strode towards the bushes without any hesitation and directly peeled off the bushes with his hands. But the next second, I was shocked. There was only Lynn Warner in the bushes. She was wearing pajamas and looked very sexy, but at this moment she was strangling her neck with both hands. Was she alone just now? Such a weird scene is creepy. I immediately noticed that her life palace was dark, which meant she was possessed by an evil spirit. I snorted coldly, pinched my fingers, and immediately pointed at her forehead. The darkness between her brows quickly dissipated. Demons and ghosts, leave immediately. Awake. I growled, and the painful Lynn Warner suddenly opened her eyes, bewildered. Master Lin, what, is it you? She still had her hands around her neck, and it was extremely difficult for her to speak. Stupid thing, why don't you let go? Do you want to commit suicide? I cursed, and Lynn Warner finally reacted and let go of my hand. She also realized something. I saw the hairs on her body stand up instantly and her face turned pale with fear. She hurriedly hugged me and said fearfully, Master Lin, what on earth is going on? Wasn't I sleeping in the RV just now? When she hugged me like this, the woman's scent immediately and playfully entered my nose. I asked her to tell me what happened. I don't know. I was just sleeping, and suddenly someone called me, so I came out, and then, that's what happened. Lynn Warner blushed and was too embarrassed to say more. Is she telling me that her celebrity boyfriend asked him to go out to the mountains for excitement in the middle of the night? I was too lazy to ask Lynn Warner too much about such trivial matters, so I asked her to put on her clothes. Lynn Warner then reacted and her face suddenly turned red. She blushed and pulled up the clothes that had slipped off her shoulders. I have to say that she is indeed good-looking, with bright eyes and white teeth, especially her eyes which are as big as black gemstones. Her figure is also absolutely top-notch. It's a pity that her private life is so messy. Suitable to be a lover, but not suitable to be a wife. I looked at the woman in front of me, with whom I had once been engaged, and felt a surge of emotion in my heart. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for me to make her my lover. Master Lin, I'm scared. Lynn Warner tidied her clothes, her face turned pale again, and she held my hand tightly. Looks like a little bird. I think it's ridiculous. I have lived in your house for a year, but you, Lynn Warner, have never looked at me straight in the eye, let alone held my hand. Is this grace for me? I pulled my hand back immediately, and Lynn Warner's face was full of surprise. Obviously she thinks that since she is a star, is so beautiful, and is actively trying to please others, any man should kneel down before her beauty. But I turned a blind eye to it. Little did I know that I had seen her beauty so many times, and her true face so many times. When we like someone, we usually just like the surface of that person. If we see the person more clearly, it would be hard to say. Master Lin, do you hate me? Lynn Warner sounded a little aggrieved, and her voice was a little tentative. Yes, I said mercilessly. Lynn Warner was stunned. Her face turned red like a monkey's, but after holding it in for a long time. She was choked so much that she couldn't utter a word for a long time. I walked straight down, and Lynn Warner reacted and followed me closely like a follower. I could even feel her breathing behind me. To be honest, when she followed me like this, I had the illusion of going back to my childhood. She was 3 years old at that time and was very innocent. Was she full of curiosity about me that night? Are the other 17 girls also curious about me? Have you ever taken care of me? It's a pity that childhood is just childhood after all. She grew up and her personality changed drastically. Master Lin, I don't know why you hate me, but thank you anyway. Without you, I would have really died just now. They arrived at the foot of the mountain without any incident, Lynn Warner said in a low voice. I ignored him and planned to stop a car on the side of the road to go back. As for Lin Yang and the others, I don't care about them. Master Lin, are you going back? I'll take you there. I have a motorhome, said Lynn Warner. I refused outright. I don't know how to put it. I always feel like I've seen you at some point, or I knew you when I was a child. Lynn Warner said at this time. I glanced at her. There was curiosity in her eyes, which gave me the illusion that I saw a hint of childlike innocence. You give me an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Really? I'm not lying to you. Lynn Warner emphasized. Warner, where have you been? Fortunately, you are okay. I was almost scared to death just now. At this moment, a voice sounded. But it was Cheng Feng who looked anxious. He came over and hugged Lynn Warner. But she was looking at me, her eyes still full of curiosity, and her mind was not on Cheng Feng. Let's go back. Cheng Feng pulled Lynn Warner and left. Wait, Master Lin. Cheng Feng squinted at me, why are you waiting for him? A grown man wandering around in the mountains in the middle of the night? What good intentions can he have? I'm afraid he's some kind of pervert. Warner, if I hadn't arrived in time, he might have done something worse to you like a beast. Don't talk nonsense. Master Lin is an upright person. How could he do that to me? Lynn Warner chose to believe me. This makes me feel a little relieved. I'm a man and I know what's in a man's mind. As for him, all he has in his head is thinking about matters between men and women, Cheng Feng said sarcastically. Do you think I am you? In the middle of the night, you are still teaching other actresses how to act in person? I retorted. What did you say? Cheng Feng was furious. Cheng Feng, can you please stop talking? Lynn Warner was angry. Warner, I'm doing this for your own good. He was just talking nonsense. I've been looking for you. How could I have the time to see other people? Cheng Feng defended. I know exactly who you are. Lynn Warner said calmly. Cheng Feng was speechless for a moment, his face turned red, and he could only glare at me. I shrugged and headed down the hill. Lynn Warner caught up with him and said, Master Lin, let me take you there. Need not. I kept walking. Warner, don't worry about him. We still have to continue filming tomorrow. The film investor will come to visit tomorrow. If she doesn't see you tomorrow, won't she be angry? Cheng Feng was a little anxious, as it seemed that this investor was very important. Are you talking about President Long? She's coming tomorrow? Lin Wanner was surprised. I subconsciously stopped. Mr. Long? Mr. Long who invested in movies? This should be the start of a company, right? I shook my head. There are so many people with the last name Long in the world, it can't be such a coincidence. I then heard Cheng Feng continue, yes, it's because she was coming over, and I was afraid that you would offend her, so I asked you to leave him alone. There are so many cars on the road, are you afraid that he can't go back? Besides, as a man, what kind of man is he if he doesn't have a car? He was sarcastic and looked down on me. I'm too lazy to care. I can buy a car now, but I just don't have a driver's license. After all, I have been hiding at home every day for the past 18 years. How can I have the time to take a driver's license test? But I still asked casually, what's the full name of your investor, Mr. Long? What? You don't want to work hard anymore? Do you want to live off others? Cheng Feng sneered. I can eat it. After all, I have better physical strength than some people. I looked at him and said. Cheng Feng's face immediately turned red. After all, I had seen his fighting ability with my own eyes. I don't know his full name, but just call him Mr. Long. Lin Wanner answered me. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. I didn't ask any more questions and just stopped the car to leave. Lin Wanner was hesitant to speak, and after I got in the car, she chased me for a short distance. When I arrived at the store, it was already noon. I hadn't slept all night and was extremely sleepy, so I decided to catch up on some sleep first. When I went to take a shower, my master had already come out and cooked noodles for me and made the bed for me. After I finished my noodles, I was a little surprised to see that the chef had no intention of turning into a jade pendant. Husband, I have to be away for 3 days. Master, where are you going? I was surprised. Something's up. She continued, husband, can I go out? She was questioning me. What if I say I don't agree? She said, well, it's only right to listen to your husband, so I won't go out. I smiled and said, Master, you listen to everything I say, right? Of course. My master affirmed. Then I want you to accompany me, Master. You can continue speaking, but I might break your legs. My master narrowed his eyes. In your era, would a wife dare to hit her husband? No. My master was serious, but shook his head, but it's daytime now, and I treat you as my apprentice. Is it right for a master to hit his apprentice? I hurriedly said yes. But if she goes out, it must be something wrong, and I'm a little worried. When my master saw that I agreed, she let out a sigh of relief. Just said seriously, husband, in these 3 days, you have to treat any guest who comes in seriously. Kindness. My master didn't say much, but just said that he went out for my sake. This touched my heart. What on earth was the master going out for this time? She turned into a puff of smoke and left. I immediately sat on the bed, exhausted. Without the master, the house also began to feel empty. I slept until I woke up the next day, but there was no hot breakfast. I could only cook a few eggs for myself to fill my stomach, and then quickly cleaned up and opened the door. But there were no customers the whole morning and I was yawning while waiting. It seems that this shop can't be run for 3 days and then dry for 2 days, otherwise how can the business continue? Just when I was dozing off on the table, I seemed to smell a woman's fragrance in my dream, and then, dong, dong, dong. Someone is knocking on the table. I woke up from my sleep in a daze and found a very beautiful face, looking at me curiously. She was very close to me, her delicate cheeks were perfect and tight, and even her stylish eyebrows were clearly visible. I jumped up in shock. What are you doing? Tisk, coward. She rolled her eyes at me and sat down carelessly. Only then did I realize that she was very tall, about 1.75 meters tall. She was wearing loose jeans that revealed her slim waist and belly button, looking casual and fashionable. In addition, her face is very good. She is born to be rich or noble. The most important thing is that her nose is shiny, which shows that she has amazing fortune. I think she probably runs a company. What are you going to do? I asked subconsciously. What can I do in coming in? I came to you to tell my fortune, but I didn't expect someone to be lazy and sleep in. Are you so sleepy? Did you steal last night? She asked. I came to my senses. Although she was stunningly beautiful, I was almost scared to death by her. I coughed and sat down. My master is not here, so I am the only one who can calculate for you. What do you want to calculate? If I'm not looking for your master, I'll look for you. She smiled. Looking for me? I was flattered. Yes, she confirmed. Although I didn't understand why she would come to me, I was of course happy to do it. Well, let me first tell you, the fee standard for fortune-telling here is, look at your face. We're not short of money, she said. I was delighted. Is this a big employer coming to visit? Then what do you want to calculate? I asked curiously. She said directly, I had a fight with my dad, I ran away from home, and I wanted to settle the score. Oh, I see. Are you trying to calculate when you're going to reconcile with your dad? I interrupted. No, I want to figure out how I can completely sever ties with my dad. She suddenly became serious. Her words left me stunned. Judging from her temperament, she is a typical rich second generation, a typical rich girl. She must have been spoiled since childhood. But what did her father do that made her so determined to break off relations with him? So thorough? Could it be that her father ruined her marriage? Or did you hit her? This is not the case. Her facial features do not show that she is the type to be beaten. I subconsciously analyzed her face, but before I had time to look at it more, her words disrupted my thoughts again. As long as you can figure out a solution for me, you can take whatever money you want, and I will never regret it. I shook my head and said, I am doing long-term business, and fortune-telling has its own charging standards. Of course, if you want to pay more, I won't mind or refuse. She was amused by what I said. After all, you still want to charge more, right? I coughed but didn't deny it. Who doesn't want to make more money? Then you figure it out, she said. I nodded and asked her not to move while I took a closer look at her face. Since I was looking at the relationship between father and daughter, I could just look at the position of the parent palace on the face. But the next second, I was shocked. The reason is that her parent palace is abnormally bright. In the eyes of our fortune tellers, it feels like she has turned on the high beam, it is dazzling and blinding. The appearance of this light shows that her father is either rich or noble. Definitely a big shot. This makes me curious about who her father is. In addition, the location of her parents' palace is not only bright, but also soft and even golden, which shows that her father is very good to her and she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. It can even be said that they are spoiled. Good things can make people envious, or even, jealous. After analyzing this secretly to this point, I suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss and imbalance in my heart. Her father was so good to her that I couldn't help but feel sad and think of my cruel father. Not only did he not feed me for a single day, he also made me never experience what fatherly love was, and he even wanted to eat me. He was simply insane. Compared with the father of this beautiful girl in front of me, my father is simply not worthy of being a father. I began to envy the woman in front of me. What's wrong with you? She seemed to sense my emotions. It's okay. I shook my head. Why are you okay? Are you sad? Her tone was much lighter and there was no playful smile on her face. No, I still shook my head, but I felt very sad, and even felt that my emotions were out of control for a moment, and my nose felt sore. Everyone has a sense of inferiority in their heart, and my inferiority complex appeared at this moment. I can see that you are in a bad mood. When you are in a bad mood, you should eat a lot. This is my secret. Come on. I will take you to eat delicious food. Before I could react, she suddenly pulled me outside. I was extremely surprised because although she was very tall, she was very strong for a woman. Wait, I'm not going. Hey, don't pull me, I'm not going. Hey, my store is not closed yet. Hey, are you crazy? She pulled me into a Porsche with a confused look on my face. The fortune-telling wasn't even finished yet, and she suddenly wanted to go out for dinner? What kind of weird guest is this? This car was not bought for me by my father, she said suddenly. I'm a little confused. Half an hour later, she pulled me into the most luxurious restaurant in the city. I had never been to this luxurious place because it was too expensive. As soon as we entered the door, 2 rows of waiters in professional attire said in unison, "Welcome." "I've booked a private room," she said. "Okay, please come in." A waiter began to lead the way. I was very embarrassed to be held by her like this. "Can you let go?" "No," she said. I was helpless and asked her what her name was. "I'll tell you later," she said. I am speechless. We walked through a long corridor and entered a private room that looked like a presidential suite. The decoration inside seemed to me to be extremely luxurious. Because there is even a rockery fountain in the private room. I hurriedly said, "I don't have any money." "Why would I ask you to pay for coming out with me? You can rest assured." She smiled and said to the waiter, "Serve the dishes I ordered." "Okay, please wait." The waiter stepped back. In less than 10 minutes, the large table was filled with nearly 20 dishes, all of which were delicious and had all the expected dishes, including all kinds of dishes that I had never seen before. But there was no fish. I was shocked. How can we finish all these dishes? There are still people. I breathed a sigh of relief. I guess there were other guests coming to eat, so she brought me here probably to let me give her some advice? Could it be that she is discussing business with someone? By the way, I spent 450,000 yuan to find you a beautiful woman according to the market price, and specially asked her to accompany you for dinner. She showed the expression of a woman who understands men and said, she can accompany you for dinner, play, and do whatever you want with you. What did you say? I was stunned, even confused. You don't know about the dinner? Oh, anyway, you know this person. Don't feel embarrassed, I spent real money, so you can ask her to do anything. She continued. I know you. Before I could finish my words, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a tall woman with makeup on her face walked in with a respectful look on her face. Very modest. When I saw who came in, I stood up from my chair immediately. Because the woman who came in was actually Lin Warner. This weird guest who dragged me here for dinner actually spent 400,000 or 500,000 to make an appointment with Lin Warner for me? I just can't believe it. After all, Lin Warner was graceful and elegant at the moment, and the tight yoga pants she wore revealed her straight and slightly plump legs. Any man would be moved when seeing this kind of figure, especially the moment she came in. There was a hint of shyness on her face, as well as a hint of curiosity about meeting the guests, and even a hint of disguised theft. She was hesitant and reluctant, really like a girl who was forced into the sea. Lin Warner is really good at acting. This expression gives the person who invites her to dinner a long-lost feeling of first love. I have to say, she is really a master at playing with and controlling men. Hello, guest. I am Master Lin, why is it you? Lin Wanner still maintained her girlish shyness, but when she saw me, her expression first froze, then turned into disbelief, and finally into shock, embarrassment, and astonishment. Seeing her stunned, the next second, her face turned red with shame and she felt embarrassed. I felt so happy. Lin Kun mentioned this to me before, and I replied that I was not interested. However, Lin Wanner and I were destined to meet by such a coincidence that I met her again in such an occasion. But this time our roles are different. She is the server and I am the one being served. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at me at all. She was ashamed, embarrassed, and humiliated, and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Even her eyes turned red. It seems that in her mind, she has a good impression of me wearing the human skin mask, so she feels particularly embarrassed. Tears welled up in her eyes. She choked up and said sorry to me. Then she said to the woman who treated me to dinner, "I'm sorry. I will return the money to you." She covered her cheek and turned to leave. I turned and looked at the woman who invited me to dinner. What did she mean? "Who told you to go out?" she asked. "Mr. Long, I didn't know that the person you asked me to accompany was him." Lin Wanner choked. "Mr. Long?" I was surprised and looked at this strange guest again. She was Mr. Long, the investor of the drama that Lin Wanner was currently filming. Why would she find me? "I paid you real money, what qualifications do you have to pick people? Now accompany Master Lin for dinner." President Long said coldly. I don't want to." Lin Wanner shook her head, tears almost coming out. "You don't want it?" Mr. Long narrowed his eyes slightly. "No, I really want to have dinner with Master Lin, but I don't want it to be in this kind of occasion." Lin Wanner was almost crying. "What's the difference? Aren't you just here to keep me company? Everyone in the circle knows about it, what else can you pretend for?" Boss Long said bluntly, "If you don't keep me company, I'll ban you and kill you." Lin Wanner's face turned pale with fright. Although her family was rich, they were definitely not as rich as Mr. Long, who could invest in movies. What's more, she still has to stay in the entertainment industry. I'll accompany you, I'll accompany you." Lin Wanner wiped away her tears and walked to my side. Her pitiful eyes made me clearly feel how aggrieved she was at the moment. She still didn't dare to look up at me. It wasn't that she didn't dare, but that she felt ashamed and didn't have the face to see me. "Mr. Long, what do you mean?" I began to ask Mr. Long. "It's very strange. I have never met her before and don't know each other, but she actually went to such a big length to invite Lin Wanner to have dinner with me. Could it be that she learned about my abilities from Lin Wanner? So you use Lin Wanner to please me?" "It's nothing, just let her serve you dinner," Boss Long directly instructed Lin Wanner. "How do you usually accompany other guests?" "I know exactly what the procedures are. Get started. Today you have to do your best to make Master Lin satisfied and happy." Lin Wanner nodded, lowered her head and asked, Master Lin, do you drink?" The voice was low, humble and flattering. I didn't say anything. What came to my mind was what she did to me during the year I lived in her house. She hated me so much before, and even cheated on me in front of me, totally disregarding me as a human being. But now she is accompanying me with all respect. This is really a matter of time. "Lin Wanner, can't you laugh? You usually cry with others?" President Long said in a cold tone. Lin Wanner's tears were streaming down her face. She forced a smile out of grievance, her tears streaming down her face, and she looked extremely pitiful. "That's right, just accompany me with a smile." Mr. Long nodded. "Then I'll feed you." She hesitated, then poured me a glass of wine and held it to my mouth, but I didn't move. Lin Wanner's eyes dodged. Her discomfort was not pretended. She looked at President Long again, took a small sip, and then came towards me. She was using her mouth to hold the wine and was feeding me the wine with her lips. Looking at Lynn Warner, who was once so high and mighty, actually bending down to feed me wine with her mouth, she was using herself as a wine vessel. I felt it was so ironic. Lynn Warner, Lynn Warner. Do you know that the customer you are going to serve now is none other than Long Sheba, whom you hate and despise so much? Lynn Warner's lips are crystal clear and thick, which are very sexy, but I just feel disgusted. Her sexy lips have kissed at least dozens of men. I pushed her away. Lynn Warner was stunned, and the expression on her face changed from shock to disbelief. Obviously, she thought no one could refuse her thoughtful service. Her eyes turned slightly red and she began to cry in grievance. She felt lost, embarrassed and uncomfortable, and she didn't know what to do. Boss Long, I think we should just skip this service. I don't like it. I looked at Mr. Long and shook my head. If you want to read my fortune, I can continue to read it for you. If not, then I will go back first. I stood up directly, and Mr. Long immediately asked, "Are you angry?" It doesn't matter whether I'm angry or not, I just really don't like it. I shook my head. President Long was speechless. I am helping you, but you don't appreciate it? Forget it, Lynn Warner, this has nothing to do with you. Go away. Lynn Warner wiped away her tears, lowered her head and walked out. When she closed the door, she looked up at me with a look of particular aggrievedness. Obviously, she didn't expect that with her beauty, there would come a day when her products would be returned by customers. Don't regret it. You should know that Lynn Warner still has many services to offer. I heard that many men are still obsessed with her skills. Don't you want to experience it? President Long said seriously. Let's get down to business. I also became serious. President Long couldn't help but look at me once more, with a fleeting trace of admiration on his face. Okay, let's eat first. You must be hungry. I nodded, and without Lynn Warner's interruption, I quickly wolfed down my meal. The two of us ate as much as we could, but there was still a lot of food left. I immediately asked the waiter to pack it up. It was enough for me to eat for 3 days, just in time for my chef to come back. Ms. Long was all smiles. It seemed that she didn't look down on me for packing everything. I was shocked when Ms. Long paid the bill. She spent more than 60,000 yuan on a meal. She is indeed a woman who was raised in wealth. This is too luxurious. She drove me back and I put the packed food in the refrigerator. Then I continued to tell her that if she wanted to break up with her father, there was actually a way. When I said this, she immediately perked up and said, "Then tell me quickly. Judging from your face, your father is a little unfathomable. Logically speaking, ordinary people can't influence your father at all. However, although the complexion of your parents' palaces is golden, there is a slight unnoticeable dullness in the golden color, which means that your father has been in some trouble recently." I continued. Trouble? You mean? Mr. Long's eyes suddenly lit up. I nodded, but I haven't figured out what the trouble is. Her face tells me too little. After all, rich or powerful people have blessed faces, and the blessing will cover up their faces a little. I understand. Mr. Long thought of something and his face became excited. My dad has been in a lot of trouble recently. Oh? I was all ears. Let me tell you this, my dad was injured recently. She said with a hint of mystery. Injured? I was surprised. I heard so. Anyway, I haven't seen him for a while. I nodded in agreement, saying that this was his father's privacy and I didn't ask any further questions. But I am still a little curious, why was her father injured? Since she understood it, she can handle the next things by herself. If there is anything she doesn't understand, she can continue to come and ask me. She added me on WeChat with her mobile phone, and I agreed. Then she transferred 200,000 yuan to me. I was shocked and immediately refused. Just give me 1,000 yuan. No, I will give you 200,000 yuan. This is for you to spend. It's pocket money, understand? Buy whatever you like. If the money is not enough, just WeChat me. I will continue to transfer money to you. Mr. Long said. Why are you so nice to me? I was a little skeptical. Am I good to you? Mr. Long asked me back. This question confused me. But strangely enough, I don't actually dislike her. Instead, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I just felt that her smile was very sweet, like the smile of a sister next door. Anyway, I didn't take the money she gave me, so she had no choice but to transfer another 1,000 to me, and I accepted it with peace of mind. Seeing that she had given the money but had no intention of leaving, I felt curious and asked her what she was doing. I have nowhere to go. I'm going to sleep here tonight, she said, and my expression was very surprised. She continued, Don't worry, I will pay the rent for you. She walked in familiarly, and I was speechless. Hey, Mr. Long, what on earth do you want to do? Don't call me Mr. Long, call me by my full name, Long Shiyu, or you can call me Sister Shiyu. Anyway, just don't call me Mr. Long. I don't like to hear it, she said without turning her head. My body trembled and I stood there in a daze. Isn't this the so-called half-sister that the weasel spirit mentioned to me? She is actually Lin Wanner's boss. This surprised me greatly. This world is so small. How could I meet her? No, she came to me on her own initiative. Could it be that she knew my identity? Come here specially to see me? No, that's not right. 18 years have passed, and she has never shown up. It is obvious that in her heart, I am not even a brother. She even rejected me from the bottom of her heart, looked down on me as her illegitimate child, and refused to acknowledge me. So, with her mentality, how could she lower herself to come to me? To her, I might be her shame, tarnishing her pure dragon bloodline. So, it is very likely that I was just unlucky and met her by accident. I feel a little nervous. If she knew that the person in front of her was her brother, would she immediately show disgust and help her father arrest me? In addition, I also have a little surprise in mind. To my surprise, I learned from the fortune-telling just now that my cruel father, the Dragon King, was actually injured. Is this an opportunity for me to fight back? By the way, I want you to help me with something else. Long Shiyu suddenly turned around. I quickly calmed myself down and said as calmly as possible, You go ahead. Help me find someone. Who? Long 18. When I heard these 3 words, my heart was in my throat. She actually wanted to find me? Could it be that the trick my master used with the paper figurine last time didn't fool the Dragon King? This made me instantly nervous. Her true form is a dragon. Can I be her opponent? This, Long Shiba, who is he to you? What do you want to do with him? I asked all at once. This Long Shiba is my father's illegitimate son, a person who should not exist at all. Why do you think I should look for him? Long Shiyu asked back. I didn't ask any further questions, and it turned out to be just as I had guessed. In her heart, she doesn't even consider me as a human being. My father hates him, and my mother wishes he were dead. As a daughter, I've felt very uncomfortable since I knew about his existence. My father actually has an illegitimate child? This is such a shame. Today, 18 years later, I suddenly had an idea. I also want to see what a child born from the union of a human and a dragon looks like. She continued. What does he look like? Is he still a freak? I sneered. He's just a freak I hate. I just want to find him, laugh at him, satirize him, and finally, kill him, she continued. I feel sad. I had no affection for her in the first place. After all, we had never met each other and could even be said to be strangers. How could I hate someone who had nothing to do with me? Now what she said made me start to hate her. She and the Dragon King are birds of a feather. I clenched my fists inadvertently, and the anger in my body made me unable to control it. The atmosphere of tension spread in the room, and the air turned into gunpowder, ready to explode at any moment. I stared at her and she stared at me. In the silence, I began to consider whether I should take action against her right now. She wants to kill me anyway, so I might as well attack her before she figures out my identity. But what are the chances of me succeeding? But she suddenly smiled, and all the seriousness and indifference on her face disappeared. She smiled so beautifully, la 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 la, you are scared, right? I was just kidding you, I don't hate him, on the contrary, I really want to meet him. This made me stunned. I frowned, are you kidding? Yes. She walked towards me, how could I hate my brother? Illegitimate child, is he also your brother? I blurted out. My mother hates him very much, and my father also wants him to die, but I don't think he is an illegitimate child. On the contrary, for the past 18 years, I have always wanted to take care of him and take him out to play, she said seriously. These words made me doubt. In the past 18 years, you have never shown up and never helped me. Now you say you want to take care of me? How could I possibly believe it? Anyway, if you can help me find him, just tell him that he actually has a sister. Long Shiyu said softly. I fell silent. I was touched by these words, but they also made me feel disgusted. I ordered him to leave, go away. I won't help you find the person you're looking for. I can give you money. This is not about money, go away. I asked her to stay by my side. What's the difference between this and setting a time bomb? Who knows when she will suddenly turn hostile? Long Shiyu was stunned. Her eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. I don't have a place to stay with my dad anymore. Now, you want to drive me away too? Right. Okay, I'm leaving. Long Shiyu wiped away her tears and ran out. I looked at her retreating figure, shook my head and said, you don't have a brother, and I don't have a sister. I have nothing to do with your Long family. Your whole family is my enemy. After Long Shiyu left, I didn't have the heart to open the door. I felt so confused anyway. This should be the last time I see her. This is normal. Even if we are related by blood, we are like strangers and will eventually become enemies. See you again, it's best if you don't disturb my life. Fortunately, from what she said just now, she should not have noticed that the Long Shiba she was looking for was standing in front of her. After all, I don't want to have too much contact with her. It is said that if you love someone, you will love his or her dog, but her father is my enemy and I don't like her either. I planned to go to bed early, but as soon as I closed the door, a man's hand reached out to me. I looked up and saw without any surprise, it was Lin Kun and Lin Yang. They both looked very bad. It was obvious that although the weasel demon had let them go, given their strength, it was understandable that they should be taught a lesson. Master Lin, you are home indeed. Lin Yang pushed the door open with a jerk, his expression very unhappy. It seemed that he had come to settle accounts with me. Lin Kun's expression was also unhappy. Master Lin, you just left without saying goodbye. Isn't this a bad idea? I was worried about you all the way back. You have all seen the strength of that weasel demon. I can't defeat it, so I have to give up. I said calmly. Give it up? Mr. Lin, are you making fun of me? Believe it or not, my Lin family will send someone to deal with you. Lin Yang was furious. He was already upset with me because I stole his wife in public. Now that he got the chance, he immediately wanted to teach me a lesson. Lin Kun pulled Lin Yang and said, "Don't be impulsive. He is Master Lin after all." What a shitty master. He doesn't keep his words and is afraid of death. What kind of master is he? Lin Yang sneered. My brother is very angry. How about, Master Lin, can you accompany us up the mountain again? As for the reward, how about I personally give Master Lin another 1,000,000? Lin Kun looked at me and asked. Seeing them playing the good cop and the bad cop in front of me, I said directly, this is not about money. Let me tell you this, that weasel is the mountain god. If we kill it, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. What I meant was that they have a position in heaven. Lin Kun's expression suddenly changed, and Lin Yang was also shocked. It's a mountain god? Mr. Lin, are you kidding me? Do ordinary monsters have the same strength as this one? I asked back. Lin Yang's face turned ugly, Lin Kun hesitated, and the two of them immediately walked aside to discuss. After a few minutes, Lin Kun came over and said, it's a mountain god. This is really a big deal. I'm very surprised. Let me go back and discuss it with my dad. I'll come to see you, Master Lin, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I neither nodded nor shook my head. Anyway, things have come to this point, Lu Wenwen has received the punishment she deserves, and I don't care. Regarding Lin Baishan's lifespan, I can only say sorry. Lin Kun walked out, and Lin Yang stared at me and threatened, Mr. Lin, you promised my dad that you must do this no matter what. Otherwise, my Lin family will use all its resources to make you feel the terrifying power of my Lin family. When I heard the fart, I planned to close the door and have a good sleep after the two of them left. However, the door was pulled again. Confusedly, I looked and found it was Long Shiyu. She didn't leave. I thought she would never appear in front of me again. After all, I had spoken directly enough just now. She was a dragon girl who had been spoiled since childhood and was driven out by me. How could she lower her head to come to me? She winked at me and said, I'm not angry anymore, so can I come in? I frowned. I hoped that she would be as bad to me as possible, so that I would have a legitimate reason to hate her. But she bowed her head to me again. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. I felt a little complicated, so I asked tentatively, do you recognize me? Why do you ask that? Aren't you Master Lin? Long Shiyu said. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise if she had lured the Dragon King here, would have been doomed. I didn't say anything and just turned around and went in. She smiled cheerfully and helped me close the door. I planned to let her sleep outside, and she said, don't worry about me. I won't bother you or disturb you. She said so, what else can I say? I just said, there is a bucket behind, isn't she a dragon girl? Can't she just sleep in the bucket? She was a little confused. I lay on the bed, and sure enough, she didn't disturb me. I slept until dawn. When I woke up in the morning, I found her lying on the sofa, still snoring, as if she was at home. She was wearing lace pajamas, with a pillow tightly clamped between her long legs. Her sleeping posture was particularly unsightly, and the key was that she was drooling. I shook my head, took out the dishes I packed yesterday and heated them up. The aroma wafted, and she magically got up and came over to eat. A pair of long legs are crossed, which may seem very sexy and beautiful to outsiders, but in my eyes, they are as beautiful as flowers. I am speechless too. After breakfast, she wanted to sleep again, but I let her go inside to sleep. After all, I had to open the door and make money. She went in happily yawning. I was thinking to myself, she is so lazy, thinking about sleeping all day and not paying attention to her image. How will she get married in the future? As soon as I opened the door, there was a person standing outside. I looked and it was Lynn Warner. Her fate palace was very dark, which meant that a disaster was about to happen. It seemed that she had not slept all night after she went back yesterday, and she encountered some strange things again. Master Lin. Lynn Warner looked like she was crying. Since she had dragon blood in her body, I let her in. She immediately looked surprised and sat in front of me. I looked at her face carefully. Her situation is even worse than Lu Wenwen's. It seems their retributions are more severe than each other. Take me to your house, I said. Okay. Lynn Warner was extremely surprised. She immediately stood up and was about to drive. But at this moment, Long Xiyu, who was wearing pajamas, came out from behind, yawning. By the way, I didn't bring any clothes with me. Do you have a shirt or jeans? Lend them to me. Long, Mr. Long. Lynn Warner was stunned for a moment. She stared at me in disbelief. Master Lin, you were actually together with Boss Long? I frowned and wanted to raise my hand to slap her. What is Lynn Warner thinking about all day? Can this be misunderstood? I almost blurted out in anger that she was my half-sister. It's awkward, really awkward. No, she is a stranger. Even she is my future enemy. Lynn Warner, are you blind? Is your brain filled with shit? Long Xiyu's face was ugly, and he cursed immediately. He is my. Before she finished speaking, Lynn Warner immediately apologized. Boss Long, don't be angry, I was just talking nonsense. Humph. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your stinky mouth apart. Long Xiyu snorted coldly and asked me again if I had any clothes. I looked at her and said, are you crazy? Who told you to walk around my house in your tattered pajamas? Long Xiyu was stunned. Oh, that's right. Then I won't wear it anymore. She turned and walked in. When Lynn Warner saw that her boss Long Xiyu was so well behaved in front of me, she was shocked beyond words. It wasn't until I got into her car that she realized, Master Lin, what is your relationship with Mr. Long? I've never seen her so obedient in front of a man. Drive. I said coldly. Lynn Warner nodded immediately, not daring to ask any more questions, and drove me to her house. When I arrived at her house, I looked at the familiar villa in front of me again, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in my heart. This home was too painful for me to look back on. Master Lin, we're home. Lynn Warner said in a low voice. You can let me save you, but you have to give me something from you. I said coldly. Dragon blood, this is the only reason why she and I came back. My stuff? Master Lin, have you changed your mind? You want, okay, sure. Of course. Lynn Warner blushed, feeling a little secretly happy, a little surprised, and even a little proud. After all, Boss Long already paid yesterday. You. I frowned and was about to speak when the dark color on Lynn Warner's fate palace became darker, and I immediately said to get out of the car. Anyway, she has already agreed, so why should I care whether she understands what I mean? Lynn Warner followed me out of the car. Her mother had been waiting at the door for a long time. Her mother, Moon Lee, had a much better figure than Lynn Warner years ago. She is a little older now, but still has her charm. She wore tight jeans and her long legs looked very round. As for Lynn Warner's father, he has been doing business abroad recently. Moon Lee came over politely and said with a smile, you are Master Lin, right? You are really a handsome man. I have been hearing my daughter say for the past few days that you are young and capable, and that you. This kind of talk is so ironic. I didn't even look at her and walked straight inside, leaving Moon Lee with a look of surprise. Mom, Master Lin is just like that, Lin Wanner helped me explain. It's okay, I don't mind. We're young people. Moon Lee smiled slightly. I stopped and turned around, and ordered, now go give me the blood of a cock that's more than 5 years old. Me? Moon Lee was stunned. Any problem? I asked back. I don't know how to kill a chicken, and I've never been to the vegetable market. She shook her head. You are a worthless person, and you said you have never killed a chicken? I said rudely. Moon Lee's charming face instantly turned red. She hesitated for a moment, but finally smiled and said, Master Lin, please wait a moment. I'll get it done right away. I lived in her house for a year, but she never showed me this kind of attitude. When I was Long Shiba, your family looked down on me. Now that I am Master Lin, you will be polite to me? I changed my username and your attitude changed 360 degrees. Who the hell are you? I sneered. Master Lin, my mother hasn't offended you, why are you so mean to her? Lin Wanner whispered. I chuckled, and she looked confused and bewildered. Lin Wanner brought me in with confusion. I asked her to take me directly to her room. On the large bed, there were some of her sexy pajamas. But once you come in, you'll feel an eerie feeling. Master Lin, is there anything weird about my room? Lin Wanner asked curiously. I said directly, I won't waste any more time, just take out your things. Things? What things? Lin Wanner was puzzled. The signs of being possessed by evil spirits on your face prove that there are evil things in your room. Do you need me to explain it more clearly? I said coldly. After all, she was disturbed by evil spirits in the mountains last time and almost died. This means there is evil in her family. Master Lin, are you sure? There's nothing in my room. Lin Wanner still didn't understand. I sneered and walked directly to her cloakroom. I opened a closet door with my hand. Lin Wanner was startled. Master Lin, you mean? With a creak, the closet door opened, revealing a shrine inside. However, what was enshrined was not a god, but a strange Buddha amulet with Thai words written on it. There are many rumors about Buddha amulets, and they are full of mystery. I often hear that praying to Buddha amulets can make your wishes come true, as if with divine help. But in my opinion, this is actually similar to the practice of raising ghosts in Southeast Asia in the early years, both of which use ghosts to fulfill wishes. The only difference is the way of keeping them. I heard that in Southeast Asia, they use urns, while in Thailand, they use Buddha amulets. As an outsider, I have heard some rumors about Lin Wanner Circle, but I didn't expect that Lin Wanner was also worshipping Buddha amulets. You have to know that she has my dragon blood in her body and is engaged to me, so she is definitely lucky and would not resort to such evil ways. There is only one possible reason why she went astray, and that is that she knew clearly in her heart that after she broke off the engagement with me, she would start to have bad luck, so she bought a substitute in advance to continue to maintain her good luck. But man proposes, God disposes. You don't want the natural and harmless dragon luck like mine, but instead want these weird ways? Lin Wanner, you really know how to choose. When Lin Wanner saw that I had directly taken out her Buddha amulet, she felt ashamed that her privacy was exposed. She was surprised and embarrassed. Master Lin, this amulet was given to me by a friend. She explained in a low voice. I was too lazy to ask about the ins and outs, so I just asked, so how many taboos do you know about Buddha amulets? Of course I know that. Lin Wanner answered hastily, the first thing a worshipper must do is to be sincere. The second thing is to worship every morning. The third thing is... I waved my hands and said, okay, your friend is a half-baked person, right? What he told you is not a taboo at all. The biggest taboo of this kind of Inyang Buddha amulet is that you must feed it with your own blood and essence every 3 days. If you don't feed the ghost in the amulet, how can it make your wishes come true? Using essence and blood? Lin Wanner was shocked. You dare to raise a Buddha amulet, but you are reluctant to use a little of your own blood and essence? I sneered. That won't do. There is a drop of dragon blood in my blood. How can I use dragon blood to nourish a Buddha amulet? Lin Wanner objected. Dragon blood? I laughed, how ironic. She is so cold and hates me so much when she breaks off the engagement, but she still clings to my dragon blood. What do you call this? A preference for one part of my body? No, this is extremely selfish. She also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly explained, I meant that there is something else in my body, so I can't use blood rashly. She was afraid that I would know that she had dragon blood in her body. Then you're going to let it starve? You want it to help you fulfill your wish, but you don't give it food. It just works and doesn't eat. Are you willing to do that? I said coldly. It's a ghost, so what if it's hungry for a while? Who knew it was so stingy? Lin Wanner pouted. Stingy? Then I ask you to work for me, to be my slave, and not pay you. Are you willing? You can't do it for free. I shook my head. She was speechless after what I said. But she just realized that she had been possessed by evil spirits for the past few days, so her face started to turn pale. I've already starved it, what should I do now? Will it be angry? If it wasn't angry, would it cast a spell to kill you? I retorted sarcastically. Lin Wanner's face turned even paler. Then help me think of a solution. I don't want to die. I pondered, the little ghost in this amulet can cast spells from a distance, so his skills must be quite good, which is why I find it difficult. If you are not careful in this kind of thing, you will be affected by cause and effect. Or you can help me send it away. I don't want to keep it anymore, Lin Wanner said in panic. Haven't you heard that it's easier to invite a god than to send him away? Also, do you think of it as a toy? Do you think of it as a dog to boot? You take it when you want to use it, and throw it away when you don't? I got angry. Is it that you Lins have the gene of crossing the river and destroying the bridge after crossing it? I thought about her family. After they took advantage of me and became rich, they despised me and wanted to break off the engagement with me. If she didn't still have my dragon blood in her body, I would have turned around and left long ago. Master Lin, please don't wrongly accuse me. How could I have ever burned my bridge after crossing it? Lin Wanner stammered, what should I do now? Don't panic. My voice sank and I asked her to get me some incense. Lin Wanner hurriedly ran to get the incense. I took out 3 sticks, lit them and inserted them in front of the Buddha amulet. Before I could say anything, the 3 incense sticks went out strangely. And I started to feel a chill all over my body. It seemed that it didn't want to talk to me at all. By the way, what is the little ghost in your Buddha amulet good at? I asked casually. After all, Lin Wanner was lured out by it using its beauty trap last time. The little ghost in here is probably most likely a pervert. I don't know, but it's very powerful anyway. Lin Wanner said stupidly. I glanced at her and asked her to urge her mother, why hasn't the cock blood I wanted been brought to her yet? She ran out in a hurry. Little devil, I will use courtesy before force. If you are willing to leave, I will help you find a new master. If you are not willing, don't blame me for being rude. I said coldly. The Buddha amulet shook violently, and an eerie aura suddenly emanated from it. There is no other way but to use rooster blood to drive it away. But I try not to hurt it, otherwise I will fall into cause and effect. That would be very detrimental to my practice. Just as I was lost in thought, Lin Wanner suddenly ran over, looking anxious. Master Lin, come quickly, something's happened to my mom. If something happens, it happens. Why are you panicking? I said expressionlessly. Moon Lee has a very sharp tongue. I have long hoped something bad would happen to her. It's a pity that I'm not a jinx. I took a look at the amulet. She is my mother, please come and help me take a look. Lin Wanner pulled me and ran downstairs, but I didn't expect that as soon as I got downstairs, my whole body was shocked and my face was full of shock. I actually saw Moon Lee without clothes on, playing with someone, sitting alone on the sofa. Her movements were so beautiful and very attractive. This is... My eyes almost popped out of my head. Master Lin, has my mother also been possessed by evil spirits? Lin Wanner said hurriedly. I took a breath. Well, your mother is possessed. Most likely, the little ghost in the amulet knew that she was going to get the chicken blood, so it cast a spell to trap her. It seems that the little devil here is really a pervert. Even a woman in her 40s like Moon Lee was not spared. Looking at this disgusting woman dancing like this in front of me, I feel nothing but disgust and gloating. If Lin Wanner wasn't here, I would have to take a video of her. Mom, what are you doing? Put on your clothes quickly. Master Lin is watching you. Lin Wanner ran down to help her put on her clothes. But Moon Lee's face was full of pink and her eyes were blurred. I don't want to wear it, I don't want to wear it. Lin Wanner was extremely anxious. Don't go, I want more. Lee Saifeng's face flushed and she ran out like a spoiled child. Lin Wanner was frightened and hurriedly chased after her. Looking at a woman in her 40s running like this in front of me, I shook my head. He chased after her with a quick step and pushed her to the ground. Then he pinched his fingers and tapped Lee Saifeng's brow. Lee Saifeng's dazed eyes quickly cleared up. I was surprised that the little ghost in the Buddha amulet didn't kill her. When she looked around in confusion, she realized that she was naked. Her face turned red and she screamed. What are you doing? I am your mother, how could you do such an animalistic thing to me? She glared at me and questioned me. In my heart, fire suddenly rose up. I am well aware of her unreasonable behavior. I remember when I was at her house, an abalone fish disappeared from the kitchen one time. She insisted that I had eaten it secretly, and scolded me for being the reincarnation of a starving ghost, a thief, and cursed me to die a miserable death. No matter how I explained, it was no use. She insisted on holding on to me and falsely accusing me. I feel wronged. She left such a huge psychological trauma on me at that time, and now she is trying to slander me again without any evidence? Saifeng Lee, can you say that again? I said coldly. Moon Lee looked incredulous. But Lin Wanner hurriedly helped me explain, Mom, you've wronged Master Lin. Master Lin was just trying to save you. You're possessed. And helped her cover her body with clothes. Moon Lee's expression eased a lot, but she didn't feel guilty at all. Is that so? Then I was wrong about you. Please continue to help my daughter deal with the matter. I was even more furious. Just a false accusation? Who do you think I am? Master Lin, don't be so stingy. I didn't mean it. Besides, you were helping my daughter deal with something, how did it get to me? I don't blame you. Moon Lee felt a little aggrieved. Besides, I'm an aunt, and you've seen everything about me. What else do you want? Who wants to see you? I became annoyed. Lee Saifeng's face turned red and she wanted to scold me, but was stopped by Lin Wanner. Master Lin, my mother is like that. Don't take it personally. Lin Wanner said in a very good attitude. If it weren't for the dragon's blood, would have slapped Moon Lee and walked away. Where is the cock blood I want you to get? I asked coldly. In the car, Moon Lee said unhappily. Why don't you bring it to me? I ordered. Moon Lee snorted, put on her clothes and went to the car, and brought me a bowl of chicken blood. I took it and went straight upstairs. I heard Moon Lee asking what was going on behind me. Lin Warner explained it briefly, and Moon Lee immediately got angry. That Long Shiba is really no good. If we don't marry him, he won't bring good luck to our family. I've really raised him for nothing for a year. He stole abalone and fish from the kitchen before, and I didn't kick him out yet, but he turned his kindness into enmity. He's really not a human being. Mom, don't say anything for now. Lin Warner lowered her voice. These words almost made me throw the chicken blood in my hand at her. You are really an inhuman being. I thought to myself that I had to take revenge on her someday, otherwise I would not be able to swallow this humiliation. I went back upstairs and the amulet began to tremble. It seemed that the rooster blood had a great effect on it. I immediately said, I don't want to be contaminated by your karma, so you'd better come with me. I will help you find a new owner. Yes. A strange man's voice actually came from this Buddha amulet. The voice was very feminine, which made people feel very uncomfortable listening to it. However, judging from the voice, he should be a young man of about 16 or 17 years old, full of vigor and vitality. No wonder he was a pervert. I breathed a sigh of relief, but then he continued, but I want Lin Warner's mother to support me. She? I was stunned. She is very beautiful. I was very happy and excited just now. To be honest with you, I like mature women like her. The voice in the amulet continued. When I heard this, I sneered in my heart. A gentleman should help others to do good. Since this Buddha amulet has taken a fancy to Moon Lee, how can I take away someone else's wish? If Moon Lee offers this amulet, her wishes may come true in a short period of time, but over time, her essence and blood will become less and less, and her lifespan and luck will be greatly reduced. This is indeed a perfect way to get revenge on her. Okay. I nodded. Well, I can let Lin Warner go. The voice in the amulet continued to sound, revealing excitement. Don't worry, I will definitely make her die of lust. I took a look at the amulet and didn't say much. I signaled it not to resist. I took out the amulet and it agreed. I then said, I will convince Moon Lee. It also agreed. I narrowed my eyes slightly. But at the moment I took the amulet, it suddenly trembled violently and emitted an extremely dangerous aura. I remained calm, and just moved my hand holding the chicken blood closer, saying calmly, I was wondering why you are so easy to talk to. So you want to attract me to you and do something to me. I advise you to listen to me first, I know you have other purposes. How did you know? The voice of the little ghost in the Buddha amulet sounded surprised. Li Moonfeng is still charming, but it shouldn't make you so excited. I think you are attracted to something else about her. I said calmly. I didn't believe everything the kid said. After all, Moon Lee's facial expression just now was not as simple as that. Then you are wrong. I just like women like her, sexy and experienced. The little ghost denied it directly. Really? I laughed back. Go on. The Buddha amulet pondered for a few seconds, slowly quieted down, and his voice became a little gloomy. I've known for a long time that Moon Lee's fate is a lowly one, but I didn't tell her that women with this fate have extremely bad lives, and can even be said to be miserable. To put it simply, this is usually a kind of retribution. This kind of retribution is mostly because they did something extremely evil in their previous life, and were extremely vicious, so they can only be reborn as a slave in this life. I continued, but it is precisely such people who have a kind of retribution for their good deeds. This is her atonement for the sins of her previous life. And you said you were attracted to her, but it was fake. In fact, your real purpose was to be attracted by her good deeds. You want to get rid of the Buddha amulet and reincarnate, right? You. The Buddha amulet trembled violently, and its voice revealed the shock of having its secret exposed by me. As expected, you already know. Then I can't let you stay. The Buddha amulet trembled, emitting waves of negative energy. The murderous aura is coming straight at me. I calmly shook my head and put down the chicken blood in my hand. Don't panic. This has nothing to do with me. You knew very well that my absorbing of her good karma would make her more and more unlucky, and she might even have a lowly life in her next life. Why didn't you remind her? The little ghost was surprised. I felt calm. If you lived in her house for a year, and she scolded you or despised you every day, or even falsely accused you and treated you like a dog, I think you would do the same. What is your relationship with her? The little ghost was surprised again. I don't care about your business, and you don't have to care about mine. I will persuade Moon Lee to support you, and you can take advantage of her good deeds. I continued. The amulet was silent for a few seconds. Okay. Very good. Are you using me to get revenge on her? But I don't mind. Ha ha ha. But, she has been scared by me. How do you convince her? His last tone was clearly a little worried. Since I've agreed, just leave these small matters to me, I said. Okay. The amulet stopped shaking obediently, but when I reached out to pick it up, its voice rang out again. By the way, brother, do you think I still have a chance to reincarnate? I was killed by a wizard, who forcibly refined me into a little ghost and merged me into this ghost thing. I want to get away from this ghost thing all the time, and I want to reincarnate all the time. I really hate this ghost thing that trapped me. It said, becoming obviously angry and excited. There is a chance, but it depends on you. I said after thinking for a while. Okay, then I'll lend you my blessing. The little ghost's voice also revealed anticipation. By the way, you helped me this time. I really have no way to repay you now. How about I cast a spell and let Moon Lee accompany you for a night? Let me tell you, women of her age are full of charm. No thanks. I refused sternly. Okay then. The little ghost had no choice but to say nothing more. I walked out safely with the amulet in my hand. When Lin Wanner saw it, her face turned pale. Li Saifeng, who had already put on her clothes, was also frightened. Master Lin, have you gotten rid of the ghost in this amulet? Lin Wanner asked nervously. I didn't answer, but walked straight to Moon Lee. When I saw her, I felt happy. You slandered me, despised me, and scolded me, so now I'm letting this little brat take care of you. It's fair. I leaned over and whispered something in her ear. After hearing it, Moon Lee's eyes suddenly widened. You mean, the little ghost in this Buddha amulet has taken a fancy to me? Moon Lee lowered her voice, surprised. Although you have taken very good care of yourself and have no wrinkles on your face, your complexion is not very good. In other words, your complexion is very dark. In addition, your life palace is empty, which means that you haven't had sex with the opposite sex for a long time. I think you haven't done anything with a man for a while. I said directly. Lin Wanner's father had been out of the country for some time, so Li Saifeng was left alone, feeling empty and lonely. However, although Li Moonfeng is sharp-tongued and mean, she still has the ethics of a woman and has not cheated. But her overall facial features, with a mole at the corner of her mouth, charming eyes, and gold-rimmed glasses, showed that she had strong desires in some aspects, so I tried to persuade her from this aspect. When I said that, Moon Lee's face immediately turned as red as an apple. This little ghost can make your wish come true, and it has other uses. My meaning was obvious, you have a woman's integrity, but being with a ghost shouldn't be considered physical infidelity. After all, you have just experienced its power. She was a little moved by what I said. This is my revenge on her and her husband at the same time. Then what should I do? Will it harm me? Will my personal safety be affected? Moon Lee worried. You must have heard about offering Buddha amulets, so you should feed it with essence and blood once a week. Remember, 3 drops each time will be enough. I explained. Moon Lee hesitated for a few seconds. She looked at the amulet in my hand, and finally stretched out her trembling hand and nervously took the amulet. The kid inside was also smart, and seemed to have said something to coax her, which made Li Saifeng's face turn even redder. The worries on her face quickly disappeared, and she even began to look a little expectant. She blushed and said to me with gratitude, "Then Master Lin, thank you." "Thank me?" I laughed in my heart, it was so cool. "It's okay, just enjoy it slowly," I said calmly. Moon Lee's face turned even redder. When Lin Wanner saw that the Buddha amulet that almost killed her was actually picked up by her mother, she was shocked and said, "Mom, what are you doing? This thing can hurt people. Who are you harming? It's obviously you who didn't feed it on time. This time the fault is yours. Let me offer this amulet, and there will definitely be no problem again. Besides, you and Long Shiba have already broken off the engagement, and his dragon luck can no longer protect our Lin family. I have to find another way, right? This Buddha amulet is the best way for our Lin family to continue to prosper right now," said Moon Lee. Lin Wanner was speechless for a moment. Moon Lee couldn't wait, so she went into her room holding the Buddha amulet in both hands and closed the door. Lin Wanner stood there speechless. When I came down from her house, she followed me out, a little shy on her pretty face. "Master Lin, thanks to you, otherwise I would have been killed by the Buddha amulet without knowing why. The matter has been resolved. What you promised me." I looked at her. "Kindness." Lin Wanner's face turned even redder, and she looked very tempting. "Then Master Lin, where do you want to be? At my house, or in your store, or, in a hotel? In your car?" I walked towards her car. "In the car?" Lin Wanner was stunned, her face blushing even more. "Master Lin, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You also like excitement, right? I know that men like excitement." She caught up with me and closed the car door, but I saw her eyes looking at me. She was dressed very sexily today, with red lips, a slim waist, and a perfect figure. She was beautiful and charming at the moment. It can make any man's heart beat. She tied her hair up charmingly, then came towards me with eyes as clear as autumn water. To be honest, Lin Wanner is very beautiful. Among the 18 women, her beauty is very unique and stunning, otherwise she would not be a star. When those 18 women came to me together, as a man, she was indeed my target for finding a wife. But after I knew what she had done, even though she was as tempting as a beauty at this moment, I had no interest in her at all. She came over to kiss me, her voice full of a woman's magnetism and temptation. "Master Lin, I actually like capable men like you. You rejected me before, and I felt very sad, but now you are even more special in my heart. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I will still serve you. After all, Mr. Long has already paid me." The breath of her words had already touched my cheek, with a hint of heat. I looked at her. She actually felt a little shy at this moment. I don't know how to put it, but I feel a sense of familiarity with you. This irritated me and I pushed her away with my hand. "Please respect yourself." Lin Wanner was stunned, with a variety of expressions on her face. "Master Lin, when you came here, didn't you say you wanted something from me? Am I not giving it to you now? I think you misunderstood. What I want is the dragon blood in your body," I said to Lin Wanner, who was looking at her in surprise. Lin Wanner was shocked and asked me how I knew she had dragon blood in her body. I calmly repeated what I had said to Wang Qingqing before. Lin Wanner's eyes widened and she shook her head instinctively. "Master Lin, so what you want is my dragon blood? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known that this was what you wanted, would never have agreed. I've already told you, but you misunderstood it, I said. Lin Wanner was speechless and stammered. It seems that she doesn't want to return the dragon blood to me at all. She treats my dragon blood as a treasure. But you treat me, Long Shiba, as dirt. Master Lin, I can't give you the dragon blood you want. Lin Wanner finally decided. The dragon blood is yours? I sneered. Of course it's mine. Really? Isn't it the one from 18 years ago? I was annoyed. What he gave me is mine. Lin Wanner said shamelessly. I looked at her and finally asked, are you sure you don't want to give it to me? Master Lin, I really can't give you this. How about I give you money? Just tell me how much you want. I will never bargain. Lin Wanner felt a little aggrieved. It seems that you are addicted to going back on your word. Okay. Then just don't regret it. I snorted coldly and got out of the car. Lin Wanner immediately chased after him. Master Lin, don't be angry, I really can't give you dragon blood, you want something else. Hey, Master Lin. Seeing that I didn't look back, she finally said, Master Lin, you didn't ask for the money yourself, so don't blame me. She turned around and went back to her home with a clear conscience, as if she felt that I couldn't do anything to her. When I returned to the shop by car, Long Shiyu was still sleeping in my room. I ignored her and took out paper money, yellow paper, cinnabar, and a writing brush. I quickly wrote out Lin Wanner's birthday and birth date, and then I started to cast the spell. I first used the brazier to throw the paper money into it, and then lit it. After the paper money burned out, I threw in Lin Wanner's birth date and horoscope. The sky is full of spirits, the earth is full of spirits, and ghosts within a 10-mile radius come to obey orders. I pinched it with my fingers, and as soon as I finished speaking, a dark wind began to rise around me, and the entire temperature of the room even dropped. I squinted and saw that the empty shop was already filled with people. But they are all lonely ghosts. Men and women, young and old, all stared at the paper money in the brazier, but they didn't dare to grab it openly. After all, the wandering ghosts that were attracted by such a small amount of money were usually not very powerful. How dare they act so presumptuous in front of me? You can ask for money, but there is a person's birth date in the basin, go and have some fun with her. Remember, I don't need you to have any physical contact with her. What I want is to scare her. Make her regret it. Go ahead. I said calmly. After looking at each other, these wild ghosts swarmed and started to grab the paper money. Every ghost got the paper money. They nodded to me, then turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared. I looked in the direction of Lin Wanner's house and sneered, do you still think I'm still the Long Shiba who was 18 years old and you guys can betray me at will? Now you want to get it for free? If you don't give me dragon blood, I'll show you how I'm going to deal with you. After doing all this, I packed up my things, and Long Shiyu came out yawning, what are you doing? I didn't answer, she rolled her eyes at me, touched her stomach and said she was hungry, so I took out some of the leftovers that had been packed from the refrigerator and heated them up, and we both had our fill. Seeing me about to enter the room, she said aggrievedly, I don't want to sleep on the sofa tonight. What this means is that after sleeping in my bed today, I felt very comfortable and wanted to sleep on it, so I slept on the sofa. Then you can sleep on the floor. I said and went straight into the house. She was speechless and went to sleep on the sofa obediently. I lay down directly, and when I was half asleep at night, I had another dream. I dreamed that I fell into the river again, and a hand pressed my head tightly, preventing me from floating up to breathe. While pressing, he said grimly, does it feel good? Does it feel good? When I heard this voice, I was instantly horrified. I was suddenly awakened from my sleep, Lu Wenwen. Lu Wenwen, who fell into the water, appeared in my dream again. What happened? Does she really want revenge on me? After being frightened by her, I was no longer able to sleep. I got up and meditated until dawn. Just as I got up and was about to open the door, someone banged on my shop door violently. Master Lin, open the door, open the door. Hearing this voice, I sneered, put on my clothes and walked out. Long Shiyu's sleeping posture was still indecent. I patted her face a few times and said, "Hey, wake up, wake up. Go to sleep in the house. You want to die? How dare you hit me in the face? Oh, it's you? Don't hit me next time. It hurts a bit." She woke up sleepily, touched her cheek, hugged the pillow, and walked into the house in a daze. I don't understand, why does she need to sleep so much? Has she never had a good night's sleep in all these years? I opened the shop door and saw that Lin Wanner looked very haggard and frightened, as if she was so scared that she couldn't sleep the whole night. When she saw me, she almost cried, "Master Lin, please save me, my house was haunted last night, there were so many ghosts." I looked at her and asked with concern, "Is your house haunted?" From her face, I could tell that the little ghost in the amulet did not interfere. It probably realized that the ghosts that appeared were ordered by me. In this way, this kid is not bad. That's right. It was so scary. The lights in my house kept turning on and off last night, the toilet in the bathroom kept flushing, and there were people laughing, crying, and even talking in my ears. I was scared to death. Lin Wanner said with tears in her eyes. Seeing her like this, I feel very happy. Is it that serious? Yes, it's very serious. Lin Wanner said anxiously. You want me to help you? Well, Master Lin, I'll give you money, and you can help me exorcise the ghost in my house. I don't want any money. What do you want? What do you think? I looked at her. Lin Wanner was very conflicted. Master Lin, I really can't give you my dragon blood. Then go away. My face darkened and I ordered him to leave. Lin Wanner left in disappointment. Looking at her back, I sneered and thought, let's see how many nights you can hold on. These wandering ghosts will definitely torture you to death. Once I get the dragon blood back from you, I will go ask other women for it myself. I opened the door and started doing business, but a luxury car stopped in front of my store and two people got out, naturally Lin Yang and Lin Kun. As soon as the two of them entered the room, Lin Kun said earnestly, Master Lin, my dad said that no matter what, you still have to catch that weasel spirit. My dad can't wait any longer. Yes, my dad said that if you don't help, our Lin family will be rude to you. Lin Yang's face was full of threats. I had a blank expression on my face. Just as I was about to retort, a voice rang out, how are you going to be rude? Come on, tell me in detail. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Shiyu walked out of the room, without a trace of sleepiness on his face, and with a look of indifference. Lin Yang's expression changed, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Beauty, who are you? He is someone I, Long Shiyu, am protecting. Do you dare to touch him? Long Shiyu said. This makes me speechless. Why do I need your protection? If the Lin family dares to touch me, just try it. But it is true that I was a bit irresponsible in this matter, and I will find a way to make up for it. Are you Long Shiyu? Lin Kun seemed to have heard of her name and whispered something in Lin Yang's ear. Lin Yang shrugged and said, oh, so you are Long Shiyu. I heard that your company is doing well recently. Get out. Long Shiyu said. Lin Yang frowned, and Lin Kun's face looked bad too. Long Shiyu, you are going to stand up for him without knowing right or wrong? Lin Yang was unhappy. Do you know that he promised my dad that he would help him, but in the end I won't listen. Whatever he does is right anyway. All the mistakes are yours. Long Shiyu continued. I was stunned. Lin Yang was also stunned, and Lin Kuan's expression darkened. Get out. Long Shiyu's eyes flashed, and an astonishing aura emanated from him. After all, she is the dragon girl. They were both shocked immediately, especially Lin Yang, who had a look of shock on his face. Mr. Lin, just wait for me. Our Lin family will make you regret it. Lin Yang made these harsh words and left in disgrace with Lin Kuan. Wait. Explain yourself first. What did you say you regret? Before Long Shiyu could finish his words, he flashed in front of the two of them strangely with a cold look on his face. I was surprised. What a fast speed. Her strength is amazing. Am I a match for her? Lin Yang's eyes almost popped out. Are you a human or a ghost? Even Lin Kuan was shocked. He obviously didn't expect that a woman like Long Shiyu would have such strength. I'm asking you. What do you regret? Long Shiyu's voice was cold. Lin Yang shuddered with fear. If he knew that the person standing in front of him was actually a dragon, he would probably pee his pants in fear on the spot. I didn't say that, I didn't say that. Lin Yang immediately admitted his mistake. I hope you remember what I said today. If you come to trouble him again, I will come to you personally. Long Shiyu pushed with his palm, and the two big men were pushed out in an instant. He stumbled and bumped into the car, even the door was dented. What a lot of strength it takes. Suddenly, both of them showed expressions of fear and hurriedly got into the car and left. Seeing this scene, I felt fear in my heart. Her strength is definitely extraordinary. If she has such strength as a daughter, then wouldn't my cruel father the Dragon King be even more powerful? It seems that I have to collect all the dragon blood as soon as possible. Otherwise, by the end of the year, I will still be dead. I was nervous and looked at her subconsciously. An evil thought popped up in my mind. In order to survive, should I try to get the Dragon King's birth date from her? As soon as the two of them left, Long Shiyu immediately changed his expression, yawned, and said to me, I'm hungry, go make me breakfast. Considering that Long Shiyu helped me out, I nodded, reheated the remaining packed dishes, added some noodles, and she and I each had a bowl. But come to think of it, my master should be back tomorrow night, and then I won't need to cook for him anymore. After breakfast, Long Shiyu planned to go back to sleep, and I naturally had to open the door and continue doing business. By the way, I would wait for Lin Wanner to come to me on her own initiative. I guessed that she would not be able to survive tonight. After all, with so many ghosts causing trouble in her house, how could she bear it? What caught my eyes was that there was a woman walking by outside, glancing into the store from time to time. It was obvious that she was not just passing by. If it was anyone else, I naturally wouldn't have had any big reaction, most of them would just be customers coming to the store, but this woman turned out to be one of my 18 women, Zhong Ting. She appeared at the door of my store stealthily, which meant she had undoubtedly encountered trouble. Last time I considered her as a candidate for my wife, but the result disappointed me. The first time I saw her just now, I found that she had a very bad face. Sure enough, after they broke the contract, retribution came to them one by one. I sneered in my heart. During this time, Long Shiyu walked out. It seemed that he had received a call from someone, so he planned to go out. Can you go out with me? She walked up to me and winked. I didn't answer her. As a result of her delay, Zhong Ting disappeared. It seemed that she was still hesitating. But I'm not worried, because I can tell from her face that she will definitely come in to find me. When she comes home, not only will I find a way to get my dragon blood back, I will also definitely take revenge on her. After all, I had a miserable life when I stayed at her house. Hey, I'm talking to you. Long Shiyu said aggrievedly. I glanced at her and asked, "Don't you have your best friend with you?" From her facial features, it can be clearly analyzed that it was a woman who called her just now, and she was a woman of similar age and with whom she had a very good relationship. In addition, this best friend does not run a company, but is a Taoist priest. I am in the same industry as you. This is a bit rare. A mortal Taoist priest actually becomes good friends with the dragon girl? My best friend is my best friend, and you are you. Please, please. Long Shiyu actually acted like a spoiled child to me. Besides, let me tell you, my best friend is very beautiful, has a great figure, and is still single. What does her being single have to do with me? I really couldn't stand it. Maybe because she and I were related by blood, I couldn't bear to reject her. After hesitating for a long time, I said I was not happy, but nodded anyway. She was immediately very happy, but another reason was that I found that the color of her life palace was slightly different, with a rosy tone. This is a sign of some happy event, and this happy event involves the position of the parent palace in her face, which made me ponder. Judging from her facial features, it is most likely either her mother's birthday or her father's birthday. She wants to sever ties with her father, which means severing ties with the Dragon King. Therefore, she probably won't go to the Dragon King's birthday. So, it was most likely her mother, Goddess Shuigong's birthday. So this time she went out, most likely to buy birthday presents with her bestie. But when I analyzed this, I started to feel a little worried. What if it was the Dragon King's birthday? That's great, now I can know the Dragon King's approximate birth date. You are so nice. Long Shiyu smiled at me and pulled me outside. I said helplessly, I haven't closed the door yet. She was in a hurry, so I broke free, closed the door, and got back into her car. She actually drove me to the Yellow River, which immediately made me nervous. After all, the Dragon King is in the Yellow River. I asked her why she brought me here. After all, wasn't she going to sever her relationship with the Dragon King? Don't be impatient, wait until my best friend comes, she said. Your best friend has been here a long time ago. Look, over there. I took a look at her face and pointed directly down. Long Shiyu subconsciously looked and immediately saw a tall woman on the shore, holding a compass and looking at the water. Baby. Long Shiyu immediately opened the car door and ran down. I was a little nervous. Looking at the rushing Yellow River water below, I finally walked down. After all, isn't the Dragon King injured? He should be recovering now, so he shouldn't appear in front of me rashly, right? When I walked down, the water was still calm. It seemed that my guess was right, the Dragon King would not appear. I breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. I also saw Long Shiyu's best friend, who was in her 20s and had the same tall figure as Long Shiyu. She was wearing denim shorts, revealing her belly with a vest line, but she had a cool look on her face. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend Murong Qingcheng, and this is... Just as Long Shiyu was about to introduce me, her friend looked at me expressionlessly and asked, "Are you a fortune teller?" I nodded. Since you are a fortune teller, why don't you join the Yanxia Dragon Group? And defend Yanxia with us, she questioned me. This question left me stunned. As a fortune teller, the first thing I looked at was her face. But generally speaking, when it comes to my fellow Taoists, I won't look at them too much on purpose. After all, this will make her aware of it. Unless I am much more skilled in Taoism than her, I will be able to see her clearly without anyone noticing. In addition, as a Taoist practitioner, she also has a Taoist aura on her face, which conceals her own appearance and prevents a fortune teller like me from analyzing her appearance thoroughly out of the blue. So, without her noticing, I could easily tell that she had joined some kind of civilian organization, and from what she had just said about the Yanxia Dragon Group, this was something my master had told me about before. The Yanxia Dragon Group is a very powerful organization that has existed secretly for hundreds of years. They specialize in dealing with some serious supernatural events in the world of the living. In other words, they are secretly guarding Yanxia. In other words, their mere presence means there is a big problem. In addition, none of the members here receive any salary or remuneration. It is a completely voluntary organization. I personally admire people like this who are selfless and dedicated without any regard for money. But I didn't expect that she would question me like this right from the start. I heard from Shiyu that you are quite good at fortune telling. If you just use it to make money, it would be a waste. The fortune teller in our organization died some time ago, and there happens to be a vacancy, so I will make an exception and approve you. You can join us, she continued. Do I need to make an exception? I shook my head hastily. You think too highly of me, you should find someone else. She frowned. As a man, how come you don't have any sense of responsibility? Can responsibility be used to make a living? I was a little unhappy. Our dragon group provides food and accommodation, she said confidently. Stop. I have to support my family. I shook my head. What can I do with free food and shelter? I have to support my master. Besides, I want her to be my wife, so I have to find a way to revive her. How can I revive her without money? That's just an excuse, she shook her head. Oh my God. Supporting the family is also an excuse? My 3 views were completely destroyed. Every member of our group has to support a family, but they still joined the Dragon Group willingly. So how are they able to support their families? We are all human beings, so are you not as good as us? She questioned me. I was furious. After you join our dragon team, you can still support your family and make money. You just need to find time to do it. I don't have time normally. I refused. If I had time, couldn't I practice? Another excuse. How could you not have time normally? She frowned again. I'm busy anyway. I didn't say anything. Her brows were already twisted into a knot. Seeing that she and I were about to quarrel, Long Shiyu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Baby, he is usually very busy. Which of my colleagues is not busy? One of them has 3 children, and another is a single mother, but they can still come out. I think he is just lazy and has no sense of responsibility as a man. She shook her head. I almost couldn't control myself. Are you blackmailing me? I don't want to talk to someone as narrow-minded as you. She just ignored me. This makes me so angry. Who did I offend? If Long Shiyu hadn't hurriedly said, Baby, stop talking. Oh, call me. What happened? I wanted to get back in the car, but Murong Qingqing's words stopped me in my tracks. The Dragon Group said that the Yellow River has been acting strangely recently. Many fish have died inexplicably in many places, even carp weighing hundreds of kilograms have died. In addition, the water level in many places in the Yellow River has also shown rare signs of drying up. I turned my head subconsciously. Something happened to the Yellow River, which is governed by the Dragon King. Should I be happy or excited? I looked into the water, but I didn't see anything wrong with my naked eyes. After all, the river was still turbulent. Is this true? After Long Shiyu had obviously fallen out with the Dragon King, he no longer cared about the affairs of the Yellow River. Yes, the situation is quite serious, so the higher-ups asked me to come here to check it out. I just took a closer look and found that there is still a problem here, and it is a big problem. I think it is probably the Feng Shui stone in the Yellow River that has a problem. After that, Murong Qingqing said bluntly, I don't know what the Dragon King does for a living. He doesn't care about the big problem in the Yellow River? He hasn't contacted our dragon team until now. This made me look at her in a new light. After all, when other people mentioned the Dragon King, they would be terrified, scared, or even want to kneel down, but she was different. She actually dared to criticize the Dragon King? I forgot to tell you, my dad is injured. Long Shiyu said in a low voice. So what if I'm injured? Murong Qingcheng shook her head. Does it mean I don't have to worry about these problems if I'm injured? By the way, aren't you a fortune teller? Now tell me what the Dragon King is doing. After Murong Qingcheng finished speaking, she looked at me and asked. Are you asking me? I have no vision and no responsibility, so I can't answer your question. I shook my head and said. Of course, there was another reason why I rejected Murong Qingcheng so straightforwardly. That's because the Dragon King is too powerful. If I suddenly attacked him secretly, he would have sensed it. Wouldn't that be stupid of me to alert the enemy? Let him know that I'm still alive? Seeing that I refused, Murong Qingcheng frowned again and said suddenly, you still have some self-awareness. This is you admitting that you have no vision and no responsibility. I didn't say that. This almost made me jump up in anger. Baby, can you please say less? Why do you always make him angry? He is. Long Shiyu was helpless. She leaned over and whispered something into Murong Qingcheng's ear. This made Murong Qingcheng's pupils shrink. She looked at me again, and her expression changed slightly. She said sincerely, I'm sorry for what happened just now. This statement leaves me confused. I coughed and said, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she wasn't very angry. Instead, her tone was much better and she asked for my opinion again. What she just said, that there was a problem in the place managed by the Dragon King, for me, to be honest, I would just find the coolest place, eat some melon seeds, and gloat over the misfortune. After all, I hate him. He made me feel miserable for 18 years, and I wished he were dead. So when something went wrong in his place, I was so happy that I didn't even have time to care. Long Shiyu was silent for a few seconds and then said to me, this is not just about the Dragon King. If there is a problem with the Yellow River, how many ordinary people will be affected? To me, that's his thing. Long Shiyu saw that I had no intention of helping, and she was helpless. Instead, Murong Qingcheng looked at me and said, if you help solve the crisis of the Yellow River this time, the Dragon King will definitely be grateful to you. I want him to be grateful to me? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Can you imagine what it would be like if the Dragon King, the Lord of the Yellow River, came to visit you to thank you? You would feel proud, and even impressed by the Dragon King. Don't you want to get the Dragon King's affirmation? Murong Qingcheng continued. I can't imagine this scene, and I don't need the Dragon King's affirmation, because if he really sees me, he won't thank me but will eat me up immediately. I refused coldly, and Murong Qingcheng said in the same tone this time, I hope you are still a man. After all, you will also be affected by this matter. I would not give up this rare opportunity to watch the Dragon King show, so I went straight to the car and waited. Murong Qingcheng didn't say much. She continued to analyze something with the compass in her hand. However, her brows were getting furrowed higher and higher, and it was obvious that she had not analyzed anything. She showed a hint of frustration. Long Shiyu came up and sighed, I have always wanted to break off relations with him and oppose him in everything I do, but he is him and the Yellow River is the Yellow River, so we have to separate them. If something happens to the Yellow River, you and I can't stay out of it either. I didn't say anything, but I heard her last sentence. It is true that I cannot stay out of it. I feel upset. Can't I even gloat over other people's misfortune? Just think of it as helping my best friend? Okay? Long Shiyu looked at me sincerely with a hint of pleading. I feel helpless. If you can help, I will personally give you 5,000 yuan. At this time, Murong Qingcheng also came up, if you think 5,000 is not enough, then I can give you 10,000 yuan. I looked up at her and she continued, I can only give you 15,000 at most because that's all the money I have. She didn't lie to me, she wasn't rich, so that's all the money she had. Putting aside her attitude problem, I personally admire people like them. Long Shiyu looked at me nervously, agree, okay? I didn't nod, but asked directly, you just said that there was something wrong with the feng shui stone? Long Shiyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and showed a happy expression, he agreed. I knew you would agree, because I already knew that you and I are the same, both kind-hearted and soft-hearted people. Murong Qingcheng also looked at me again and said, that's right. My master once told me that the so-called feng shui stone is a stone that has feng shui effects. This is something that has a similar function to the Dinghai Shenzhen, and is used to stabilize and control the river. I heard that it was sent down by the gods from heaven, but I'm not sure whether it is true or not. But this rumor means that feng shui stones are mostly things from gods, so there are generally no quality problems. However, Murong Qingcheng also said that the water level has dropped and many fish have died, which is a bit strange. What is going on? It seems we have to figure it out. Tell me the specific situation in detail, and then I will calculate it, I said. Yes. I believe that after this incident, the Dragon King will look at you with new eyes. Murong Qingcheng looked at me and said. I don't object to what Murong Qingcheng said. People do need to fight for their dignity. It feels really good to get recognition from others. But I don't need the Dragon King's affirmation. The reason I'm helping with this matter is just to protect myself from being affected. Dragon King? I will continue to gloat over his misfortune. What I want is for me to defeat him, and then return to him tenfold the insults, contempt and humiliation I have endured for the past 18 years. Next, Murong Qingcheng gave me her mobile phone, and I saw some photos in her album. However, I saw that in many places in the Yellow River, a lot of fish had died, dying in large numbers. One of the photos in particular showed a carp bigger than a boat, lying on its back, with its fins turned into human hands. It had obviously become a spirit. But it died. The key point was that its belly was very big, and it was obviously pregnant. Its belly was full of fish eggs. After it died, the fins that turned into human hands still maintained the instinctive movement of protecting its belly. This is a fish mother who is still protecting her children after her death. Humans are mothers, and animals can also be mothers. I am not a cold-blooded person, so when I saw this scene, I couldn't help but feel a little sad. The other photos are equally tragic. In addition, the water level has dropped a lot, which is indeed unusual. It also reveals something weird. I returned the phone to Murong Qingcheng with a heavy heart. She continued, these are just some of the photos I took. There are other deserted places I haven't been to yet. I heard that it's even more serious than this. So I guess there's something wrong with the feng shui stone. I can't be sure until this is calculated. Long Shiyu also said, to be honest, this situation hasn't happened for a long time. It only happened once 18 years ago. This made me change my mind slightly. For the time being, I will ask Murong Qingcheng where the feng shui stone is. Murong Qingcheng looked at Long Shiyu subconsciously. The feng shui stone is of great importance. I am not qualified to know the specific location yet. I know. Long Shiyu said, there are a total of 9,981 feng shui stones in the Yellow River, placed in various places along the river. The nearest one is in a ravine 100 miles away from here. If you go there now, you can get there in 2 or 3 hours at most. So, you mean we should go directly to the feng shui stone and have a look? Murong Qingcheng looked at me. Long Shiyu also looked at me. I shook my head. Don't worry. Let me calculate it first. I took out a bottle of water from the car, opened it, and motioned for her to dip her finger in the water and write a word on the hood of the car so that I could tell the difference. However, Murong Qingqing raised her hands, and her beautiful palms happened to be a little injured. This meant that she couldn't touch water. I was shocked. Avoid water? So I asked her to write directly on the hood of the car with her fingers. She nodded, and under the gaze of Long Shiyu and I, she quickly wrote the word "okay." Her original intention in writing this word was that she wanted this matter to get better as soon as possible. I looked at the words and quickly said, "Okay, then you can go to the nearest place where the feng shui stone is placed tonight at 11 o'clock and take a look. After you have finished looking, I will decide what to do." "Why is it 11 o'clock at night?" Murong Qingqing was very confused. Long Shiyu's expression was not much better, and was full of curiosity. I pointed at the word she wrote and said, "The word good you wrote can be broken down into a woman and a son using the method of fortune telling. First of all, let's talk about the word. Means woman, but you, who are writing, happen to have an injured hand. This is a taboo on water. This means that women are inconvenienced now." "What does inconvenient mean?" "It means that they cannot move. In other words, the corresponding feng shui stone cannot be moved. But because of your writing habits, the character originally has 3 strokes, but you wrote it in 2 strokes. This is missing." "What is missing?" "This is not a matter of weight, it's very simple, it's the feng shui stone that is missing. If my guess is correct, it's not that the feng shui stone as a whole has a problem, but that the feng shui stone is simply missing." "What? It's gone?" Long Shiyu and Murong Qingqing, the craftsman, were shocked at the same time. "Impossible. The feng shui stone can only have problems, such as cracking or breaking due to external force, which led to the recent problems, but it will definitely not disappear," Murong Qingqing said with certainty. "Yes, there are only a few people who know the location of the feng shui stone, and they are all people close to the Dragon King. Outsiders don't know it at all, so is it possible that they are stealing from the public? I don't believe that the feng shui stone will disappear." Long Shiyu was also very certain. "Whether my calculation is wrong or not, you will know if you go and check it out at 11 o'clock tonight," I said calmly. Long Shiyu's eyes flickered, still in disbelief. Murong Qingqing was silent for a moment. "I can go and see." "But why do you want me to go at 11 o'clock at night? Can't I go now?" "No." I shook my head. "You only wrote half of the word. The other half has not been counted yet. Here means midnight." "Okay, then I'll listen to you. I'll be there at midnight." Murong Qingqing nodded. "In addition, after midnight, no matter whether you have reached the location or not, even if you have reached the location and are only 1 step away from seeing the location to place the feng shui stone, you must give up and choose to leave immediately," I warned. Murong Qingqing hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Okay." With her personality, she probably only listened to my last sentence superficially. But I didn't hide anything that needed to be said. Whether she listens at night or not is her problem. "Then let me ask you, if your analysis just now is correct and the feng shui stone is really missing, what should we do?" Murong Qingqing asked seriously. "Don't you believe me? Don't you say that the feng shui stone will never be taken away by anyone?" I asked back. Long Shiyu's eyes flickered. "I'm just asking," Murong Qingqing said. It seemed that she only believed me half-heartedly on this point. "Then you should go and see it first." Murong Qingqing didn't say anything else. However, Long Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was still early in the evening, so he asked her to accompany her to buy gifts first. After all, I just saw that it should be her mother, Queen Shuigong's birthday. Murong Qingqing didn't refuse. She nodded and got into the car. She and I sat in the back, and I have to say, although Murong Qingqing's personality is not very good, her beautiful profile is indeed very beautiful. Sitting next to me, it is indeed a beautiful scenery. I don't hope that you get the fortune-telling right. Murong Qingqing said. It seems that what she meant was that she didn't want such an important feng shui stone to be taken away. I shrugged. Then we'll know the answer at night. However, I believe that if the Dragon King knew that you have the abilities you have now, he would look at you differently. After all, your abilities are better than the previous fortune tellers in my dragon group. Murong Qingqing added. My brows immediately frowned. Long Shiyu was driving, but at this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. I subconsciously took it out and saw that it was a text message from an unfamiliar number. A few very short words, "You didn't expect that I'm not dead yet." This confuses me. What do you mean I'm not dead yet? Did I send this to the wrong person? I was going to delete this spam message, but out of curiosity, I sent it back. Who are you? Did you send it to the wrong person? Sent successfully. But 2 minutes have passed and there's still no reply. It seems like I sent it to the wrong person. I shrugged and put the phone in my pocket, but with a ding, the phone rang again. I opened the phone puzzled and saw that the unfamiliar number had replied to me. I clicked it and was shocked. I didn't send it by mistake. When I saw these words, I felt a creepy feeling on my back. How could this happen? I hurriedly asked her again who she was. This time she replied almost instantly, "A person you killed." I felt uneasy and asked her who she was. With a ding, the text message came back again. I took a deep breath, clicked it and took a look. My heart instantly rose to my throat and all the hairs on my body stood up. Creepy. Because the text message only contained a few words, "I am Lu Wenwen." Boom. My mind went blank and I shook my head instinctively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I saw Lu Wenwen fall into the water with my own eyes. In such a turbulent river, she sank in a few strokes. The chance of her surviving in this situation was basically zero. What's more, she was wearing a clumsy wedding dress and high heels at the time. The key point was that she was just an ordinary person, so it was even more impossible for her to survive. The chance is zero. So, this is a prank? Who is playing tricks on me then? Who would play a trick on me for no reason? Or grunt. I swallowed subconsciously and felt a chill on my back. Or was it a ghost texting me? In other words, it was the dead Lu Wenwen who was texting me? Thinking of this, I got goosebumps all over my body. Before Lu Wenwen died, she was full of resentment. If she really died and turned into a ghost to seek revenge on me, it would be very dangerous. What's wrong with you? Murong Qingqing probably saw that something was wrong with me, and she looked confused. Even Long Shiyu, who was driving, subconsciously slowed down the car. It's okay. I shook my head. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep it in your heart. Long Shiyu said. I nodded, but still subconsciously asked Murong Qingqing, after all, she was a professional Taoist priest, you said that a person was drowned in the river and was very resentful before she died. What would happen after she died? Murong Qingqing thought for a moment and said, that depends on how they died. If they were choked to death by the water, then they would have a lot of resentment. Maybe they were a very powerful ghost when they first became a ghost. If they were killed by stones or wood in the river, then that would be even more troublesome. Ghosts that saw blood before they died would have even greater resentment. We usually avoid direct confrontation with such ghosts. Anyway, both of these are hard to deal with. After all, haven't you heard that water ghosts are difficult to deal with? By the way, since you're asking this, does that mean that a recently dead female ghost is targeting you? In response to Murong Qingqing's question, I shook my head and said no. Murong Qingqing nodded, I hope so. Anyway, what I don't like to encounter is water ghosts who died in the water. I fell silent. Long Shiyu looked at me and the car speed returned to normal. I was staring at the strange number on my phone, my eyes flickered, and another text message came. I clicked it and felt a cold wind behind me. You're shocked, huh? You don't want me to be alive, huh? Sorry to disappoint you. Besides, I'll come to you soon, just wait for me. This is a threat. Or showing off. Or intimidation. My eyes narrowed and I put the phone in my pocket. Come to me right away. I don't care whether you are the real Lu Wenwen or someone who is deliberately playing a prank, I will wait for you. But even thinking this way, I still feel a tingling sensation on my scalp. After all, this sudden text message was too weird. It also made me start to be absent-minded. Long Shiyu drove to a very busy antique street, probably to buy some expensive antiques as birthday gifts. Murong Qingqing accompanied her, but I was not in the mood and waited for her in the car. This made Long Shiyu a little disappointed, and he could only ask me what I wanted to buy. I subconsciously asked whose birthday it was. But her answer disappointed me a little. She said it was her mother's birthday. Since it's a woman's birthday, wouldn't it be enough to buy her things like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Long Shiyu shook his head and said, my mother likes to kill people, so she likes swords. Then buy a sword, I said. I waited for about an hour, and Long Shiyu came back alone with a gift box. She called me twice, and I came to my senses and asked her where Murong Qingqing was. Long Shiyu smiled, you care about her so much, are you interested in my best friend? I am speechless. I just asked my best friend, and she said she had a good impression of you. She has been single for a long time, so you have a great chance. Long Shiyu said. I rolled my eyes at her. With Murong Qingqing's personality, how could she say such a thing? It is obvious that Long Shiyu is talking nonsense. When she saw that I had seen through her, she curled her lips and said, she didn't mention you specifically. She just said that it was getting late, so she went to the place where the feng shui stones were placed. When it was midnight, she would go in to take a look. Anyway, if there was any situation, she would come to your store to find us. I nodded, and she drove me back to the store. On the way, she asked casually, by the way, have you ever thought about letting the Dragon King see your value? Does this mean that I can linger on? Beg him to spare my life humbly? If he sees how capable you are, and knows that it was you who helped him solve the feng shui stone problem, he might really. I don't want to mention him. I said coldly. Yeah. Long Shiyu was tactful and didn't say much. When we arrived at the store, it was already night. I looked at the dark sky outside. At this moment, the ghosts in Lin Wanner's house should be making even more noise. I don't believe that you, Lin Wanner, can survive tonight. I took out my cell phone and saw the time the text message was sent. Several hours had passed. Lu Wenwen, are you really going to come over to see me? I heated up the last bit of food that I had packed in the refrigerator and ate it with Long Shiyu. Then I immediately started making preparations in the store and drew some talismans. If you, Lu Wenwen, dare to come to my door, I will scare you to death. As for Long Shiyu, no one knew what he was doing in the room, but he probably had already started sleeping. But when she entered the room, her facial expression changed a little, maybe someone was coming to see her. This makes me more motivated. I closed the door and sat directly in the shop. I sat there until 2 in the morning. I looked at my phone again. Aren't you coming to see me? I sneered and decided not to wait any longer and went straight into the house to rest. Just as I turned around, bang, bang, bang. The shop door that I had closed suddenly slammed, one sound after another, very rapidly. It made my heart almost jump out. My heart shuddered. Could it be that Lu Wenwen really came to seek revenge on me? I took out a stack of talismans and slowly approached the door, bang, bang, bang. The banging on the door continued, causing the entire iron door to shake, which was extremely creepy. I tightly grasped the talisman in my hand, slowly moved my face closer, and peeked outside through the crack in the door. I wanted to see who it was. Just the next second, a pair of eyes outside suddenly looked in through the crack of the door. I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I opened the door directly, stared at the person outside and said unhappily, "Can't you call my name? Are you scared to death?" The person outside walked in. It was Murong Qingcheng. She went to the place where she put the feng shui stone at midnight and now she is back. It seems that things are going very well. I saw that there was no one behind her, so she closed the door. I immediately muttered in my heart, "Lu Wenwen, aren't you coming to see me? Is this really a prank?" At this time, Long Shiyu, who had been in the room, came out. When she saw her best friend, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked what happened. I looked at her. Murong Qingcheng, on the other hand, looked at me seriously, with a look of admiration and even a hint of surprise. "You're right, the feng shui stone was really taken away by someone. How could this happen? How could the feng shui stone be taken away?" Long Shiyu was shocked. Of course I was not surprised, after all, I had already figured it out using fortune-telling. But speaking of it, I am very curious. Long Shiyu has already said that only a few people know where the feng shui stone is placed. So who secretly took the feng shui stone away? Is he an outsider, or someone who embezzled money? "Baby, when you arrived at the scene, did you see any traces?" Long Shiyu asked. If there are signs of damage, it means that it was taken away by an outsider. If there are no signs of damage, it is most likely taken away by our own people. Murong Qingcheng shook her head, her voice was very deep, "No." Long Shiyu was surprised. And my eyes flickered, "No? Could it be that it was really one of our own people who secretly took the feng shui stone away? How could this happen? How come there are no signs of theft?" Long Shiyu simply couldn't believe it. It doesn't matter who stole it. The most important thing now is how to get the feng shui stone back. I think this is the most urgent thing to do right now. Murong Qingcheng looked at me with serious eyes. "Now it depends on you. I believe in you." Her eyes were sincere. I didn't hesitate and planned to have a fortune-telling on the spot, but Long Shiyu couldn't believe it. "No, no. There are only a few people who know the location of the feng shui stone. My parents, me, and another person. There are only a few of us. So how could there be no signs of theft?" "No signs of theft, does it mean that one of us did it?" "Maybe I didn't look carefully," Murong Qingcheng said. "Maybe?" Long Shiyu smiled bitterly. "Let him tell your fortune now and he should be able to get a rough idea," Murong Qingcheng said. "Then calculate it quickly. As long as you figure out the result, we will go and get the feng shui stone back." Long Shiyu also looked at me impatiently. I nodded. I also wanted to know who stole the feng shui stone. I even had an evil thought in my mind: what if the Dragon King himself robbed the company? Then I can really watch the Dragon King's show with glee. Just when I was about to tell fortunes, Long Shiyu's face suddenly changed, and he stared outside. "Wait. Someone seems to be coming. Is there someone?" I immediately became alert. Could it be that Lu Wenwen really came to my house? Someone? Where is that person? Murong Qingcheng's cultivation level was definitely not as high as Long Shiyu's, so she was a little confused. She opened the shop door and looked out with twinkling eyes. It is now past 2 in the morning and it is still pitch black outside. The weather is not very good tonight, especially with dark clouds covering the sky, which makes it look a bit weird and eerie. Murong Qingcheng looked for more than 10 seconds, and I also looked for more than 10 seconds. I frowned and didn't see anyone. Murong Qingcheng was also puzzled. Shiyu, did you see it wrongly? There is someone there? Have. Long Shiyu's expression was very solemn, and there was a faint golden light flashing in his eyes. 2 kilometers away. After hearing what she said, Murong Qingcheng and I looked out again. I released all my senses, trying to see and hear as far as possible. The same is true for Murong Qingcheng. Suddenly, the store became extremely quiet. There was not even the sound of breathing. Listen, did you hear that? There are very light footsteps coming this way, step by step. The voice is very light, which shows that he is very advanced. But there is something wrong. Why is this person's aura so weak? Even his breathing is very loud. It's strange, really strange. Long Shiyu's voice sounded. Murong Qingcheng and I looked at each other. Listen, the man's footsteps are suddenly getting faster and faster. This man is about to appear, can you feel it? Long Shiyu's voice suddenly became urgent. Murong Qingcheng and I looked at each other. She had a confused look on her face, and it was the same for her because I hadn't heard any footsteps yet. And the next second, my pupils suddenly shrank and I became nervous in an instant. Snap, snap, snap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was the sound of wind outside, but also a slight sound of footsteps and breathing came strangely into my ears. Someone is really coming. Who could it be? I subconsciously held my breath. Murong Qingcheng finally heard the sound as well. There really are footsteps, but it's strange. This person's footsteps are so light, but why is his breathing so heavy? He is a master, but not a master, how can this be? I am also confused. It's a human, but there's a ghostly aura on him. What's going on? Hey, the dampness is also very heavy. Long Shiyu's eyes flickered. I walked directly to the door of the store and secretly grabbed the talisman I had prepared. It was pitch black outside, but as the sounds of footsteps and breathing got closer and closer to me, finally, a blurry figure appeared in my sight in the distance. There is someone in the darkness, it's so weird. The first impression is that he is very tall. This person is very tall. And her figure is very tall. Even under the influence of darkness, her curves are still in perfect shape, and her waist is as slender as a snake. Is this a woman? Gurgle. I swallowed subconsciously, and my heart became nervous. Could it really be her? Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of high heels was getting closer and closer, the figure in the dark was getting closer and closer to me, and her face was becoming clearer and clearer. When I saw her face clearly, I was struck by lightning and stood there in shock. A trace of coldness rushed to the back of my head, and the hairs on my back stood up. Call Lu Wenwen, because the woman who walked out of the darkness was actually Lu Wenwen. She is really still alive. Because she has a shadow, which means she is still alive, and she is smiling at me, but the smile is very eerie. Do you really want me to die? Lu Wenwen approached me step by step, her eyes fixed on me, the smile on her face deepened, as if to take revenge on me. What a pity, I survived the disaster. Looking at her smile, I was shocked beyond words. She really survived a disaster. But how could it be possible? How could an ordinary person like her survive in such fast-flowing water? Surprise and disbelief, my mind went blank all of a sudden. Soon, my heart was in suspense. Because I admitted in front of her before she fell into the water that I was the Long Shiba that she hated. Would she expose me in front of Long Shiyu now? Master Lin, are you so shocked? It seems that you really thought I was dead. You are so vicious. Lu Wenwen sneered, you are not a man if you don't save me when I am dying. I said I will never let you go even if I die. I keep my word and I am here today. I stared at her. Lu Wenwen is indeed a human being, because there is energy in her life palace, which is human energy. However, her life palace is wide open, as if she has suddenly become enlightened, or even as if her Ren and Du meridians have been opened. What is going on? He didn't die after falling into the water, but instead got an amazing opportunity? What on earth did she encounter? I was confused and continued to stare at her. I found that there was a very powerful energy in her wide-open life palace. I immediately understood. Someone rescued her from the water. No wonder she was able to survive even though she fell into the turbulent Yellow River and was doomed to die. It turned out that it was not because she was lucky, but because she was lucky and met a noble person. I felt very sad. How could such a selfish woman like her meet a noble man? She didn't die even after falling into the water? Could it be that the dragon blood that belongs to me in her body can actually bring her good luck? In addition, the energy in her life palace is very strong, which means that the person who saved her is unfathomable. After all, Lu Wenwen's aura is different at this moment. She has been enlightened by someone and has already entered the realm of magic. She is actually not an ordinary person. Who is this person who can do this? Of course, I am not surprised that she was able to be enlightened. After all, she has a rare phoenix life. While I was analyzing secretly, Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered behind me, and Long Shiyu looked Lu Wenwen up and down. Are you scared now? I think you must be scared. Then you should have jumped into the water to save me. At that time, you watched me fall into the water. Do you know how desperate I was? Now I have found you, this is your retribution. I want to make you feel my despair at that time. Lu Wenwen said coldly. Murong Qingqing behind me wanted to stand up for me. Really? You want to scare me? I smiled calmly, the energy in your life palace is so strong that it is directly suppressing you. You are a subordinate. In other words, the price of someone saving you is that you become their subordinate who can be ordered around at will. If my guess is correct, it should be the person who saved you who asked you to come here, right? Did this person want you to come and kill me? I don't think so. There is no murderous aura in your life palace. After being exposed by me, Lu Wenwen's face suddenly changed, and she became angry and embarrassed. Mr. Lin, so what if you figured it out? Yes, you are right, someone saved me. Do you know who saved me? It has nothing to do with me who saved you, because the person who asked you to come here was not looking for me. It was someone else. Am I right? After I finished speaking, I turned and looked at Long Shiyu. Long Shiyu's face changed slightly, and he finally sighed helplessly, nodded and said, yes. She then looked at Lu Wenwen and asked, did my mother ask you to come and see me? Lu Wenwen's expression changed immediately, and she immediately became respectful, yes. It was the Queen of the Water Palace who asked me to come to you. Murong Qingqing's expression changed slightly. Long Shiyu felt even more helpless. No wonder she was busy with something in the back just now. It seemed that she also felt something. I was indeed surprised in my heart. What surprised me was that the person who saved Lu Wenwen was actually Long Shiyu's mother. This was indeed too much of a coincidence, but it was also normal. After all, being able to save people in such a turbulent river requires some strength. But maybe the purpose of Queen Shuigong saving her was not that simple? In addition, I suddenly became worried. What if the Queen of the Water Palace came here and discovered my identity? This makes me very anxious. I may not be able to deal with Long Shiyu, let alone her mother. Long Shiyu turned around and went into the house, taking out the gift he had just bought today. Since you are here, you can give the gift to her. I don't plan to go there anyway. It seems that Long Shiyu's relationship with her mother isn't very good? Is it because you don't want to see the Dragon King? Lu Wenwen shook her head. I think you should wait until Empress Shui Gong comes over and then give it to her in person. What? My mother is coming here in person? Long Shiyu was surprised. Murong Qingcheng was also very surprised. My heart trembled and I secretly said, oh no. Whatever you worry about, it will come true. Why? Doesn't she stay at home? Why would she suddenly come to see me? Long Shiyu asked hurriedly. I don't know about that. Anyway, after she brought me out of the water, she asked me to come find you first. I don't know where she went. I think she should be here soon. Lu Wenwen stared at me while speaking honestly. Long Shiyu looked puzzled. Is it also about the feng shui stone? Murong Qingcheng said at this time. Long Shiyu's eyes flickered. This is very possible. After all, most monsters would never come to the mortal world for no reason, and I had the urge to avoid them immediately. As the wife of the Dragon King, the Water Palace lady's strength was probably no less than that of the Dragon King, and she was very likely to see through me on the spot. Then my situation will be extremely dangerous. I don't have the strength to fight against them right now, so, no. I absolutely cannot stay here anymore, I have to find a way to leave. I can't die now. I was planning to find an excuse to slip out the back door, but Long Shiyu came to his senses and immediately pulled me. I don't want to see her, let's go. Since she said so, I naturally nodded, and Murong Qingcheng also nodded. After all, the three of us were originally planning to go out to look for feng shui stones, but Lu Wenwen immediately stopped us. Sorry, Queen Shui Gong asked me to keep an eye on you. That's why she asked me to come here first. Get out. I don't want to see her. Long Shiyu shook his head. Release the momentum directly. Lu Wenwen's face turned pale instantly. Although she was reminded by the Queen of Water Palace, it was impossible for her to be a match for Long Shiyu in just a few days. So when Long Shiyu's aura was released a little, Lu Wenwen couldn't bear it. But she still gritted her teeth and stopped him. Sorry, you really can't leave. If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to attack you. Long Shiyu's face was cold. Lu Wenwen gritted her teeth and shook her head. The next second, Long Shiyu pushed her with his arm, and Lu Wenwen fell out without any control. Lu Wenwen felt pain, but got up immediately. It seems that Long Shiyu just showed mercy. In addition, she was thrown 3 or 4 meters away, but nothing happened. It seems that after being enlightened, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. You really can't leave. Lu Wenwen still insisted. Long Shiyu looked at her and planned to push her down again. But at this moment, a strange voice came from a distance. The sound was obviously not loud, but when it sounded in my ears, it was eerily like thunder. Shiyu, you are a girl who fights and kills all day long. You have no woman's modesty at all. Who will want you in the future? Why don't you stop? A woman walked out from the darkness in the distance. She was very tall, with broad hips and a thin waist, and a curvaceous figure. She wore a long black skirt just right, revealing her white ankles. She was probably in her early 30s, well-maintained, with delicate makeup, especially her sword-like eyebrows, which were very intimidating. She looked like a wealthy and plump mature woman. But it was a bit strange. Her facial features were actually different from Long Shiyu's, and there was no similarity between their eyebrows. What's going on? When I saw her, my heart immediately jumped. Is this the Dragon King's wife, the Water Palace Queen? Her eyes were so oppressive, like those of a domineering female CEO. I was extremely nervous. Would she see through me at a glance? I hurriedly adjusted my breathing and didn't want to panic. How could I lose my composure? Be sure to stay calm. I'm wearing a human skin mask now, she will definitely not be able to see through me. After I adjusted my breathing, I began to look at her calmly. Of course, I don't know her specific level of skill yet, so I can't alert her by secretly reading her fortune. This might be discovered by someone as unfathomable as her. Long Xiyu was immediately speechless. As for Murong Qingcheng, she even dared to say that to the Dragon King, so of course she would not show any fear. Her domineering gaze swept over the few of us indifferently, and what made me feel a little relieved was that her gaze did not linger on me. It seems that she didn't see through me. But I don't know if it was my illusion or what, but her last glance back at me, intentionally or unintentionally, her eyes narrowed slightly. This made me feel a chill in my heart, as if a bucket of ice water was poured over my head, and my whole body felt cold. Did she see through me? My brain is working fast, thinking of corresponding strategies. If she attacks me, I must run away as fast as possible. This is my only chance to survive in her hands. Lu Wenwen immediately showed a respectful expression. Mrs. Shuigong, You don't have to say anything. I know my daughter's character very well, said Queen Shuigong. Lu Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her head and dared not say anything more. Why did you come up here suddenly? Long Xiyu said helplessly. Now you don't even want to call me mom. You hated your dad before, and now you hate me too? Empress Shuigong raised her eyebrows. Long Xiyu was silent. The Water Palace goddess came over and showed her doting. Xiyu, your father is injured, why don't you go back to see him? Do you know how much your father misses you? Long Xiyu remained silent. When I heard these words, my heart twitched violently. The hatred towards the Dragon King in my heart grew even stronger. What on earth are you doing here? Long Xiyu asked, are you here for the feng shui stones? Do you know? The feng shui stones nearby were stolen. There are no other traces at the scene, which means that the person who stole the feng shui stones might be someone I know. Maybe it's one of us. Feng shui stone matters are not my responsibility. Goddess Shuigong shook her head. Did you steal it? Long Xiyu asked. How dare you? Xiyu, you are becoming more and more outrageous. You actually dare to doubt me? Empress Shuigong's face darkened and her eyes shot out a domineering look. Lu Wenwen shuddered with fear. I was shocked. What a strong aura. What is her true form? You're reacting so strongly, is this related to you? Long Xiyu was not frightened, but continued to ask, if the feng shui stone is not returned to its place, I'm afraid there will be disaster for all the people here. The Water Palace lady did not answer her question, but instead looked at Murong Qingcheng. The issue of the feng shui stone can only be temporarily handed over to your dragon team to help deal with it. Murong Qingcheng glanced at Long Xiyu, hesitated slightly, and was about to say something, but finally nodded. I'm asking you a question. Did you steal the feng shui stone? Long Xiyu asked again. That's enough. The Water Palace lady said in a cold tone, how do you talk to me? Your father should dote on you, but I shouldn't. Don't forget, I'm just your stepmother. Just a stepmother? I suddenly understood why her face didn't look like Long Xiyu's just now. Long Xiyu bit her lips and said, I will find out anyway. Whatever. Empress Shuigong waved her hand and walked into the store, which made my heart hang in the air again. What are you going to do? Long Xiyu's expression tensed and he subconsciously protected me behind him. Even Murong Qingcheng approached me intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you so nervous about him? Empress Shuigong's tone was calm but cold, and she began to look me up and down. This look made me feel uneasy, as if she could see through my whole body. I was so frightened that I hurriedly adjusted my breathing. The closer it got to this point, the more I couldn't panic. If you panic, you're doomed. I quickly calmed down. The worst that could happen is death. What's there to be afraid of? How could I be worried about him? Don't talk nonsense. Long Shiyu immediately denied it. Yeah. The water palace goddess's eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. During those few seconds, cold sweat broke out on my back as I stared into her eyes. At this time, Lu Wenwen subconsciously looked up at me, instinctively a little confused, but soon her eyes flickered. Empress Xuegong, I know who this person is. Lu Wenwen suddenly came over to report me. I was shocked. Oh no. Before Lu Wenwen fell into the water, I personally admitted in front of her that I was Long Shiba. In order to avenge me, she wanted to expose my identity directly in front of the Water Palace Queen. I took a deep breath secretly and held the talisman in my hand tightly. Even the yang energy in my body was stirring. In this instant, I have to strike with all my strength to have a chance of escaping. But Empress Xuegong glanced at Lu Wenwen and asked, "Who is he?" When Lu Wenwen was about to speak, Long Shiyu immediately spoke up for me. "He is Master Lin, he can tell fortunes." "Yes, he can tell fortunes, and he is very skilled in it." Murong Qingqing also agreed. "Can't I feel that he can tell fortunes?" "Do you need to tell me this?" Empress Xuegong said coldly. The words that were about to come out of Lu Wenwen's mouth were swallowed back. Long Shiyu subconsciously protected me even more. I planned to take the initiative and attack her in a swarm first. Catch her off guard. However, just as I was about to take action, Empress Xuegong walked directly into my shop, glanced at me, and said with an unquestionable command, "You, come in. I have something to ask you." My heart shuddered. "Don't go in." Long Shiyu stopped me immediately. "I'm not talking to you. You, come in. The others are waiting outside." Queen Xuegong ignored Long Shiyu and said coldly. I stared at her, and the anger that had been accumulating in my heart for so many years due to cowardice suddenly emerged, and I was about to walk in. "You want to face me alone? Good. I, Long Shiba, am not afraid of you." "Don't." Long Shiyu held me back. Murong Qingqing's expression also changed. "It's okay." I shook my head, broke free from her hand, and walked straight into the store. Before Long Shiyu chased in, I quickly slammed the door shut. Suddenly, there were only me and her in the small shop. The only sound in the air was the breathing of the two people. It was very quiet, so quiet that it was scary. "It's terribly heavy." She was a plump figure, with her back to me, and I held the talisman tightly. At this moment, it's about to happen. The air seems to be filled with the smell of gunpowder, and it only needs a little spark to ignite it completely. Time passed minute by minute, and I just stared at her graceful back, slowly raised my feet, and slowly approached her. Just when I was only 3 meters away from her, her voice suddenly rang out, breaking the deathly silence. "Since your master is not here, it's such an unfortunate coincidence, then today you will be the one to tell my fortune." My whole body froze. She turned around and looked at me calmly. "I once asked your master to tell my fortune. She was very accurate, but I don't know how much of her skills you have." These words made the huge stone in my heart fall to the ground. Could it be that she hasn't figured out my identity yet? Was it just that I was too nervous just now, so I started to think too much? Bring it on. She sat down calmly and hooked her finger, but her voice was still condescending. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, lifted my stiff feet, and walked in front of her. Looking at her indifferent face, I felt calmed down temporarily, but was it an illusion? I always felt that there was something strange in the way she looked at me. "What do you want to calculate?" I asked. "You asked me this, which means that you are far inferior to your master. A truly great fortune teller doesn't even need to speak once a customer comes to him." The Water Palace goddess spoke in a cold tone, with a hint of impatience and even a hint of disdain in her voice. I didn't say much, just looked at her. "You just walked in from the door, a total of 12 steps, here we can take the 12, you didn't speak for 3 minutes after entering the room, here we can take the 30, plus there are more women than men today, so we can take the more, then add them together, it's 12 followed by 3 zeros and 1 more, together it's more than 12,000. What do you mean?" Empress Shuigong raised her eyebrows. "It just so happens that I have more than 12,000 kinds of Chinese herbal medicine in Yanxia. I think the purpose of your coming in to ask me for fortune-telling should be related to herbal medicine." I continued to explain. The eyes of the Water Palace goddess widened slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. She rolled her eyes and looked at me again. "So what kind of herb are you talking about?" "Herbs for healing, right?" I continued. I guessed this by association. If her purpose of coming out of the Yellow River was not to get the feng shui stone, then most likely it was because the Dragon King was injured, so she came out to help him find something to heal his wounds. After all, I learned from Longshiyu last time that the Dragon King was injured. This makes me secretly happy, even gloating. I don't know why the Dragon King was injured, but his injuries were obviously not light, even a little special, otherwise why would the Water Palace goddess go out all the way to look for herbs? The more seriously injured he is, the better. If he is unable to get out of bed, the better chance I will have of revenge. Goddess Shuigong just looked at me, which meant that I should answer my own questions. "You just said 12 words, so I think the herbs you are looking for must be at least 1,200 years old," I continued. "You guessed it right. Then tell me, what is the name of the herb I'm looking for? If you can tell me, then you are qualified to tell my fortune." Lady Shuigong asked calmly, as if she was just asking it as a follow-up question and didn't think I could accurately name the herb. I looked at her without changing my expression. Empress Shuigong frowned and immediately stood up with disdain. She walked outside, swaying her voluptuous figure. "Sure enough, you don't even have half the skills of your master. You suck. What good will it do me if I tell you?" I said. Lady Shuigong stopped and turned around. "If you can tell me, you will get a lot of money. The herb you are looking for is Sanyuanhua, right?" I said calmly. The Water Palace lady's expression changed, and she subconsciously walked back, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. "How did you know?" I looked at her and said, "You just turned around and took 3 steps, so you can take the character. Then you turned around in a circle, so you can take the character. However, the character cannot be pronounced as, so it can only be pronounced as, which means. It seems like you are deliberately teasing me. Where is the flower? How did you figure out whether it was a flower or a grass?" Queen Shuigong narrowed her eyes, a little unhappy that I deliberately asked her to turn around and leave. "Lady Shuigong, you are as beautiful as a flower, so the word flower can be taken from it. The 3 words together make it exactly Sanyuan flower." I looked at her and said. "How dare you? You! Are you teasing me?" The Water Palace Queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The overwhelming pressure emanates directly. In the small shop, it was as if winter had arrived in an instant. I shook my head. "Of course not. Lady Shuigong, you are the subject, so of course you can also be considered as a direction and part of the analysis." She frowned, looked at me, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly inadvertently. But he still sat down again and said something to compliment me. "You are much more cunning than your master." "Then where is this flower?" she asked. I poured a glass of water and asked her to write a word so that I could test it. She stretched out her scallion-like fingers, elegantly touched the water in the glass, and then wrote the word fake on the table. My heart suddenly shuddered. Was her word hinting to me that I was wearing a fake human skin mask on my face? Did she really see through me? Just as I was wondering, she tapped the table with her fingers and urged impatiently, "What are you dawdling about? Hurry up." I came to my senses, looked down at the words on the table again, and was stunned. Because when she was knocking on the table just now, the vibration caused the words written by water to merge together, and the word became the word with thick strokes. "Look at you, you've been dawdling for so long that you've messed up the words I wrote," Empress Shuigong said coldly, intending to write a new word. I shook my head and refused her. "No need, the characters are not changed. Since the fake character has become only, then just use only for the character prediction." She snorted coldly, and I began to analyze it quickly in my mind. Soon I got the results. But I'm thinking, should I delay or deviate on purpose? After all, the Dragon King's injury is a great thing for me. If I really help her find the Sanyuan flower and let the Dragon King recover, then for me now, it would be like shooting myself in the foot. It can even be a disaster. But Lady Shuigong has lived for who knows how many years, and her mind has long been as intelligent as a demon. If I deliberately omitted one thing, she might be able to recognize it immediately. Once she finds out, she might attack me immediately. Very adventurous. So, I finally have a chance to plot against the Dragon King. Should I take it, or should I? After all, this opportunity comes suddenly, and if you don't seize it, it will be gone in a flash. So what is the best way for me to deal with this Sanyuan flower? I've thought of doing something with the Sanyuan Hua. Furthermore, when I finished the analysis, I suddenly felt a little confused. Are these two things so coincidental? Boom, boom, boom. Lady Shuigong tapped the table with her fingers again. 3 minutes have passed. How long do you want? Do you take this long at a time? Have you figured it out? I've figured it out, I said. Hurry up and tell me. You're much slower than your master. Lady Shuigong was very impatient, as if it was an honor for me to be able to tell her fortune. I pointed to the word only on the table and said, Sanyuan Hua, it's on a wooden one. What wood? The word only can be separated into person and again. You wrote the word on a wooden table, so is the person on the wood? I explained. Please continue. Empress Shuigong's expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of anxious curiosity in her tone. People are on the wood, which means that the person who possesses the Sanyuan flower should be on the water. Can't be on the ground? Most of the houses in our Yanxia are made of cement. There are very few houses made of wood, so we can basically rule out houses on the ground. The simplest place on the water is on a boat, with the person on the wood. In other words, this person is now on a boat on a river. I explained. Which river is that? Asked the water palace goddess. I pointed to the word only on the table and said, time has passed too long. The water has merged the words you wrote with water, and this word has become a bold one. Since it's one, it's easy. It's the nearest river. The nearest river? Queen Shuigong looked out immediately. By the time she got to the place, she should know who I was talking about. The nearest river to my master's shop is not the Yellow River, but the city river where I jumped out of the car in desperation when the ghost baby hit me last time. I still remember that it seemed like someone pulled me out of the water. But this is a bit of a coincidence. The water palace lady stood up immediately, but she added, then there is another in the word. How do you explain this? Well, I hesitated for a few seconds. These two things are a bit of a coincidence. Two things? What two things? Empress Shuigong's expression changed slightly. Feng Shui stone. I said. Feng Shui stone. The water palace goddess's expression changed again, and she looked very surprised. That's right. I nodded, pointing to the word next to the word on the table and said, look, this word looks like two inserted wooden sticks with a pot on top. What does this pot have to do with the Feng Shui stone? The pot is on the table, how can there be no fire underneath? After all, your words are on the table. Wood produces fire, fire produces earth, and when the fire burns the earth, it becomes hard, and when it hardens, it becomes stone. This is stone. I explained. Then there's no wind, how do you determine it's a Feng Shui stone? According to the 5 elements, the east generates wind. If this pot is placed on the hot summer land in the east, will the wind come? If there is wind, there is also stone. As for water, it is even simpler. There is fire under the pot. The pot cannot be burning dry, right? There must be water in the pot, so isn't there water? Wind, water, and stone, don't they add them together and make Feng Shui stone? I spread my hands. The eyes of the water palace goddess flickered slightly, and she looked surprised. Very good. In terms of fortune telling, you may have surpassed your master. I shook my head. My master has lived for hundreds of years. How many years have I learned? It is very difficult to surpass her. The water palace goddess's eyes flickered quickly. This person has both the Sanyuan flower and the Feng Shui stone in his hand. This is too coincidental. I know who this person is. When she spoke, her tone was very cold. She slapped her palm on the table, and there was clearly nothing on her palm. However, when she lifted her palm from the table, there were already 2 stacks of money where her palm was pressed. This is 20,000. It's quite generous. But who is the person who stole the Feng Shui stone? After all, it was such a coincidence, as if the queen of the water palace was deliberately led to find this person. Besides, it looked like Lady Shuigong must know him, and I was curious. Aren't you looking for the Feng Shui stone? It's just right, you come with me to find this person, said the queen of the water palace. I thought about it for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. After all, I had already made a decision in my mind. I planned to do something with the Sanyuan grass. There is absolutely no way I will let the Dragon King recover from his injuries. I will make his injuries even worse. Walk. Queen Shuigong turned and walked towards the door. She opened it directly. Longxi Yu and Murong Qingsheng outside saw that I was fine, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Longxi Yu, when she saw 20,000 yuan on the table, she was surprised. Obviously she never expected that I actually made money from her stepmother. As for Lu Wenwen, she kept staring at me. Empress Shuigong walked out without saying a word. I'll give you 1 minute. I quickly put away the 20,000 yuan and walked into the house. If the poison was put on the Sanyuan grass, it would be impossible, because even if the water palace goddess was not careful and could not see it, it would be difficult to escape the eyes and ears of the Dragon King. Of course, another reason is that I don't have any poison in my hand that can hide from others. This method can only be abandoned. So I plan to put some Yin energy in there, because the Dragon King is of the fire element, and although Yin cannot overcome fire, it can hurt fire. Plus, the Dragon King is already injured, and if Yin energy suddenly enters his body, it would be taking advantage of the opportunity, and the Dragon King's condition would definitely be much more serious. I pinched my fingers and quickly recited the spell. Since this was my master's shop, she had been here for a long time and there must be some negative energy from her body lingering around. It can be used just fine. As I chanted the spell, the temperature around me dropped suddenly, and a few strands of Yin Qi really appeared. This Yin Qi was almost transparent. I reached out and grabbed it, and my palm instantly felt an icy pain. My eyes suddenly became hot. Dragon King, I will give you a gift today. Hope you enjoy it first. What are you still hesitating about? The urging voice of Queen Shui Gong was heard outside. I hurriedly gathered up the yin energy and wrapped it with my own yang energy to prevent it from being sensed by the goddess of the water palace. I walked out of the store and closed the door. Where does she want you to go? What for? Long Shiyu asked. I told the truth and Long Shiyu was surprised. Murong Qingcheng was surprised. Feng Shui stone? What a coincidence. Is there a trick? I think it's too coincidental, it's not normal. Then I want to go too. Long Shiyu said. Murong Qingcheng's expression naturally showed that she also wanted to go together. You two are not allowed to go. And Lu Wenwen, you just watch over them. You. Come with me. Empress Shuigong pointed at me and gave orders in an unquestionable tone. Just the two of us? I was surprised. Yes. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Queen Shuigong sneered. If I was afraid that she would eat me, I would not have agreed to go with her just now. After all, this is an opportunity that came to my doorstep, and there is no way I would let it go. I want to go too. Long Shiyu strongly requested at this time. Murong Qingcheng also nodded. Don't go. This person is very dangerous. Queen Shuigong scolded coldly. Very dangerous? I was startled. No wonder she wanted me to go with her. Did she want me to go over and give her some advice? After all, the 1,000-year-old Sanyuan grass is of too great a value, and people are unlikely to sell it easily. What's more, there are feng shui stones. This matter is indeed very complicated. Just because it's dangerous, that's why I should go. Long Shiyu also had a tough attitude. The same goes for Murong Qingcheng. Is it inconvenient for you to understand? Queen Shuigong scolded. What's inconvenient about it? It's very convenient for the two of us. Long Shiyu shook his head. But I took a look at the two of them. Although I haven't told their fortunes or analyzed their faces, my first feeling was that they really couldn't go. I think you'd better not go, I said solemnly. Shut up. Long Shiyu said. Listen to me, my first feeling is. Shut up. Shut up, I want you to shut up. Long Shiyu interrupted me directly. I am speechless. If it wasn't for protecting you, I wouldn't be here. Long Shiyu muttered softly. What did you say? I could only understand the general idea. Shut up. Long Shiyu interrupted me again. I won't say anything. I want to go. Long Shiyu was also very serious. Empress Shuigong frowned and wanted to scold, but she still nodded reluctantly. She motioned to Lu Wenwen to drive the car over. Lu Wenwen nodded and immediately went to drive. Soon a black SUV drove over. Then a few of us got in the car, with Queen Shuigong sitting in the front and the three of us sitting in the back. Lu Wenwen drove us there. On the way, Long Shiyu secretly asked me in my ear what happened in the store just now. I didn't hide it and told him directly. Long Shiyu let out a breath. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, Lu Wenwen drove to the destination. Of course, it was not in the urban area, but along the river out of the city, to a deserted place. The river here was obviously much wider, about several hundred meters wide, and the sound of water splashing was also very obvious, like a big lake. The water palace goddess signaled to stop the car. We just got out of the car. Because it was almost 4 o'clock, a layer of fog had risen on the water surface. From a distance, it looked very strange and a little mysterious. The person is on the wood, so this person must be on the boat in the middle of the river now. I squinted my eyes and looked carefully, but didn't see any boat. It seemed that I had to look for it in the river on the boat. In addition, I couldn't help but look towards the city. Is the person who pulled me out of the water last time nearby now? How about I go find a boat now? Lu Wenwen asked. Do I need a boat to cross the water? Queen Shuigong snorted coldly. Lu Wenwen immediately shut up and dared not speak anymore. That's right, the water palace goddess is a water spirit, why does she need a boat? You watch the car. Empress Shuigong ordered, and Lu Wenwen obediently got in the car and waited. She was about to speak to Long Xiyu, but Long Xiyu spoke first. Stop talking. I'm going over there today no matter what. It's up to you. Queen Shuigong snorted and walked straight to the shore. She said nothing and cast no spell, but a strange scene appeared. She lifted her foot and stepped on the water. She actually walked directly on the water, step by step, as if she were walking on flat ground. She stepped on the water, but the water didn't dare to wet her shoes. This made me look at it. Let's go. Follow me. Long Xiyu was the second one to follow. I wanted to follow, but Murong Qingcheng shook her head and left me at the end. I was speechless, but I also knew that they were protecting me. I also stepped on the water, and it felt like I was stepping on jelly. I was very surprised. It seems that with the presence of the Queen of Water Palace, I can also walk on water today. The four of us walked to the middle of the river. If an outsider saw us at this time, they would be stunned and say it was hell. At this moment, the fog was getting thicker and thicker. I looked back and couldn't even see the shore, so I naturally became alert. Humph. Knowing that I'm here, you still use this kind of trick to trap me? At this time, the eyes of Goddess of Water Palace flashed with golden light. She snorted coldly and swung her arms slowly, and the fog around her was torn into two. I was shocked. How skilled is she at casting spells so casually? As the tear got bigger, we looked and actually saw a large wooden boat not far from the middle of the river. It had been lying there quietly for who knows how long. This big wooden boat is as big as half a basketball court and it is brightly lit. There are even red lanterns hanging at the bow and stern. How can such an antique wooden boat still exist in this day and age? It looks mysterious and weird. Sure enough, there is a person on the tree. Queen Shuigong looked back at me, then her eyes flashed with coldness and she strode over. Long Xiyu and Murong Qingcheng continued to follow, and of course I followed too. But just as we approached the big ship, strange noises such as splashing and popping suddenly came from all around. I was startled and looked down quickly, only to see a whirlpool around us that was getting bigger and bigger, and there were strange fish bigger than my head swimming around. These strange fish have mouths full of fangs, and their tails are shaking desperately, as if they can rush out of the water and bite people at any time. There were so many of them, only dozens at first, but as the vortex grew bigger, there were a staggering hundreds of them. They slapped the water surface with a crackling sound, as if it was boiling, and the noisy sounds were creepy and frightening. Piranha? No, these are not just piranhas, their eyes are glowing green, these are specially fed piranhas, I'm afraid they usually eat real people. I was furious. Long Xiyu frowned, and Murong Qingcheng felt as if facing a great enemy. It was obvious that she had seen the power of this piranha before. The water palace goddess suddenly touched the water with her foot, and circles of water waves spread out with her as the center, directly creating waves more than 1 meter high. Such an astonishing scene only made these hundreds of piranhas roll over a few times, and they gathered together again and swam over. The sound of splashing water became louder, and some fish had already rushed out of the water and were biting Long Xiyu directly. With a mouth full of fangs, wouldn't a piece of flesh fall off if you were bitten? It's really scary. I immediately made attacking movements, as if facing a formidable enemy. After all, these hundreds of them can eat a living person into bones in an instant. But soon, I was stunned. Because Long Xiyu caught the fish with her hand, other fish rushed out and bit Murong Qingcheng. The two of them caught 4 piranhas in their hands respectively. These piranhas rushed out one after another, and they only bit the 2 of them, as if they had identified them. But Empress Shuigong and I were completely fine. Is this the Water Palace goddess casting a spell to protect me alone? Of course not. Crackle. Long Xiyu, Murong Qingcheng threw the fish in her hand away, and then used her feet to kick away the piranhas that rushed out. But soon, under the attack of hundreds of fish, the 2 of them became a little flustered. After all, these man-eating fish are inhumane and only know how to eat meat. I told you 2 not to come over, why don't you get ashore? Queen Shuigong snorted. I won't. Long Xiyu got angry and planned to cast a spell. Have you forgotten the rules of our aquatic tribe? You are not allowed to cast spells to harm fish in other waters. If casting spells can solve the problem, why would I let these beasts attack you? The Water Palace goddess reminded. Long Xiyu had no choice but to stop and continue kicking. The 2 of them were in a panic, looking at me and Empress Shuigong who were watching the show safely. They looked at each other, very confused. Otherwise, you should just go ashore. I began to persuade them. There is obviously something wrong with only attacking the 2 of them. I won't. Long Xiyu still confirmed. Murong Qingcheng also lost her temper. What went wrong? Why did they only attack the 2 of us? How should I know? Oops, there are 3 fish coming up to your left. Shoot them away. There are 7 more coming up behind you. The 2 of them reminded each other, but if they continued like this, they would get hurt sooner or later, or even have some flesh bitten off. How creepy would it be if a few pieces of flesh were missing from their perfectly healthy big white legs? Lady Shuigong was obviously getting impatient. I said helplessly, I say, 2 elder sisters, have you 2 forgotten that it is inconvenient for you? What's the inconvenience for us? Do you look down on women? Long Xiyu and Murong Qingcheng said in unison and glared at me fiercely. You 2 are having your periods and your bodies smell of blood. The piranhas will smell the blood and of course they will attack you too, I explained. When they came, I felt that they shouldn't have come. I felt strange at first, but when I thought about it again, I suddenly understood. Long Xiyu and Murong Qingcheng's faces turned red all the way to their necks, especially Murong Qingcheng, whose entire face was flushed red, and she looked particularly stunning. I don't think this is the reason. I did come, Qingcheng and I came at the same time, she came too, but didn't you come too? I remember you seemed to be here at the same time as me, right? Long Xiyu was carefree and quickly regained his true self, pointing at Empress Shuigong and asked. She seemed to not believe what I said and wanted to use the Water Palace goddess to refute me. A blush and anger immediately appeared on the charming and stern face of the Water Palace lady. You remembered it wrong, I was on a star. Enough. You 2, get ashore right now. Long Xiyu was a little embarrassed for remembering the wrong date for the Water Palace lady. Did I remember it wrong? You were last week? Still saying? Empress Shuigong scolded, her face terribly cold. Long Xiyu felt even more embarrassed. She looked at Murong Qingcheng, and they exchanged glances. They decided to go back to the shore first. If you continue to be attacked by piranhas like this, you will get hurt sooner or later. Hey, call me if you have any problems. I will be there in 3 seconds. Long Xiyu said to me, and then he and Murong Qingcheng quickly retreated to the shore. Miraculously, as soon as they retreated, hundreds of piranhas in the water immediately followed them, chasing them with crackling sounds, like vicious dogs pouncing on their prey. Until the two of them jumped onto the shore, many piranhas followed them and rushed ashore, jumping and tumbling on the shore, as if they were chasing them relentlessly. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the two of them reach the shore safely. It seems that the people on this boat have no intention of attacking us. It was just that Long Xiu and the others were not in a convenient position just now, which attracted these inhuman beasts over. Queen Shuigong snorted coldly, pretending nothing had happened, and walked under the boat. She touched the water with her toes, causing ripples, and then she jumped on. Very relaxing. The boat was 3 or 4 meters high, and I couldn't jump that high, so I could only climb up holding the anchor rope with both hands. When I got on the boat, I found a cold wind blowing, which made me feel cold all over. Could this be a ghost ship? I was very alert and saw that the door of the houseboat was open. I looked inside and found that the houseboat was very luxurious and quaint. Everything was made of wood, as if a palace had been built on the boat. However, Queen Shuigong had an unpleasant look on her face. She stopped at the door and did not go in. Because I can hear some discordant male and female voices. This surprised me deeply. Shuigong, since you are here, please come in. I don't need to come out and invite you in person, right? You've been through this before, so you've seen all kinds of sex scenes between men and women. You shouldn't be shy, right? A strange voice was heard, a very young voice, quite attractive, and it sounded like a handsome guy. Queen Shuigong had cold eyes and walked in without saying a word. I stared at the plump back of the water palace lady, silently counting the number of steps she took from the bow to the boathouse: 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. There are 8 steps in total, which is an even number. According to fortune-telling, we can take the number 8 to guess the number. Soon, an idea came to my mind. The character has 1 stroke held back and 1 stroke dotted downward, and the 2 strokes are respectful to each other and are not connected. In other words, as far as I am concerned, there will be no conflict between me and the people here. I have no control over the life or death of Lady Shuigong, but this is a good thing for me. This proves that the people here will not target me. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a cold gaze. It was the Queen of Water Palace who saw that I had not come in for a long time, and she was urging me with a murderous look. It seems that she knows that the people inside are difficult to deal with, so she is urging me. I walked in calmly, but of course I was also equally alert. But I also feel a lot more at ease. From the fortune-telling, I don't need to worry about anything happening to me. The only thing I have to consider now is how to get the yin energy in my hand into the Sanyuan flower without anyone noticing. Soon, I saw a man with his chest and abdomen exposed sitting on a large wooden chair, hugging 2 beautiful women. The 2 beauties were wearing gauze and were lying on the man with satisfied looks on their faces. In this situation, as a woman, Goddess Shuigong remained calm. The first person I saw was this man. He has standard sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and he looks like a man. He is extremely handsome. His eyebrows are not messy, there is a mole on his mouth, his forehead is broad, and his cheekbones are fleshy. From the perspective of appearance, this man is very good-looking. But in the eyes of us fortune-tellers, people who are good-looking are either rich or noble. This person's strength is not simple. In addition, from my perception, there is a 50% chance that this person is half ghost and half human. That's why this ship is so quaint and rare. But why wouldn't he have a conflict with me when I came here today? Could it be that my ability is totally insignificant in his eyes, so he doesn't even bother to target me? While I was thinking about it, I found that he looked at me intentionally or unintentionally, which made me even more confused. In addition, when Queen Shuigong came in, he kept his eyes on her, as if he, who liked beautiful women, was somewhat interested in Queen Shuigong. No wonder Queen Shuigong didn't let Long Xiu and the others come up, and insisted that I come along. It turns out she was worried that this guy would take advantage of her. At this time, I saw that the Water Palace lady had a cold face and her aura was released directly. Ghost Craftsman, you are so bold. You even dare to steal the feng shui stone? Now I want you to hand over the feng shui stone to me immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. She was the first to make the first move. Feng shui stone? What feng shui stone? I don't understand. The Ghost Craftsman had an innocent look on his face, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes when he questioned her. But his eyes were on me again. Humph, don't you understand? The feng shui stone is the most precious treasure of the Yellow River and is of great importance. You dare to steal it? You don't have the courage to admit it? I want you to hand over the feng shui stone now and bring me a Sanyuan flower to apologize. I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I will never let you go today, said the Queen of the Water Palace coldly. Faced with the threat from the Water Palace goddess, the Ghost Craftsman was even more unhappy, but he did not get angry easily. Instead, he burst into laughter, and even the two beauties in his arms laughed, but in a somewhat mocking way. Shui Gong, you asked me for Sanyuan Hua, so just tell me directly. You mentioned feng shui stones and made threats. It's not like you to beat around the bush like this. The Ghost Craftsman laughed. The Water Palace lady's eyes turned cold. You knew I was coming to find you? There's nothing I can do. I know a lot of gossip. I heard that your Dragon King was seriously injured. I was very surprised. And I happen to have a healing herb in my hand. I have been thinking these days that you would come to find me. But you are 2 days later than I expected. Did you just find out today that I have the Sanyuan flower? The Ghost Craftsman smiled slightly. I was surprised when I heard this. Who is this person? Why does he sound like he is not afraid of the Dragon King? The Water Palace lady snorted. Since you know, I'll tell you straight away. Feng shui stone and Sanyuan flower, hand them over, and I'll leave right away. Feng shui stone. You don't dare to admit it? Empress Shui Gong said in a cold tone. What should I admit? You won't believe me even if I tell you. The day before yesterday, when I woke up, a strange stone appeared beside my bed. I don't know who sent it. I have been wondering what it is these days. Now that you say this, I understand. It turns out to be a feng shui stone. The Ghost Craftsman said innocently. Are you fooling me? Queen Shuigong's eyes flashed coldly. I'm not fooling you. Believe it or not. Since it is a feng shui stone, I can return it to you as a token of my appreciation. The Ghost Craftsman said with a smile. Then take it out. Queen Shuigong seemed like she didn't want to get involved. Go and get the stone from my bedside. The Ghost Craftsman kissed the beautiful woman next to him. The beauty swayed her body, stood up and walked inside, and soon came out, holding a stone shaped like a Tai Chi in her hand. One side is black, the other side is white. It is completely natural and exudes amazing feng shui power. Is this the feng shui stone? I immediately analyzed the situation. It didn't matter whether what the Ghost Craftsman said just now was true or false, but I felt that he was the one who stole it. But why did he just give it away so easily after stealing it with great difficulty? Are you feeling full from eating too much? Is he okay? I always feel like something is wrong, it's going too smoothly. Even the Queen of the Water Palace was surprised. Apparently, she did not expect that the Ghost Craftsman would return it so easily. What are you doing again? Asked the Water Palace goddess. Return the item to its original owner, said the Ghost Craftsman innocently. The Water Palace goddess immediately stared at the feng shui stone for identification. Judging from the expression of Lady Shui Gong, there is nothing wrong with the feng shui stone. You're smart. If you don't hand this thing over, I won't be the only one looking for you. The Water Palace lady took the feng shui stone from the beauty, but the beauty was still reluctant to give it to her, so the ghost craftsman said, "Give it to her first." The beauty then reluctantly let go. The Water Palace goddess put away the feng shui stone. I was wondering if this ghost craftsman had finally stopped in his tracks. That shouldn't be the case. How could a man like him who dared to steal suddenly regret it? But what he did was beyond my expectation. Strange, really strange. Because I was so curious, I stared at his face without making any noise. He was too advanced, so I couldn't analyze him too much for the time being. After a few seconds, I suddenly realized that this was the case. You stole the feng shui stone. According to the rules of the living world, you will be beheaded. But today I am too lazy to argue with you. Sanyuan grass, hand over the Sanyuan grass, and let this matter go. The Water Palace goddess stared at him. The ghost craftsman laughed, and the two beauties beside him also laughed. Your tricks won't work on me. Sanyuan grass is my treasure. Can you just hand it over when I say so? The ghost craftsman was fearless and his smile was playful. The aura on Queen Shuigong's body was shrinking, and it was obvious that she was planning to snatch it by force. But the ghost craftsman remained calm and relaxed, which made the Water Palace lady look a little apprehensive. Okay, how much do you want? Tell me a number. Her attitude made me more certain that the ghost craftsman in front of me was probably no simple person. Ha ha ha. When we reach our level, the money used by mortals is just a string of numbers to you and me. What's the use? The ghost craftsman smiled slightly, not moved at all. Then tell me, what do you want? I also have some things that can be exchanged. Queen Shuigong said coldly. That's right. I am a person who is soft-hearted and does not respond to tough measures. Your Dragon King is injured, and he and I are old friends. I can't just stand by and watch him die. As for the Sanyuan grass, I can do you a favor. You don't need to give me anything in exchange. I just want you to. The ghost craftsman began to look up and down at the Water Palace queen, and the smile on his face deepened. This look made the Water Palace lady's breath surge. Her eyes were cold. Put away your disgusting thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Huh, you misunderstood. I'm not asking you to do that. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be cheated on. How could I not understand this rule? I want you to make a bet with me. If you win, you can take the Sanyuan grass immediately, and I will definitely give it to you. The ghost craftsman gave a mysterious smile. What if I lose? Queen Shuigong frowned. The ghost craftsman laughed even more deeply. If you lose, you lose. It's nothing. On the contrary, I still care about you. After all, you are so angry right from the start, and it's so hot on my boat. Don't you feel it? So, you lose. I just want you to take off the skirt you are wearing, and I will let you cool down. After losing, Lady Shuigong was asked to take off her clothes in public. The ghost craftsman's words really shocked me. First, he is so bold. Is he so confident that he isn't afraid that Queen Shuigong will get angry with him on the spot? Second, although the fact that he has beauties on all sides shows that he likes women, I didn't expect that he would be so bold as to set his eyes on Queen Shuigong. Want to tease her in public? He wants the beauty to undress in public and take off her mysterious veil. Does he want to feast his eyes? I subconsciously looked at the plump and full figure of the Water Palace goddess in front of me. But what was beyond my expectation was that Lady Shuigong did not get angry but laughed instead, ha, ha, ha. But this smile, with its superficial smile and its underlying nature, is full of murderous intent. If you want to die, I can ignore the rules and kill you immediately. The Water Palace Queen's words of threat were not concealed at all. When her breath was released, it was as if winter had arrived in the huge boathouse in an instant. The air is filled with murderous intent. Even the two beauties that the ghost craftsman was hugging on his left and right had a sudden change of expression. It was obvious that with their level of skill, they were already frightened by the aura of the Water Palace lady. Kill me? I'm afraid you can't do it yet. The ghost craftsman smiled calmly. You can choose not to fight for this bet, or you can come and rob it, but I have to remind you that if I take the Sanyuan grass that you urgently need and leave immediately, you can't catch me. If I just hide in the mountains and forests for 10 or 8 years, you won't be able to find me. Without the Sanyuan grass, your wife might be in danger. Are you sure you want to take this risk? The eyes of the Water Palace goddess were cold and filled with murderous intent. It was obvious that the ghost craftsman had hit upon her concerns and soft spots. That is indeed true. With the ghost craftsman's strength, if he retreated with the Sanyuan grass without a fight, it would be difficult for the Water Palace Queen to catch him. What's more, if the ghost craftsman got angry and destroyed the Sanyuan grass directly, then the herbal medicine that could cure the Dragon King's injuries would be wasted. I think you already understand the interests involved. Besides, you love your Dragon King so much, what's wrong with sacrificing for him? If you lose, you will just be asked to take off a skirt. What's the big deal if you don't tell me? I won't tell you, he won't tell you, and no one will tell you. How can your Dragon King know? The ghost craftsman even looked at me on purpose, and I was speechless. The figure of Empress Shuigong is really foreign style, with wide hips and big breasts, but a very thin waist. She is tall and has long legs, a standard hot body. But she is my enemy, so I don't want to look at Queen Shuigong's tall figure. Judging from her figure, it is indeed possible to insult her, but this is not my way of revenge. The muscles on Lady Shuigong's face were twitching, and she was obviously furious. You are looking for death. Boom. Queen Shuigong had probably never been insulted like this before. Her aura surged and a layer of light golden light enveloped her. She was like a barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode at any moment. The two beauties in the ghost craftsman's arms were immediately frightened and began to tremble. The ghost craftsman remained calm. He grasped with his fingers strangely, and a flower shaped like a lotus pod appeared in his hand. The lotus pod was golden, and like a firefly, it also emitted a faint glow. The branches are emerald green, while the leaves are red. It is truly amazing to see 3 colors on one plant. It is worthy of being called a 1,000-year-old herb. My mind moved and I immediately thought about how to inject Yin energy into it. When Queen Shuigong saw this, her pupils suddenly shrank, her figure blurred in an instant, and she disappeared from the spot. In just a blink of an eye, her hand was already in front of the ghost craftsman. It only took her one more second to snatch the 3 yuan coins in a flash. But the ghost craftsman chuckled and remained very calm. A ball of emerald green ghost fire suddenly appeared in his hand, and in an instant, it enveloped the Sanyuan flower in his hand. The Sanyuan flower was enveloped in fire, as if it would turn into ashes in the next second. No! Queen Shuigong was horrified. Her fingers were about to touch the Sanyuan flower, but she decisively stopped the attempt to snatch it. Because she knew clearly that if she got any closer, even just a little bit closer, the Sanyuan flower that she desperately needed would disappear before her eyes. It seems that your Dragon King's injury is really serious. Does he need Sanyuan Hua so much? Then do I have something on you? The ghost craftsman smiled. When you come to my place, you have to follow my rules. If you want it, bet with me. If you win, you take the flower. If you lose, take off your skirt and I'll let you cool down. It's that simple. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to gamble or not? I saw that Lady Shuigong's expression was extremely angry, extremely cold, and extremely murderous, but in the end the expression on her face returned to extreme indifference. Okay, I'll make this bet with you. That's right. The ghost craftsman smiled slightly, and the Sanyuan flower that was shrouded by the ghost fire returned to normal, and the two beauties in his arms also breathed a sigh of relief. Aren't you afraid of death? Queen Shuigong said coldly. You mean, your Dragon King will cause trouble for me then? You still want to confess such a shameful thing to him? I think you should keep it in your heart. You, I, and he know what happened today. The ghost craftsman laughed. That smile was still looking at me, as if telling me that I would be lucky enough to feast my eyes with him later. Lady Shuigong shook her head. No, he doesn't know. You, get out. Lady Shuigong ordered me coldly. This is because she is worried about losing, and afraid that I, an outsider, will take advantage of her and see her hot body. She also knows how to be shy and ashamed, and she also knows that she can't get away with it like an outsider like me. The reason I followed her in was not to see her figure, but to inject energy into the Sanyuan flower. I turned around and walked outside. I just feel helpless, as if I missed out on spending 3 yuan. Is this a wasted trip? Now all we can do is wait until they finish their bet and see if there is still a chance to get in touch with Sanyuanhua. I sighed. The opportunity that was right in front of me had just slipped away. Could it be that even God is helping the Dragon King? I was angry, but there was nothing I could do. At this time, the voice of the Water Palace goddess came from behind me. Tell me, what are you betting on? It's boring for you and me to fight each other. It just so happens that I've become addicted to gambling recently, so let's just keep it simple and let's bet on the size, said the ghost craftsman. Bet on the size? Empress Shuigong asked in a surprised tone. Yes, I roll the dice and you guess the size. If you guess correctly, you win. The ghost craftsman explained. You should try another way of gambling. I have never played these, said the Water Palace goddess. Then it's none of my business. You can choose not to gamble. I'm not forcing you, said the ghost craftsman with a smile. You've never played a game of betting before? You really are. If you don't have the guts to gamble, then just leave. Don't delay the 3 of us from playing games. The beautiful lady in the ghost craftsman's arms began to laugh. I could feel the temperature in the room dropping again. It was obvious that Lady Shuigong was angry. I walked to the door. You, wait a minute, a voice came. It was the voice of Lady Shuigong, and then she walked over and closed the door. Help me win this bet today, and I'll give you whatever you want. The tone of Empress Shuigong's voice this time was much calmer than before. I didn't move. Just now. I was wrong. I shouldn't have chased you away. Please help me with this gambling game, because I have never played these games before. It was rare for Empress Shuigong to admit her weakness in front of others. Not so high and mighty. You just kicked me out, and now you come to beg me? I turned around, neither happy nor angry. I really want to say to her, aren't you afraid that I will see you taking off your clothes? However, I didn't say it out loud, but the big rock in my heart fell to the ground. It seems that God did not help the Dragon King. I still have a chance to contact him and use the Sanyuan flower to make the Dragon King even more injured. You are a fortune teller, you should be able to calculate the size. Once you figure it out, tell me. Lady Shuigong continued. He's too advanced, so my predictions can't be very accurate. I gave him a heads up in advance. I know this. His level of Taoism is indeed very high. It's really a stretch for you to say that. If your master were here, there would be no problem. You are still a little lacking after all, but just do your best. I won't blame you whether you win or lose, said the Water Palace goddess. You won't blame me if I win or lose? I don't even bother to listen to this kind of lies to deceive children. If it wasn't for the purpose of plotting against the Dragon King, I wouldn't bother to agree to it. Come here, said the Water Palace Goddess. I followed her and walked back to the Ghost Craftsman. During this time, the Ghost Craftsman, with a smile on his face, was pressing a dice cup with one hand. It seemed that he couldn't wait to see what the spring light under the skirt of Lady Shui Gong looked like. The two beauties beside him also looked as if they were ready to laugh at Queen Shui Gong's joke. The Water Palace lady had a cold expression on her face and warned, "If I find out that you are using magic to change the size randomly, don't blame me for being rude." "Don't worry." The Ghost Craftsman smiled. He stared at the tall figure of the Water Palace lady, his eyes burning with anger. "Don't waste time. Can we start now?" The Water Palace lady took a breath and said in a gloomy voice, "Begin." "Okay. Look carefully, there are 3 dice. I'm not doing anything tricky." The Ghost Craftsman excitedly lifted up the dice cup for us to see, and there were 3 dice inside. He covered the dice cup and began to shake it. As the 3 dice inside kept hitting each other, a clattering sound was heard in the room. The Water Palace Goddess's eyes were alert as she stared intently at the Ghost Craftsman's every move without even blinking. With a bang, the dice cup in the Ghost Craftsman's hand fell on the table and the shaking of the dice stopped. The Ghost Craftsman smiled excitedly. "Guess it." Of course I started thinking about it. I heard clearly how many seconds he shook it, whether he used his left or right hand, and how many times the dice hit each other in the dice cup. The shaking is 10 seconds, shaking with the left hand, and hitting 361 times. I quickly analyzed these, but Lady Shui Gong turned to look at me and said, "Have you figured it out? Is it big or small?" "Yes," I said. The Water Palace lady frowned, "Little? You figured it out so quickly? Didn't you just say that he was too advanced and you couldn't figure him out?" "There's no rush. I think you should calculate it one more time. It's safer this way." "Did you calculate wrong? Why do I think it's big?" Seeing that she didn't trust me, I said with certainty, "You can only tell fortunes once in a short period of time. The more you tell fortunes, the greater the deviation will be. But you calculate too fast. Even if your master comes, she can't calculate as fast as you." The Water Palace Goddess looked questioning and her expression became suspicious. "Listen to me, it should be small," I said. "Just should? You're not sure yourself, right? How can your fortune-telling be just should? How can you be so useless? You can't even be sure of such a small thing? Don't you know that if I lose I have to take off my clothes?" Empress Shui Gong had a conflicted expression. She wanted to glare at me, but she was also struggling with other things. It seems that this bet, for a woman like her, involves her reputation and her chastity and humiliation, which is really stressful. "It's up to you then." I didn't say anything more. The Water Palace Goddess's eyes flickered. "Hey, have you guys discussed it? Should it be big or small?" the Ghost Craftsman urged excitedly. "Hurry up and tell me. Why are you hesitating? Can't you accept defeat?" The 2 beauties in his arms were also laughing at him. "Shut up." The Water Palace lady scolded coldly. She stared at the dice cup in the hands of the Ghost Craftsman, and finally bit her lip and said, "It's small." "No, it's big, it's big." I shook my head helplessly. "Are you sure it's big?" The Ghost Craftsman smiled mysteriously. "Big. It must be big." Goddess Shui Gong confirmed. Her expression became nervous and there was cold sweat on her palms. "Okay. If you say it's big, then I'll reveal it." The Ghost Craftsman smiled and opened the dice cup in front of the Queen of the Water Palace. I didn't look at the dice cup because I was confident in my own calculations. Sure enough, the moment when Lady Water Palace stared at the dice cup being raised, she was stunned as if struck by lightning. Her cold face was instantly filled with shock, confusion, regret, and remorse. No, how could it not be big? No. Small? How can it be small? Impossible, impossible. She couldn't accept it for a moment. She couldn't stop shaking all over, not because of fear, but because of anger. She is mad at herself. I saw 3 dice under the dice cup, and the numbers on them were 1, 2, and 3, which was naturally small. My calculation just now was correct, and I told her without hiding anything, but she didn't listen to me. It's not my fault, nor the ghost craftsman's, and even less the 2 beauties around the ghost craftsman's side. It's only her own fault. If you don't listen to good advice, you will suffer the consequences. Hey, Lady Shui Gong. This is not big, you guessed wrong. The ghost carpenter's eyes lit up in an instant. He stared at the Water Palace goddess, intending to feast his eyes on her. Take off your clothes, take off your clothes. I want to see what the high and mighty Lady Shui Gong will look like when she takes off her clothes in front of us. Take them off quickly. I want to see what your figure is like. The 2 beauties beside him also joined in the fun, gloating. Goddess of the Water Palace clenched her fists. Her red eyes stared at the dice cup like a poisonous snake. The aura on her body kept rising and falling, causing the temperature of the entire houseboat to drop sharply. The 2 beauties beside the ghost craftsman became nervous. The ghost craftsman smiled slightly. Mrs. Shui Gong, you have to accept the loss. I didn't force you to gamble, you agreed to it yourself, and now the result is out. With your reputation as Mrs. Shui Gong, you shouldn't cheat, right? Besides, this little brother has just told you that it is too small, but you didn't listen. You can't blame anyone else. If you had listened to him earlier, wouldn't the 3 yuan flower be yours? Lady Shui Gong said nothing, but the aura on her body expanded even more violently, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. I noticed that her eyes were red and her hands were shaking. Is this regret? Or do you want to rob it again? What happened today is known only to heaven, earth, you and me, but no one else will know about it. So you'd better accept the defeat. Take it off. People should keep their word. The ghost craftsman continued, his eyes becoming even more fiery, and he even began to look up and down at the voluptuous figure of Lady Water Palace. Of course, if you don't want to take it off, I won't force you. At most I'll just destroy the Sanyuan flower in my hand. After saying that, a layer of emerald green ghost fire appeared on the surface of the Sanyuan flower again. That's enough. You don't have to provoke me. Since I've made the bet, I'll admit it. The Water Palace lady's voice became hoarse at this moment. It's all my own fault. After saying that, she took off her skirt in front of me, the ghost craftsman, and the 2 beauties. In an instant, a perfect, tall, hot and voluptuous figure appeared before us. Her back was facing away from me, so I couldn't see her expression. Maybe she was ashamed? Maybe she's expressionless? Maybe her eyes were closed? Her thighs are firm yet perfectly contoured, and there is not a bit of fat around her waist. Her entire body is as white as jade, without a single flaw. She is simply perfect. Especially when her back was facing me, I could see the undulating lines of her waist at a glance. She must have practiced exercise regularly, otherwise she wouldn't have such a perfect S-shaped figure. At this moment, I was surprised. Lady Shui Gong actually accepted defeat and took off her clothes in public. Although she was not naked, it was a huge blow and leap for a woman. Most women would have regretted it long ago, but she endured the humiliation and really did what she said. How much tolerance does this require? On this point alone, she really impressed me. But such a woman is also terrible. I have predicted that she will be a very terrifying opponent in my future. So what if she has a sexy body? I just glanced at her, suppressed the guilt in my heart, and looked calmly at the ghost craftsman. Oh, you are worthy of being the Water Palace Queen, you have such a great figure. Look at her. Two beauties were discussing each other. Ha ha ha. The ghost craftsman smiled, but the excitement in his eyes was gone, replaced by a look of indifference. It seemed that his real purpose was not to see the figure of Lady Shui Gong, but to humiliate her. Next time you come to see me, change your temper first. Today I'm just giving you a small lesson, said the ghost craftsman. If your eyes weren't lustful, I would have killed you just now. Queen Shui Gong put her skirt back on, her expression still cold, as if nothing had happened just now. I've seen too many women. I'm not that interested in you, but the guy behind you also saw your figure. He was looking at your back. How are you going to face him? The ghost craftsman smiled slightly and said something that made me want to vomit blood. But I didn't panic. I just glanced at her back, and there was nothing lustful in my eyes. She should be able to sense it. If I had been staring at her hot back with lustful eyes, she would definitely sense it at the first moment and use me as a punching bag to vent her pent-up anger on me. The fact that she didn't attack me proved that my actions didn't anger her. After all, I didn't even look at her, so why should she take it out on me? Sure enough, Goddess Shui Gong turned around and walked in front of me calmly. There was no fluctuation in her eyes. It seemed that her psychological quality was too strong. What happened just now could be said to have broken the veil between men and women. Most women would have been too embarrassed to see people. But she could still act as if nothing had happened, without even a hint of shyness. From this, it can be seen that she is really terrifying. I should have listened to you just now. She said this sincerely. I didn't answer. I will have another bet with him. This time, I will listen to whatever you say, said Lady Shui Gong. I looked at the ghost craftsman and I really wanted to refuse, but the opportunity was right in front of me and I had to grab it. I nodded. Ghost craftsman, let's have another bet, said the Water Palace goddess. Let's not bet anymore. He was right just now. It proves that he can be right again in the next round. This bet is meaningless. Anyway, you have taken off your clothes and I have calmed down. The ghost craftsman shook his head. In an instant, the Water Palace goddess was filled with murderous intent, and the murderous intent emanating from her eyes could pierce a person to pieces. However, if he can tell my fortune, it's not impossible for me to give him these 3 yuan flowers. The ghost craftsman continued. Empress Shui Gong frowned, and the murderous aura on her body also subsided. Are you serious? You can always do what you say, so how can I be inferior to a woman like you? The ghost craftsman asked back. The Water Palace lady exhaled, then tell him a fortune and get the 3 yuan flower, and I will promise you one thing. Promise something? I wrote this down. I nodded. Okay. Goddess Shui Gong returned to normal, and she looked at the ghost craftsman with some curiosity. It seemed that she also wanted to know some secret things about the ghost craftsman through my fortune-telling. This is my private matter, Shui Gong, you'd better not listen to it. The ghost craftsman ordered him to leave. Queen Shui Gong frowned and didn't say much. She just glanced at me and walked out. After Lady Shui Gong left, the ghost craftsman also signaled the 2 beauties in his arms to leave. Both of them winked at me, then swayed their hot bodies and walked into the inner room. Does she have a good figure? The ghost craftsman asked me with a smile, pointing at the Water Palace goddess outside. I didn't answer. She has a big butt. If she gets pregnant in the future, she will definitely give birth to a son. For a woman like this, you have to learn to make her like me. Come on. Calculate it for me. The ghost craftsman looked at me. I walked forward calmly. Senior, someone has already calculated with you, so you don't need me anymore, right? I have already analyzed it just now. He had his fortune told by someone, and someone told him the interests involved, so he simply gave up the feng shui stone he had stolen. He is still very decisive and knows how to sacrifice the rook to save the king. Oh. Go on. The ghost craftsman became a little interested. Before I came in, I had already calculated that there would be no conflict between me and my senior. You and I don't know each other, and I rashly got on the boat today. Logically, there should be some friction, but there wasn't. Now it seems, I guess it was the person who told you that I would come? Asking you to take care of me? I asked, feeling a little nervous. The person who can tell fortunes for this ghost craftsman with amazing strength is probably my master. After all, he is half ghost and half human, and my master is a ghost. Ha ha ha. It's true that a good teacher produces good students. Yes, your master did a fortune-telling for me yesterday. I gave up the feng shui stone today. Besides, she also said that you would come over today, and she specifically told me to give you the Sanyuan flower as well. The ghost craftsman said something that surprised me. My master said she would be back in 3 days, and she would definitely go home at dawn today. Now it seems that my master has traveled to many places and met many people in these 3 days. He even asked me to give me the Sanyuan flower. Does that mean that my master also knows my current plan? I asked hurriedly, where did my master go? I don't know about that. But before she left, she wanted me to tell you a few words. The ghost craftsman smiled slightly, motioned for me to sit down, and was very polite to me, much nicer than he was to the queen of the water palace just now. I couldn't wait to sit down and asked anxiously, so, senior, what did my master say? Your master said 4 things. First, things have changed and she will be back a few days later. The ghost craftsman's first sentence made me worried. Because according to what my master said before he left, she would come back at dawn today, so what had changed? I felt vaguely uneasy. Did the master suddenly run into some trouble? Or did I run into some unexpected trouble? Secondly, isn't Queen Shuigong's birthday these days? She will hold a birthday party, and you have to find a way to attend, the ghost craftsman continued. I was so surprised. Why should I attend her party? Has anyone attended their enemy's birthday party? Besides, this is too dangerous. After all, on her birthday, there will definitely be a lot of masters showing up, a mixed bag. More importantly, the Dragon King will definitely show up. With my current strength, I am no match for him at all. Wouldn't I be like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth? What's more, I just saw Queen Shuigong's figure today, and then I took the initiative to attend her birthday party. I was trying to please her for no reason. Would she think too much about what I think of her? Senior, are you remembering correctly? I asked. My master is pushing me into the fire pit. Of course not. These are exactly what your master said. The ghost craftsman said seriously. I couldn't help but think deeply. If these are really what my master said, then she must have her reasons for letting me participate, but why? Master wants me to take such a big risk? I was in a dilemma. How should I ask this to Queen Shuigong? The person with low EQ said, Queen Shuigong, I want to attend your birthday party. A person with high emotional intelligence said, Queen Shuigong, you are really beautiful. I am attracted by your perfect figure today, so I want to get to know you better. Embarrassment, confusion, and anxiety suddenly made my brain a mess. Then what is the third one? I asked helplessly. The third thing is, before you go to participate, you must be well prepared. Prepare? Master is hinting to me that the birthday party is dangerous, so he wants me to find a way to get as much dragon blood as possible so as to improve my own strength in case of any emergency at the birthday party? The fourth is that Queen Shuigong has something on her body, and you have to find a way to get it. The day of the birthday party is your best chance. The ghost craftsman spoke seriously but a little pessimistically. What? I asked. Your master didn't say it, but it's a very important thing anyway. Could it be something that can deal with the Dragon King? This is extremely difficult. Queen Shuigong never liked me in the first place. After what happened just now, she probably wants to kill me to silence me. In this situation, let alone getting anything on her, it would be difficult to even get close to her. The ghost craftsman also shook his head and said, the first three things your master told me to do are not a big problem, but the fourth thing is probably harder than climbing to the sky. Shuigong's personality is too cold and arrogant. If you are not her confidant, it is impossible for a person of the opposite sex like you to get close to her. Don't think that I asked her to take off her clothes just now. In fact, I am already on her list of people to be killed. This woman is not easy to deal with. However, if you want to get the things on her body, I have a few suggestions for you. First, try your best to get close to her, and then drug her. When she is unconscious, you can do other things to her, let alone take the things on her body. I was speechless after hearing this. As a half-dragon, half-human, I am immune to all poisons, let alone the Water Palace lady? How could ordinary medicine work on her? Of course, there must be one, but I don't have time to look for it now. The second is that she was accidentally seriously injured, whether it was you or someone else who hurt her. At that time, she didn't have much resistance, so it wouldn't be difficult to get the things on her body. I shook my head. Senior, the two suggestions you made are too difficult. They are simply impossible. Is the Water Palace goddess injured? At her birthday party, everyone came to celebrate with her, how could they let her get hurt? That's not necessarily true. Shuigong has such a domineering personality. Do you know how many enemies she has made in the entire world of the living over the years? If not 1,000, there must be hundreds. Who knows, on the day of her birthday party, someone might mess up. The ghost craftsman suddenly thought of something, looked at me seriously and said, you know what, if this situation really happens, you can perform a heroic act to save the beauty, and maybe she will give you the thing you want for free. Fantasy is indeed beautiful, but reality is cruel. How can I solve the problem that she can't solve? Do you have any other suggestions? I asked speechlessly. Of course. The ghost craftsman revealed a hint of mystery. If you can make her like you, then not only will the things on her be yours, but she herself will also be yours. I was stunned by what I heard. But you only need to think about my last suggestion, because it is impossible. Although Shuigong has not married the Dragon King yet, it is harder than climbing to the sky to make her cheat. Just now I was able to make her take off her clothes, which was already the limit of her tolerance. According to her previous temper, the two of us, including my two wives, would die if we had seen her body. To be honest, I will hide first to avoid her revenge. The ghost craftsman said helplessly. I started to think about it. The ghost craftsman asked me to think about it. To be honest, I had never even thought about it, and I didn't even dare to think about it. Put a hat on the Dragon King? Although according to the ghost craftsman, Shuigong is not the Dragon King's wife, but I really can't do such a crazy way of poaching revenge. At the same time, I also understood why Longshi Yu no longer called her mother. But it's difficult to make her cheat, but it's not too difficult to win her favor. Of course, it's impossible for someone like me, but I think you might have a chance. Just now she begged you for the first time, but I've never heard of her begging anyone before. You should be her first. The ghost craftsman smiled slightly. I shook my head helplessly. Okay, I've told you everything your master told me to do. I'll give you the Sanyuan flower, and you go and prepare it. The ghost craftsman handed me the Sanyuan flower and ordered me to leave. Next, I weighed the flower and found it was really heavy and substantial. It is worthy of being called a 1,000-year-old herb. I plan to inject Yin energy immediately. However, the ghost craftsman continued, your master said that the Sanyuan flower is a young flower. If you rashly inject Yin energy into it, the conflict between Yin and Yang will cause the three colors on the surface of the Sanyuan flower to become dull and lifeless. Anyone with a discerning eye will be able to see it at a glance. I was shocked. Master, do you really know my plan? I was extremely disappointed. Is my plan going to fail? Your master also said that if you let the Sanyuan flower absorb the Yin energy naturally, there will be no reaction for at least 10 days. The ghost craftsman continued. 10 days? After the Water Palace goddess obtains the Sanyuan flower, she will definitely rush to see the Dragon King with the gift. Maybe she will give it to the Dragon King today. If nothing unexpected happens, then 10 days will definitely be enough. I released the Yin energy I had collected and blew at it. The Yin energy surrounded the Sanyuan flower like light smoke. A layer of white frost condensed on the surface of the Sanyuan flower at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it also penetrated into the body visibly and returned to normal, with the three colors of the surface not changing at all. I breathed a sigh of relief, and I saw the ghost craftsman's eyes narrowed, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Okay, this flower is enough to make his injuries worse. I have to find a place to hide. Otherwise, if I'm found by the Water Palace, I won't be able to explain myself. The ghost craftsman waved his hand. You know who I am? I looked at him. It doesn't matter to me who it is, but you are smart and courageous. If you didn't already have a master, I would have accepted you as my apprentice. The ghost craftsman laughed, so I said, you might be favored by Shui Gong, because you are a good guy. After all, for a woman, you didn't look at her like a pervert just now, which proves that you respect her. You respect her as a woman. You misunderstood. I didn't ignore her because I respected her. Actually, I shook my head. No matter if it is or not, your behavior shows that you respect her and treat her as a woman. Do you understand? This is how women think. The ghost craftsman said seriously. Not looking at her means respecting her. What kind of logic is this? I still expressed my gratitude to the ghost craftsman, but of course I pretended not to hear the second half of his sentence. I was about to leave with the 3-yuan flower in my hand, but then I thought of something and asked, by the way, Senior, have you always lived on this river? It's been pretty much the same for the last 30 years. Then do you know that there is a woman in this river? I asked. The woman who lifted me out of the water last time was probably not an illusion. The ghost craftsman thought for a moment and said, Woman? Are you talking about a spirit or a ghost? There are spirits, but they haven't transformed into humans yet. As for ghosts, they do exist. Have? Of course, although this river is not big, many women have drowned there, and there are probably hundreds of female water ghosts who haven't found replacements yet. I described in detail the situation I encountered last time. After hearing this, the ghost craftsman was surprised. You said it was a female ghost who saved you? That's unlikely. Usually, a ghost looking for a replacement would drown the person and then take over the body to return to the world of the living. How could she possibly save you? I also found it strange, but it shouldn't have been an illusion at the time. I sighed helplessly and planned to go out. However, there is also a possibility. That is, this female ghost knows you. That's why she saved you. The voice of the ghost craftsman came. You know me? I was so surprised. Yes. I know you. The ghost craftsman nodded. Who is this female ghost? I walked out of the boathouse in confusion, still in a daze, until the voice of the water palace goddess rang out, Sanyuan flower? Did he really give it to you? There was a hint of surprise in the voice. I came to my senses and handed the flowers to her without saying anything. What I want now is for her to go back without stopping and give the Sanyuan flower to the Dragon King. You did a great job today. Queen Shuigong accepted it and let out a sigh of relief. She seemed relieved. And I felt relieved because she didn't notice anything unusual. This means that the Dragon King might suffer further injuries today. But she said nothing and planned to get the Sanyuan Hua for free. I stared at her thoughtfully. What exactly did the master want me to take from her? Then I thought about what my master had told me, and I said, wait. Is there something? Goddess Shuigong returned to her indifference. I can't give you this flower for free, right? So, what do you want? Empress Shuigong said expressionlessly. It looked like she was going to give me money. I want to attend your birthday party. I said bluntly. The Water Palace Queen was obviously a little surprised. She narrowed her eyes slightly, looked me up and down, and unexpectedly asked calmly, give me a reason for you to participate. Her question really stumped me. You know, I thought she would reject me directly and coldly, but I didn't expect her to ask me back. This is a bit strange. You know, her attitude towards me just now should have led to her rejecting me directly. Could it be that what the ghost craftsman said was true? Because I respect her, she now respects me reluctantly? That shouldn't be the case, right? I personally don't think so. You can't even give a reason, why should I let you participate? Lady Shuigong said calmly. After she finished speaking, she turned around and glanced at the boathouse, then jumped off the boat, stepped on the water, and walked towards the shore. I got anxious and jumped into the water, following her steps and walking on the soft water. I just helped you. I chased after him and said. I want reasons, not causes and effects. If you help me, I can pay you. But I'm inviting my friends to my birthday party. Why should you? What is your reason? The Water Palace lady didn't even turn her head. I followed her and looked at her plump back. Her movements were so light, like a fairy. I continued, I won't tell anyone what happened just now. I'm not that bored about this kind of thing. But she didn't pause at all, as if she knew I wasn't a big talker. I will tell the Dragon King about the Feng Shui stone. I think he will look at you with new eyes, said the Water Palace goddess. I was immediately frightened. What does this mean? Is she blackmailing me? What I mean is, if I tell others what happened today, she won't tell the Dragon King about my help in getting the Feng Shui stone? Did she figure out my identity? I was a little confused about her, so I could only pretend not to understand her. You just said you promised me something, but now it doesn't count? She paused this time, but still didn't look back. I won't easily agree to anything for others. A promise from me is something that people would love to have. They will cherish it very much. It's worth far more than what you said. Well, I'll remember your promise. I hope I can really use it one day, and you can help me then. Your birthday party is full of mixed people, so I'm afraid there will be some accidents. Do you need my help? I'll go anyway, is all I can say. Since it is related to my master's instructions, I can only come here uninvited. But she didn't respond. She was moving very fast and was about to reach the shore, but she suddenly discovered something. Looking in a direction far away over the water, she saw a pair of slender sword-like eyebrows wrinkled. What did she find? I was stunned for a few seconds, and when I reacted, she had already reached the shore. There was still a little fog on the shore. I hurriedly ran on the water. As I ran, the water became softer and softer. I was startled and finally jumped to the shore. Long Xiyu ran over, and when I looked I saw that Goddess of Water Palace was nowhere to be seen. She had already left quickly with the Sanyuan flower. Everything that just happened flashed through my mind quickly. I actually looked at Lady Shuigong's figure for some unknown reason. To be honest, this feels like a dream. A feeling of guilt made me quickly dispel the image of her sexy back in my mind. Then I suddenly became nervous. Whether this plan could severely damage the Dragon King would depend on God's will. Will I have good news about the Dragon King tomorrow? I was looking forward to it. This should be my first fight back in the past 18 years. Although it's not a direct counterattack, I hope it can be successful. In addition, Murong Qingsheng was holding the Feng Shui stone, with a look of surprise on her face. Just now, the Water Palace Queen said that this Feng Shui stone was your credit. It seems that the Dragon King really wants to re-examine you this time. Do I need him to review it? I sneered in my heart. The Water Palace lady probably meant for Murong Qingsheng to return the Feng Shui stone. I was curious and careless for a moment, so I forgot to ask the ghost craftsman what he did with the Feng Shui stone. But I always felt that things were not that simple. Something else might happen. I feel a little uneasy. Murong Qingsheng didn't say much, but she looked at me with some admiration. Obviously, no one expected that the Feng Shui stone could be recovered so easily. She was going to put the Feng Shui stone back to its original position immediately. Long Xiyu wanted to accompany her, but she said no, and she would come to us after putting it back. She left alone with the Feng Shui stone. Now it was almost dawn and she could find a car to go there. What exactly happened to you on the boat just now? I could feel her cold breath several times on the shore. Long Xiyu asked curiously. Could I tell her that Lady Shuigong made a bet with the ghost craftsman and took off her clothes when she lost? I explained it casually, avoiding the important points. Long Xiyu felt it was strange, but she didn't ask any more questions. However, she was still curious, isn't it? It's not as simple as you said. Of course. I nodded. I don't think so. Did something else happen on the boat just now? Otherwise, why did she ask me to take you to her birthday party when she left just now? You have to know that according to her personality, she would never take the initiative to invite others. Long Xiyu looked at me and asked, with even more curiosity on his face. Long Xiyu's words made me think deeply. Could it be that Goddess of the Water Palace had some premonition? You thought there would be something unexpected happening at the birthday party, so you agreed to let me attend? But since she agreed, it's a good thing for me. I breathed a sigh of relief temporarily, but at the same time I was troubled. After all, if the Dragon King showed up at that time, I would be in real danger. But I can't not go, so I can only prepare as much as possible. To cope with various changes at birthday parties. Thinking of this, I didn't want to waste any more time and planned to go back to the store immediately. Seeing that I didn't want to say more, Long Xiyu could only not ask any more questions, but the curiosity on her face remained. It seemed that she knew that something else must have happened on the boat just now. Long Xiyu and I got in the car. Lu Wenwen looked at me coldly, but still drove us back. It was obvious that she was following the orders of Queen Shuigong and dared not disobey. But I don't want to go to her birthday party. Long Xiyu shook his head and said. Although she had already bought the birthday present, she didn't plan to go in person. I have to go, I said. Why? You are not familiar with her, why are you going there? Long Xiyu didn't quite understand. I couldn't say too much about Master's instructions, so I could only perfunctorily say a few words. Long Xiyu was helpless. If you want to go, then I have to go too. It's really annoying. Is it really that important for a birthday? And you need to hold a party? This should be a sense of ritual. I said that when Long Shiyu's birthday comes, I will also hold a birthday party for her. She immediately shook her head and pouted, "Come on, I don't like this. It's a waste of time and energy." I didn't say anything, but of course I felt a little strange. Empress Shuigong had a cold and arrogant personality, and should not bother with such formalities, but she did it anyway. Could there be any other reasons on the day of the birthday party? Then just buy me a cake when the time comes. Long Shiyu said again. Didn't you just say that you didn't like this? I asked back. Forget it then, Long Shiyu curled his lips. When we were almost at the store, it was already dawn. Lu Wenwen stopped the car. It seemed that she wanted to go home. Of course, Long Shiyu and I got off the car. Long Shiyu yawned and planned to go back to sleep. Long Shiba. The moment I turned around and left, Lu Wenwen's gritting teeth voice sounded behind me. I didn't react at all because I had exposed my identity in front of her when she fell into the water last time. But to be honest, I would be lying if I wasn't surprised when I suddenly heard my real name. I can only stay calm. I was wondering in my heart, what was her purpose in suddenly confronting me? Want revenge on me? Or are you going to insult me again? I am now considering whether I should kill Lu Wenwen myself. After all, she still has my dragon blood in her body. Bang! Lu Wenwen angrily got down from the driver's seat, walked up to me aggressively, and glared at me. As expected, you are not Long Shiba. I called you suddenly, but you didn't even react. You even lied to me last time. What are you up to? Oh, I see. You know Long Shiba, right? You're his friend, so you want to help him get revenge on me, right? What a pity. I survived the disaster. Lu Wenwen's non-stop questioning made me feel relieved. But at the same time, I feel very sad. It seems that in Lu Wenwen's heart, I am completely dead. I won't let you succeed. Want to take revenge on me? My life is better than Long Shiba's, and better than yours too. I can practice cultivation now, and I will settle accounts with you. Lu Wenwen said harshly, then got in the car and left. I stared at the direction she left and clenched my fists tightly. I sneered and said, "You can't escape." After a few seconds, I turned around and walked towards the store, and saw a man squatting at the door of my store. It seemed that he had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. But I could tell at first glance that she was Lin Wanner. As expected, she couldn't stand so many ghosts making trouble in her house. I walked over and found that Long Shiyu had already opened the shop door and went inside to sleep, but she hadn't woken up yet. It seemed that she was so scared that she couldn't sleep all night, so she came to my place to catch up on some sleep. I snorted, and Lin Wanner suddenly woke up. When she raised her head, I saw that her eyes had turned as black as panda eyes, her eyeballs were full of bloodshot, and her face was covered with tear marks. She looked haggard and seemed to have aged 10 years. Seeing her being tortured like this, I felt so happy. Master Lin, you're finally back. Lin Wanner was about to cry as she spoke. What do you want to talk to me about? I asked coldly. Master Lin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. If you want dragon blood, I'll give it to you. I just beg you to help me, please. I'm almost scared to death. Lin Wanner suddenly hugged my thighs and cried with regret. I sneered, didn't you say you wouldn't give it to me? Woo, I was wrong, please forgive me. Lin Wanner cried bitterly. This is so pitiful. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? I felt happy. Woo. She kept crying, obviously frightened. Come in. I shouted, and Lin Wanner hurriedly followed me into the store. I closed the door, and Lin Wanner's white and tender hands kept wiping the tears from her cheeks, but the tears were like a faucet that was turned on, and they still kept flowing uncontrollably. It seems that those hundreds of ghosts worked very hard in Lin Wanner's house last night, which must have made her family very restless. Master Lin, how can I give you dragon blood? Lin Wanner hesitated, still very reluctant to leave. What did you say? I stared at her. The dragon blood in Wang Qingqing's body was given to me voluntarily last time. When that drop of dragon blood came back, I felt that my strength had greatly increased. This drop today. I plan to use it for something else. After all, it is too dangerous to attend the birthday party of Queen Shuigong. I have to save this drop of dragon blood to forcibly enhance my strength when necessary, just in case. Master Lin, after I give you the dragon blood, you have to help me. Lin Wanner emphasized. Do you think I would be like you guys and burn my bridges after crossing them? I snorted coldly. Lin Wanner felt so ashamed that she hesitated for a few times, her eyes filled with tears. Finally, she reluctantly opened her mouth slowly. Soon, a drop of golden blood flew out of her mouth. My eyes are flashing. This is my second drop of dragon blood. The moment the dragon blood left her, her complexion became noticeably darker, especially the area of her life palace, which returned to the color of an ordinary person. Her temperament has also dimmed a lot. Without the blessing of my dragon blood, she is just an ordinary person, and even her celebrity appearance has been greatly reduced. I spread my palms flat and the dragon's blood flew onto the palms of my hands. I am familiar with this burning feeling. So familiar. Master Lin, you must keep your promise. Lin Wanner looked at the dragon blood reluctantly, as if the most precious thing in her life was about to leave her. Master Lin, say something. Master Lin, why don't you say anything? Are you lying to me? Lin Wanner started to get anxious, like a shrew who was going to come and pull me over. I put the dragon blood away and snorted coldly, stop making noise. How can I, a man, lie to you? I took out a brush, cinnabar, and yellow paper, and quickly wrote the word scatter. Then he handed it to Lin Wanner. Go back now and buy some more paper money, then add this talisman to the paper money and burn them together, and everything will be fine. I said coldly. Lin Wanner took the yellow paper carefully and asked, is this all right? Right. Lin Wanner was skeptical, but she still breathed a sigh of relief and put the paper money on her chest, as if this would make her feel at ease. Okay, Master Lin, I'll go back and try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll come back to find Master Lin. Lin Wanner walked out, but she thought of something and turned back and said, by the way, Master Lin, you don't know, right? Wang Qingqing suddenly called me today and said she's getting married next week. What does her marriage have to do with me? I said coldly. I was being very generous to her by not causing a scene at her wedding. Well, I'll go then. Lin Wanner didn't say anything else. After she left, I closed the door. I had no intention of making up for my sleep. I planned to continue drawing some talismans and try my best to see if I could draw a few 5th grade talismans. The low-level talismans I prepared yesterday were of little use at the Water Palace Goddess birthday party. I have to prepare a few trump cards. I have drawn a lot of talismans, but high-grade ones are particularly time-consuming, so I draw very few of them. I tried to calm myself down as much as possible, then I concentrated my mind, picked up the brush again, and started painting quickly. I painted from morning to night, and the ground was already littered with waste paper, but fortunately I was lucky, as I now had 3 golden 5th grade talismans in my hands. This kind of talisman can clearly feel the fluctuation of power and it is very powerful. This is the result of my day. It's not easy. With these 3 talismans and a drop of dragon blood, I feel more confident for the time being. After a day, I was exhausted and planned to conserve my energy to prepare for the birthday party. I yawned and was about to go to sleep, but when I walked into the room, I saw Long Shiyu in pajamas, sleeping soundly on my bed. I was really impressed by her. She was still sleeping after an entire day. I could only lie down on the sofa and fell asleep quickly. In a daze, I had a dream. I dreamed that in the turbulent Yellow River, there was a sudden painful roar, a huge whirlpool appeared on the water surface, and then a huge five-clawed golden dragon emerged, spitting blood. The golden dragon struggled violently for a few times, and its belly turned over, and it lay motionless on the water. He was still holding half of the flower in one of his claws, and saw that the flower had 3 colors. It was the Sanyuan flower. His lantern-sized longan was firmly pressed, as if revealing his unwillingness. Call. I suddenly woke up from my sleep and found that I was soaked in sweat, but I laughed, very happily. A day has passed. Has the Dragon King been killed by me? I hope the Dragon King is dead, so that he cannot show up at the birthday party of the Water Palace Goddess today. I was looking forward to it, so I got up from the sofa, prepared myself, and put away the talismans I had prepared yesterday. I went to the bathroom, closed the door, tore off the human skin mask, washed my face thoroughly, and looking at the familiar face in the mirror, I comforted myself, I will be able to be myself again soon. After I fell silent, I put on the mask again. I came out of the bathroom only after I made sure there was nothing wrong with my face. I went to the room and found that Long Shiyu was still sleeping on his stomach. Not only was his posture indecent, but he was drooling. Half of my pillow was wet. I walked over and kicked the foot of the bed, bang, bang, bang. What are you doing? I still want to sleep. Long Shiyu said in confusion. If you don't get up, I'll splash water on you, I said. Go ahead and splash it, then I don't have to take a shower, Long Shiyu continued in confusion. Looking at her in such an indecent sleeping posture, I was speechless. Are you disgusting? You are drooling so much. Only then did Long Shiyu open his sleepy eyes, feeling a little embarrassed, but he had to say it was sweat. I was too lazy to argue with her and was about to continue kicking her when I suddenly heard a tentative knock on the door. Are there guests coming so early? But today I couldn't open the door, so I said to Long Shiyu, get up quickly. I see. Long Shiyu curled his lips and asked casually, by the way, since you are attending the birthday party, do you want to buy a gift? I shook my head. Why should I buy gifts? They don't need this gift from me. I walked out of the room, and the tentative knock on the door was still there. I said, I'm coming. The knocking stopped at that point, and I could hear a long exhale from the other side. I opened the door and saw a beautiful woman wearing jeans. She had long and straight legs, a very pure look and a pair of big eyes. But I didn't look happy, because the woman in front of me was Zhong Ting, who had been wandering around the door of my store these days, and she was also one of the women I had an engagement with. Sure enough, she couldn't help but come to the door. So, you can know a person's face but not his heart. Master, you are open today, right? I want to ask you to tell my fortune. Zhong Ting said tentatively. Her fate palace is also dark, which indicates that a disaster is about to happen. I'm not open for business today. I said coldly. Master, I am very sincere. Please help me calculate it. Zhong Ting became anxious as soon as she heard it. Are you sincere? What sincerity? I sneered. Money, I can give you a lot of money. Zhong Ting said anxiously. Her face told me that the 18 of them had recently formed a group, so everyone in the group knew about Lin Wanner's use of dragon blood. She also knew what reward I wanted, but she just played dumb. If you don't have dragon blood, don't come to me. I scolded coldly. Of course, if she doesn't come to see me, I will go to see her. Whether it is active or passive, my dragon blood must be taken back. Ah! Zhong Ting's face turned pale and she staggered a few steps. He was so distraught that he slumped down at the door of my shop. I ignored her, closed the door and went in to urge Long Xiyu. But as soon as I entered the room, I heard a cry of "ouch." My face changed slightly and I hurried into the room. I saw Long Xiyu holding her right foot. Her white little finger was bleeding, like an angry little white rabbit because it bumped into the foot of the bed when she got up. My face changed again. Why am I so unlucky? The bleeding from my body hasn't stopped yet and my toes are bleeding again. Long Xiyu looked aggrieved. I stared at her feet with twinkling eyes and said in a deep voice, "Change your clothes first. I have something to tell you." But my feet hurt. "You won't die, hurry up." I walked out. Long Xiyu looked incredulous. "I really cared for you in vain, my toe is broken." "Hurry up."